The once mighty and revered Lin Yu, the third prince hailed as a prodigy of the Shenwu lineage, saw his world collapse in an instant. His glory was shattered following a devastating defeat in the southern campaign, turning him from the center of admiration into a forsaken outcast, relegated to guarding the Imperial mausoleum. As the Imperial decree was read aloud, Lin Yu was escorted by the Imperial guards to the northern outskirts, where the royal tombs lay beneath the vast expanse of sacred land. Standing before the sprawling dragon veins of the Imperial burial grounds, his heart burned with anger and despair. He knew it was treachery. Someone had leaked the army's marching route, leading to the slaughter of 100,000 soldiers in the southern wilderness. He himself had been ambushed by a mysterious adversary, falling from a cultivation genius to a cripple unable to practice martial arts. Yet no one in the Imperial court spoke on his behalf. Instead, they all branded him as incompetent and foolish. Even his once wise and just father, the Emperor, was deeply disappointed. Were it not for their blood ties, Lin Yu suspected he would have already been executed to appease the court. The thought of failing to seek justice for the fallen soldiers pierced his heart like a blade. Kneeling in the direction of the southern wilderness, he struck his head against the ground 3 times, vowing silently that as long as he drew breath, he would uncover the traitor and avenge the fallen with blood. Behind him, the Imperial guards mocked him openly, sneering that his dreams of redemption were nothing but delusions. Lin Yu ignored their taunts, his focus shifting to the heavily warded Imperial tomb. Protected by powerful formations, the mausoleum was impenetrable to anyone below the Zifu realm. This place, he realized, would be his lifelong prison. Under the watchful eye of Commander Luda, Lin Yu was soon led to a massive, rust-covered bronze cauldron. This was the Shanha cauldron, brought back from a secret realm by the founding emperor, symbolizing the destiny of the Han Empire. Before Lin Yu could examine it closely, Luda suddenly attacked, striking him with a palm and sending him crashing into the cauldron. Blood splattered across its surface as Luda laughed maniacally, declaring that Lin Yu's loyal subordinates had all been exterminated. As Lin Yu swore to avenge his fallen brothers, an unexpected phenomenon occurred. His blood seemed to awaken a mysterious power within the Shanha cauldron. A small golden cauldron, intricately engraved with depictions of mythical beasts and constellations, emerged from within, floating into the air before transforming into a streak of golden light that entered Lin Yu's forehead. The shock overwhelmed him, and he lost consciousness. When he awoke, a defiant voice echoed within his mind. The golden cauldron, it turned out, was the Shirshan cauldron, an ancient artifact forged by a sage of old. It possessed the ability to refine all things, aiding its wielder in cultivation. Even more astonishing, Lin Yu learned that he carried within him a trace of sage bloodline, inherited from the mother he had never met. When Lin Yu mentioned the destruction of his Dantian, the Shirshan cauldron assured him with unwavering confidence. It revealed that a peerless divine sword, resonating somewhere nearby, could restore him completely. To Lin Yu's surprise, the sword in question was none other than the Runhuang sword, buried within the tomb of the founding emperor. Despite the formidable barriers guarding the mausoleum, Lin Yu knew he had no other choice. For the sake of vengeance, he would risk everything. The Shirshan cauldron transformed into golden light and returned to Lin Yu's mind, ready to aid him in his perilous quest. Within the desolate and dilapidated Imperial mausoleum, the air was cold and still. The nearest royal guards were stationed dozens of miles away. Lin Yu stood before the grand tomb of the Taizu Emperor. As his thoughts stirred, the ancient devouring god cauldron, engraved with intricate primordial divine patterns, emerged from the center of his brow. "Kid, today you'll witness the true power of the mighty cauldron lord," the cauldron proclaimed with a smug laugh. In an instant, starlight flickered within its depths, as if an entire galaxy had been drawn inside. Waves of radiant brilliance rippled outward, enveloping the Taizu Emperor's mausoleum in its entirety. The tomb trembled violently as a blinding sword aura shot skyward. Despite being fortified with countless layers of protective arrays that even a Zifu realm cultivator could scarcely shake, a visible crack appeared. The human sovereign sword erupted as a streak of light, circling Lin Yu at astonishing speed, resisting the cauldron's devouring force. Yet in mere moments, like rivers converging into the sea, the sword was inexorably drawn into the devouring god cauldron. "Kid, you carry the bloodline of a saint. I'll refine the destiny within the human sovereign sword, and once it fuses with your bloodline, the saint's sovereign sword physique will reawaken within you," the cauldron declared with pride. Lin Yu's heart stirred at these words. The Taizu Emperor had possessed a peerless sword physique. If Lin Yu could merge with the saint's sovereign sword physique, wouldn't he stand shoulder to shoulder with the legendary founder? In this era, sword cultivators reigned supreme. Those who could command swords across vast distances and cleave mountains and seas were unrivaled among their peers. The saint's sovereign sword physique refined from the human sovereign sword will far surpass that brat Lin Outyan's so-called peerless sword physique. With your saintly bloodline and the human sovereign's destiny infused in you, your mastery of the sword will undoubtedly transcend all limits, the cauldron boasted. The starlight within the cauldron swirled with vitality, clearly benefiting immensely from the refining process. Without hesitation, Lin Yu sat cross-legged before the mausoleum and began the fusion process. A sharp, piercing sword intent surged into his body, crashing through his meridians and bones like relentless tides. The searing pain reached deep into his soul, forcing him to grit his teeth and endure, like a lone boat struggling against a raging storm. Yet, as time passed, his body began to transform. The upheaval extended for miles, shaking the entire Imperial city. Every martial artist within the vicinity could sense the overwhelming sword aura that had erupted with the emergence of the human sovereign sword. Within the Forbidden Palace and noble estates, innate realm warriors soared into the air, gazing in the direction of the mausoleum with astonishment. The Han Emperor, accompanied by his ministers and officials, arrived swiftly and observed from above. The human sovereign sword has reappeared. This heralds the birth of a prodigious sword cultivator. A smile of anticipation lit up the emperor's face. According to the royal family's secret records, when the Taizu emperor was born, the human sovereign sword had descended from the heavens. Send out the decree. Search every corner of the capital for any newborn today. Find both the human sovereign sword and this sword prodigy at all costs, the Han Emperor commanded firmly. Do it swiftly. We cannot allow other factions to gain the upper hand. The ministers and officials dispersed immediately to carry out the emperor's orders, launching a citywide search. Among the noble clans and sects that maintained a tenuous allegiance to the royal family, many harbored their own ambitions. If one of these groups found the sword prodigy first, it could spell disaster for the imperial court. The emperor descended slowly from the sky, his expression grave. His thoughts drifted momentarily to the third prince, Lin Yu, who had been exiled to guard the imperial tomb. But he quickly dismissed the notion Lin Yu's Dantian and Qi Si had been destroyed long ago, reducing him to a cripple incapable of cultivation. There was no way he could breach the layers of formations protecting the ancestral tomb. At that very moment, Lin Yu was seated cross-legged in a stone chamber within the tomb. He had just completed the fusion with the sacred emperor sword physique, and the indescribable pain of the process still lingered in his mind, leaving him shaken. Despite his exhaustion, he forced himself to focus, beginning to sense the profound changes brought about by the sacred emperor sword physique. Outside the tomb, however, a storm was brewing. Powerful figures from various noble clans and sects had gathered, their probing gazes passing through the fissures in the tomb, searching for any trace of the sword prodigy. It didn't take long for them to realize that the human emperor sword had indeed vanished. The tomb, protected by intricate formations, was impenetrable unless a cultivator of at least the 7th level of the Purple Mansion realm intervened. Yet after the Demon Sealing War, such experts were exceedingly rare. What puzzled them even more was that the cracks on the tomb appeared to originate from within, rather than from any external force. Dozens of innate realm martial artists, after confirming the sword's disappearance, departed one after another, leaving the tomb in silence once more. Lin Yu remained seated in the stone chamber, a faint smile playing on his lips. The sacred emperor sword physique truly lived up to its reputation compared to his once lauded natural talent. His current foundation was now thousands of times stronger. The most notable transformation was the qualitative leap in his physical body and spiritual sense, making him unmatched among others of his level. Back then, he had been ambushed, his Dantian and Qi Si shattered with a single palm strike, rendering him incapable of storing spiritual energy. His cultivation had plummeted from the 8th rank to the 1st. But now, not only had his Dantian and Qi Si fully recovered and become even more resilient, his cultivation had surged directly to the 6th rank. Given time, he was confident he could surpass his former peak. However, the sacred emperor sword physique's absorption of spiritual energy was astonishing, akin to a bottomless pit, and the sparse spiritual energy within the tomb severely hampered his cultivation progress. Left with no other choice, Lin Yu turned to the devouring god Cauldron for help. Master Cauldron, he asked, the spiritual energy in the tomb is too scarce. Is there any way to speed up my cultivation? If you want to speed up your cultivation, it's simple. Go find some rare treasures of heaven and earth, divine weapons, or at the very least, gather some spirit stones. The voice of Dingyi echoed in Lin Yu's mind as starlight rippled within the devouring god Cauldron. Once I refine them, I can return the spiritual energy to you, ensuring your cultivation progresses at lightning speed. Lin Yu shook his head with a wry smile. Dingyi, I'm under house arrest here. Forget about rare treasures or divine weapons. I can't even get my hands on a single spirit stone. No rare treasures? No problem. Dingyi chuckled slyly. Demonic beasts, demonic cultivators, even human cultivators, you name it. I can refine them all to help you boost your power. Lin Yu's eyes lit up. To the north of the Imperial tombs lay the Chilean Mountains, a haven for demonic beasts. Though the Tomb Guard army was stationed at the mountain's base, they were merely 3rd or 4th grade warriors, with their commander at most a 7th grade cultivator. Their main duty was to monitor the movements of the demonic beasts and fend off the initial wave of any beast tide. When a full-fledged beast tide struck, the true powerhouses of the Imperial city and the young prodigies of the major clans and sects would step in. This was the grand spectacle known as the Autumn Hunt, held every 3 years. As night fell, Lin Yu activated his movement technique, transforming into a shadow as he darted toward the Chilean Mountains. The Tomb Guard army never anticipated that anyone would willingly venture into this perilous domain. Their focus was entirely on preventing demonic beasts from escaping outward. Lin Yu easily evaded the commander and slipped into the depths of the mountains. In the heart of the forest, a crimson flame rabbit was locked in a standoff with an iron-scaled rat. The rabbit, as large as a hunting dog, had dark fur and fiery eyes, while the rat, the size of a lynx, was covered in black iron scales that shimmered coldly. Just as flames began to ignite on the rabbit's body, Lin Yu's hand silently reached out and snapped its neck. The terrified rat attempted to flee, but was promptly sent flying to the ground with a swift kick. Lin Yu summoned the devouring god cauldron. In a flash of golden light, both demonic beasts were drawn into the cauldron. A surge of pure spiritual energy coursed through his meridians, quickly absorbed by his sacred emperor sword physique. The cultivation progress from this was equivalent to what would typically take 10 days to half a month of training. Too weak. Ding Ye's voice rang out in dissatisfaction. If you want to advance quickly, you'll need to hunt stronger demonic beasts. Lin Yu glanced into the dense, shadowy forest, a faint smile curving his lips. Don't worry, Ding Yi. There are plenty of beasts here. With that, his figure vanished into the thicket. By the time the first hints of dawn appeared, Lin Yu had piled up over 100 demonic beast corpses in a clearing. The devouring god cauldron radiated starlight as it devoured them all, channeling a torrent of robust, spiritual energy into Lin Yu's body. Suddenly, a faint crackling sound echoed from within him, and waves of spiritual energy rippled outward. Lin Yu slowly opened his eyes. His aura, steady and powerful, had broken through to the 7th grade of the warrior realm. On the continent of Shenzhou, cultivation realms ranged from warrior to innate, purple mansion, myriad forms, void transformation, and soul condensation. Each realm was a monumental leap, with even the smallest breakthroughs being immensely challenging. Once hailed as the foremost prodigy of his generation, Lin Yu had reached the 8th grade of the warrior realm. After reforging his sacred emperor sword physique, he had fallen to the 6th grade. Yet in just a single night, he had ascended to the 7th grade once more. Lin Yu's cultivation speed was truly extraordinary. Within the Chilean mountain range, with the help of the devouring god cauldron, he grew rapidly as though a fish in water. For him, this mountain range was nothing short of an ideal training ground. This was a world where the strong reigned supreme. Ferocious beasts rampaged, the demon clans ran amok, and various cult leaders wreaked havoc upon the common folk. The weak could only hope for the mercy of the strong, as strength was the sole foundation for survival. Although Lin Yu now possessed the Saint Emperor sword body and the devouring god cauldron, granting him the power to reclaim everything he had lost and leave the desolate royal tomb, he had no intention of doing so. In his view, the Chilean mountain range, teeming with beasts, was a rare and invaluable place for honing his skills. Leaving this place would mean dealing with the complexities of the mundane world and engaging in endless schemes with other princes. It was far better to remain at the royal tomb, focusing solely on his cultivation. He made a silent vow to himself. Not only would he slay Luda, but he would also ensure the true mastermind behind everything paid the ultimate price for their crimes. Time flew by, and 2 years passed in the blink of an eye. During this period, the Han royal family, noble clans, and major sects had practically turned the imperial city upside down, yet they failed to uncover any trace of the human emperor's sword or the fated swordsmanship prodigy. Night fell, and the bright moon hung high in the sky. Lin Yu stepped out of his door, gazing at the faint silhouette of the Chilean mountain range under the night sky. Just then, the voice of the Cauldron Lord echoed in his mind. The beasts you've been hunting are getting fewer and fewer. Kid, you need to step up your game. At this rate, when are you planning to reach the 4th rank of the innate realm? Lin Yu chuckled softly and shook his head. Over the past 2 years, he had nearly cleared the Chilean mountain range of its beasts. Now, unless he ventured deep into the mountains to challenge a few innate realm great demons, it was becoming increasingly difficult to satisfy the Cauldron Lord's appetite. As night fell, Lin Yu resolved to venture deeper into the Chilean mountains in search of a formidable innate-level demon beast. After weeks of relentless hunting, he had cleared the outer regions of lesser beasts. It was time to face a more challenging opponent. Now that's the spirit, Dingy exclaimed with excitement. Those low-level beasts are no longer of any use to you. If you want to break through to the 4th rank of the innate stage, You must hunt something stronger. Don't waste any more time, let's go. With his innate level cultivation, Lin Yu effortlessly bypassed the Lingwei army's defenses, moving as casually as if he were strolling through his own backyard. However, as he advanced, he sensed an unusual disturbance ahead in the dense forest. In a clearing within the woods, more than a dozen men dressed in black, armed with weapons, were gathering. Each exuded a menacing aura, clearly battle-hardened and dangerous. As a figure approached from the shadows, the group immediately tensed, ready to strike at a moment's notice. The newcomer was Luda, carrying a long blade on his back. The black-clad men quickly dropped to their knees in deference. "Greetings, Lord Lu." "Stand up," Luda said with a grin. "We're all brothers working for the same master." His tone suddenly grew serious as he lowered his voice. "Our master has summoned you for a small task. Complete it, and you'll be handsomely rewarded. We are ready to die for our lord." The men responded fervently, clasping their fists in unison. A sinister smile spread across Lu Da's face. "Go to the Imperial mausoleum and kill that useless Lin Yu. Bring me his head." One of the black-clad men hesitated and asked, "Lord Lu, Lin Yu is already a cripple. Why go to such lengths to eliminate him?" Lu Da's expression darkened. The seventh princess has returned from training at the Ling Tian sword sect, now a master at the innate stage and hailed as their greatest prodigy. She shares a close bond with Lin Yu. If that fool were to leverage her influence to stage a comeback, our master would lose sleep over it. Do it cleanly, make it look like the work of demon beasts. No one will question the death of a useless prince. Suddenly, a cold, cutting voice echoed from the forest. "Luda, it's been a while." Luda froze, his body stiffening as he turned in disbelief. Emerging from the shadows was none other than Lin Yu, stepping forward with an unhurried gait. Despite the presence of so many 4th and 5th rank martial artists, none had sensed his approach. "So, I hear you're planning to kill me at the Imperial mausoleum? No need for the trouble, I am right here. Who wants to make the first move?" Lin Yu's gaze swept over the group before locking onto Luda. "There were too many powerful figures in the capital, so I spent 2 years holding back my urge to kill you. But now, you've delivered yourself to me. Luda, today I will avenge the brothers who died at your hands." Luda drew his long blade and sneered. "Foolish wretch, you've saved me the effort by walking into your own death. Kill him, tear him apart, and feed his remains to the demon beasts." The black-clad men unsheathed their weapons and charged at Lin Yu from all directions, each strike aimed to kill. Lin Yu's lips curled into a mocking smile. "Let's see who will truly be damned for eternity today." A terrifying pressure erupted from Lin Yu's body, crashing down like an invisible mountain. The charging assailants collapsed to their knees in unison, their legs shattering under the immense force. As an innate 3rd-rank martial artist, Lin Yu's mere aura was enough to utterly crush these 4th and 5th-rank fighters. You were clearly crippled and lost your cultivation. How can you possibly be this strong?" Lu Da's voice trembled, and his eyes were filled with terror. Behind him, the man in black knelt on the ground, his face full of regret. Who could have imagined that Lin Yu, the 3rd prince, whose Dantian was said to be destroyed and unable to cultivate, not only regained his cultivation but also broke through to the Xiantian realm in one leap? "Lin Yu, don't think that advancing to the Xiantian realm means you can turn the tables. My master will never let you go." Lu Da snarled viciously and turned to flee toward the garrison of the Lingwei army. In his mind, as long as he reached the safety of the garrison, his life would be spared. "Trying to run? Did you ask for my permission?" A cold glint flashed in Lin Yu's eyes as his figure moved like lightning, instantly catching up to Lu Da. With a swift kick, he sent Lu Da sprawling to the ground, pinning him down with a heavy foot on his chest, rendering him immobile. "Third Prince, do you want to know who's behind all of this?" Lu Da's face twisted into a malicious grin. "Swear an oath to the heavens to spare my life, and I'll tell you everything." He was certain Lin Yu, desperate to uncover the truth, would have no choice but to agree. "Spare your miserable life?" Lin Yu let out a cold snort, his mind flashing back to the faces of his brothers who had protected him in the southern wilderness. They had fought to the death to carve out a path for him, only to be betrayed and killed by this beast in front of him. Trade their blood-soaked vengeance for a mere name? He couldn't bring himself to do it. Lin Yu's eyes reddened as his foot pressed down with sudden force. Crack! Lu Da's ribs shattered instantly, and his entire skeleton was crushed to powder. Blood poured from his 7 orifices as he stared at Lin Yu with unseeing eyes, his expression frozen in disbelief. He never imagined Lin Yu would rather forego the truth than let him live. "My brothers, I offer Lu Da's life as a tribute to your spirits in the heavens. As for the mastermind behind this, their head will one day rest before your graves as well." Lin Yu turned to the remaining men in black. With a swift motion, his blade cut through the air, and his sword energy severed their lifelines. Without hesitation, he summoned the devouring god cauldron. refining their corpses into pure spiritual energy. The feedback from the cauldron caused his cultivation to advance even further. As the sky darkened, Lin Yu realized he had spent too much time here tonight, making it impossible to proceed with his plan to hunt the Xiantian-level demon beasts in the Chilean mountains. With no other choice, he decided to return to the Imperial tombs and reconsider his strategy. The next morning, a unit of the Ling Guard suddenly sealed off the forest where the murder had occurred the previous night. Zhao Dayu, the commander of the Ling Guard, arrived at the scene, still groggy. A captain quickly stepped forward to report, "Commander, a dozen of our brothers went missing last night. We traced their trail to this spot. There's blood everywhere, but no bodies. It seems they may have fallen victim to a small-scale beast tide. I can't think of anything else that could have made so many 4th and 5th rank martial artists disappear without even time to call for help." A beast tide. Zhao Dayu's face darkened as he gave a cold order. The autumn hunt is still some time away, yet the beast tide is already appearing. Dispatch elite scouts to investigate the scale of the tide in the Chilean mountains immediately. I must report this to the palace at once. With that, he turned and left in haste. The Chilean mountains were less than 100 miles from the imperial capital. If the beast tide were to break through the defensive lines, the capital would be in immediate danger. This on-Severa 3 years phenomenon was always a top priority for the Han Empire. When the news reached the capital, it caused an uproar among the court and officials. The Ling Guard heightened their vigilance, preparing for the worst. Unbeknownst to all this, Lin Yu remained indifferent to the growing tension. He only found the heightened security at the defensive lines mildly surprising. However, with his current cultivation level, passing through the defenses was effortless. Once inside the Chilean mountains, he sped through the terrain, finally stopping atop a steep cliff. Below, in the gorge, a flickering green light pulsed, accompanied by occasional roars of thunder. This azure-scaled python may only be a second-rank innate beast, but it has absorbed the essence of the sun and moon. Its demon core is brimming with spiritual energy. Refining it will undoubtedly help you ascend to the 4th rank of the innate realm. The voice of Ding Yi echoed confidently in Lin Yu's mind. Lin Yu nodded slightly before leaping off the cliff like a falling star. Deep in the gorge, a massive azure-scaled python, over 10 meters long and as thick as a barrel, was in the process of refining its demon core. The core floated around the serpent, continuously absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Just as the python opened its jaws to swallow the core, Lin Yu landed heavily on its head, slamming it into the rocky ground. The python thrashed violently, its tail sweeping across the gorge walls, carving deep gashes and sending rocks flying. Lin Yu snorted coldly, lightly tapping the snake's vital 7-inch spot with his toe. His spiritual energy shattered the creature's bones in an instant. The azure-scaled python collapsed, completely limp, unable to resist further. Quick, quick. I can't wait any longer. Ding Yi urged impatiently. Lin Yu immediately summoned the devouring god cauldron. Ripples of starlight engulfed the python, and a surge of powerful spiritual energy flowed into Lin Yu's body. As he sat cross-legged in meditation, Lin Yu's aura grew stronger and stronger. When he finally opened his eyes, the spiritual energy within him erupted like a storm, leaving countless sword marks on the gorge walls. Ding Yi, I finally advanced to the 4th rank of the innate realm. Lin Yu stood up with a smile. In just 2 years, he had progressed from the 6th rank of the martial realm to the 4th rank of the innate realm, a cultivation speed that would leave anyone in awe. With my help, the innate realm is nothing to brag about. Ding Yi chuckled smugly before transforming into a golden light and disappearing back into Lin Yu's mind. Seeing that dawn had broken, Lin Yu immediately set off for the Imperial Mausoleum. He planned to stabilize his new level before going after the great demons he had set his sights on. A few days later, in the Grand Hall of the Imperial Palace, Emperor Han and his court of officials wore grim expressions as they listened to Zhao Dayu, the commander of the Ling Guard, deliver his report. Your Majesty, Zhao Dayu knelt on one knee, his expression grave as he reported, I dispatched elite scouts to penetrate deep into the Chilean mountain range to investigate the scale of the beast tide. However, they discovered that the entire mountain range is almost devoid of demonic beasts. There's no way a beast tide could form. He paused briefly, a hint of doubt in his voice. What's even more shocking is that my scouts found the lair of a second-grade azure-scaled python deep within the mountains. The area was in total disarray, clearly the aftermath of a fierce battle. Yet, the python itself has vanished without a trace. The court erupted into murmurs. Officials exchanged bewildered looks, and someone voiced the question on everyone's mind. Could it be that someone acted ahead of the autumn hunt and cleared out the demonic beasts in the Chilean mountains for us? To suppress a beast tide overnight would require the intervention of at least a cultivator at the Zifu realm, one minister analyzed. But none of our Zifu realm experts in the Han Empire have set foot in the Chilean mountains recently. As speculation swirled, the Han Emperor lightly cleared his throat. The court fell silent at once, all eyes turning to the figure seated on the dragon throne. Do you all still remember my ninth uncle, who was once known as the martial enthusiast? The Han Emperor asked, his gaze sweeping across the gathered officials. Years ago, while exploring the path of the sword in Tint of Wind and seeking a breakthrough to the myriad phenomena realm, he ventured deep into the Chilean mountains and disappeared without a trace. With his Zifu ninth grade cultivation back then, he must now be a half-step myriad phenomena realm expert. It seems, on his way back to the capital, he came across the gathering beast tide and effortlessly resolved the crisis for us. Of course, Prince Su. The officials suddenly realized, their faces lighting up with joy. Prince Su has returned, having broken through the Zifu realm. This is a great blessing for our Han Empire. The Han Emperor smiled, his gaze sweeping over the court. The heavens favor our Han Empire. Not only has the seventh princess advanced to the innate realm at such a young age, but now my ninth uncle has returned, stepping into the myriad phenomena realm. Issue an edict. I shall offer sacrifices to the heavens and grant amnesty to the entire empire. The heavens bless the Han Empire. The assembled officials knelt in unison, their voices resounding in unison. The Han Emperor's lips curved into a subtle smile, his heart brimming with satisfaction. News of this would undoubtedly serve to intimidate the restless noble clans and major sects. The Han dynasty, vast in territory and home to billions of citizens, was shaken to its core when word spread that Prince Su had emerged from the Chilean mountains, demonstrating his formidable Wanxiang realm strength and effortlessly quelling a beast tide. The shadow of the demon sealing war 5 centuries ago still loomed over the land. Back then, the invasion of the demon race and the chaos wrought by demonic cultivators plunged the world into devastation. All major powers united to resist the threat, and while they ultimately achieved victory, it came at a heavy cost. After that war, experts above the Zifu realm were nearly wiped out, and the strength of the various factions had been severely weakened, leaving them unable to fully recover even to this day. As soon as news of Prince Su's breakthrough to the Wanxiang realm spread, the once arrogant noble families and sects promptly curbed their pride, hastily sending envoys to the capital to pay tribute. Even the neighboring nations, which had long been eyeing the Han dynasty with hostility, had no choice but to temporarily withdraw their ambitions. Yet, the orchestrator of this upheaval, Lin Yu, remained wholly focused on his cultivation, oblivious to the outside world's reactions. Even if he had known, he wouldn't have. Coretta was well aware that those who had once schemed against him would not rest until they saw him fall. To avenge himself and settle old scores, he needed to rise to a level where no one in the Han dynasty could challenge him. 3 months later, deep within the Chilean mountains, a fierce battle erupted. A towering golden ape, standing over 9 feet tall, staggered backward under the relentless force of Lin Ye's sword and tint. After crashing into dozens of ancient trees, it fell heavily to the ground. Blood poured from the deep gash on its chest until its massive body finally collapsed in front of Lin Yu, unwilling yet defeated. Without hesitation, Lin Yu summoned the devouring cauldron, refining the golden ape's essence and channeling its surging spiritual energy into his meridians. Innate 5th grade, not too bad, Lin Yu murmured to himself, his voice calm. The sharp aura of his sword intent raged around him, cutting down every tree within 100 meters. Kid, we've taken down all the easy innate realm beasts in this area. The voice of the cauldron spirit, Ding Yi, echoed in his mind. You'd better figure out how to get your hands on some treasures for me to refine, or your cultivation progress is going to slow down. Lin Yu let out a bitter smile. The golden ape he had just defeated was an innate 4th grade beast, its strength comparable to his own before his breakthrough. Even so, it had been a grueling battle to bring it down. Now, the remaining beasts in the mountains were all innate 7th grade or higher monstrous kings whose power far surpassed his own. Yet, even at this pace, his cultivation speed was extraordinary. For most cultivators, reaching the innate realm was a lifelong challenge, an achievement out of reach for the majority. Returning to the Imperial mausoleum, Lin Yu focused on stabilizing his foundation, temporarily setting aside his plans to search for rare treasures. Meanwhile, back in the Imperial capital, the 7th princess, Lin Yu, had just returned from the Ling Tian sect and was embroiled in a heated argument with the court ministers. Gentlemen, father has already granted me permission to visit my elder brother. Why are you trying to stop me? Lin Yu demanded, her brows furrowed in displeasure. The Grand Chancellor spoke in a grave tone. Your Highness, since Lin Ye's demotion, his temperament has changed drastically. He has been acting erratically and unpredictably. While you may share a deep bond as siblings, he may no longer hold such sentiments. You, as an innate realm cultivator, are the future hope of the Han dynasty. You must not take unnecessary risks. That's impossible, Lin Yu retorted firmly, shaking her head. My brother has always treated me with the utmost kindness since we were children. He would never harm me. Lin Yu's mother passed away when she was very young, and she was raised under the care of the 3rd prince, Lin Yu. It wasn't until she joined the Ling Tian sect to cultivate that they were separated for the first time. The bond between them had long been deeply ingrained in their hearts. Seventh Princess, you are still too young, the court ministers advised her. Lin Yu lost an army of 100,000 and has had his cultivation abolished. Who could possibly endure such a blow? Indeed, even though Lin Yu and the seventh princess share a close relationship, he is now a cripple, while you are a beacon of hope. With such a stark contrast, it's inevitable that resentment might grow in his heart. Other ministers chimed in, urging her not to risk meeting someone who might already be mentally unstable. I don't believe it. Third brother would never harm me, Lin Yu declared with unwavering determination. Her figure flickered as she bypassed the crowd and sped toward the Imperial mausoleum. Follow the seventh princess immediately. Ensure no harm comes to her, the Prime Minister commanded, leading the ministers in pursuit. Inside the Imperial mausoleum, Lin Yu ended his cultivation and slowly opened his eyes, shaking his head slightly. Although he had advanced to the 5th rank of the innate realm, the royal cultivation technique he practiced was beginning to show its limitations. It had barely sufficed at the innate realm, but if he aimed to break through to the Purple Palace realm, the flaws in the technique would become increasingly apparent. At that moment, his brow furrowed as he sensed the sound of air being torn apart from several miles away. A group of powerful individuals was rapidly approaching the mausoleum. He stepped outside and was immediately greeted by the sight of Lin Yu. Seventh sister, Lin Yu exclaimed in surprise, staring at her. He had heard after slaying Luda that Lin Yu had advanced to the innate realm and was planning to return from Ling Tian sect to visit their family. He hadn't expected her to come see him. Third brother, are you all right? Lin Yu rushed into Lin Ye's arms, her voice filled with concern. What could possibly happen to me? I've been eating well and sleeping soundly here. Lin Yu gently pushed her away and smiled. Third brother, you've suffered so much. How could anyone eat well or sleep soundly in a place like this? Lin Yu's eyes filled with tears as she looked around at the simple stone house, assuming Lin Yu was merely trying to comfort her. Lin Yu could only offer a helpless smile. He was speaking the truth, but Lin Yu refused to believe him. In the mausoleum, he lived quite comfortably, feasting on the blood and flesh of innate realm demonic beasts and using their pelts as bedding. Life here was far from suffering. Lin Yu wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes, her voice choked with emotion as she said, Third brother, before I came here, the Grand Chancellor and the others told me you had lost your mind after suffering consecutive blows and being confined to guard the Imperial tomb. They warned me to be careful and not to get hurt by you. Now that I see you safe and sound, I'm truly overjoyed. Before her words had fully settled, the Grand Chancellor, leading a group of senior ministers, hurriedly arrived. Along the way, they had been worried that Lin Yu might lose control and harm the seventh princess. But now, seeing Lin Yu calm and composed, they were all stunned. The man before them showed none of the madness they had feared. Instead, he appeared poised and serene, far from someone who had endured the disgrace of military defeat, the loss of his cultivation, and confinement to the Imperial tomb. Lin Yu turned his gaze to the Grand Chancellor and his entourage, a faint smile playing on his lips. What brings you all here in such a rush? Is there some pressing matter? We came with the seventh princess to visit your highness, the Grand Chancellor hastily explained. Your highness has been living in the Imperial tomb for quite some time. We thought it was only right to come and see you. But with the affairs of state keeping us so busy, we haven't had the chance until now. We beg your highness's forgiveness. So, you came with my royal sister to visit me? Lin Yu nodded as if suddenly enlightened. Then I assume you've brought gifts, haven't you? Surely, you wouldn't come empty-handed? The Grand Chancellor and the others exchanged uneasy glances, their expressions a mix of awkwardness and frustration. They had originally followed to prevent the seventh princess from meeting Lin Yu, not to offer gifts. However, claiming to visit without presenting anything would be a blatant sign of disrespect toward this royal prince. Despite Lin Yu's punishment and confinement, he still embodied the dignity of the imperial family. If the Shadow Guards reported this to the emperor, they would be handing him leverage against them. The Grand Chancellor's face darkened as he reluctantly removed the jade pendant from his waist. Your Highness, I came in haste, but this pendant, which can block attacks below the 5th tier of the innate realm, is yours to accept. As he spoke, his heart ached. This was a rare and precious artifact. Seeing this, the other ministers had no choice but to grit their teeth and surrender their own treasures, such as jade rings and jade rui scepters, placing them inside Lin Yu's residence. Now that you've given your gifts and seen me, I won't keep you any longer, Lin Yu said calmly, observing their pained expressions as he politely saw them off. The Grand Chancellor and his group had no choice but to take their leave, only to regret their losses deeply as they exited the Imperial tomb. Lin Yu's gaze returned to Lin Yu, and he nodded with satisfaction. Not bad. You've already reached the innate realm as a martial artist. Lin Yu's eyes glistened with tears. Brother, you've suffered so much. I came back this time to plead with Father to revoke his decree and allow you to return to the capital. I haven't found the true culprit who framed you yet, but one day, I swear, it'll clear your name." "Silly girl," Lin Yu said softly, patting her head. "The Emperor's words are as unchangeable as carved stone. There's no sense in risking Father's ire for my sake. I'm doing just fine here. Focus on your cultivation. Who knows? Perhaps someday, the great Han dynasty will see its first empress." "Brother," Lin Yu's eyes reddened, her voice trembling. "If I ever do become empress, I promise to restore your honor and bring you back to the capital in glory." Lin Yu smiled and nodded. With his current cultivation, there was no place in the world he couldn't go. He chose to remain at the Imperial tomb partly because the depths of the Chilean mountain range held many innate-level great beasts, and partly because the solitude here provided an ideal environment for his training. The siblings continued talking for a long time, reminiscing about the joyous moments of their past and sharing the experiences they had faced since parting ways. Lin Yu's face was filled with concern as she inquired about Lin Yu's situation in the Imperial tomb. She had specifically requested leave from her sect to return home and support him. Seeing the sincere smile on Lin Yu's face as he assured her that everything was fine, Lin Yu finally felt a bit of relief. "Royal brother," Lin Yu solemnly promised before leaving, "when I return to the sect, I will train twice as hard. The day I advance to the Purple Palace realm will be the day I bring you back to the Imperial capital." Her determined gaze revealed her unwavering resolve, as she made her brother's return to the capital her driving force in cultivation. No sooner had Lin Yu departed than Ding Ye's voice echoed urgently in Lin Yu's mind. "Quick! Go check out those jade pendants, jade rings, and jade rui scepters. These are treasures filled with spiritual energy. Let me refine them, and I guarantee your cultivation will soar to the 6th stage of the innate realm." Lin Yu wasted no time returning to his room and summoning the devouring spirit cauldron. The jade artifacts in the room immediately floated into the air, drawn into the rippling starlight emanating from the cauldron. "Not bad, not bad." Ding Yi chuckled with satisfaction. The spiritual energy in these treasures is exceptionally rich, comparable to that of several 5th-stage innate realm demon beasts. As it refined the artifacts, it channeled pure spiritual energy into Lin Yu's body, rapidly enhancing his cultivation. A few days later, a surge of violent energy erupted from Lin Yu's body, and sharp sword intent swept through the room, leaving hundreds of deep sword marks on the stone walls. Lin Yu slowly opened his eyes, feeling the surging spiritual power within him. With a casual flick of his finger, a burst of sword energy shot forth, piercing the wall effortlessly. "Tisk, tisk." Ding Yi shook its head, its tone filled with mockery. "Kid, with your sacred emperor sword physique and my assistance, you should be far stronger than this. Slaying a 7th-stage innate realm demon king should have been a piece of cake. But your cultivation technique is holding you back. That outdated royal secret technique you're using is really dragging you down." It clearly held little regard for Lin Yu's inherited royal cultivation method. "Master Ding, the secret cultivation technique of our Han Imperial family is already among the most advanced in the world. Even when compared to those of the immortal sects, it's only slightly inferior," Lin Yu said with a helpless tone. "When your cultivation stabilizes, take me to your royal library," Ding Yi declared confidently. "It'll help you acquire some truly top-tier techniques for your training." "Truly top-tier techniques?" Lin Ye's heart skipped a beat as he faintly guessed what Ding Yi was implying. Ding Yi smirked smugly. "Oomph. I am a divine artifact forged by an ancient sage, capable of refining all things. Do you think my abilities are limited to devouring rare treasures and the blood and flesh of beasts? If you let me refine the cultivation manuals in your royal library, even if they're mediocre, I can extract their essence, discard the dregs, and forge a truly unparalleled cultivation technique for you." "Are you serious?" Lin Yu asked, hardly daring to believe it. If he could truly obtain the supreme technique Ding Yi described, even with his current 6th-grade innate cultivation, he wouldn't hesitate to challenge the powerful demon lords lurking deep within the Chilean mountains who were above 7th grade. "Do you think I'd lie to you?" Ding Yi snorted dismissively, his tone brimming with confidence. Several nights later, under the cover of darkness, Lin Yu transformed into a shadow and silently slipped toward the Imperial city. With his current cultivation level, entering and leaving the Imperial city was as effortless as a casual stroll. His expression was calm as he moved through the palace under the veil of night. Neither the Imperial guards patrolling the palace, nor the hidden experts could detect his presence unless their cultivation far surpassed his. This was thanks to Lin Ye's sacred emperor sword physique, which allowed him to completely conceal his aura and spiritual energy. Unless confronted by a cultivator at the Zifu realm, no one could discern his cultivation level or sense his presence. As long as he avoided direct encounters with the palace's elite, he was as inconspicuous as air. Before long, Lin Yu arrived at the entrance to the royal library. The three-story wooden structure housed the Han Dynasty's vast collection of cultivation manuals, gathered from across the land. It was one of the most revered sanctuaries for martial artists. At the entrance, an elderly man lay dozing peacefully on a reclining chair. A fifth-grade innate cultivator, Lin Yu thought to himself, astonished. He had often crossed paths with this old man during his previous visits to the library, never suspecting that the seemingly unassuming figure was a formidable expert in disguise. This only reinforced the idea that the Imperial Palace was a place teeming with hidden power, where caution was paramount. Shaking his head slightly, Lin Yu walked past the elder without hesitation. The fifth-grade innate guardian remained completely oblivious. Ordinarily, such a strong cultivator would be able to sense any changes in the surrounding energy flow even while asleep, instinctively avoiding danger. However, Lin Yu's aura was as subtle as the wind, rendering him undetectable. Once inside the library, Lin Yu's eyes swept over the meticulously organized shelves, filled with cultivation manuals of every kind. These texts, collected by the Han Dynasty from all corners of the world, were strictly off-limits to anyone outside the Imperial family. For outsiders to even attempt entering the library, they would first need to evade the Imperial guards, survive the attacks of the palace's demon sealing array, and face off against the fifth-grade innate guardian. Not to mention, reinforcements from the palace's many experts would arrive in waves. Over the years, no one had dared to make such an audacious move. Lin Yu's ability to infiltrate the library undetected was entirely due to the Imperial bloodline flowing through his veins. Anyone without the royal bloodline or an official pass would immediately trigger the demon sealing array upon stepping into the palace grounds, prompting an assault from the array and swift encirclement by the Imperial guards. Reaching the top floor, Lin Yu summoned the devouring god cauldron. The golden cauldron floated before him as Ding Ye's voice echoed in his mind. Impressive. While the manuals here aren't particularly remarkable, there's an abundance of them. Once I refine them, I'll ensure you receive a monumental opportunity. I'm counting on you, Lin Yu replied with a nod, his heart brimming with anticipation. The devouring god cauldron emitted ripples of starlight, drawing the manuals from the shelves into the air. They hovered around the cauldron, emitting radiant golden light that streamed into its depths. Lin Yu watched intently as countless golden characters emerged from the manuals, converging into a vortex and being absorbed by the cauldron. As the cauldron completed the refinement, two beams of golden light shot out, piercing directly into Lin Yu's mind. Kid, this is the ultimate technique I gained after refining the collection of books. The voice of Ding Yi echoed in Lin Yu's sea of consciousness, brimming with unconcealed pride. Golden light erupted in Lin Yu's mind, splitting into two brilliant beams. The first beam condensed into golden script, forming the sacred emperor technique, which engraved itself directly into his consciousness. The second beam carried the essence of the wind sword intent, an elusive and ever-changing energy at times as gentle as a spring breeze, at others as sharp and unforgiving as autumn frost. With the sacred emperor technique paired with your sacred emperor sword body, your cultivation speed will skyrocket. And this wind sword intent will allow every move you make to carry the force of sword energy, enough to rival even those demon kings. Thanks to the innate talent of his sacred emperor sword body, Lin Yu grasped the essence of the wind sword intent almost instantly. Feeling the surge of powerful energy coursing through him, he couldn't help but exclaim, Ding Yi, you're incredible. Haha, this is just a trivial matter for someone like me. Ding Yi laughed smugly. When Lin Yu stepped out of the library pavilion, the martial arts manuals that had been floating in midair tumbled to the ground, leaving the pavilion in complete disarray. It looked as though it had been ransacked. Just as he was about to head back to the Imperial tomb, he noticed two men dressed in black sneaking through the palace grounds. Their ability to avoid detection by the demon suppression array indicated they carried an access token, proving there was an insider within the palace. Lin Yu followed them quietly and saw the two meet with an elderly eunuch in the backyard of the Imperial kitchen. Chief Eunuch Shun, this is the task assigned by our master, one of the men whispered. Tomorrow, during the Emperor's banquet for the 7th princess, you need only add this bottle of dissolving energy powder to her food. This substance is colorless and tasteless, undetectable even by poison testers. Once the deed is done, our master will reward you handsomely. Before the man could hand over the jade bottle, a sudden blur flashed before his eyes, and the item vanished from his grasp. Dissolving energy powder? Such a vicious scheme. A cold voice rang out. Lin Yu stood under the moonlight, casually twirling the jade bottle in his hand as he fixed the three with a frosty gaze. Speak. Who is this master of yours? Eunuch Chen and two men dressed in black froze in place, their bodies stiffening instantly as their faces turned ashen. Slowly, they turned to look at Lin Yu, who had appeared out of nowhere. Their hearts gripped with terror. Had their movements been exposed? The three of them were fully aware of their own limitations. The two men in black were merely at the 6th rank of martial arts, while Eunuch Chen himself had only reached the 8th rank. Within the Imperial Palace, There were dozens of innate-level martial artists, not to mention the formidable Purple Core realm masters stationed deeper inside. If their presence were discovered, their deaths would be certain. However, when they got a clear look at the newcomer and realized it was Lin Yu, the infamous, useless, third prince, they heaved a sigh of relief. A flicker of disdain crossed Eunuch Chen's eyes. So, it's the notorious good-for-nothing third prince, he sneered. Our lord didn't plan to bother with you for now, but it seems you were foolish enough to deliver yourself to us. The two men in black exchanged a glance before swiftly drawing short blades from their sleeves. Without hesitation, they lunged at Lin Yu from both sides, one aiming for his throat, the other for his heart. Their strikes were ruthless and aimed to kill. Don't be in such a rush, still have some things to figure out. Lin Yu's expression remained calm, but suddenly a terrifying pressure surged from within him, as if an invisible mountain was bearing down on the two attackers. With a loud thud, their attacks halted abruptly. Both men dropped to their knees with a violent crash, their kneecaps shattering instantly. The difference in strength was overwhelming. Lin Yu didn't even need to lift a finger. His mere aura was enough to crush them to dust. Innate-level martial artist. Eunuch Chen's face twisted in shock. Stammering, he exclaimed, Lin Yu, weren't your Qi Si and Dantian shattered? Weren't you a cripple? How are you this powerful? Who is your master? Lin Yu asked coldly, his gaze fixed on Eunuch Chen. Since these people were plotting against his sister, Lin Yu, he had no intention of letting them off lightly. If we tell you, will you let us live? The two men in black, kneeling on the ground, pleaded desperately, their voices trembling. You're in no position to negotiate with me. Lin Yu snorted coldly, and the pressure around him intensified. With a muffled groan, the two men were instantly crushed into bloody mist, leaving no trace behind. Third prince, he'll talk. He'll tell you everything. Eunuch Chen's face turned deathly pale as he begged for mercy. But just as he bent forward, he suddenly flung a thunder grenade into the air. With a deafening explosion, thick smoke engulfed the area, and he seized the opportunity to flee. In the blink of an eye, he had darted several dozen meters away. Do you really think you can escape? Lin Yu's eyes turned icy as he raised his fingers, forming them into the shape of a sword. With a gentle wave, the sword in tint of wind materialized into a translucent, azure blade that shot through the air, howling as it pursued Eunuch Chen. The old eunuch barely managed to flee 100 meters before the wind-forged sword pierced through his chest. He looked down in disbelief at the wound in his heart before collapsing heavily to the ground. The sword in tint of wind was imbued with the profound truths of swordsmanship, akin to the power of laws themselves. Even martial artists at the 6th or 7th rank of the innate realm would struggle to withstand it. The sword in tint of wind truly lives up to its reputation, Lin Yu murmured with satisfaction. It seems I can move forward with my plans to hunt the Demon King. As he spoke, he noticed the distant commotion caused by the palace guards. Pocketing the dissolving chi powder, he swiftly disappeared into the depths of the royal mausoleum, vanishing without a trace. In the rear courtyard of the Imperial kitchen, the night was ablaze with light as squads of Imperial guards surrounded the area, torches in hand. On the ground within the courtyard lay two human-shaped pools of blood, while a palm-sized hole had been blasted through the right side wall, piercing through 5 or 6 more walls beyond it. 100 meters away, Eunuch Chen's lifeless body lay sprawled on the ground, the sword wound in his chest horrifyingly clear. His face was frozen in an expression of utter terror, the final emotion he experienced before death. The Han Emperor, upon hearing the news, strode swiftly into the courtyard, accompanied by the grim-faced commander of the Imperial Guards. The atmosphere in the courtyard was heavy with tension. With a stony expression, the Emperor demanded in a deep voice, "What exactly has happened here?" The commander immediately stepped forward to report, "Your Majesty, 2 corpses have been discovered in the courtyard. Upon investigation, we found no palace personnel missing, so they must be outsiders. What's more shocking is that the body of Chen Shun, the eunuch in charge of the Imperial kitchens, was found on an open ground 100 zhang away. His chest was pierced by a blade, but no weapon was found." He paused before continuing. "I also discovered that Chen Shan's tendons were unusually strong and his bones as tough as iron, indicative of a martial artist of at least the 7th rank. However, it is well documented that this man should have no knowledge of martial arts. His presence in the Imperial kitchens is undoubtedly suspicious." Outrageous! The Han Emperor erupted in fury, his eyes blazing with anger. To think that the Grand Imperial Palace had been infiltrated. If word of this spread, it would bring embarrassment and ridicule from neighboring nations. What chilled him even more was the realization that Chen Shun had overseen the Imperial kitchens for over a decade. While every meal he consumed was tested for poison, the concubines, princes, and others in the palace were not afforded such precautions. A cold shiver ran down his spine. Every life in the palace, save his own, had unknowingly been at the mercy of Chen Shun. Who killed Chen Shin? Why was no one left alive for questioning? The emperor asked coldly, fixing his gaze on the commander. Your Majesty, when I arrived, the man was already dead, the commander replied, shaking his head helplessly. Useless fools, the emperor thundered, his rage boiling over. A spy has hidden in the imperial kitchens for more than 10 years, and you knew nothing. Someone infiltrates the palace, and you still know nothing. Is the imperial palace nothing more than an unguarded vegetable garden? The commander immediately dropped to his knees, pleading for forgiveness. At that moment, an elderly man in a green robe to the court enforcer hurried over, his face filled with shock. Your Majesty, the situation is far more complicated than we anticipated. The emperor's expression softened slightly upon seeing Su, a formidable martial artist of the 6th innate rank. Su enforcer, what have you discovered? Su pointed to a hole in the wall and said with a bitter smile, it's the sword in Tint of Wind. That old eunuch was killed from a distance of 100 zhang by someone wielding sword in Tint of Wind. Such a feat requires a level of mastery far beyond my own. As a 6th rank martial artist who had yet to comprehend the mysteries of sword in tint, he couldn't help but marvel at the technique. Ninth uncle, Prince Su. The emperor suddenly came to a realization, his face lighting up with joy. It must be Prince Suha has returned. Prince Su. Su Gongfeng nodded after a moment of contemplation. Indeed, only Prince Su could possess such capability. The Han Emperor's face lit up with a smile. It must have been Ninth Uncle who encountered these conspirators while returning to the capital and dealt with them on the spot. Before his words had fully landed, a gray figure flashed into the courtyard. It was the gray-robed elder who guarded the Imperial Library. His expression was frantic as he landed before the Emperor. Your Majesty, something has happened in the Imperial Library. The Imperial Library? The Han Emperor's chest tightened. The library was the cornerstone of the royal family's cultivation heritage. Any mishap there was unthinkable. Without waiting for the Emperor to question him, the gray-robed elder anxiously exclaimed, all the secret scrolls have been scattered across the ground. It's utter chaos. Someone infiltrated the library and flipped through every single scroll. Old Zheng, under your watch, who could possibly go through the royal family's secret scrolls without alerting you? The Emperor's expression darkened. If such a person truly existed, wouldn't they be able to come and go within the palace at will? This old servant has failed in his duty. Please punish me, Your Majesty. The elder lowered his head in shame. Su Gongfeng spoke in a hushed tone. Your Majesty, could this have been the work of Prince Su? He was heading to the library anyway. If he encountered conspirators there, it would make sense for him to deal with them and examine the scrolls in passing. The Emperor nodded, deep in thought. But if Ninth Uncle has already returned, why has he not come to see me? Perhaps Prince Su is currently focused on cultivating some supreme technique and cannot be disturbed. It is likely that he wishes to train in secret to protect the Han dynasty, Su Gongfeng speculated. That makes sense. Ninth Uncle must be studying some profound art. Otherwise, why would he need to pore over the secret scrolls? The Emperor let out a relieved smile. With Ninth Uncle around, no one would dare act recklessly within the capital. Little did Lin Yu know that his brief visit to the Imperial Library had caused such a stir. Over the next 3 years, he ventured deep into the forbidden zones of the Chilean Mountains, hunting down demon kings of the 7th rank and higher. Using the devouring god cauldron to absorb the power of these demon kings, combined with the sacred emperor's cultivation technique, his strength advanced rapidly. In just 3 years, he had ascended from the 6th rank to the 9th rank of innate cultivation, nearing the threshold of the Purple Mansion realm. By then, the demon kings in the forbidden zones of Chilean Mountains had been nearly wiped out, with only a few 9th rank demon kings managing to hide and survive. One morning, Lin Yu sat in his stone chamber, carefully carving a wooden sword with a dagger. This was a secret technique taught by the cauldron spirit, requiring him to imbue the sword with the essence of wind, while ensuring the wooden material could withstand the sword's energy without being detected by others. It was a meticulous exercise in mastering the power of wind. Third uncle. A tender, childlike voice called out. Lin Yu pushed open the door and saw a young girl, no older than 7 or 8, walking toward him. Behind her, palace maids and guards stood respectfully outside the royal tombs. The girl's pale face brightened with a smile when she saw him. Chuchu greets uncle. You must be the third uncle who guards the royal tombs. My father has mentioned you before. Chuchu. Lin Yu paused, then nodded. Ah, yes, you're the daughter of my second brother. He recalled hearing about his second brother's daughter, born with a congenital condition, during his return from the disastrous southern campaign. At the time, however, he had been under house arrest and unable to offer any assistance. How has your father been recently? Lin Yu asked with a trace of sentiment. His second brother had always been kind-hearted, looking after his siblings with care. Back then, he had even sought remedies far and wide for Chuchu's condition. Father has been taking me around to see doctors these past few years. We only just returned to the capital. He said he would come visit you once we're settled. Chuchu replied sweetly. And what brings you to the royal tombs? There's not much fun to be had here. Did you sneak away from your lessons? Linyu asked with a curious smile, recalling his own childhood tendency to escape training whenever he could. I can't train, Chuchu said softly, her expression dimming. Third uncle, I heard the royal family's bloodline is buried here. I wanted to see where I might be laid to rest one day. You're so young, why would you think about such things? Linyu frowned, puzzled. Other than her pale complexion, the girl seemed perfectly fine. Third uncle, I have a strange illness. They say I won't live very long, Chuchu murmured, her voice tinged with helplessness. What kind of illness? Linyu pressed, his tone serious. Chuchu spoke softly, her voice barely audible. I was born with a cold poison in my body. Her delicate fingers trembled slightly. It flares up every 2 weeks, and the pain is unbearable. My father has taken me to see famous doctors all over the land, but they all said this is just the beginning. In another year or two, the poison will fully erupt, and even immortals won't be able to save me. At that moment, a voice filled with amazement echoed in Lin Yu's mind. It was Dingyi. Tisk, TSK. This young girl possesses the rare Xianin physique. What an extraordinary talent for cultivation. Xianin physique? Lin Yu was taken aback. The term was completely unfamiliar to him. Dingyi immediately explained. It's a cultivation foundation comparable to the legendary sword body. Women with the Xianin physique are exceptionally rare. Most people mistake it for a chronic cold poison. Without balancing the Xianin energy in their bodies with something of extreme yang, such individuals rarely live past the age of 10. But if yin and yang can be harmonized, their cultivation progress will be astonishing. Unfortunately, so few understand this, and many prodigious talents fade away unnoticed. Something of extreme yang? Lin Yu asked urgently. What would it take to balance the Xianin energy in Chuchu's body? Dingyi chuckled lightly. The scarlet flame fox in the forbidden area of the Chilean mountains would do the trick. If you refine it, I can use it to harmonize the Xianin energy in the little girl's body. The scarlet flame fox, a 9th-grade beast, Lin Yu murmured, his eyes narrowing with determination. It escaped me last time. This time, it won't get away. Unaware of Lin Yu's secret conversation with Dingyi, Chuchu gently tugged on his sleeve and said softly, Third royal uncle, you don't need to worry about me. This is fate. When I'm gone, bury me here so I can stay close to you forever. Silly child, Lin Yu said, stroking her hair gently. His voice was warm as he asked, how many days until your next flare-up? 7 days, third royal uncle, Chuchu replied, looking at him with a hint of confusion. Lin Yu smiled. Good. Come find me in 7 days when the poison strikes. I may have a way to ease your suffering. 7 days would be enough time for him to hunt down the scarlet flame fox. Remembering how his second royal brother had cared for him and their 7th sister in the past, and knowing Chuchu's immense potential with the Xianin physique, Lin Yu couldn't simply stand by and do nothing. All right, 7 days from now, I'll come find you again, third royal uncle. Chuchu waved farewell to Lin Yu, her steps light as she left the royal tomb. As he watched her figure disappear into the distance, Lin Yu turned towards the setting sun, a subtle smile playing on his lips. Dingyi, tonight, we'll head into the mountains to hunt that fox. Deep within the Chilean mountain range, a secluded valley blazed with crimson flames. Lin Yu descended from the sky, landing gracefully above the valley. Below him, a fox the size of a young calf crouched low, its fiery red fur glowing like molten lava. Its tail burned like a raging inferno, casting a scarlet hue across the entire valley. Streams of magma-like flames flowed from its body, forming molten rivulets throughout the canyon. Curse you, human. I've hidden myself in a place like this, yet you still hunt me down. Why? The crimson flame fox growled, its eyes filled with hatred and defiance. Enough talk. Accept your fate. Lin Yu leapt down, hurtling like a falling star straight towards the fox. The fox slammed its massive paws into the ground, unleashing a deafening roar. The entire valley trembled violently as scattered lava coalesced into a massive flaming sphere, hurtling toward Lin Yu with destructive force. Lin Yu smirked coldly, his fingers slicing through the air. A sharp blade of wind energy surged forth, cleaving the flaming sphere in two and piercing through the fox's brow, extinguishing its very soul. As the fox's spirit dissipated, the blazing flames enveloping its body gradually died down. Landing softly, Lin Yu summoned the devouring god cauldron. Dingyi, it's your turn now. Leave it to me. Dingyi replied confidently. The cauldron emitted a radiant starlight, enveloping the fox's lifeless body and drawing it inside. Within the cauldron, the starlight churned and boiled, eventually condensing into a crimson elixir. Kid, have that girl take this pill. It'll harmonize the yin energy in her body and prevent it from backfiring, Dingyi explained with a chuckle. In fact, this might be a blessing in disguise for her. With this elixir, Her cultivation will surely advance by leaps and bounds. Thank you, Dingyi. Lin Yu said sincerely. Thank me? Just keep feeding me treasures and demon beast flesh to refine, and I'll be more than happy. With that, the cauldron transformed into a golden light and returned to Lin Ye's spiritual sea. Several days later, Chuchu returned to the royal tomb, this time accompanied by Lin Ye's second elder brother, Lin Shuhua. Third brother, Lin Shuhua grasped Lin Ye's shoulder, his expression tinged with guilt. Back when you had your accident, I was preoccupied with finding a cure for Chuchu and couldn't help you. I've always felt ashamed about that. Now that I see you're doing well, I'll petition Father to rescind his decree and bring you back to the royal city. After all this time, surely his anger has subsided. Second brother, I've actually grown quite fond of this place, Lin Yu replied earnestly. Living here provided him with the perfect base for venturing into the Chilean mountains to hunt demon kings. Third royal uncle. Chuchu greeted Lin Yu with a bow. Her complexion was even paler than before, the yin energy within her flaring up more intensely. Despite the summer heat, she was wrapped in a coat made from Arctic snow fox fur, yet her petite frame still trembled. Clearly, even the luxurious pelt couldn't ward off the icy chill coursing through her body. Third brother. Chuchu tells me you found a way to ease her cold poison. Is that true? Lin Shuhua asked, his eyes filled with hope. While campaigning in the southern regions, I came across a method that should help her, Lin Yu replied smoothly. The excuse was flawless after all. The southern wilderness was renowned for its mystical remedies and ancient formulas. Excellent. Excellent. Please, help Chuchu at once. Lin Shuhua exclaimed, overjoyed. Lin Yu led Chuchu into the stone chamber and retrieved the crimson elixir refined from the crimson flame fox. He handed it to Chuchu, his expression calm yet resolute. Lin Yu handed a crimson pill to Chuchu, his tone gentle as he said, take this pill, and the cold poison in your body will be completely cured. You will no longer suffer from its torment. However, you must not tell anyone about what happened today, not even your second royal brother. Also, though the cold poison will no longer flare up, you must come to the royal tomb every half-month. I will personally oversee your training. When Chuchu took the pill, her fingers trembled slightly. She asked in disbelief, Third royal uncle, I've been plagued by this cold poison since birth, and even the most renowned doctors in the land have been helpless. Can this really cure me? Despite knowing Lin Yu would never deceive her, doubt lingered in her heart. It's absolutely true, Lin Yu replied with a reassuring smile and a nod. Chuchu immediately made a solemn promise. Third royal uncle, I swear I won't tell anyone about today. With that, she eagerly swallowed the pill. The crimson pill, imbued with the pure yang energy of the scarlet flame fox, quickly took effect. A surge of warmth rose from her dantian, spreading throughout her body in an instant. It felt as though she was submerged in a hot spring, her entire being enveloped in soothing warmth, with not a trace of coldness remaining. As the pill's energy was fully absorbed, the pallor on her face was replaced by a healthy, rosy glow, and she appeared completely revitalized. So warm, Chuchu exclaimed, suddenly realizing that she was still wearing a thick fur coat in the middle of summer. She quickly shed the heavy garment and looked at Lin Yu in astonishment. Third royal uncle, I really don't feel cold anymore. Lin Yu smiled and reminded her, let's head out. Your second royal brother must be getting impatient. Remember, you must come to me every half-month without fail. Outside the stone chamber, Lin Shuhua had been waiting anxiously. The moment he saw Chuchu, he froze in surprise. Noticing that she had taken off her fur coat, his voice trembled with excitement. Chuchu, do you really not feel cold anymore? Father, I'm fine now. Chuchu beamed, her face lighting up with joy. Third royal uncle said, I just need to come to the royal tomb whenever the cold poison flares up. Overwhelmed with happiness, Lin Shuhua looked up at Lin Yu, his expression filled with gratitude. Third brother, words cannot express my thanks. You freed Chuchu from her suffering. I swear, I will see to it that you return to the royal city. Lin Yu watched as Lin Shua's figure disappeared into the distance, his heart a tangle of emotions. He wanted to dissuade his second elder brother from pleading with their father on his behalf, but seeing the earnest determination in Lin Shua's expression, the words ultimately died on his lips. After bidding farewell to Chuchu and his second brother, Lin Yu immersed himself in his cultivation. He was on the cusp of reaching the Zifu realm, needing only one final step. The innate 9th-grade beast kings of the Chilean Mountains Forbidden Zone could no longer provide the spiritual energy he required. To break through, he would need to hunt and kill dozens more beasts of the same level. However, over the years, he had already slain most of them. The few that remained had scattered and hidden, making it exceedingly difficult to gather the offerings necessary for his breakthrough. Another option was to venture into the death-forbidden zone in search of the legendary Zifu realm beasts said to slumber there. According to Dingyi, a single Zifu realm beast was worth as much as dozens of innate 9th-grade beast kings. Lin Yu resolved to seek out these formidable creatures once his cultivation stabilized. Back in the Imperial Palace, Lin Shua knelt before the Han Emperor, enduring his fury. The Emperor's face was dark with anger as he pointed at Lin Shua and berated him. Lin Yu is incompetent. His failure nearly allowed the southern barbarian tribes to march upon the capital, and yet you dare plead for him? Tell him he is to remain in the imperial tombs for the rest of his life. He will never return. After a brief pause, the Han Emperor continued in a cold tone, "You are far too soft-hearted. How will you shoulder great responsibilities in the future?" The Han Emperor had once valued Lin Shua for his kindness and virtuous nature, believing him to be the most suitable heir to the throne. But now, he saw Lin Shua's compassion as weakness and unfit quality for a ruler. Deciding to observe the other princes further, the emperor's confidence in Lin Shua wavered. "Father," Lin Shua said cautiously, "there must be more to third brother's defeat in the southern campaign. The barbarians knew our troop movements too well. It must have been sabotage. Please, grant him another chance. Stop making excuses for his incompetence. If you dare plead for him again, you can join him in guarding the imperial tombs." The Han Emperor stormed off, his robes billowing behind him. Half a month later, Chuchu arrived as promised and began her cultivation under Lin Yu's guidance. Her shining physique proved extraordinary, allowing her to progress at an astonishing pace. At this time, Dingy spoke up, "It's a pity this girl, like you back then, is hindered by a poor cultivation technique. Her shining physique's true potential is being wasted. However, I can create a technique tailored specifically for her." In response to Lin Yu's inquiry, Dingy explained that he had not only mastered the Sacred Emperor's technique and the Sword Intent of Wind, but also many other supreme arts. Soon, a cultivation method called the Ice Soul Frostlight technique appeared in Lin Yu's mind. With this new technique, Chuchu's progress became even more rapid. 5 years passed in the blink of an eye. She visited the Imperial tombs every half-month to receive Lin Yu's guidance, officially under the pretense of visiting her exiled royal uncle. Due to the innate cold poison in her body, the royal family paid little attention to her frequent visits. In just 5 short years, Chuchu, now only 12 or 13 years old, had reached the 9th grade of martial arts, a step away from the innate realm. Her cultivation far surpassed her peers, the imperial princes, whose levels ranged between the 4th and 7th grades. Such incredible speed earned her the title of a true prodigy, showcasing the astonishing power of her shining physique. During these 5 years, Lin Yu ventured into the Chilean Mountains Forbidden Zone more than a dozen times in search of Zifu realm beasts. Though he did not find any, he managed to eliminate all remaining innate-level beasts. With Ding Ye's assistance, he finally broke through to the Zifu realm and now possessed the cultivation level of the 2nd grade within it. Lin Yu stood at the edge of the imperial tomb, his gaze deep and distant as he looked into the horizon. Years of cultivation had brought him to a bottleneck. Ordinary Xiantian-level demonic beasts could no longer satisfy his hunger for spiritual energy. He needed more powerful resources, either rare and precious treasures of heaven and earth, or the blood of a Zifu-level great demon. Over the years, his relentless hunting had drastically reduced the population of demonic beasts in the Chilean mountains. Even the once frequent beast tides had vanished without a trace. This dramatic shift forced the Han dynasty to reconsider the deployment of the Tomb Guard army. After all, this elite force, forged through countless battles against the demonic beasts, seemed wasted if left stationed here with no threats to confront. The court was already deliberating whether to leave only a small contingent to monitor the area. 3 months later, on a certain day, Chuchu was about to head to the imperial tomb to find Lin Yu, but was stopped by the second prince, Lin Shua. "There's an important gathering in the royal city today," Lin Shua said with a serious expression. "Father has decreed that all princes and royal descendants must attend. I am hosting this event, and as my daughter, you must set an example." When Chuchu arrived at the banquet, she finally learned the true purpose of the gathering. It was to welcome the envoys from Nanhuang. Ever since Lin Ye's campaign in the southern territories had ended in failure years ago, Nanhuang had held the upper hand, frequently provoking the Han dynasty. Their sudden decision to send a delegation this time had caught the court off guard, leaving them little choice but to respond as the situation unfolded. The banquet was held with extraordinary grandeur. The Han Emperor himself presided, and all the civil and military officials, along with the royal family members, were in attendance. As the banquet progressed with rounds of wine and lively performances, the Nanhuang Grand Shaman suddenly rose to his feet. His sharp gaze swept across the hall. It is said that the founding emperor of the Han dynasty possessed a peerless sword physique, unmatched in the world, and that the royal family has since flourished in martial prowess, producing countless talents. Our young lord has accompanied the delegation this time. A lifelong devotee of martial arts, he is eager to witness the famed strength of the Han royal warriors. I humbly ask the princes to grant him this opportunity. Though the Grand Shaman's tone was polite, the underlying provocation in his words was unmistakable. The atmosphere in the hall grew tense in an instant. Who dares to challenge me? The young chieftain of the barbarian tribe, Tuobahong, rose to his feet. Though only 15 or 16 years old, he possessed a towering and robust physique that defied his age. Standing in the center of the grand hall, his entire being radiated an aura of untamed power. His hawk-like gaze swept across the assembled royal descendants of the Han dynasty, filled with disdain and contempt. The atmosphere in the hall instantly froze. The civil and military officials finally realized the true purpose of the southern wilderness envoys visited was to establish dominance. The Han Emperor's face darkened as he addressed the princes and grandsons below the dais in a low voice. Whoever defeats this brute shall be handsomely rewarded. Hearing this, the royal offspring stirred restlessly, each eager to seize the opportunity to prove themselves before their father. Well, who among you dares to face me? Tuobahong sneered, his tone dripping with provocation. I'll fight you. The 17th prince could no longer contain himself and abruptly stood. Father, allow me to teach this savage a lesson. Though only 16, the 17th prince was already a 5th-tier martial artist, an impressive rank among the princes. Having consumed rare elixirs since childhood and received guidance from renowned masters, he was brimming with confidence in defeating Tuobahong. You're sending a mere 5th-tier weakling to face me? Tuobahong scoffed, his expression full of scorn. Furious, the 17th prince charged forward without hesitation. He closed the distance in an instant, his hand transforming into a blade as he struck fiercely at Tuobahong. The move was indeed skillful, eliciting nods of approval from the gathered officials. But Tuobahong merely smirked. His right fist, enveloped in searing energy and faintly flickering with flames, shot forward to meet the attack. Boom! A thunderous impact echoed through the hall as the 17th prince was sent flying backward, crashing heavily to the ground. Clutching his now broken right arm, he groaned in agony. Tuobahong's overwhelming strength far exceeded everyone's expectation. She had defeated the prince, his peer in age, with a single strike. Outrageous! The officials erupted in anger. How dare you harm a prince of the Han dynasty? The Imperial guards drew their weapons in unison, awaiting only the emperor's command. Take the 17th prince away for treatment, the emperor ordered, suppressing his fury as his cold gaze locked onto Tuobahong. My apologies. The 17th prince is indeed powerful, but I had no choice but to give it my all, Tuobahong said with mock politeness, his tone laced with insincerity. The emperor removed a jade thumb ring from his finger and placed it on the table before him. This was no ordinary ornament. It was a spiritual treasure capable of withstanding attacks from martial artists below the 7th tier. Whoever can defeat this barbarian shall be rewarded with this jade ring. Father, allow me to handle him. The 15th prince stepped forward, his aura surging with the overwhelming power of an 8th-tier martial artist. Ignorant savage. Today you will witness the might of the Han royal family. Lin Yu, hailed as a prodigy, had reached the 7th tier of martial arts at the age of 16. The 15th prince, though only 17 years old, had already reached the 8th rank in martial arts. His extraordinary talent even surpassed that of Lin Yu in his prime, earning him the reputation of being the most brilliant cultivation prodigy in the royal family since the 7th princess. The gathered ministers, upon seeing him step forward, revealed expressions of anticipation, as if they could already foresee Tuobahong's impending defeat. The 15th prince stood tall and proud, his gaze cold as he stared at Tuobahong across from him. Though I am 2 years older than you and generally disinclined to bully the younger, your arrogance leaves me no choice. Today, I will show you what it means that there is always someone stronger, and a sky beyond the sky. Do you really think you can beat me? Tuobahong sneered disdainfully, his voice deep and confident. You'd better take one of my punches first. Even before his words had fully landed, his figure moved like lightning, closing the distance between himself and the 15th prince in an instant. His right fist surged with a scorching energy, a streak of crimson fire flashing as it shot directly toward the prince's chest. Good timing. The 15th prince smirked coldly, showing no intention of retreating as he raised his right fist to meet the blow heeded. He intended to defeat the arrogant barbarian youth in the most straightforward and decisive manner. The two fists collided with a thunderous boom, causing the ground of the Imperial garden to tremble faintly. Yet, to everyone's shock, the 15th prince's right sleeve was instantly engulfed in flames, and his arm was grotesquely twisted under the immense force. Seizing the opportunity, Tuobahong followed through with another powerful punch, sending the 15th prince flying over Tinzhong roughly 33 meters and crashing heavily in front of the emperor. A deathly silence fell over the Imperial garden, and astonishment was written on everyone's faces. The royal family's genius, second only to the 7th princess, had failed to withstand even a single move from Tuobahong. Looks like you're nothing after all. Tuobahong roared with laughter, towering over the battered and humiliated 15th prince. This shocking scene finally made the onlookers realize something was amiss. Although Tuobahong and the 15th Prince were both at the 8th rank in martial arts, Tuobahong had demonstrated the ability to manifest and project spiritual energy and ability typically exclusive to innate level cultivators. The fire that flickered on his right fist and the flames that consumed the 15th Prince's sleeve were undeniable evidence. It became clear that the barbarian youth possessed some kind of artifact capable of enhancing his spiritual power, which explained his unshakable confidence. It seems the so-called geniuses of the great Han royal family are nothing but mediocrity. Tuoba Hong's laughter echoed across the Imperial garden, his eyes brimming with disdain. Each burst of his mocking laughter felt like a slap across the faces of the gathered officials and ministers. The expressions of the courtiers turned ashen, their gazes seething with murderous intent. They awaited only a single command from the Han Emperor to execute the entire southern wilderness delegation on the spot. The Emperor's face was dark as a stormy sky, his clenched fists betraying the struggle to contain his fury. He wrestled with the decision to abandon diplomacy and sever all pretense of civility. The humiliation of the day only deepened his hatred for his third son, Lin Yu. If not for Lin Yu's catastrophic defeat in the southern wilderness, would the Han Emperor ever have to endure such indignities from these barbarians? Amidst the tense standoff, a clear voice suddenly broke through. Let me teach you a lesson on behalf of Grandfather Emperor. All eyes turned toward the speaker Chuchu, who had been quietly indulging in the banquet's delicacies until now. As the daughter of the second prince, Lin Shuo, she acutely understood the stakes. Two junior princes had already suffered humiliating defeats today. If Tuoba Hong continued his unchecked arrogance, the emperor's wrath would inevitably fall upon her father, the host of the banquet. Ridiculous. Chu, sit down this instant. Lin Shua's voice rang out sharply. Even the so-called prodigy 15th prince had been no match for Tuoba Hong. How could Chu, plagued for years by the debilitating cold poison and with almost no martial training, hope to contend with him? The Han Emperor cast a long, scrutinizing look at Chu. Sit down. I know you wish to ease your grandfather's burden, but matters such as these are not yours to handle. The other princes and imperial descendants quickly chimed in with scornful remarks. Huh, trying to steal the spotlight without even considering the occasion? This isn't the time for such foolish bravado. This is the kind of stage where lives are lost. Everyone knew about Chu's affliction with cold poison. They were convinced she was merely seeking to curry favor with the emperor. But Chu seemed unfazed by the ridicule. She stepped forward with quiet determination, positioning herself in the center of the Imperial garden to face Tuoba Hong. The southern wilderness envoy erupted into laughter at the sight. Ha ha ha. So this is the future of the Han royal family? Reduced to sending a delicate little girl to fight me? Tuoba Hong's gaze raked shamelessly over Chu's stunning features. Little beauty, why don't you just surrender to me? Marry me, and our southern wilderness and your Han Empire will become one family. I promise I won't spread word of today's events. Chu's expression remained icy. Why waste so many words? Are you afraid to fight me? Tuoba Hong's face darkened, a flicker of malice flashing in his eyes. In an instant, he lunged forward, his right fist engulfed in roaring flames as he hurled it toward Chu with devastating force. Su, protect. The Han Emperor began to issue an order, but before he could finish, Chu raised a pale, slender hand, meeting Tuoba Hong's fiery strike heedin. Boom! A bone-chilling wave of frost erupted from Chu's palm, extinguishing Tuoba Hong's flames in an instant. The force of the collision sent him hurtling backward more than 10 paces before he finally regained his footing. To his horror, his right arm was now entirely encased in ice. The entire garden fell into stunned silence. Ministers, princes, and royal descendants alike gawked in disbelief. Even Lin Shuo and the Han Emperor, typically composed and unshakable, were visibly astonished. On the other side, the southern wilderness delegation was utterly dumbfounded, their earlier confidence shattered. What just happened? Isn't Princess Chu supposed to be crippled by cold poison and incapable of cultivation? They say she wouldn't live past 15. Where did she gain such power? Even Su, the royal enforcer, could only respond to the emperor's questioning glance with a helpless smile and a shake of his head. Tuoba Hong stared at Chu with a mix of disbelief and fury. As a prodigy of the 8th martial tier, he had experienced a fateful encounter in the southern wilderness that allowed him to harness innate spiritual power, granting him the strength to challenge even 9th-tier warriors. Yet here he was, defeated in a single strike by a girl everyone deemed frail and powerless. You can't win. Surrender now, Chu said calmly, her voice steady and unwavering. Shut up. Tuoba Hong roared, his entire body igniting in flames as his rage consumed him. A blazing fireball materialized around his right fist, radiating an intense heat that withered the garden's flowers and scorched the earth beneath his feet. The fiery streak he unleashed tore through the air, a destructive force beyond the limits of an 8th-tier warrior, hurtling straight toward Chuchu. Facing Tuoba Hong's fierce attack, Chuchu remained calm and composed. With a soft but firm shout, an intense chill erupted around her, and an icy white mist instantly formed in her right hand. She struck out with her palm, sending the freezing energy forward. The extreme cold surged like a tidal wave toward the crimson flames, and the two forces collided with a deafening roar. Boom! The Imperial garden shook as a thunderous explosion echoed. The flames on Tuoba Hong's right fist were visibly consumed by the frost, and the icy chill rapidly spread along his arm. In the blink of an eye, Tuoba Hong's entire body was enveloped in the freezing energy, transforming him into an ice sculpture standing motionless in the garden. Crack! The ice sculpture shattered instantly. Tuoba Hong was thrown backward, as if struck by a sledgehammer to the chest. He landed heavily on the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. His aura significantly weakened. The Imperial garden fell into a deathly silence. Everyone stared in stunned disbelief at Chuchu. Even the 15th prince, renowned as a prodigy, had been no match for Tuoba Hong. Yet Chuchu, long dismissed as a useless girl incapable of cultivation, had effortlessly defeated him, restoring the dignity of the Han royal family. Do you wish to continue? Chuchu asked calmly, her gaze fixed on Tuoba Hong, who was struggling to stand. Impossible. There's no way I could lose. This is absolutely impossible. Tuoba Hong clutched his chest, his face ashen. Ever since obtaining his spiritual treasure, he had never suffered defeat against his peers. He had come to the Han Imperial city intending to crush its royal prodigies underfoot. Yet now he found himself utterly powerless before Chuchu. Trembling with rage and humiliation, his hand instinctively reached for his waist. The Southern Wasteland's Grand Shaman noticed his actions and immediately intervened, appearing beside Tuoba Hong in a flash. Gripping his arm firmly, the shaman said, "Young master, you mustn't. There are too many experts here. Even with that treasure, we cannot prevail against her. We must wait for a better opportunity." Tuoba Hong shot Chuchu a venomous glare, but ultimately swallowed his anger. The Grand Shaman then smiled and cupped his hands in salute. The Han royal family is indeed full of extraordinary talent. We concede this match wholeheartedly. Well done, Chuchu. Excellent. The Han Emperor laughed heartily, the gloom on his face lifting. He tossed a jade thumb ring to Chuchu. This is your reward. Chuchu gleefully caught the ring, thanked the Emperor, and returned to her seat to resume enjoying the imperial feast. Her victory instantly made her the center of attention. Princes and nobles all around cast curious glances her way, while even the second prince, Lin Shuo, looked at her in astonishment, wondering when she had become so powerful. The Grand Shaman rose and bowed. "Your Majesty, our young master has been injured in the duel. We will take our leave for now." "Very well. Victory and defeat are common in contests of skill. Do not dwell on it," the Han Emperor said graciously, clearly in high spirits. He waved for the Southern Wasteland delegation to depart, and even promised to send the Imperial physicians to their quarters to treat Tuoba Hong. Once the delegation had left, the Emperor turned to a eunuch by his side and ordered coldly, "Have the shadow guards keep an eye on them. Chuchu, come here," the Emperor called out, his tone warm as he addressed her. Chuchu, who had been enthusiastically devouring a watermelon, put it down and approached him. The Emperor regarded her kindly and asked, "I recall that you were afflicted with a cold poison that prevented you from cultivating. How have you suddenly become so strong?" Chuchu stood before the Emperor, her expression innocent. Remembering her agreement with Lin Yu to keep his assistance a secret, she feigned confusion and replied, "Grandfather Emperor, I honestly don't know. A couple of years ago, the cold poison stopped acting up, and I found I could control the cold within me. My cultivation has been progressing rapidly ever since." Her words left everyone present with mixed expressions. Who could have imagined that the very cold poison that had once nearly claimed Chuchu's life would now become the source of her strength? Princess Chuchu, a court elder, Su Gongfeng, suddenly spoke up. "When you defeated Tuoba Hong, the technique you used didn't seem to resemble the royal family's cultivation method. Where did you learn it?" "I don't know," Chuchu replied, still playing the part of an innocent girl. "It just started happening after the cold poison disappeared. The energy inside me seems to flow this way naturally. I have no idea why." "Elder Su, do you suspect something?" the Emperor asked, turning to Su Gongfeng with a curious look. "Your Majesty, do you still remember the sword cry that once resonated throughout the Imperial city?" Su Gongfeng stood in the grand hall, stroking his gray beard, his gaze profound. After a brief silence, his expression turned grave as he continued, "Back then, we searched every corner of the Imperial city, yet we never found any trace of that unparalleled swordsmanship prodigy. Your Majesty, could it be that?" He trailed off, leaving his words hanging. The Han Emperor sat upon the dragon throne, his face suddenly darkening. Though Su Gongfeng left his sentence unfinished, the emperor already grasped the weight of his meaning. His thoughts drifted to the past. Though the founding emperor had not passed down the legendary sword physique, the royal bloodline had always carried extraordinary talent, producing countless prodigies in the great Han dynasty. Chuchu's cold poison, the emperor murmured under his breath. Years ago, the second prince, Lin Shuo, had concluded that Chuchu had been poisoned. But now, upon deeper reflection, could it be that the emperor's sword responded not to a swordsmanship genius, but to another equally extraordinary talent? At the time, the entire imperial city had been consumed with searching for a sword prodigy, overlooking the cold poison in Chuchu's body. This might explain why their exhaustive search yielded nothing. Yet, the emperor shook his head gently as another question surfaced. If that were true, why did the emperor's sword vanish? If Chuchu were truly chosen by the sword, it should have remained by her side, protecting her. Your Majesty. Su Gongfeng's eyes lit up, as if he had uncovered a crucial clue. Could it be that the princess's remarkable talent was exchanged for the emperor's sword? That would explain why we could never find it. At these words, the Han emperor exhaled deeply, casting a long, meaningful glance at Chuchu before ultimately accepting this explanation. The gathered officials and ministers, witnessing the emperor's reaction, immediately fell to their knees and shouted in unison, "Congratulations, Your Majesty!" With Prince Su achieving the Wanxiang realm, the seventh princess reaching innate mastery at such a young age, and now Princess Chuchu revealed as the chosen one, it is clear that the heavens favor the great Han. Realization dawned upon them all, and their collective voices filled the Golden Hall in jubilant celebration. The Han Emperor watched in delight as Chuchu displayed her extraordinary talent. A pleased smile spread across his face as he waved his hand and issued a decree. "Hear my command. Chuchu shall be conferred the title of Princess of Frozen Grace and gifted with 1,000 taels of gold." As soon as the decree was announced, the expressions of the court officials shifted dramatically, particularly among the imperial grandchildren. Everyone present was well aware that titles of nobility were reserved exclusively for direct heirs. Their gazes upon Chuchu were a mix of envy and jealousy. "Thank you, Imperial Grandfather." Chuchu quickly bowed in gratitude. She had intended to seize the opportunity to request a favor for Lin Yu, hoping he could return to the imperial capital. However, recalling Lin Yu's fondness for the freedom of life in the imperial mausoleum, she decided to hold her tongue. Good, good. The Han Emperor nodded with a broad smile. "From now on, whatever resources you need for cultivation, just ask. The royal library and armory of the Han dynasty are fully open to you." With that, he waved his hand, signaling the end of the banquet. Meanwhile, in the guest quarters of the Southern Wilderness delegation, after the imperial physician had left, Tuoba Hong immediately sat up from his bed. Turning to the Grand Shaman, he muttered in a low voice, "Grand Shaman, I can't swallow this humiliation. Why did you stop me? You know I have the spirit flame amulet. Killing that Chuchu would have been effortless." The Grand Shaman sighed bitterly and shook his head. "Young master, you're too impulsive." The Imperial Garden was swarming with innate level masters, and it was protected by powerful formations. If you'd acted recklessly, we all would have perished in the palace. But letting Chuchu live, I can't accept it. Tuoba Hong's face darkened with anger. With the spirit flame amulet, I can elevate my power to the third rank of the innate realm. With your assistance, escaping the palace would be a simple matter. The Grand Shaman continued to reason with him. Even if we managed to escape, the Han dynasty would wage an all-out war against the southern wilderness. Our purpose here is to intimidate the Han, not to provoke enmity. If the Han mobilizes their entire nation's forces, the southern wilderness could face annihilation. After much deliberation, the Grand Shaman proposed a covert assassination plan. Through an informant, they learned that Chuchu visited the Imperial Mausoleum every fortnight to see Lin Yu. 3 days later would mark her next visit. As dusk fell 3 days later, the Southern Wilderness delegation eliminated the sentries stationed outside their quarters and stealthily set out for the Imperial Mausoleum. Tuoba Hong, brimming with confidence, sneered, "I've heard the Han Imperial Mausoleum is protected by formations, but it seems they're nothing to fear. Once we kill Chuchu and Lin Yu, they'll display their heads before the tomb of the Han's founding emperor." Just then, a voice suddenly rang out. "You've been dawdling outside the mausoleum for quite some time. How is it you've only just arrived?" Tuoba Hong and the Grand Shaman looked up, startled, to see a lone figure standing squarely in their path. "Lin Yu!" the Grand Sorcerer exclaimed, his voice laced with disdain and a mocking sneer. His eyes swept over the man before him, his former adversary, with nothing but contempt. "So it's you playing tricks in the shadows. The same Lin Yu who was defeated by us in Nanhuang, reduced to a cripple, and exiled here to guard this imperial tomb?" Standing to the side, Tuoba Hong wore an air of arrogance, his expression indifferent. To him, a cripple like Lin Yu was hardly worth his attention. During that battle years ago, Lin Yu replied calmly, his voice steady and unyielding. Had it not been for a cowardly ambush, you would have fallen to my blade. His gaze shifted from the Grand Sorcerer to settle on Tuo Bahong. Lin Yu had already heard of Chuchu's victory over the Nanhuang young master at the palace banquet. Knowing the vengeful nature of the Nanhuang tribes, he was certain they would seek retaliation. And what better opportunity than here, at the Imperial tomb? Times have changed, Lin Yu, the Grand Sorcerer snarled, his face darkening with malice. I am now a Xiantian-level master, while you remain a worthless cripple. Crushing you would take no more than a flick of my finger. Enough talk, Grand Sorcerer. Tuo Bahong interrupted impatiently, his voice icy. Where is Chuchu? Bring her out so she can meet her end. Lin Yu's expression remained serene as he replied, keep your voice down. Don't wake Chuchushes in the middle of her cultivation. As her uncle, it's only right that I deal with the likes of you on her behalf. His words drew a chorus of laughter from the Grand Sorcerer and Tuo Bahong, their ridicule echoing through the tomb. They sensed no spiritual energy from Lin Yu, convinced he was nothing more than a powerless shell. The other Nanhuang warriors joined in with mocking jeers, as if watching a madman's final act. Several warriors stepped forward, volunteering to deal with Lin Yu while the Grand Sorcerer and Tuo Bahong went to find Chuchu. The Grand Sorcerer gave a nod of approval, adding a sinister instruction, break every bone in his body. I want him barely alive when I return to watch him draw his last breath. But just as the Grand Sorcerer and Tuo Bahong began to turn away, an overwhelming, suffocating pressure erupted from Lin Yu. It crashed over the warriors like a mountain, forcing them to their knees as their legs buckled with a sickening crack. In the next instant, their bodies were obliterated, reduced to nothing but a mist of blood. The Grand Sorcerer and Tuo Bahong froze in place, their faces pale with shock. These warriors had been hand-picked elites, with the weakest among them at the 6th rank of martial cultivation. Yet Lin Yu's mere presence had annihilated them in an instant. You're really Lin Yu? The Grand Sorcerer's voice faltered, his expression twisting with disbelief. Years ago, he had witnessed Lin Yu's downfall, the destruction of his Dantian and Qi Si. By all logic, Lin Yu should have been incapable of cultivating again, let alone growing stronger than before. Authentic as ever. Lin Yu's lips curved into a faint, confident smile. And now, it's your turn to meet your end. Sensing the peril, the Grand Sorcerer urgently signaled Tuo Bahong. Use the Spirit Flame Amulet, he barked. Without hesitation, Tuo Bahong retrieved the crimson, flame-shaped jade pendant from his waist. As the amulet activated, scarlet flames engulfed his body, surging with a ferocious energy. His aura skyrocketed, breaking through the Xiantian realm and climbing rapidly until it stabilized at the 5th rank of Xiantian mastery. The Grand Sorcerer let out a cold laugh, a glint of malice flashing in his eyes. Lin Yu, I admit I underestimated you. I never expected you to be hiding your true strength. But I bet you didn't anticipate this either. The young master has been concealing his real abilities too. With our combined forces, well and you here and now. Tuo Bahong stood tall, exuding arrogance as he let out a maniacal laugh. Lin Yu, come meet your death. He clutched a spirit fire jade pendant tightly in his hand, a priceless treasure he had discovered in an ancient secret realm in the southern wilderness. This pendant not only allowed him to harness a trace of innate spiritual energy, enabling him to crush opponents of the same level with ease, but it also gave him the power to challenge 9th rank warriors. If fully activated, it could temporarily elevate his strength to the 5th rank of the innate realm, though at the cost of being unable to use its power again for the next 3 months. It was this very pendant that gave him absolute confidence in his ability to slay Lin Yu. Lin Yu, today is the day you die. The Grand Sorcerer sneered, his voice reverberating through the surroundings. In an instant, a violent surge of innate energy erupted from his body, his aura even more overwhelming than Tuo Bahong's, despite the latter's use of the Spirit Fire Jade pendant. His strength was unmistakable, had reached the 6th rank of the innate realm. Faced with the oppressive aura of the two, Lin Yu remained calm, his expression unchanging. He spoke with an air of indifference. Is this the full extent of your strength? How underwhelming. Still acting arrogant on the brink of death? Die. Tuo Bahong roared, his entire body igniting in flames. He shot toward Lin Yu like a blazing meteor, the ground beneath him scorched black by the intense heat. The surrounding flowers, grass, and trees withered instantly, as though all life had been devoured by the searing crimson flames emanating from him. The Grand Sorcerer's eyes burned with murderous intent as he struck simultaneously. With a sweep of his sleeve, 7 streaks of black mist shot toward Lin Yu's vital points like deadly arrows. These mists were not only razor-sharp, but also laced with a lethal poison from the southern wilderness. Even warriors stronger than the Grand Sorcerer would be reduced to a pool of corrosive blood if they so much as touched a trace of it. To ensure there was no chance of failure, the Grand Sorcerer unleashed his ultimate killing technique, clearly intent on eradicating Lin Yu completely. Tuoba Hong moved with astonishing speed, appearing in front of Lin Yu in an instant. A twisted, maniacal grin spread across his face as crimson flames engulfed his entire body, condensing into his right fist. He launched a ferocious strike aimed directly at Lin Yu's chest. Seeing that Lin Yu made no move to evade, a bloodthirsty excitement flickered in Tuoba Hong's eyes. At that very moment, Lin Yu slowly raised his right hand and made a gentle downward pressing motion. In an instant, an overwhelming force, 10 times stronger than before, descended from the heavens, enveloping both Tuoba Hong and the Grand Shaman. Tuoba Hong felt as though time around him had frozen. The grass and leaves drifted by in sluggish motion. His right fist seemed trapped in quicksand, and the flames surrounding it began to dissipate bit by bit. The Grand Shaman watched in disbelief as 7 streams of black mist disintegrated inch by inch before they could even touch Lin Yu, ultimately vanishing into nothingness. As time resumed its normal flow, the flames around Tuoba Hong's fist were completely extinguished, and the Grand Shaman's poisonous mist dissolved into the air. The mountain-like pressure shattered their defenses, forcing both men to their knees. The impact was so intense that their knees burst apart into a mist of blood. How is this possible? Tuoba Hong's voice was hoarse and trembling as blood poured from his eyes, ears, nose, and mouth. His disheveled hair hung over his face, giving him a ghostly appearance. Yet, despite his agony, he forced himself to raise his head and question, "I used the spirit fire amulet to ascend to the 5th rank of the innate realm. How can I not withstand even your aura?" The Grand Shaman, equally stunned, stared at Lin Yu in disbelief. "Impossible. You were a cripple. How can you possess such power now? Who said that losing my Chi Si and Dantian meant I couldn't cultivate anymore?" Lin Yu replied with a calm smile, intensifying the pressure. Their barely raised heads were once again forced to bow. How did you achieve this?" the Grand Shaman stammered, his entire body trembling as he struggled to lift his gaze once more. "Maybe because I'm a genius," Lin Yu said nonchalantly. "Now, tell Muho and the Southern Waste conspired with you to betray me and my brothers? If you answer, I'll let him leave here alive." The Grand Shaman erupted into a fit of laughter. "You want to know who betrayed you? Lin Yu, dream on. Your Han Empire is doomed to destruction. I'll be waiting for you in the underworld. Young master, go." Before his words fully faded, the Grand Shaman's body erupted in a cloud of blood mist. Using the brief moment of freedom from the oppressive force, he slapped a talisman onto Tuoba Hong's chest. In a flash of green light, Tuoba Hong shot off like a meteor, heading toward the Chilean mountains. Relief washed over the Grand Shaman's face. That teleportation talisman, capable of transferring someone 3,000 zhong in an instant, was his most treasured life-saving artifact. As long as Tuoba Hong could return to the southern wastes, the Grand Shaman could die without regret. Trying to escape? Lin Yu's gaze shifted toward the direction in which Tuoba Hong had disappeared. A sharp gleam emanated from his fingertips as he unleashed a blade of wind sword in tint that streaked along the green trail left by the talisman. Wherever the blade passed, it carved deep, lingering marks in the air. Wind sword in tint. The Grand Shaman's face turned ashen with despair. He knew that his desperate act of sacrifice was ultimately futile. Tuoba Hong was doomed. As the backlash from his blood mist technique overwhelmed him, the Grand Shaman's body dissolved into nothingness, leaving no trace behind. Lin Yu stepped forward, his movements calm and deliberate. Wherever he passed, the residual wind sword in tint cleaved through trees and vegetation, carving a straight path through the dense forest, leaving only a trail of destruction in its wake. Moments later, Lin Yu spotted the figure of Tuoba Hong from afar. His eyes were wide open. His body slumped against a towering tree, and a gaping, transparent hole was visible in his chest, a wound inflicted by the piercing intent of the Sword of Wind. This formidable sword intent not only claimed Tuoba Hong's life, but also tore through dozens of massive trees behind him before gradually dissipating, traveling a distance of nearly 3,000 feet. Such was the terrifying power of a casual strike from Lin Yu, a Purple Mansion's second-rank martial artist. Tuoba Hong's face was frozen in an expression of disbelief. He never imagined, even in his wildest dreams, that despite fleeing so far, he would still fall victim to Lin Yu's sword intent, leaving him to die with his eyes wide open. After confirming Tuoba Hong's death, Lin Yu began collecting the scattered gold and silver treasures left behind by the Southern Wilderness Group. Just then, the voice of Ding Yi echoed in his mind. "Hold on, kid. What do you need all this worthless stuff for? Aren't you interested in the real treasure?" "What treasure?" "This gold and silver have their uses." Lin Yu paused, his gaze falling on a jade pendant in Tuoba Hong's hand, now devoid of spiritual power. Ding Yi chuckled slyly. "Exactly, that jade pendant. Though its spiritual power has been temporarily depleted, it's an extraordinary artifact. That kid's cultivation level was too low to unlock its true potential. If a 6th or 7th rank martial artist wielded it, they could definitely match your strength. This jade pendant is truly that powerful? Lin Yu was astonished and carefully cradled the spirit flame jade pendant in his hands. Within this pendant lies a trace of the law of flame. Let me refine it, and it will surely help you break through to the Purple Mansion 3rd rank. Ding Yi said confidently, his tone carrying an unmistakable longing for the pendant. Patience, Ding Yi. We'll refine the pendant after Chuchu returns to the city. Lin Yu replied with a smile as he put the pendant away and headed toward the Imperial tomb. Upon returning to the Imperial tomb, Lin Yu meticulously erased all traces left by the Southern Wilderness envoy. Only then did he awaken Chuchu and escort her out of the tomb. Once she was safely away, Lin Yu summoned the devouring god cauldron from his mind and retrieved the spirit flame jade pendant. Under the guidance of starlight, the pendant slowly descended into the cauldron. In an instant, dazzling starlight burst forth from the devouring god cauldron, transforming into rippling waves that spread endlessly throughout the stone chamber. Kid, are you ready to advance to the 3rd grade of the Purple Mansion realm? Ding Yi asked smugly, his voice filled with pride after refining the spirit flame jade pendant, as he looked at Lin Yu. A surge of immense spiritual power poured into Lin Yu's meridians like a tidal wave. Without hesitation, he began circulating the Sacred Emperor's Heart technique, striving to break through to the 3rd grade of the Purple Mansion realm. As his cultivation deepened, Lin Yu's aura grew stronger and stronger, causing the stone slabs of the floor in the stone chamber to crack under the immense pressure. The web-like fractures spread rapidly. The moment Lin Yu opened his eyes, a flash of lightning-like brilliance illuminated the chamber. His aura surged once more, and the stone slabs beneath his feet instantly crumbled into dust. At that moment, his sheer presence alone was enough to overpower any innate martial artist. Finally, I've reached the 3rd grade of the Purple Mansion realm, Lin Yu said with a bitter smile, suppressing his aura as he turned to Ding Yi. But advancing to the 4th grade will be a lot harder. Even the Purple Mansion realm beasts in the depths of the Chilean Mountain Forbidden Zone are avoiding me. Hunting them is nearly impossible. As for the innate beasts on the outskirts, I've already wiped them out several times. It'll probably take a decade or more before another beast surge appears. Actually, there's a place that could help you cultivate all the way to the Myriad Phenomena realm, Ding Yi said with a mysterious grin. The Myriad Phenomena realm? Lin Yu's expression shifted. Ding Yi, don't tell me you're talking about that place? That's right, the demon suppressing tower. Ding Yi replied confidently. It's filled with countless demonic cultivators and fiends. If I can devour and refine them, the spiritual energy gained will be more than enough to push you to the Myriad Phenomena realm. Lin Yu's face darkened. Ding Yi, the demon-suppressing tower is guarded by Imperial troops and protected by powerful formations. More importantly, the sealing formations inside the tower prevent those fiends and demons from escaping, and I can't enter either. How am I supposed to help you refine them? With me around, what's there to be afraid of? Let's scout the tower another day and figure it out, Ding Yi said, transforming into a golden light and returning to Lin Yu's sea of consciousness. Meanwhile, in the Great Han Palace, you're telling me the South Wilderness Envoy team killed the covert operatives and then disappeared? The Han Emperor demanded coldly, glaring at the kneeling leader of the Imperial Shadow Guards. This is my Imperial city. How could they vanish so easily? Explain yourself. The Shadow Guard leader was drenched in sweat. Your Majesty, the South Wilderness Grand Sorcerer is an innate level expert, and the rest of their team consists of martial artists of at least the 6th grade. My Shadow Guards were simply unable to track them. Your Majesty, the Chief Minister said gravely, could this be retaliation? The South Wilderness Young Lord was previously defeated by Princess Ningbing. Outrageous. The Han Emperor roared, his fury palpable. Send guards to protect the 2nd Prince and Princess Ningbing immediately. Especially Ningbing is the hope of the Great Han. Nothing must happen to her. Your Majesty, the Shadow Guard leader's face turned pale. Princess Ningbing visits the royal tomb every fortnight to meet the 3rd prince. Today happens to be the agreed date. Protect her at once, the Han Emperor ordered through gritted teeth. If anything happens to Princess Ningbing, I will raze the South Wilderness to the ground, leaving not a single soul alive. As time ticked by, the Han Emperor grew increasingly restless. Just as the Chief Minister was about to offer some words of comfort, the Shadow Guard leader returned in a hurry. Your Majesty, Princess Ningbing has safely returned to the Imperial city, the Shadow Guard leader reported. However, near the royal tomb, we discovered signs of a fierce battle and the corpse of the South Wilderness Young Lord, Tuoba Hong. He was killed by a single sword strike from over 1,000 feet away, piercing straight through his heart. As for the rest of the South Wilderness Envoy team, they vanished without a trace, neither dead nor alive. What? The Han Emperor was shocked. A single sword strike from 1,000 feet away? Just how powerful is this individual? Who could have possibly slain the South Wilderness Envoy team? The Grand Chancellor suddenly broke the silence in the court. his words immediately catching the Han Emperor's attention. Your Majesty, could it be Prince Su? He continued his analysis. Since Prince Su returned from the depths of the Chilean mountains, he has remained unseen. It is highly likely that he has been secretly protecting the prodigy of our great Han royal family. A glimmer of thought flashed in the Han Emperor's eyes, and he nodded slightly. Makes sense. Go on. Clearly, he, too, had considered the possibility of Prince Su. The Grand Chancellor smiled, growing more confident in his deduction. The Southern Wilderness delegation originally planned to infiltrate the Imperial tomb and assassinate Princess Ningbing, yet they were annihilated before they could act. Moreover, ordinary sword energy could never strike down the young lord of the Southern Wilderness from a distance of 1,000 zhang. Only sword intent possesses such power. Your Majesty, let us not forget Prince Su has mastered the wind sword intent. It seems there's no doubt that the one who intervened was indeed Prince Su, the Han Emperor remarked with admiration. I once felt resentment towards him for not coming to see me. But now, I realize how narrow-minded I was. Prince Su, remaining in the shadows to protect the royal prodigy and safeguard the nation's fortune, is truly a blessing for our great Han. The Grand Chancellor immediately offered his counsel. Your Majesty, with tensions between our dynasty and the Great Zhou already at a breaking point, it would be unwise to provoke war with the Southern Wilderness. The matter of Prince Su eliminating their delegation must never be disclosed. The Han Emperor's gaze sharpened, piercing like lightning, as he turned to the commander of the Shadow Guards. Good. Spread the word. Anyone who dares leak today's events will have their entire clan wiped out. Then, turning back to the Grand Chancellor, he added, if the Southern Wilderness inquires about their delegation, you are to sternly rebuke them. Demand to know why their envoys attacked our Shadow Guards at the Imperial City's guesthouse before fleeing in disgrace. What were they trying to achieve? Both the Shadow Guard commander and the Grand Chancellor promptly acknowledged the orders. The bitter winter wind howled, and the chill deepened. In a remote alley of the Imperial City, a dilapidated window failed to block the biting gusts. Frost and snow swept inside, turning the humble dwelling into an icy chamber. Inside, an elderly couple with white hair huddled together on a bed of dry straw. Their thin garments offered little defense against the cold, and they trembled uncontrollably. The room was barren, devoid of firewood for warmth, or even a single blanket. In such conditions, surviving the winter seemed impossible. The old pair, their senses dulled by the freezing cold, murmured faintly, Younger, we'll be joining you soon. Wait for us. Our family of 3 will be reunited very soon. Suddenly, a silver ingot flew in through the broken window, landing on the bed. The old woman rubbed her eyes and, with trembling hands, picked up the silver. Old man, silver. It's silver. Someone has sent us silver. We can survive this winter. The old man shakily helped her sit up. It must be the 3rd prince. He hasn't forgotten Younger. He still remembers us. We must hold on. We have to live to see the 3rd prince avenge Younger. With that, the elderly couple knelt on the bed and bowed deeply towards the window. Outside the house, Lin Yu stood in the shadow of a wall, his eyes brimming with tears, holding a cloth bag heavy with silver ingots. Under the moonlight, his solitary figure appeared even lonelier. The thought of entrusting his son to the care of the 2 elderly guardians filled him with shame and guilt. Ding Yong, and all my brothers, I failed you, he murmured softly to himself. I swear, I'll avenge you. The head of the true mastermind will be brought to your graves without fail. Clenching the bag tightly, he continued, as for the families of the other brothers who are not in the Imperial City, I can't take care of them now, but I promise to make it up to them in the future. Double. Of the 10,000 soldiers who had followed him into battle, he could only look after the families of those residing in the capital for now. Fighting back his tears, Lin Yu went door to door, leaving the silver behind for the families. When all the silver was gone, he lifted his head and saw the towering Jinma Tower ahead of him. Since he was already here, he thought, he might as well take a look. Jinma Tower stood at the heart of the Imperial City, heavily guarded by the Imperial Army and Shadow Guards, who were stationed no closer than 1,000 feet from the tower. Inside, countless demonic cultivators and fiends were imprisoned, their life essence slowly eroded by the relentless power of the tower's formation. Their blood-curdling wails and venomous curses, though suppressed by 99%, still carried enough residual power to drive any warrior below the innate realm mad within 1,000 feet. To contain this danger, the Han dynasty had constructed a 3-hang-high wall to seal off the area. Easily evading the guards, Lin Yu scaled the wall. Though the moon hung high and bright in the sky, the area around Jinma Tower was shrouded in dimness, as if the light itself was being devoured by some unseen force. The tower's structure was entangled in writhing tendrils of black, demonic energy, which surged and twisted but remained firmly restrained by the formation. The tormented cries and curses reached his ears, but with a single thought, Lin Yu blocked them out. Approaching the tower, he spoke to Ding Yi. After defeating the demonic cultivators and the demon cult back then, the major dynasties pooled their resources to construct Genma Tower. The lower levels imprisoned demonic cultivators at the Purple Mansion realm, while the upper levels hold those at the Myriad Phenomena realm and beyond. So many years have passed, I wonder how many of them are still alive. He continued, demonic cultivators possess the bloodline of the demon race, and fiends are blessed by demon gods. Killing them is no easy task. They can only be worn down by formations that gradually extinguish their life force, which is why the nations built Genma Tower in the first place. Dingy, surely you've given up on any ideas about this place by now? Given up? Why would I give up? Dingy chuckled. You may not be able to break in, but we can make them come out on their own. On nights of the full moon, the formation is at its weakest. With a little tampering, we can create a small breach at the moment the moon reaches its zenith, allowing demonic cultivators below the third grade of the Purple Mansion realm to escape. Linya's eyes lit up with realization. We wait outside, slay the escapees, and let you absorb their essence. That way, we'll have a steady source of spiritual power. Exactly. Dingy replied with smug satisfaction. Only one will escape at a time, so it'll be easy to handle. As your cultivation grows, we can gradually expand the breach, harvesting more and more. These villains leaving them to the tower's slow erosion is a waste. By taking action ourselves, we're performing a great service. Guided by Ding Yes instructions, Lin Yu quickly identified a formation node and, with ease, created a subtle breach. The breach remained hidden under normal circumstances, only becoming active during the full moon when the formation was at its weakest enough for demonic cultivators below the third grade of the Purple Mansion realm to escape. The gap in the Demon Suppression Tower only appears for an extremely brief moment each time, just as Master Ding had said, barely enough for one individual to escape. For Lin Yu, this was good news, as it meant he would have far fewer opponents to deal with. Half a month later, on a full moon night, Lin Yu once again infiltrated the Imperial city. Standing before the towering Demon Suppression Tower, his sharp eyes gleamed with determination as he patiently awaited the moment when the demon cultivators and fiends would make their move. In the lowest level of the tower, dozens of demons were imprisoned, huddled in the shadows. The walls of the tower were inscribed with countless runes that continuously unleashed silver lightning, crackling like wild, lashing whips that struck the once mighty demons mercilessly. Even the strongest among them could only let out agonized wails under the relentless torment of the lightning, utterly powerless to resist. Over years of unending suffering, the once crowded lower floor now held only these few surviving prisoners, clinging to the last threads of life. Suddenly, a spark of awareness flickered in the eyes of Hei Long Zhenren, a demon who had been curled up in one corner. Amidst the ceaseless barrage of lightning, his dulled gaze caught an anomaly in the seemingly impenetrable wall of the tower. A faint crack was slowly beginning to appear. At that moment, while the other demons were too weakened by the torment to notice, Hei Long Zhenren's sharp senses seized upon this fleeting opportunity. A glimmer of wild joy flashed in his eyes. Although he had been imprisoned for centuries, he remained acutely aware of the changes in the outside world. The guards who once patrolled the tower had degraded from experts at the Myriad Phenomena realm to those of the Purple Mansion realm, and now, even further down to mere martial artists of the innate realm. This was a clear sign that the Han dynasty had declined, perhaps to the point where they could no longer afford to sustain a single Myriad Phenomena expert. With this realization, the former Purple Mansion 8th-tier powerhouse made his decision without hesitation. Even though the lightning had weakened him to the 2nd tier of the Purple Mansion realm, he knew that if he could escape, his mastery of the blood sacrifice technique from the demon sect would allow him to quickly regain his peak strength and perhaps even break through to the Myriad Phenomena realm. The moment Hei Long Zhenren surged toward the crack, the other demons finally sensed the anomaly. They scrambled desperately toward the gap, but all they could do was watch helplessly as Hei Long Zhenren's figure vanished into the fissure. In the blink of an eye, the pathway to freedom disappeared completely, leaving no trace behind. Inside the Demon Suppression Tower, countless demon cultivators and fiends exchanged uneasy glances. The fleeting hope of escape had just been snatched away by the swift actions of the Black Dragon Zhenren. In an instant, several quick-witted fiends scrambled toward the spot where the rift had vanished, sparking a chaotic brawl as they fought to seize the opportunity. Suddenly, a thunderous, commanding voice echoed through the tower, halting the chaos. Enough! All of you, back off! The battling demons froze in place, trembling as they turned to face the source of the voice. Striding forward was a towering demon cultivator, his chest adorned with a necklace of skulls, his face twisted in a terrifying grimace. Two sharp dragon horns jutted from his forehead, glinting coldly in the dim light. Dragon Horn Demon King. A gasp rippled through the crowd. Move aside, unless you want to be devoured by him. The gathered demons quickly scattered, none daring to meet the gaze of the once mighty Vientiane realm powerhouse. Though he had been severely injured by human cultivators and fallen to the Purple Mansion realm, Then subjected to centuries of lightning refinement within the demon suppression tower, he still retained his formidable 6th-grade purple mansion, strength enough to crush any other demon in the tower. The dragon-horned demon king let out a cold snort and sat cross-legged at the spot where the rift had vanished. Meanwhile, outside the tower, the black dragon Junren had seized the chance created by Linyu to escape through the rift. Emerging from the demonic miasma in human form, he let out a triumphant exclamation. The demon suppression tower, I've finally escaped. Great Han Dynasty, prepare yourselves. I'll turn your imperial city into a sea of blood. As he prepared to slip away and find a secluded town to perform a blood sacrifice to restore his strength, a voice suddenly called out from behind him, "Don't you want to know why the rift in the demon suppression tower allowed you to escape?" "Why?" Black Dragon Junren instinctively responded, his expression shifting as he whipped around in alarm. From the shadows emerged Linyu, his demeanor calm as he said, "Because I was the one who created that rift." Noticing the complete absence of spiritual energy emanating from Linyu, Black Dragon Junren relaxed, a cruel grin spreading across his face. Well, you're lucky to be my benefactor. When I bathe the Imperial city in blood, I'll spare your life." But Linyu stepped forward, blocking his path. "Aren't you curious why I released demons like you in the first place?" Black Dragon Junren waved him off impatiently. "Looking for a master to teach you? Come back later." "No," Linyu replied with a faint smile. "I just need your life for my cultivation." "You insolent fool." Black Dragon Junren roared in fury, summoning a mass of black clouds in his palm that coalesced into a menacing black dragon, which he sent hurtling toward Linyu. With an effortless gesture, Linyu raised his hand and grasped the air. The black dragon immediately froze, as if its throat had been seized. Cracks spread across its body like a web, and under Black Dragon Zenrin's horrified gaze, the dragon shattered inch by inch into nothingness. The black dragon Junren froze in place. A flicker of bewilderment crossed his face, quickly replaced by a surge of uncontrollable rage. "Good, very good," he sneered coldly. "It seems the world has long forgotten the name of Black Dragon Junren. Today, I'll remind you of it." Before his words had fully landed, a deafening dragon's roar erupted from within him. The terrifying aura unique to a Purple Palace realm cultivator surged out like a tidal wave, sweeping towards Linyu. This pressure, powerful enough to crush a lesser innate cultivator into a bloody mist, passed over Linyu like a gentle breeze, completely ineffective. "Die!" Black Dragon Junren roared, thrusting his palms forward. A thick black mist surged from his body, rapidly coalescing into 9 coiling black dragons. These dragons attacked Linyu from all directions, forming an impenetrable trap. Wherever the dragons passed, the ground shattered, leaving deep gouges that snaked towards Linyu. Linyu's lips curved into a faint smile. He raised his hand lightly, releasing a streak of sword intent glowing with a sharp, azure light. This wind-infused sword intent, as keen as a blade, swept around him in a perfect arc like a green comet. Wherever the sword light reached, the heads of the 9 black dragons were severed instantly. Their massive bodies disintegrated and dissipated into black mist. A Purple Palace realm sword cultivator? Black Dragon Junren's face twisted in disbelief and horror. He could never have imagined that after escaping the demon suppression tower, he would encounter such a formidable opponent. Even in the golden age of martial arts centuries ago, sword cultivators who grasped sword intent at the Purple Palace realm were exceedingly rare, each capable of defeating opponents beyond their level. That the Han Dynasty could still produce such a prodigy in this era of declining martial arts spoke volumes about their unfathomable foundation. "Run. If I don't escape now, I'm dead." This was the only thought left in Black Dragon Junren's mind. But before he could turn away, a streak of azure sword light whistled through the air. He looked down in shock, seeing that his chest had already been pierced by the sword intent, blood gushing from the wound. He raised his head to look at Linyu, a twisted smile spreading across his face. You can't kill me. I've been blessed by the demon god. Even if I'm torn to pieces, I will be reborn. Do you know why they didn't kill me back then but locked me in the demon suppression tower instead? When I awaken again, I will sacrifice your entire clan in blood. Just you wait." Linyu stood before the demon suppression tower, a faint smile playing at the corner of his lips. "Demon suppression tower? Its speed at refining demonic entities is too slow. Let me handle it instead." Before his words had fully faded, a golden light shot out from his sea of consciousness, transforming into a small, yet exquisite devouring god cauldron that hovered before him. Black Dragon Junren clutched his chest, his gaze fixed on the golden cauldron. A look of terror flashed in his eyes. What is this?" "It's called the Devouring God Cauldron. It can devour and refine anything," Linyu said with a cold smirk. "I wonder how long a demon like you, blessed by the demon god, can last inside." "Cauldron Lord, do it." "Should have done it already." Why waste time talking? The cauldron lord grunted impatiently. The devouring god cauldron immediately erupted with ripples of starlight, like chains wrapping around the gravely injured black dragon Junrin. Under his despairing gaze, he was dragged into the cauldron. Kid, let's go. This commotion has already alerted the Imperial guards. It's unwise to linger. I'll refine him later once we're back, the cauldron lord said, clearly in high spirits after subduing black dragon Junrin. It turned back into a golden light and disappeared into Lin Yu's sea of consciousness. Listening to the noises of the Imperial guards and shadow guards outside the courtyard wall, Lin Yu nodded and vanished into a wisp of green smoke, heading stealthily toward the Imperial tombs. Outside the demon suppression tower, hundreds of Imperial guards and shadow guards stood with weapons in hand, anxiously staring at the courtyard walls. The tower they had been guarding day and night had undergone a series of strange events tonight. First came the howling demonic energy and curses of despair from the imprisoned demons, echoing for thousands of feet. Then, a malicious dragon's roar sounded, driving several newly assigned guards mad before they were subdued in time. Following that came anguished screams and thunderous clashes, with the ground trembling and the courtyard walls riddled with cracks from the aftermath of the battle. Then, everything fell eerily silent. None of the guards dared to climb over the wall to investigate. They all knew the tower housed demons that had wreaked havoc centuries ago. If one of them had escaped, their combined strength as ordinary guards would be no match. Charging in would only mean death. Their only option was to wait for the innate-level martial artists and Purple Mansion experts from the Imperial capital to arrive. Moments later, the silence was broken by a booming voice. More than a dozen innate-level martial artists of the great Han royal family descended from the sky, surrounding an elder in a purple robe. The officer on duty nervously reported the unusual events. A demon escaped from the demon suppression tower? Let's go take a look. The purple-robed elder, Wu Jingtao, exuded an aura of authority without anger. He led the group over the courtyard wall. Inside, they saw a scene of devastation. The ground was scarred with traces of lingering demonic energy and stained with blood from the fierce battle. After inspecting the area, they found that the ceiling formation of the demon suppression tower was still functioning properly. Wu Senior, what exactly happened here? Su Gongfeng asked respectfully. Wu Jingtao nodded slightly. Since the seal on the demon suppression tower remains intact, there's no major issue. Most likely, a demonic sect martial artist attempted to rescue the imprisoned demons but was defeated by a powerful expert and fled. That mysterious expert may have gone to pursue them. Relieved to find the seal unbroken, Wu Jingtao let out a sigh of relief. After all, the great Han dynasty no longer had the resources to repair the formation on the demon suppression tower. If the demons imprisoned in the demon suppression tower escape, it will bring devastation to all living beings. A sudden exclamation erupted from the crowd. A warrior pointed to the ground, where a deep, narrow sword mark extended into the earth, exuding a unique and lingering aura. Wu Jingtang immediately stepped forward to investigate. As he felt the residual energy within the sword mark, a look of astonishment appeared on his face. The sword in tint of wind? I see. Su Gongfeng's eyes lit up. It must be Prince Su. He must have discovered that the demonic sect's warriors were plotting to destroy the demon suppression tower and intervene to stop them. Prince Su is renowned for his mastery of the sword in tint of wind. The innate-level warriors around them began to chime in, their voices filled with admiration and discussion. With Prince Su guarding us, the great Han Imperial city is as secure as a fortress. That's right. Prince Su is a mighty warrior at the myriad phenomena realm. Who would dare act recklessly in the Imperial city? The crowd buzzed with conversation, recounting Prince Su's legendary deeds since his return, quelling the beast tide, slaying the southern wasteland envoy, and now thwarting the demonic sect's sinister scheme. Though Prince Su's whereabouts were often elusive, his presence was the most formidable shield protecting the Imperial city. Let us report this matter to His Majesty immediately, Wu Jingtang said with a slight nod, turning to leave. Wu Senior, should we strengthen the defenses of the demon suppression tower? Su Gongfeng hastily inquired. Wu Jingtang chuckled and shook his head. There's no need. Ordinary warriors would only become fodder for the demons, and sending more would only enhance their power. With Prince Su guarding the shadows, the demon suppression tower is impregnable. We have nothing to worry about. Hearing this, the crowd nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, deep within the Imperial mausoleum, Lin Yu sat cross-legged in a stone chamber, the Shirshan cauldron hovering before him, trembling faintly. From within the cauldron came the furious roar of Black Dragon Junrin. You insolent brat. If you have any courage, let me out, and we'll settle this once and for all. As the refining process continued, Black Dragon Junrin's tone gradually shifted from threats to pleading. Boy, the demon god's blessing carries a curse. If you kill me, the demon god will sense your actions, and you won't escape his wrath. I beg you for mercy. Black Dragon Junrin, am willing to become your servant and obey your every command. Just spare my life." In the end, as the cauldron completed its work, Black Dragon Junren's voice grew weaker and weaker until it faded into complete silence. "Master Ding, is it true what Black Dragon Junren said that he has the demon god's curse within him?" Lin Yu cautiously asked, his gaze fixed on Master Ding. "It is true," Master Ding replied in an even tone. "Doesn't that mean the demon god is already targeting us?" Lin Yu frowned slightly. Master Ding let out a dismissive snort. "A mere demon god's curse? It's nothing. I already refined it along with Black Dragon Jinren just now. Such weak demons are hardly worth mentioning. You'll need to refine several more of their kind before you can break through to Purple Mansion 4th grade. For now, I'll channel my spiritual energy into you. Focus on cultivating. Once your strength improves, we'll head to the Demon Suppression Tower to hunt down even stronger demons." Before Master Ding's words had fully settled, an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy flowed into Lin Yu's meridians. He quickly sat cross-legged, activating the Sacred Emperor's Heart technique to refine it with all his might. Though he hadn't yet broken through to the 4th grade of the Purple Mansion, he could feel he was very close. 2 more demons from the Demon Suppression Tower should suffice. Several days later, as Lin Yu was immersed in cultivation, the sound of horses and carriages echoed outside the Imperial tomb. "Third brother, I've come to see you." "Third uncle." The voices of Second Prince Lin Shuo and Chuchu rang out from outside the stone house. As soon as Chuchu saw Lin Yu, she affectionately clung to his arm. "Third uncle, how have you been lately? Have you finished the fine wine I brought last time?" "I've brought more to honor you. I've been well eating heartily and sleeping soundly," Lin Yu said with a smile. "If I could refine a few more demons from the Demon Suppression Tower, things would be even better." "Third brother, I've come to bid you farewell," Lin Shuo said. Ever since the Han Imperial Court recognized Chuchu as a prodigious talent destined for greatness, Lin Shuo's status had risen accordingly. Now, his influence in the court rivaled even that of the Crown Prince. "Farewell? Father has ordered me to serve as an envoy to the Zhou Kingdom. He'll be departing in a few days. While I'm away, please take care of Chuchu. In the royal city, you're the one I trust the most." Lin Yu turned and entered the house. Moments later, he returned with a small wooden sword, no bigger than an infant's palm, and handed it to Lin Shuo. "Second brother, I carved this during my free time. Keep it with you for protection." Lin Shuo accepted it solemnly. "I will carry it with me at all times. When I return from the Zhou Kingdom, I'll come to see you again." With that, he left, taking the reluctant Chuchu with him. Watching them disappear into the distance, Lin Yu silently prayed for his brother's safety. As long as Lin Shuo carried that wooden sword imbued with Lin Yu's windsword intent, his life would be secure unless he encountered an expert above Purple Mansion 3rd grade. When the full moon night arrived, Lin Yu stationed himself outside the Demon Suppression Tower, waiting for the demons to attempt their escape through the fissures. Within the tower, thunder raged like a whip, striking the demons relentlessly. Their anguished screams echoed endlessly. Yet, in one corner, the dragon-horned demon king sat motionless, unyielding even as lightning bolts bombarded him. Wisps of demonic energy dissolved into black mist under the lightning's assault. His power was steadily waning, and if he failed to escape, his essence would be completely obliterated within 30 years. The other demons, though enduring the same torment, kept a watchful eye on the dragon-horned demon king. It was from his side that Black Dragon Junren had escaped last time. They wondered how he was faring now. Sure enough, a fissure, just large enough for a person to pass through, appeared beside the dragon-horned demon king. Without hesitation, he transformed into a streak of light and charged toward Itonli to be violently repelled. The other demons stared in disbelief as the dragon-horned demon king roared in fury after failing to break through the fissure twice in succession. At this moment, an old man with a rat-like face and lecherous grin, known as Crane Pin Elder, sidled up to him. "Your Majesty, could it be that your cultivation is too high? Black Dragon Jinren was only at Purple Mansion 2nd grade, whereas you are a master of Purple Mansion 6th grade. Perhaps the fissure only allows those below 2nd grade to pass." "Interesting," the dragon-horned demon king mused. "Fine. Next time the fissure appears, you will go. Anyone who dares to compete with you will be devoured by me." Within the Demon Suppression Tower, a sudden crack appeared, drawing the attention of all the imprisoned demons. He Biwang, with his sharp eyes and quick reflexes, was the first to notice this potential escape route. The other demons sighed in resignation. None dared to act rashly in the presence of Longjiao Demon King. If even the most powerful Longjiao Demon King can't escape, today I've learned that being weaker does have its advantages, some demons muttered in hushed tones, gathering in small groups. Outside the tower, Lin Yu waited quietly. As the crack gradually disappeared, not a single demon emerged. He glanced up at the moon, now past its zenith, and turned to Ding Yi, murmuring, "Could it be that something went wrong with our crack?" Ding Yi seemed equally puzzled. "Strange. That crack should have led directly to the bottom level of the demon suppression tower. There shouldn't have been any issues. Could it be that a demon stronger than Purple Mansion 3rd grade tried to come through and got blocked? Lin Yu speculated aloud. Quite possible, Ding Yi replied with a smug grin. After all, when that last demon escaped, the strongest ones would have been the first to occupy the crack. We've calculated it perfectly. Only demons below Purple Mansion 3rd grade can pass through. That way, you can deal with them one by one and steadily increase your cultivation. Lin Yu nodded in agreement, trusting Ding Yi's analysis. He believed that it was only a matter of time before another demon attempted to break out. Ding Yi, unbothered, remarked that with Lin Yi's astonishing cultivation speed, delaying his advancement to Purple Mansion 4th grade by a month or two wouldn't hurt. Inside the tower, time seemed to stand still. Endless lightning strikes bombarded the imprisoned demons, gradually wearing down their strength. When a new crack finally appeared, He Biwung immediately sought Longjiao Demon King's permission. Upon receiving an approving nod, he transformed into a streak of light and darted toward the crack, successfully escaping. The other demons looked on, torn between envy and helplessness, realizing that only those below Purple Mansion 2nd grade could pass through. Longjiao Demon King observed everything in silence, secretly vowing to find a way to escape. Outside the tower, a wisp of demonic energy emerged, coalescing into He Biwung's form. Just as he was about to revel in his newfound freedom, a voice sounded behind him. Turning around, he saw a young man stepping out from the shadows of the demon suppression tower. At first, He Biwung dismissed the youth as insignificant, someone without any discernible cultivation. But he quickly realized something was amiss. Lin Yu stood unaffected beneath the oppressive aura of the tower. This was highly unusual. Any martial artist below the innate realm should have gone mad upon hearing the demons' agonized wails and curses from within the tower. Blocking his path, Lin Yu calmly admitted that the crack was his doing and even mentioned the Black Dragon Junren who had previously escaped. He Biwung scoffed, refusing to express gratitude, and unleashed a wave of intimidating pressure. However, Lin Yu remained unmoved and countered with an even more terrifying aura, forcing He Biwung to his knees. In utter despair, He Biwung attempted to leverage his alien demon bloodline, threatening Lin Yu with a curse that would cause his bloodline to erupt and kill him. Lin Yu, unfazed, responded with a piercing sword intent that struck straight through He Biwung's forehead. Even in his final moments, He Biwung spat his venomous curse. Boy, you will die from a bloodline eruption. You will, without a doubt. The Crane Pin Elder raised his hand and plunged it into his own heart, his gaze fixed intensely on Lin Yu, as if determined to etch his image into memory forever. A twisted, venomous smile appeared on his face as he used the last of his strength to crush his blood-soaked heart in his palm. The heart instantly turned into a mist of blood, hurtling directly toward Lin Yu. His final curse. Once the blood mist entered Lin Yu's body, any future injury could cause his blood vessels to rupture, leading to his death. At this critical moment, a golden light burst forth from Lin Yu's mind space, and the devouring god cauldron appeared. The cauldron opened wide, swallowing the blood mist entirely while releasing ripples of starlight. In the blink of an eye, the cauldron pulled the Crane Pin Elder inside. Watching his curse being effortlessly neutralized, the Crane Pin Elder fell into utter despair. Over the next 2 years, on every full moon night, Lin Yu stood vigil outside the demon suppression tower. During this time, more than 20 demonic creatures met their end at his hands, and his cultivation advanced to the 6th tier of the Purple Mansion realm. The cracks on the demon suppression tower had now widened enough to allow 5th tier Purple Mansion cultivators to pass through, but those below the 5th tier had long since been eradicated by Lin Yu. Outside the demon suppression tower, the Imperial guards on duty noticed the hurried arrival of Wu Jingtang, Su Gongfeng, and several other innate and Purple Mansion realm experts, sparking a flurry of private discussion. Over the past 2 years, the guards had keenly observed the changes in the tower. Previously, even from 1,000 meters away, the howls and curses of the demonic creatures within could still be heard, unsettling their minds and forcing them to suppress their killing intent. But recently, these sounds had grown faint, until they were no longer audible from that distance. Some ventured closer to investigate, only hearing faint, venomous whispers within 100 meters. Alarmed, they reported this anomaly, prompting the royal experts to come and inspect the situation. Senior Wu, the voices of the demonic creatures inside the tower have indeed diminished significantly. Why is that? Su Gongfeng asked, puzzled. All eyes turned toward Wu Jingtang. Wu Jingtang smiled with relief. There's no need for alarm, everyone. Besides imprisoning demonic creatures, what else is the demon suppression tower designed for? Refining demons? Someone blurted out. Exactly. The weakening of the sounds indicates that the demonic creatures inside the tower are being gradually refined, Wu Jingtang explained. 6 months later, on another full moon night, Lin Yu once again stood outside the tower. As the moon reached its zenith, a surge of dense demonic energy seeped out from the cracks, faintly revealing a blurry human figure. Finally, I've escaped. The figure, not yet fully formed, let out a sinister, cackling laugh. If Linyu hadn't sealed the surrounding space, the sound would have carried for 1,000 meters. Excuse me, is there anyone left on the lowest level of the demon suppression tower? A voice suddenly asked from behind the Demon King. No, no one's left. Who are you? The Horned Demon King instinctively replied, only to realize something was amiss moments later. A dense surge of dark energy began to coalesce outside the demon suppression tower, gradually forming into a towering, burly figure. The figure turned toward Linyu, who was approaching from behind the tower, his eyes glinting with a menacing light. Are you one of the Dahan royal experts guarding the demon suppression tower? The shadowy figure asked in a deep, gravelly voice. But then, as if reconsidering, he quickly dismissed the idea. No, that can't be. There's not a trace of spiritual energy on you. Impossible for you to be one of them. This being, who referred to himself as the dragon-horned demon king, stared greedily at Linyu, his gaze almost dripping with hunger. A sinister chuckle escaped his lips. Never mind who you are. I've been locked in that tower for centuries, deprived of the taste of fresh blood. To think that the moment I break free, a fresh meal would deliver itself to me. Boy, it'll savor devouring you alive. Before the last word left his mouth, the dragon-horned demon king thrust out his hand. Dark mist poured from his palm, swirling into a vortex that surged toward Linyu with terrifying speed. Linyu merely let out a faint snort. In an instant, the oppressive aura of a purple mansion 6th grade warrior erupted from him. The dark vortex came to an abrupt halt, as though it had slammed into an invisible barrier, and then dissipated into nothingness. A purple mansion warrior? The dragon-horned demon king was momentarily stunned, but then burst into wild laughter. Excellent. Even better. The blood and flesh of a purple mansion warrior will nourish me greatly. Consuming you might just restore my cultivation to the 6th grade. After enduring 2 years of relentless lightning refinement, the demon king's cultivation had been whittled down to the 5th grade of the purple mansion realm, allowing him to escape through a crack in the tower. Now, discovering Lin Ye's level of power, he was not deterred but thrilled, eager to devour him and reclaim his former strength. With a thunderous roar, the dragon-horned demon king's aura surged. A sphere of pitch-black energy materialized in his right palm, while the surrounding demonic energy churned and coalesced into a horned dragon that spiraled ominously behind him. Die! He clawed through the air, merging the horned dragon with the black energy in his palm. The resulting force shot toward Linyu like a bolt of black lightning. The winds howled, the skies roared with thunder, and streaks of inky lightning crackled in the air as the attack tore through the space between them. This strike carried the full might of a 5th-grade purple mansion warrior, its destructive power awe-inspiring. Lin Ye's lips curled into a cold smirk. With a casual motion, he unleashed a blade of wind sword intent. Since ascending to the 6th grade of the purple mansion realm, his sword intent had grown exponentially more powerful. The azure sword light flashed, and the horned dragon crumbled instantly. The black lightning scattered wildly before dissipating entirely under Lin Ye's overwhelming aura. The wind sword intent continued its trajectory, undeterred. Before the dragon-horned demon king could react, it pierced through his forehead, obliterating his soul in a single, decisive strike. The dragon-horned demon king collapsed to the ground, staring at Linyu in utter disbelief. He had only just escaped from the demon suppression tower, yet here he was, defeated so swiftly. Though the sword intent of wind had pierced his forehead, gravely damaging his soul, he remained calm. After all, with the blessing of the demon god, regenerating his flesh and blood was merely a matter of time. I know what you're thinking, Linyu sneered. Demonic cultivators, right? Regenerating your body is no big deal? But let me introduce you to my little cauldron. It can refine anything. Care to guess where all those other demons that escaped ended up? With that, he summoned the devouring god cauldron from his mind's sea. Hurry up. I've been waiting long enough. The cauldron spirit, sounding impatient, released ripples of starlight that began spreading toward the dragon-horned demon king. You wretch. I have the blessing of the demon god. If I die, the demon god will. The demon king's voice trembled with fear, but Linyu cut him off before he could finish. I know, the demon god's curse, right? Don't worry, he'll refine you and that curse together. Before the words had fully left his mouth, the dragon-horned demon king was dragged into the cauldron. Cauldron spirit, we've cleared out the demons on the lowest level of the demon suppression tower. What's next? Linyu asked, furrowing his brow as he put away the cauldron. The demonic cultivators on the upper levels are all at least in the myriad phenomena realm. I can't handle them yet. Heh. Once I've finished refining this demon, it'll help you ascend to the 7th tier of the purple mansion realm, the cauldron spirit replied smugly. Then it'll teach you a technique even stronger than the sword intent of wind. Master it, and you'll be able to take on myriad phenomena realm fighters with ease. Lin Yun's excitement was palpable. He wasted no time returning to the Imperial tomb, urging the cauldron spirit to refine the dragon-horned demon king. As a surge of vast spiritual energy poured into his body, Lin Yu activated the sacred emperor's heart technique, pushing toward the 7th tier of the purple mansion realm. When the demon king was completely refined, roaring tempest filled the stone chamber, nearly tearing it apart. When Lin Yu opened his eyes again, the once brilliant lightning in his gaze had become deep and restrained, like an unfathomable abyss. Without hesitation, he eagerly asked the cauldron spirit about the promised technique. This technique is called the 9 Heaven Sword Mastery, the cauldron spirit explained. First, you'll need a flying sword. With this technique, you can command your sword to strike down enemies from 1,000 miles away. Its sword energy is unstoppable. Even at the 7th tier of the Purple Mansion realm, you'll be able to contend with a 1st-tier Myriad Phenomena realm expert. Then what are we waiting for? You'll find a sword sharp enough to cut through iron tonight. Lin Yu exclaimed enthusiastically. A regular sword won't do, the cauldron spirit interrupted. The 9 Heavens Sword Mastery pushes a flying sword to travel incredible distances in an instant. Ordinary swords can't withstand the spiritual energy and will shatter into dust. Looks like you'll have to visit the Great Han Royal Armory, Lin Yu mused. Only the Royal Armory or the top-tier sects and noble families would have treasures like flying swords. The Royal Armory? Huh? I've always wanted to check that out, the cauldron spirit chuckled. But dawn's almost here, and I need my rest. Let's go later. Lin Yu shook his head with a wry smile, thinking how even a devouring god cauldron needed downtime. But since today was the day Chuchu planned to visit, he decided to tidy up the room and continue cultivating to stabilize his realm. Third Royal Uncle. Soon, Chuchu's voice called out from outside. Lin Yu stepped out to greet her, only to find that the usually cheerful and lively Chuchu looked troubled today. Ever since she was recognized as an on-scene generation prodigy, her status within the royal family had skyrocketed, surpassing even the 7th princess, who was training at Ling Tian's sect. But now, it was clear that something was weighing heavily on her mind. While Lin Yu was pondering why Chuchu seemed troubled, she suddenly threw herself into his arms, her face full of grievance. Third uncle, I don't want to get married, she exclaimed. Who dares to make you marry? Lin Yu asked, his face filled with confusion. In his eyes, Chuchu, as the hope of the Han Imperial family, was destined for greatness. With her extraordinary talent, advancing to the Zifu realm was almost a certainty. Such a prodigy would surely be kept in the Imperial capital at all costs. If marriage were to be discussed, it would be about finding a consort for her, not marrying her off. Chuchu took a moment to compose herself before revealing the truth. Third uncle, today, Emperor Grandfather told me that the Taishang Sword Sect's inner disciple and holy son, the 9th prince of the Qi dynasty, sent a marriage proposal. Emperor Grandfather said he couldn't refuse. The people from the Taishang Sword Sect will be coming to the capital soon to formalize the arrangement. The Taishang Sword Sect. Lin Yun's brows furrowed slightly. This sect was immensely powerful, faintly standing above the major dynasties. Although they typically stayed out of worldly affairs, it was rumored that a Wanxiang realm expert resided within the sect, making even the mightiest dynasties tread carefully. As for the 9th prince of the Qi dynasty, Lin Yu had heard of Hema prodigy and cultivation, who had reached the innate realm at 15. Now, at 21, his strength could only have grown further. Chuchu looked up at Lin Yu, her eyes brimming with unshed tears. Even the Taishang Sword Sect Emperor Grandfather said we can't afford to offend them right now. It seems we'll have no choice but to accept this marriage. The Qi dynasty is truly calculating. Lin Yu snorted coldly. Chuchu's reputation as a peerless talent had already spread across the nations. The Qi dynasty was clearly using the influence of the Taishang Sword Sect to exert pressure and secure a marriage for their 9th prince. It was an obvious yet effective strategy. If Chuchu complied, the Qi dynasty would undoubtedly pour their resources into nurturing her as one of their own. But if she resisted, they could simply cut off her cultivation resources. Even with her unparalleled talent, her progress would inevitably lag behind the 9th prince. In the end, she would still fall under the Qi dynasty's control. Third Royal Uncle, what should I do? Chuchu looked at Lin Yu with hopeful eyes, waiting for him to make a decision for her. With the 2nd prince, Lin Shuo, away on a mission to the Great Zhou dynasty, Lin Yu was her only pillar of support. Gently stroking Chuchu's hair, Lin Yu comforted her in a soft voice. Don't worry. As long as I'm here, no one can force you into marriage. Leave this matter to me. While the Great Qi dynasty's pressure alone could be managed, the involvement of the Supreme Sword Sect complicated things. Based on his understanding of the Han Emperor, this marriage was highly likely to be approved. Chuchu nodded immediately. Despite the world labeling Lin Yu a cripple, she had unwavering faith in him. If he said he could handle it, then he surely would. After seeing Chuchu off, Lin Yu waited until nightfall before quietly heading to the royal armory. With his extraordinary cultivation and the divine talent of the sacred emperor's sword physique, he moved through the imperial city like a ghost, undetectable even to the innate-level royal guardians. The royal armory was a three-story stone building, each level housing weapons and artifacts corresponding to the innate, purple mansion, and myriad phenomena realms. The most powerful treasures, capable of safeguarding the nation's fortune, were personally overseen by the Han Emperor. At the armory's entrance, an elderly man with white hair and innate ninth-grade cultivation sat in meditation, his senses sharp enough to detect the faintest disturbance within dozens of meters. Yet, he remained oblivious as Lin Yu passed silently by. Lin Yu bypassed the first floor and made his way straight to the second, where weapons of the Purple Mansion realm were stored. Hundreds of weapons were neatly arranged in wooden boxes, alongside dozens of jade cases containing magical artifacts. Any one of these treasures, if leaked, could cause chaos and bloodshed. Yet they lay here, gathering dust as martial arts waned. Master Ding, do any of these Purple Mansion weapons suit my needs? Lin Yu asked. Forget the Purple Mansion weapons, go higher. The real treasures are above. Ding scoffed dismissively. On the third floor, only a few dozen wooden boxes and a handful of jade cases were present, holding the rarest myriad phenomena weapons and artifacts. These were the Han royal family's most prized possessions, amassed over centuries with the nation's full resources. Not bad. There are 5 flying swords here. I can devour them and forge a flying sword that surpasses the myriad phenomena realm for you, Ding said excitedly. Without delay, the devouring divine cauldron emerged from Lin Yu's mind, its starlit ripples enveloping the entire floor. 5 wooden boxes sprang open, and the flying swords within flew into the cauldron like birds returning to their nest. It's done. Let's go. I'll refine them further when we get back. Lin Yu left the armory as stealthily as he had entered. Once back at the royal tombs, he immediately urged Ding to begin refining the 5 myriad phenomena flying swords, each a national treasure. The flying sword soon to be born would undoubtedly wield extraordinary power. Ding eagerly emerged from Lin Yu's sea of consciousness. The moment he appeared, the god-devouring cauldron began to stir with a tempest of starlight, accompanied by resonant, sword hums reminiscent of dragon roars. Sharp sword energy erupted within the cauldron, only to be devoured and dissipated by the starlight. As all 5 flying swords were completely refined, a streak of brilliant azure light shot out from the cauldron, gracefully circling in front of Lin Yu. Reaching out, Lin Yu grasped the 3-foot-long azure blade. Its design was ancient and unadorned, with a faint blue glow rippling across its edge. The moment it touched his hand, he could feel its seamless harmony with the essence of wind swordsmanship. This flying sword aligns perfectly with the wind sword intent. I'll keep it stored within me for safekeeping. Whenever you need it, just focus your thoughts, and I can summon it from the sea of consciousness, Ding Yi declared proudly. And its speed is extraordinary. With your current strength, the 9 Heaven Sword control technique would normally allow you to command a sword within a range of 1,000 miles. But with this, you could strike down an enemy 3,000 miles away in the blink of an eye. Ding Yi, you're truly incredible, Lin Yu exclaimed with heartfelt admiration. Now give it a name, and then I'll teach you the 9 Heaven Sword control technique, Ding Yi said, clearly in high spirits, urging Lin Yu to christen the exceptional flying sword. After a moment of thought, Lin Yu said, since it resonates with the wind sword intent and excels in speed, let's call it Yu Feng Rider of the Wind. Yu Feng? Not bad at all. Ding Yi nodded with satisfaction. Immediately, the cultivation method for the 9 Heaven Sword control technique surged into Lin Yu's sea of consciousness like a torrential flood. Hundreds of profound, golden characters illuminated his mind. This technique, which would ordinarily be incredibly challenging to master, became clear to Lin Yu with just a glance, as though he had practiced it countless times before. Without hesitation, he began channeling his spiritual energy, gathering the wind sword intent, and activated the Yu Feng sword. The wind-taming sword trembled violently in Lin Yu's hand, as if a flood dragon was struggling to break free from its restraints. He loosened his grip slightly, and the sword instantly transformed into a streak of cyan light, shooting out of the stone house and appearing in the skies above the distant Chilean mountains within moments. Through his soul connection, Lin Yu felt as though he were physically present, taking in the vast and majestic expanse of the Chilean mountains. With a single thought, he whispered, "Return." His vision blurred momentarily, and the cyan light tore through the air, flying back through the stone house's main entrance. It circled him twice before coming to a gentle halt in front of him, its blade facing outward, awaiting his command. The sacred Emperor sword body is truly remarkable, Ding Yi exclaimed in amazement. I only just taught you the 9 Heaven Sword technique, and you've already mastered it. I originally thought it would take you 3 to 5 days to become proficient, but I underestimated the sacred Emperor sword body. Lin Yu sincerely thanked Ding Yi. Without his help, Lin Yu might still be a forgotten outcast, wasting away in the Imperial mausoleum. Thank me? There's no need. We're just helping each other. Assisting you is also helping myself. Ding Yi chuckled. Now, try the Nine Heavens sword technique again. With your current cultivation, you should be able to control the sword across 3,000 miles. All right, Lin Yu replied with a smile. Years ago, during a southern campaign, I came across a miraculous tea tree on the cliffs of Tsangyun Ridge. It absorbs the essence of the sun and moon, and its leaves are not only fragrant but also enhance the strength of one's soul. Although it's incredibly difficult to harvest, I believe the wind-taming sword can handle it now. Before his words had fully left his mouth, the wind-taming sword darted into the sky like a swimming dragon. Through his soul, Lin Yu could sense the roaring winds as mountains and rivers below blurred into streaks of color. Within a few breaths, the sword returned, carrying over a dozen fresh, vibrant tea leaves on its blade. The enticing aroma filled the stone house, identical to the legendary absolute cliff green tea he remembered. Just inhaling the fragrance was enough to invigorate the spirit. 3,000 miles in the blink of an eye. Lin Yu marveled. With the Nine Heavens sword technique and the wind-taming sword, he was now confident he could defeat even a Vortex Realm Master. Meanwhile, in the Imperial Palace, the Han Emperor was abruptly awakened by a eunuch and rushed to the royal armory. The Imperial Guards and Royal Shadow Guards held torches, illuminating the area outside the armory as if it were daylight. Su Gongfeng, Elder Chen, what has happened in the armory? The Han Emperor demanded with a dark expression. Your Majesty, all 5 Vortex Realm flying swords stored in the armory have been stolen, Elder Chen reported, bowing in shame. This is my failure to guard them properly. Please punish me as you see fit. The Han Emperor stared at Elder Chen in disbelief. As an innate 9th-rank martial artist, just half a step away from the Purple Palace realm, who could possibly steal 5 Vortex Realm flying swords from under his watchful eye without a trace? If not for Chen's decades of loyal service guarding the armory, the Emperor might have suspected him of collusion. Su Gongfeng noted that only the flying swords were taken, while the other treasures remained untouched. He fell into deep thought. Wait! The Han Emperor suddenly exclaimed. Could it have been the 9th Prince? Suk Prince? Su Gongfeng and Elder Chun gasped in unison. Exactly, the Han Emperor analyzed. With the 9th Prince's abilities, he could enter the armory undetected. As a Vortex Realm sword cultivator, he would only be interested in the flying swords, not the other treasures. If he took them, there's no issue. The 9th Prince is the pillar of our Han dynasty. He is free to use any treasure in the armory as he sees fit. Your Majesty, Su Gongfeng questioned hesitantly, if it truly was the Suk Prince, why has he not come to meet us since his return? Elder Chun nodded in agreement. Ever since the Suk Prince returned from the depths of the Chilean mountains, he had intervened in several matters, yet he remained shrouded in mystery, with no one having seen his true appearance. The Han Emperor's eyes sparkled with confidence as he firmly believed in the reason why the 9th Prince had chosen to protect the Han dynasty from the shadows. Without hesitation, he issued an order to spread the word about the day's events. The Qi dynasty and the Supreme Sword Sect have joined forces to pressure me into marrying Chuchu to them, attempting to take away our Han dynasty's peerless genius. Now, let them know that the Han dynasty also has a Vientiane realm powerhouse standing guard. With the support of Prince Su, the Emperor felt no fear, even in the face of the combined forces of the Qi dynasty and the Supreme Sword Sect. Meanwhile, within the royal tomb, Chuchu sat beside Lin Yu, her expression clouded with worry as she watched him calmly brew tea. Third uncle, what should I do? I've heard that the 9th Prince of the Qi dynasty and people from the Supreme Sword Sect are on their way to the capital. If grandfather really agrees to marry me off to that person. Her voice trembled with concern. Lin Yu slid a cup of fragrant Absolute Ridge green tea toward Chuchu with a reassuring smile. I've heard that Prince Su has returned to the capital after advancing to the Vientiane realm. With his support, father would never agree to marry you off to the Qi dynasty. You are a rare talent of the Han royal family. In the future, you should choose your consort according to your own wishes and stay here in the capital. Chuchu picked up the teacup and, with a hint of playful defiance, huffed lightly. Unless the consort I choose measures up to you, third uncle, I'd rather focus on my cultivation alone. She took a sip of the tea, and her expression shifted in surprise. Third uncle, this tea. It feels like it's enhancing my soul. What kind of tea is this? This is Absolute Ridge green tea, grown atop the Absolute Ridge and nourished by the essence of the sun and moon. Lin Yu explained with a gentle laugh. It does enhance the soul, though its effects diminish with repeated consumption. The first cup is always the most potent. Even though the tea no longer strengthened his soul, he still relished its calming presence. Just then, hurried footsteps echoed from a distance, drawing closer. Someone arrived at the royal tomb, gasping for breath, and called out loudly from outside the stone chamber, Princess Ningbing. Princess Ningbing. Lin Yu and Chu Chu had just stepped out of the stone house when they saw a eunuch from the palace hurriedly dismounting his horse. As soon as the eunuch spotted them, He bowed deeply and greeted them. Your Highness, Third Prince and Princess Ningbing. He then turned to Chuchu with an anxious expression. Princess Ningbing, His Majesty has issued a decree for you to return to the palace immediately. Lin Yu frowned slightly. Such urgency, has something happened? The eunuch respectfully answered, Your Highness, Third Prince, the delegations from the Great Qi dynasty and the Supreme Sword Sect have arrived in the capital. They have requested an audience with Princess Ningbing. What? So soon? Chuchu's expression changed dramatically. Just moments ago, they had been discussing the arrival of the Great Qi delegation, and now they were already at the royal city gates. The eunuch urged again, Princess Ningbing, the delegation is about to enter the palace. Please return quickly. Chuchu turned to Lin Yu. Third royal uncle? Lin Yu smiled reassuringly. Go ahead. Don't keep father waiting. His gaze was steady, conveying a silent message. Leave everything to me. Chuchu understood, nodded lightly, and followed the eunuch back to the palace. In the Imperial garden, the emperor of the Han dynasty was hosting a banquet for the Great Qi delegation alongside the prime minister and other court officials. A tall, handsome young man in luxurious robes, though with a hint of coldness in his eyes, stood and raised his cup. Your Majesty, why has the esteemed Princess Ningbing not graced us with her presence? I have long heard of her unparalleled talent and greatly admire her. I humbly request to meet her. The emperor smiled. Unfortunately, Chuchu was out training today. I have already sent for her to return. I hope so, Li He said with a cold smirk. It would be most unfortunate if Princess Ningbing is deliberately avoiding me. Such an act might strain relations between our nations and tarnish the Supreme Sword Sect's regard for the Han royal family. Backed by the Great Qi dynasty and the Supreme Sword Sect, he dared to openly threaten the emperor. The emperor's gaze turned icy. The Great Qi dynasty does not have a Wanxiang realm expert among its ranks, does it? While Great Qi may lack a Wanxiang realm expert, the Supreme Sword Sect certainly does. Li He retorted, meeting the emperor's eyes without a trace of fear. At that moment, Chuchu arrived in haste. Seeing Li He's arrogant and disdainful demeanor, she was already deeply disgusted. The emperor greeted her with a smile and gestured for her to take a seat, introducing her to the guests. This is the 9th prince of the Great Qi dynasty, Li He. Beside him is Elder Feng of the Supreme Sword Sect. Elder Feng's eyes lit up upon seeing Chuchu. Leaning closer to Li He whispered, the Princess Ningbing of the Han dynasty possesses the rare heavenly Yin physique. She's an unparalleled prodigy in cultivation and must not be overlooked. Heavenly Yin physique? Are you certain, Brother Feng? Li He asked in astonishment. The heavenly Yin physique is distinct from ordinary physiques. Our sect has secret methods to identify it. I am absolutely certain. Elder Feng replied with pride. Li He's eyes gleamed with excitement upon hearing this. When he looked at Chuchu again, a flicker of greed crossed his gaze. He stood and declared in a loud voice, Your Majesty, I am the 9th prince of Great Qi, a noble of Imperial lineage and an innate third-rank martial artist. Moreover, I am the holy son of the Supreme Sword Sect's inner sect. In terms of status, position, and talent, I am more than worthy of Princess Ningbing. I have fallen deeply in love with her at first sight and wish to take her as my wife. I humbly request Your Majesty's approval. The emperor's face darkened. The Princess Ningbing will not marry outside the Han dynasty. Her consort will be chosen from within our empire. Unless the 9th prince is willing to become a prince consort of the Han dynasty, this marriage is out of the question. Your Majesty, Li He laughed brazenly. If I were to marry Princess Ningbing, our two nations would become allies, ensuring eternal peace. Otherwise, there might be endless conflict and years of warfare. Surely Your Majesty and the princess would not disregard the welfare of the people? He then cast a meaningful glance at Chuchu. Furthermore, I have heard that the Han dynasty has ongoing disputes with the Zhou dynasty. If we were to ally with the Zhou dynasty instead, I wonder how the Han dynasty would respond? The court officials erupted in outrage. Arrogant. Are all princes of Great Qi so insolent? If Great Qi dares to ally with Zhou, it will be an enemy of the Han dynasty. Your Majesty, this man is brazen and disrespectful. He must be expelled from our land. The atmosphere in the Imperial garden was heavy with tension. The Han Emperor's cold gaze bore straight into Li He. His voice was as chilling as a winter frost. It seems you have forgotten that the Great Han is guarded by a venerable Wuxiang realm master. Since the Great Qi has chosen to ally with the Great Zhou today, tomorrow our Wuxiang realm master will show you what true power looks like. The Emperor's tone dripped with disdain. Prince Su alone, with a single sword, is enough to bathe the Great Qi's imperial city in blood. After enjoying peace for so long, I fear the Great Qi royal family has forgotten the terror of a Wuxiang realm master. Perhaps it's time to let Prince Su remind you of that fear. These words bolstered the confidence of the ministers present. At the mere mention of Prince Su, their expressions brimmed with assurance. Li He, however, showed no trace of fear. Instead, he stood tall and proud. I am the holy son of the Taishang sword sect's inner sanctum and the future successor of the sect. The Wuxiang realm masters of the Taishang sword sect are the trump card of the Great Qi. Your Majesty, if the Great Qi's imperial city cannot withstand a Wuxiang realm master, do you truly believe the Great Han's imperial city can? His voice grew increasingly arrogant. Besides, this so-called Prince Su is as elusive as a dragon, his name heard but his presence never seen. Who has ever witnessed him in action? Could it be that Prince Su is nothing more than a fabrication of the great Han royal family? Meanwhile, the Wuxiang realm masters of the Taishang sword sect are undeniably real. How dare you? The Han emperor roared in fury. Prince Su's deeds in quelling the beast tide are well documented. How dare you question his existence? Yet, deep down, the emperor knew that not only the Great Qi but likely even the Great Zhou harbored doubts about Prince Su's authenticity. Li He stepped forward into the center of the Imperial garden, his gaze provocative as it swept over the Han Emperor and the serene Chuchu. If Prince Su truly exists, why not summon him to show himself? I've long desired to witness the might of a Wuxiang realm master. He laughed wildly and continued, Your Majesty, if Prince Su dares not appear, why not grant Princess Ningbing's hand to me? Once I marry Princess Ningbing, the Great Qi and the Great Han will become as close as brothers. The Imperial garden fell into an eerie silence. All eyes turned to the Han Emperor, whose expression darkened. Prince Su was notoriously elusive, and at this critical moment, where could he possibly find Prince Su to put this arrogant young man in his place? Only Chuchu remained composed, leisurely enjoying her wine and delicacies. She had full confidence in Lin Yufteral. If her third imperial uncle claimed to have a solution, then a solution there would be. Boom! A deafening clap of thunder erupted over the imperial city, followed by streaks of golden light shooting skyward from various parts of the city. These beams quickly connected, forming a golden canopy that enveloped the entire imperial capital. This sudden phenomenon was a clear sign that the demon ceiling formation had been triggered. The imperial garden descended into chaos. The royal guards immediately sprang into action, surrounding the emperor in a protective formation. Amid the commotion, Li He stood coldly watching, a sneer on his lips. Is this how the Han imperial family plans to distract attention? It seems the rumors were true. So-called Vientiane realm experts nothing more than empty bravado. At that moment, Su Gongfeng pointed toward the sky in terror. Your Majesty, look! A streak of azure sword light tore through the heavens, hurtling toward the imperial city faster than the eye could follow. The sword light pierced through the golden barrier effortlessly, appearing before everyone's eyes in an instant. A sword! It's a flying sword, gasped the onlookers. Panic swept through the imperial garden. Even Li He, who had maintained an air of confidence, froze in shock. The azure sword light streaked past him like a shooting star, grazing him before soaring skyward once more. It pierced the demon ceiling formation again and vanished into the distance. The garden fell into an eerie silence. Before anyone could recover from their shock, a sudden, heavy thud broke the stillness. Li He collapsed to his knees, blood gushing from his knees and wrists. Even more horrifying, blood seeped from his dantian, and his cultivation began to deteriorate at an alarming rate. In mere moments, this once peerless genius of the Xiantian third grade had been reduced to a cripple barely clinging to martial third grade. Senior brother Feng, save me! Li He cried out desperately to elder Feng. His limbs were rendered useless, his dantian shattered, and his qi utterly destroyed. He was completely incapacitated. Members of the qi delegation rushed to his side, gasping in horror at the sight of his condition. The Han Emperor pushed aside his guards and burst into triumphant laughter. The ninth prince! It must have been the ninth prince. He looked down at the kneeling Li He with a smug expression. Weren't you eager to witness the strength of the Han imperial family's Vientiane realm experts? Well, you've seen it now. What more do you have to say? Su Gongfeng and the others finally pieced it together. It had to be the work of the ninth prince. The wind-infused sword intent within that azure light was unmistakably his signature technique. No wonder he had withdrawn all the Vientiane realm flying swords from the armory recently. It was clear he had mastered the legendary sword-controlling technique. But only Chuchu knew the truth. The one who intervened wasn't the ninth princess, was her third uncle, the person who had always cared for her the most. Her third uncle was a man of his word, and this time, he had stepped in to aid her without hesitation. With the help of the Qi delegation, Li He's wounds were hastily dressed, though his venomous gaze never left the Han Emperor and Chuchu. Turning to Elder Feng, he snarled, Senior brother Feng, the Han imperial family ambushed me and destroyed my cultivation. You must avenge me. Elder Feng's face was as calm as still water, his gaze indifferent as he looked at Li He. Junior brother Li, how exactly do you want me to help you seek revenge? Of course, we must return to the sect and ask the Grandmaster to come out of seclusion to bathe the Han imperial city in blood. Li's face contorted with rage, his eyes gleaming with madness. The agony of having his cultivation abolished made him long to drag the entire Han Imperial city into his despair. Elder Feng let out a cold laugh. Junior brother Li, who do you think you are? The Grandmaster has been in seclusion for years, indifferent to worldly affairs. Why would he come out for someone like you, a cripple? If you were still the unparalleled genius, the inner sect saint's son, that might be a different story. But as you are now, a man who can no longer cultivate, what reason does the Taishang sword sect have to avenge you? With that, Elder Feng stepped back 2 paces and bowed deeply toward the Han Emperor. Your Majesty, our Taishang sword sect has no connection with the Qi royal family. The venerable realm experts of our sect would never aid the Qi dynasty. Senior brother Feng, you? Li felt as though lightning had struck him. He stared at Elder Feng in disbelief. He hadn't expected that the moment he became a cripple, his former sect brothers would turn their backs on him so mercilessly. Elder Feng ignored Li's gaze entirely and instead smiled as he turned to another figure. I have long heard that the Prince of Su of the Han dynasty is a peerless sword cultivator. To witness your highness's mastery of swordsmanship today is truly a privilege of a lifetime. Our Taishang sword sect is willing to form an alliance with the Han royal family for mutual support and defense. At this moment, aside from the delegation from Qi, no one spared another glance at Li He. A once brilliant genius who had lost his cultivation was no longer a genius. Even if he returned to the Qi dynasty, the best he could hope for would be a leisurely life as a minor prince. His grand ambitions had already been pierced like a sword through the clouds, dissolving into nothingness. After bidding farewell to the Qi delegation and the group from the Taishang sword sect, the Han Emperor finally burst into hearty laughter. Excellent. I knew that the 9th prince must be secretly watching over the Han royal family. Now, who would dare question the Han dynasty's strength with a venerable realm sword cultivator guarding our fate? In the Imperial garden, the Prime Minister and other officials stepped forward to offer advice. Your Majesty, this matter should be proclaimed throughout the land, so the world may know of the Han dynasty's might. The 2nd prince has been detained by the Zhou dynasty for too long. Once this news reaches the Zhou imperial city, they will surely release him without delay. The Prince of Su mastering swordsmanship is truly a blessing for the Han dynasty. Your Majesty's fortune is unparalleled, and your reign shall endure for 10,000 years. Hearing the minister's flattery, the Han Emperor's face lit up with joy, his spirits soaring. After the grand banquet of the Han dynasty, an astonishing incident at the event spread like a whirlwind across various nations. At the center of it was the tragic fate of Li He, the 9th prince of the Qi dynasty. Known as a prodigious genius, he made an audacious remark during the banquet and faced the wrath of Prince Su, a revered protector of the Han dynasty. Using his flying sword technique, Prince Su crippled Li He on the spot, severing his tendons, destroying his dantian and qi si, and leaving him a broken man. This event sent shockwaves throughout the cultivation world. The sight of the legendary flying sword piercing through the Han capital's demon-suppressing array was witnessed by the entire imperial city and foreign spies alike, confirming the long-standing rumors that the Han dynasty was guarded by a mighty venerable of the myriad phenomena realm. Alarmed, the aristocratic families and sects within Han's borders scrambled to send emissaries to the capital to pledge their allegiance, fearing they might become the next example of the royal family's dominance. The Qi dynasty, on the other hand, found itself in an unprecedented predicament. Humiliated by the crippling of their royal genius, they were forced to swallow their pride. In an effort to appease the Han dynasty, they immediately stripped Li He of his royal status, reducing him to a commoner and imprisoning him in the Zhongren mansion. Even the Supreme Sword Sect, which had once been Li He's backing, severed all ties with him and expelled him from their ranks with decisive measures. Despite the sect also boasting a venerable of the myriad phenomena realm, they were clearly no match for Prince Su, who could wield his sword across thousands of miles. Even the typically assertive Zhou dynasty softened its stance, releasing Lin Shuo, the 2nd prince of Han, whom they had previously detained. Yet, just as the Han dynasty's might reached its zenith, a shocking secret was quietly brewing in the shadowy depths of Inkcloud Ridge. This vast mountain range, situated on the Han border, was shrouded in perpetual gloom. The main peak, barren and desolate, was covered in jagged rocks. Howling winds swept through the terrain, producing eerie wails like the cries of 100 ghosts, deterring anyone from venturing within 100 miles of the area. A solitary figure pierced through the dense clouds, vanishing into the maze of mist. Beyond the veil of clouds, a sinister peak exuding demonic energy came into view. Atop it stood several eerie structures, the most striking of which were grotesque palaces built entirely from countless bones. The uninvited visitor descended onto a white bone plaza, halfway up the mountain and proceeded toward the main hall, constructed from the skulls of humans, demons, and monsters alike. Inside, ghostly green flames flickered, and countless hollow eye sockets seemed to fixate on the center of the hall, emanating an eternal, resentful wail. Master, regarding Prince Su of Han's recent actions, the visitor bowed respectfully toward the figure within the green spectral glow at the head of the hall. There's no need to worry. It's nothing more than a smoke screen. The shadowy figure in the glow replied with a sinister cackle. The world believes Prince Su has returned to the Han dynasty, but little do they know, he is here, within our heavenly demon sect. With a faint sound, a towering figure emerged from the shadows. It was none other than the legendary Prince Su. However, his eyes were lifeless, his face expressionless, like a walking corpse. It was clear he had become a puppet under the control of the heavenly demon sect. Behold my greatest creation, the corpse puppet, the sect master declared with maniacal laughter, revealing the earth-shattering secret. In the dimly lit palace, Elder Sun stared at the sect master of the Tianma sect in utter disbelief, his eyes filled with shock. Sect master, what is going on here? According to the legend, when the Su prince of the Han dynasty disappeared, he was already a 9th-grade purple mansion cultivator, just one step away from the myriad phenomena realm. You are merely a 7th-grade purple mansion. How could you possibly refine him into a corpse puppet? The sect master of the Tianma sect curled his lips into a smug smile as the ghostly flames flickering in the palace danced erratically, adding an eerie aura to his presence. It was fate. Years ago, in the Chilean mountains, I was hunting the iron-armed golden ape to refine into a corpse puppet when I unexpectedly encountered the Su prince, who had gone mad during his cultivation. I brought him back to Demon Mountain and spent decades of painstaking effort to successfully refine him into a corpse puppet. At this point, the sect master shook his head with a hint of regret. Unfortunately, his cultivation was damaged during the process. Now, he only retains the strength of a 6th-grade purple mansion cultivator and can no longer wield the wind sword intent. However, even with this level of power, he is more than enough to carry out our plans. Sect Master, your abilities are truly unparalleled. Elder Sun exclaimed in admiration. If the Han dynasty were to discover that their revered ancestor has become your corpse puppet, I can't imagine what their reaction would be. His flattery made the sect master appear even more pleased. A flash of malice glimmered in the sect master's eyes. Go and find out the exact departure time of the Han dynasty's second prince. Once he enters the borders of the Han dynasty, have those Imperial enforcers we refined from the Zhou royal family strike immediately. At the same time, I will control the Su prince corpse puppet to wreak havoc in the Zhou dynasty. This will undoubtedly ignite a war between the two nations. The sect master burst into maniacal laughter, the ghostly flames in the palace flaring wildly, casting a deranged and terrifying silhouette of his figure. As the two nations descend into chaos, we will seize the opportunity to harvest an ocean of fresh blood, to perform the ritual and resurrect the blood demon sovereign. Elder Sun's eyes burned with fervent zeal. Back then, the blood demon sovereign was gravely injured by the Han dynasty's powerful cultivators. After escaping to Demon Mountain, he used a death-feigning breath-holding technique to survive. As long as we construct the blood pool and allow the sovereign to absorb enough blood, he will awaken and recover his peak strength. A 7th-grade myriad phenomena realm powerhouse invincible in this world. At that time, under the sovereign's leadership, we will crush all nations and unite the world under the Tianma sect. The sect master's eyes blazed with unbridled ambition, and a sinister grin spread across his face. Inside the hall of the demon sect, Elder Sun wore a sinister grin as he reported to the sect master on the progress of their plan. Sect master, this time, our plan is foolproof. Our informant within the Han Imperial court has sent word Lin Shuhua is only accompanied by a single innate Tier 3 martial artist. The corpse puppets we've prepared are more than enough to annihilate them. For years, the demon sect had been secretly collecting the remains of fallen innate-level martial artists from various nations, refining them into corpse puppets. While these puppets were weaker than their original selves, the sect's relentless efforts had allowed them to amass several at the Tier 3 level without much difficulty. Good. Take the corpse puppets and prepare, the sect master commanded with a casual wave of his hand. I will personally bring the corpse puppet of Prince Su to the great Zhou dynasty and unleash a storm of blood and chaos. After Elder Sun respectfully retreated, the sect master turned to the lifeless figure of Prince Su's corpse puppet beside him, letting out a chilling laugh. Prince Su, oh Prince Su. When you appear in the royal city of Great Zhou, the expressions on the faces of the Han Imperial court will surely be priceless. Meanwhile, in a bustling border town of the Han dynasty, Lin Shuhua was resting in a modest tavern. The town was lively, filled with merchants and travelers, with shops lining the streets and caravans leading pack horses through the crowds. The air was alive with the shouts of shopkeepers competing for customers. By Lin Shua's side stood a royal guardian dressed in a simple green robe, an innate Tier 3 martial artist. Additionally, 8 royal guards in blue robes, all tiers even martial artists, sat at 2 separate tables, ensuring his safety. This elite team was confident in their ability to protect Lin Shuo, even against an ambush by thousands of soldiers. Returning from the Great Zhou dynasty, Lin Shuo had been deliberately maintaining a low profile. The tragic fate of the third prince, Lin Yuho's entire army was ambushed and annihilated due to leaked travel routes served as a grim reminder of the dangers lurking in the shadows. Lin Shuo knew all too well that there were those in the royal court who would prefer he never made it back alive. At that moment, four figures clad in black robes and wide-brimmed hats ascended to the second floor of the tavern in perfect unison. They seated themselves at a nearby table, their movements unnervingly stiff and mechanical, like lifeless puppets. Their eerie behavior immediately caught the attention of the green-robed guardian. "Your Highness, something is very wrong with those individuals," the guardian murmured in a low voice. "Their knees do not bend as they move, and now that they are seated, they remain utterly motionless. Moreover, I can sense death energy emanating from them. We must leave at once." Lin Shuo, ever decisive, quickly ordered his guards to prepare for their departure. But before they could act, the four black-robed figures simultaneously unleashed an overwhelming aura of innate Tier 3 power. The sheer force of their presence instantly turned the tavern's ordinary patrons into a bloody mist, while the Tiers even guards were hurled through the windows like ragdolls. The green-robed guardian reacted swiftly, shielding Lin Shuo and leaping out of the tavern. However, the black-robed figures were faster, forming an inescapable trap at the four corners of the street below. The guardian immediately recognized the martial techniques as belonging to the Great Zhou Imperial Court. It was clear that this ambush had been meticulously planned, allowing Lin Shuo to leave the tavern, only to intercept and eliminate him outside. Chaos erupted on the streets. The terrifying clash of martial energy reduced ordinary citizens to blood and ash, while survivors fled in terror, their screams echoing through the air. Faced with four opponents of equal strength, the green-robed guardian knew his chances of survival were slim. Yet, his resolve to protect Lin Shuo burned fiercely, was determined to buy time for the prince to escape to the safety of the general's manor. "Your Highness, if I live through this, I swear to ensure your family's prosperity and safety," Lin Shuo vowed with solemn conviction. The guardian drew his long blade, his aura surging to its peak. With a thunderous cry of "kill," he ignited every ounce of his life force, launching a devastating strike toward the nearest black-robed assailant. The blade flashed through the air, sharp and unstoppable, cleaving toward the right shoulder of the black-robed warrior wearing a bamboo hat. The green-robed guardian poured all his spiritual energy into this strike, its power capable of severing a third-tier innate warrior in two. Yet the black-robed warrior neither dodged nor flinched. With his right fist shrouded in a chilling aura of death, he drove it straight toward the green-robed guardian's heart. With a deafening crash, the blade struck the black-robed warrior's shoulder as if hitting solid steel, shattering on impact. Unfazed, the black-robed warrior's heavy fist slammed into the green-robed guardian's chest, sending him hurtling to the ground at Lin Shuo's feet. "Your Highness, run!" Their corpse puppets crafted by the devil sect. The green-robed guardian coughed up a mouthful of blood, pointing weakly at the encroaching black-robed warriors as his breath waned. Lin Shuo had no time to grieve. Staring at the four corpse puppets advancing step by step, he desperately channeled the spiritual energy within him. With a roar of defiance, he charged at the nearest puppet, only to be repelled by its oppressive aura as if slamming into an invisible wall. He crashed heavily to the ground. Blood trickled from the corner of Lin Shuo's mouth as he looked in despair at the four corpse puppets. If even an innate level guardian couldn't stand against them, how could he possibly prevail? Thoughts of his awaiting wife, the daughter he hadn't seen in years, his third brother guarding the Imperial tomb, and the promise he had yet to fulfill all flooded his mind. It seemed everything would end today. "Kill!" The leading corpse puppet let out a guttural snarl, raising its palm to strike Lin Shuo's skull. The dense demonic energy it exuded seemed almost tangible. At that critical moment, a dazzling green light erupted from Lin Shuo's waist. A fierce sword intent of the wind element tore through the air, instantly shredding the demonic energy in the puppet's palm, piercing through its hand, encircling its body before dissipating. With a sharp crack, the corpse puppet shattered into dozens of pieces and collapsed to the ground. The remaining three puppets froze mid-step, as if controlled by an unseen force. This is the wooden sword third brother gave me," Lin Shuo murmured in astonishment. "I never expected you to have such a protective treasure on you." A cold voice rang out as elder son of the devil sect appeared on the rooftop of the tavern across the street. He ordered the remaining three corpse puppets to resume their attack. Lin Shuo forced a bitter smile as he struggled to his feet. Even with third brother's protective artifact, there's no escaping death. As a prince of Han, I would rather die standing than live kneeling. Meanwhile, in the Imperial tomb, Lin Yu was sitting across from Chuchu, sharing tea. "Third uncle, your tea is always so calming. Every time I drink it, My mind feels clearer and my cultivation progresses faster, Chuchu said with a bright smile, her joy stemming from the anticipation of her father's return. Lin Yu was about to reply when his expression suddenly darkened. The wind element sword intent imbued in the wooden sword he had gifted Lin Shuo had been triggered to protect its master clearly. His second brother was in mortal danger. Before he could investigate further, the sword intent dissipated. Chuchu, you stay here and enjoy the tea. I'm going into the woods to catch a deer, Lin Yu said, making an excuse to leave. As soon as he stepped out of the stone house, his gaze turned icy. He was no longer the man he used to be. Having mastered the Nine Heavens sword technique, he could now respond to crises even from thousands of miles away. Sword, come, he commanded softly. The wind-born sword shot out from his spiritual sea, transforming into a streak of green light that sped toward the place where the wind sword intent had vanished. Back on the long street, Lin Shuo, drenched in blood, let his right arm hang limp as he stared in despair at the three black-robed corpse puppets. For the first time, he loathed himself for neglecting his cultivation in the past. Kill him. Elder Son barked coldly from the rooftop. He was determined to execute the second Prince of Han in the street within the time it took for one incense stick to burn, igniting a grudge between the Han and Zhou dynasties. Whoosh! A piercing whistle tore through the heavens. Elder Son turned toward the sound, his gaze locking onto the horizon where the sky met the earth. There, a streak of azure light slashed through the clouds like a meteor, hurtling toward the city at an alarming speed. Before he could fully discern its nature, the blazing streak had already arrived above the city. A flying sword. Elder Son's face turned ashen as the realization struck him, and he cried out in shock. It was the Wind Rider's sword, brimming with Lin Yu's fury. Spanning 3,000 miles, its sword intent burned as bright as the stars, descending upon this place with unparalleled authority. Lin Shuo, who was surrounded by three black-robed corpse puppets, caught sight of the dazzling azure light streaking toward him. In a blink, the flying sword transformed into a radiant stream of light, circling around him once. When the light dispersed, the three corpse puppets had been reduced to dozens of shattered pieces, collapsing to the ground like toppled building blocks. The Duke of Su. It must be him. Lin Shua's eyes lit up with hope as he recalled the recent tales that had spread across the nations. Though he couldn't fathom how the Duke of Su had known he was in danger thousands of miles away, the ability to annihilate three innate third-tier corpse puppets in an instant could belong to no one else within the Han Imperial family. After completing its circuit, the flying sword turned sharply and aimed directly at Elder Son, who had been preparing to flee. The moment the blade's point locked onto him, a bone-chilling sword intent enveloped him, leaving him paralyzed. No matter where he fled, sky or earth, escape was impossible. The foreboding of death loomed heavy in his heart. The sword light accelerated suddenly, transforming into a streak of azure brilliance as it shot straight for Elder Son's chest. With a furious roar, Elder Son unleashed a surge of demonic energy, drawing his long blade in a desperate attempt to block the strike. Boom! As the sword light collided with his weapon, the demonic energy dissipated in an instant. Cracks spread across the blade before it shattered into countless fragments. The flying sword shimmered and pierced through his chest, a spray of blood erupting into the air. Elder Son stared in disbelief at the gaping wound in his chest before toppling from the rooftop, crashing heavily onto the ground below. Even in his final moments, confusion clouded his thoughts. The Duke of Su had supposedly been turned into a corpse puppet by the sect master, so who was this figure capable of commanding a sword across thousands of miles to kill with such precision? With Elder Son slain, the flying sword circled Lin Shuo once more before streaking away into the horizon as a trail of light. Lin Shuo surveyed the carnage around him. The long street was awash in blood, littered with corpses seen straight out of hell. Just then, the sound of urgent hoofbeats echoed from the far end of the street. A heavily armored cavalry unit charged forward, their presence overwhelming, followed by an elite army that swiftly sealed off the entire street. Your servant Lan Yu apologizes for arriving late to your rescue. Please punish me, Second Prince. A general clad in heavy armor, his face concealed by a yaksha mask, dismounted from his steed. With a long spear in hand, he knelt before Lin Shuo, surrounded by his ironclad cavalry. Send men to escort me back to the Imperial city, Lin Shuo commanded, his gaze fixed on the remains of the corpse puppets. His expression was grim, a sense of foreboding gnawing at him. This assassination attempt hinted at a conspiracy far greater than he could yet comprehend. Lan Yu obeyed without hesitation, immediately dispatching the armored cavalry to form an escort. This unit was the elite of the elite, their armor imbued with formations that allowed a small group to rival innate cultivators. In larger numbers, their combined strength could even withstand attacks from Purple Mansion realm experts. With their protection, Lin Shuo could rest assured. Meanwhile, deep within the Imperial tombs, Lin Yu retrieved the returning Wind Rider sword, storing it within the devourer cauldron in his spiritual sea. His brows furrowed in contemplation. Those who practiced the martial arts of the Zhou Imperial family were devoid of vitality. Their blood and energy completely drained, they were nothing more than living corpses. TSK, TSK. Such dense demonic energy, a voice echoed within Lin Yu's spiritual sea. It was the cauldron's spirit, its tone laced with amusement. What do you mean? Lin Yu asked. The Windrider's sword reeks of demonic energy. Aside from the last one you killed, the rest were all corpse puppets. The cauldron's spirit chuckled darkly, its familiarity with demonic arts evident in its tone. Corpse puppets. Lin Yu furrowed his brows slightly, a hint of confusion flashing in his eyes. This is one of the secret arts of the demonic sect, Ding Ye's voice echoed. Back when the demonic sect was hunted down by the entire world, they vanished without a trace, and very little is known about them today. A corpse puppet refers to refining a warrior's corpse into a puppet. While it obeys the caster, the process is extremely demanding and highly complex. More importantly, a corpse puppet's strength is significantly weaker than it was in life, so it doesn't pose much of a threat. Dingy, how do you know so much about this? Lin Yu asked in astonishment. Dingy chuckled with pride. Heh, after refining those demons in the demon suppression tower, their memories naturally became mine. When it comes to understanding the demonic sect, even the current demonic cultivators can't hold a candle to me. Lin Yu fell into thought. Dingy, do you think the person who destroyed my Dantian and Qi Sibak then might have been a demonic cultivator? He recalled the ruthless and merciless attack of that mysterious figure. If not for the desperate sacrifice of his Xuanjia army, he would have long perished. I hadn't been awakened by you at that time, so who knows? Dingy replied casually. You just focus on finding more treasures for me to refine. Once your strength reaches the pinnacle of the world and you eliminate everyone who could possibly target you, the mastermind will naturally reveal themselves. Dingy, tonight, let's take a trip to the demon suppression tower. Lin Yu said with a faint smile as he carried the pot of stewed venison into the stone house to share the meal with Chuchu. He thought to himself that now that he had mastered the 9 heaven sword art, it was time to deal with the sealed demons in the upper levels of the tower. This smells amazing, third uncle. I didn't know you could cook so well. Chuchu exclaimed, mimicking Lin Yu as she took a big bite of the meat, her face full of delight. Seeing her cheerful expression, Lin Yu smiled and said, Eat as much as you want. It's good for you. The stew was infused with rare and precious materials he had collected using his flying sword. Not only was it nourishing, but it also strengthened the body, enhanced spiritual energy, and fortified the soul comparable to the most potent elixirs. He knew Chuchu would feel its benefits when she practiced cultivation later that night. After the meal, Lin Yu prepared to pay a visit to the upper levels of the demon suppression tower. With Ding Ye's guidance, those demonic cultivators would undoubtedly fall into the trap one by one, willingly throwing themselves into the devouring god cauldron. On the upper levels of the demon suppression tower in the Imperial city, dozens of emaciated and desolate Vientiane-level demons sat scattered, each on the brink of death. A silver dragon, formed from hundreds of bolts of lightning, coiled and roamed within the tower. With every pass, it devoured the demonic energy emanating from these creatures. All the demons, their eyes bloodshot, stared intently at a frail, ashen-faced old man. When the silver dragon made its final sweep and consumed the last trace of demonic energy from the old man, his gaze dimmed completely, and his life came to an end. In an instant, the demons inside the tower, breathing heavily, lunged at the old man's corpse like ravenous wolves. They tore his body apart, greedily absorbing the lingering demonic energy from his remains. This was the way they had survived on the upper levels of the demon suppression tower for centuries, sustaining themselves by consuming the residual energy of their fallen comrades. Amidst their momentary satisfaction, a low exclamation broke the silence. Some grumbled at the interruption, but soon, the demon who had noticed something unusual pointed fervently at a specific seal and shouted, "The seal here has weakened." Hearing this, the other demons rushed over. After careful inspection, they confirmed that the seal had indeed loosened. A glimmer of hope ignited in their hearts. For the first time in ages, they began working together, vowing to tear open the seal and escape their confinement. Outside the tower, Lin Yu observed the ripples forming on the ceiling formation and asked Ding Yi whether all the demons might escape through this breach. Ding Yi smirked confidently and explained that the formation's core mechanisms were located externally. Without external assistance, the demons could never widen the crack enough for all of them to escape. He further revealed that this was a meticulously devised trap, designed to release only a single Vientiane-level demon at a time, just enough for him to refine and help boost Lin Yu's cultivation. Several days later, the second prince, Lin Shuo, arrived in the Imperial city under the escort of heavily armored cavalry. He immediately entered the palace to meet the Emperor of Han. In the royal study, he gave a detailed account of how he had been ambushed by demonic sect corpse puppets on his journey. He particularly emphasized that, Without the timely intervention of Prince Su, he would have perished. When Lin Shuo mentioned that those corpse puppets had been practicing martial arts belonging to the Zhou Imperial family, the Grand Chancellor's brow furrowed deeply as he fell into contemplation. In the Grand Court, a minister frowned and questioned. The frontier city is 3,000 miles from the capital. How could Prince Su have known that the second prince was in danger? Suspicion flickered in his eyes. Unless Prince Su left some kind of sensory mark on the second prince. But that's nearly impossible. Prince Su has always been elusive, rarely showing himself. Even His Majesty's repeated requests for an audience have been ignored. The second prince is but one among many. What could possibly make him so worthy of Prince Su's attention? Lin Shua's heart stirred as he recalled the wooden sword. He was about to reveal the truth, but suddenly changed his mind. Before my diplomatic mission to Dezhou, I happened to acquire a wooden sword carved by a master. When I was ambushed, the sword released a burst of wind blade intent, slaying a corpse puppet and buying me the time needed for Prince Su to come to my aid. Ah, I see. The minister exclaimed in realization, slapping his thigh. That wooden sword must be Prince Su's handiwork. No wonder it held the power of wind blade intent. Prince Su likely acted out of regard for the royal bloodline. The emperor nodded in agreement, though his tone carried a hint of regret. Indeed, it was Prince Su who saved Shuar. But what a pity such a treasure, a wooden sword personally carved by Prince Su and imbued with wind blade intent, was used up just like that. Lin Shuar recalled the words of his third brother, Lin Yu, when he gifted him the sword, and a wave of doubt rose in his heart. Could it be that Prince Su has been hiding in the royal mausoleum all along? Was it possible that Lin Yu, confined there, had inadvertently forged a connection with Prince Su and obtained this personally carved wooden sword? At that moment, the chief minister rose solemnly and bowed deeply to the emperor. Your Majesty, the remnants of the demon sect have resurfaced after centuries of dormancy. They must be plotting something catastrophic. In the past, the demon sect colluded with the demon clans, bringing untold suffering to the people and plunging the world into chaos. Since they dare to show themselves now, this is our chance to eliminate them once and for all. In the Imperial study, Lin Shuan knelt before the Emperor of Han, making his request. Father, I am willing to lead the royal experts to hunt down the remnants of the demon sect. Before his words had fully settled, a deep and commanding voice echoed from outside the door. Hold it right there. Lin Shua's heart skipped a beat. He recognized the voice immediately. It was the Crown Prince. The Crown Prince, Lin Feng, was renowned for his extraordinary talent in cultivation, surpassing even Lin Yu in his prime. His military campaigns were unstoppable, earning him a fearsome reputation. Back when Lin Yu rose to fame, comparisons between him and the Crown Prince were common throughout court and country. When investigating the traitor who betrayed Lin Yu's marching route, Lin Shua's first suspicion had fallen on Lin Feng. However, the Crown Prince had been stationed on the northern frontier for years, quelling rebellions among the Hu tribes, leaving Lin Shua unable to gather concrete evidence. Moments later, the Crown Prince entered the study, clad in iron armor, exuding an aura of authority and strength. He strode forward and saluted the emperor. Your son greets you, father. The northern frontier has been pacified, and the leaders of 13 Hu tribes have pledged their allegiance. They have accompanied me back to pay their respects to you, father. Excellent. You've finally returned from the northern frontier. The emperor laughed heartily, his delight evident. Courtiers in the imperial study chimed in with praise. Your Majesty, the Crown Prince's achievements are unparalleled. He deserves to be granted a royal title. Indeed, the Crown Prince is the war god of the Han dynasty. The pacification of the northern frontier is a great triumph. Lin Shua, however, remained silent, deep in thought. Among the emperor's sons, none had yet been granted a royal title. If the Crown Prince were to receive such an honor, it would give him a significant advantage in the struggle for succession. The matter of conferring titles will be discussed later. The emperor raised his hand, silencing the room. He turned to the Crown Prince and asked, Fenger, just now your younger brother proposed leading the royal experts to pursue the demon sect. Do you have a different opinion? Father, Lin Feng replied solemnly, on my way to the palace, I received urgent information from the royal shadow guards stationed in the Zhou dynasty's capital. He cast a brief glance at Lin Shua before continuing in a grave tone. 3 days ago, the Zhou capital was attacked by a mysterious expert. Many of their royal cultivators were killed or injured, and they were ultimately forced to summon their reclusive ancestor to repel the intruder. The announcement caused an uproar in the room. The Zhou royal family was known for its abundance of powerful cultivators, including many at the Purple Mansion level. To think they had been so thoroughly outmatched that they had to call upon their reclusive ancestor, a figure of immense power, but nearing the end of his life, preserved only through secret arts. Such individuals were akin to the Han dynasty's Suqin Wang, serving as pillars of national stability. The Grand Chancellor shook his head and sighed. This person must be audacious beyond measure to attack the Zhou capital. I fear the Zhou dynasty will mobilize its entire nation to exact revenge. The emperor, however, seemed somewhat relieved. Thankfully, we have Suqin Wang guarding our capital. If that mysterious expert dares to cause trouble here, he will surely be struck down with a single sword. Father, Lin Feng said, meeting the emperor's gaze and enunciating each word clearly. That mysterious expert was Suqin Wang himself. The room fell into stunned silence. Impossible. Suqin Wang has always safeguarded our capital. He has no grievances with the Zhou dynasty. Why would he do such a thing? The emperor's expression grew serious as he questioned Lin Feng. Could the shadow guards have made a mistake? If Suqin Wang truly did this, it would mean war between our two nations. Lin Feng shook his head. I doubt the information is wrong. The shadow guards reported that the Zhou ancestor recognized Suqin Wang during the confrontation and directly questioned whether the Han dynasty intended to declare war. Suqin Wang, however, remained silent throughout. The Zhou ancestor had crossed paths with Suqin Wang in his youth years, no chance he would mistake him for someone else. The Grand Chancellor's face darkened with worry. The Emperor, however, refused to believe it. That's impossible. When Shu'er was ambushed at the border city, everyone in the capital witnessed a sword light extending all the way to the border, proving that Ninth Uncle was here in the capital at the time. Even a cultivator at the Myriad Phenomena realm couldn't have traveled to the Zhou capital in such a short time. Father, Lin Shuhua suddenly interjected. Could this be the work of the demon sect? Perhaps someone is impersonating Suqin Wang to provoke conflict between our two nations, hoping to reap the benefits of the chaos. I suggest we send an envoy to the Zhou dynasty to explain the situation. That makes sense. The emperor immediately turned to the Grand Chancellor and ordered, dispatch an envoy to the Zhou dynasty at once. The Grand Chancellor and the other officials bowed and left to carry out the emperor's orders, leaving only Lin Shuhua and the Crown Prince in the Imperial study. The Emperor of Han cast a kindly gaze toward Lin Shuhua, the corners of his mouth curling into a meaningful smile. The Ninth Prince has always treated you differently. Shu'er, stay within the Imperial city and discreetly seek him out. Perhaps he may be willing to meet with you. Lin Shuhua respectfully accepted the order, bowed, and departed the Imperial study. The Emperor then shifted his attention to the Crown Prince, Lin Feng. Fenger, the great Zhou royal family may not believe our explanation. Although you've just returned from the northern frontier and deserve some rest, the border requires a capable general to oversee it. I can't entrust this to anyone else. You must handle it personally. Rest assured, Father. With me at the border, it will be an impenetrable fortress. Lin Feng cupped his hands in salute and swiftly turned to leave. As he exited the palace, a trusted confidant with an unusual appearance approached him. The man's grin stretched unnaturally wide, nearly reaching his ears. What is it? Lin Feng asked coldly. The confidant lowered his voice. In recent years, someone has been secretly funding the remnants of the Third Prince's faction. I suspect it might be the Third Prince himself, Lin Yu. A glint of cold light flashed in Lin Feng's eyes. I knew he wouldn't stay quiet. Keep a close watch on him. If it's confirmed to be his doing, send someone to give him a warning. Make sure he knows his place as a useless outcast. Meanwhile, news of the great Zhou imperial city being attacked by Suqin Wang, a mighty protector of the Han dynasty, with countless casualties, spread like wildfire across various nations. Tensions between the Han and Zhou empires were at a breaking point, with border skirmishes escalating. A major war seemed inevitable. In the Bone Hall of the Heavenly Demon Sect, nestled within the shadows of Yun Ridge, a gathering of the sect's elite took place. The sect master sat high upon a throne made of skeletal remains, while a black-robed warrior stood solemnly behind him. The elders in the hall bowed in unison, offering their congratulations. Master, your foresight is unparalleled. The great Zhou dynasty already blames this attack on the Han dynasty. Once the two nations go to war and rivers of blood flow, we will have enough to awaken the blood demon sovereign. A shame that Elder Sun's plan nearly succeeded but ultimately fell short, one elder lamented. Who would have thought the Han dynasty had a swordsman capable of striking from 1,000 miles away? Still, why would they use Suqin Wang's name? If only we had managed to kill the second prince of Han, the two nations would already be at war by now. The sect master burst into a fit of wild laughter, his eyes gleaming with triumph. No matter who this mysterious swordsman is, once the blood demon sovereign awakens, nothing and no one will stand in our way. Back in the Imperial city, Lin Yu moved like a wisp of smoke, seamlessly blending into the shadows. According to Ding Ye's calculations, the seal within the upper levels of the demon suppression tower would weaken tonight under the full moon. This would create a fissure large enough for a Wanxiang realm demon cultivator to escape. Lin Yu stood silently outside the demon suppression tower, patiently awaiting the prey that was destined to emerge. Inside the tower, however, a chaotic scene was unfolding. hundreds of demons huddled in the corners, channeling their dark energy into a hair-thin crack in the ceiling barrier. The tower roiled with demonic energy, as the formation's conjured thunder dragon weaved through the air above the demons, its silver lightning flashing ominously. Bolts of lightning rained down relentlessly, purging the demonic energy they had painstakingly gathered. Yet, despite the storm of destruction, the crack in the barrier crept wider, ever so slowly. "It's almost time," one demon muttered under its breath. "If not for this cursed formation absorbing our energy, we would have broken free long ago." "The full moon truly weakens the seal," another voice hissed. "Once we're out, we'll drown the Han dynasty in rivers of blood." Finally, the crack expanded just enough for a single figure to pass through. The surging demonic energy could push no further. A gray-robed elder let out a maniacal laugh and transformed into a streak of light, rushing toward the gap only to slam into an invisible barrier with a bone-jarring thud. "What's going on?" the demons exclaimed in shock. Could it be that his cultivation is too high to pass through? A skeletal figure draped in a black robe stepped forward. "I am Wanxiang, he declared. "Let me try." Without waiting for a response, the black-robed elder moved swiftly through the crack and disappeared beyond it. The other demons surged forward, eager to follow, but the fissure dissolved into nothingness before their eyes. Outside, the black-robed elder, once a formidable Wanxiang Sipin powerhouse, now reduced to a shadow of his former self after years of torment by the Thunder Dragon's purification, gazed at the moonlit sky. Known as the Plump Reaper, his skeletal frame belied the moniker that mocked his once gluttonous reputation. He threw his head back and laughed, a sound that echoed with unrestrained malice. "The Han royal family has no Wanxiang-level warriors left. Tonight, I will drench the Imperial city in blood." The Plump Reaper's grin twisted into a cruel sneer as he turned to leave. "Is it true you have a craving for the blood of the Han royal family?" A calm voice broke through the stillness. Under the moonlight, Lin Yu stepped forward, his blue robe rustling faintly in the breeze. The Plump Reaper's eyes gleamed with greed as he sized him up. "A Zifu Qiping cultivator." "Indeed," Lin Yu replied, his tone steady. "I am the third prince of the Han dynasty. Why not start with me?" The Plump Reaper's lips curled into a sinister grin. "Your cultivation is low, but just enough to make you a decent meal. Consider this an honor. It'll make your death quick for offering yourself so willingly." "How fortunate," Lin Yu said with a faint smile, his calm demeanor unwavering. "I was thinking the exact same thing." The fat demon god's face darkened abruptly. He took a step forward, his right hand transforming into sharp claws, pointing straight at Lin Yu. "Kid, what kind of tricks are you trying to pull?" His voice was filled with menace. "Don't think those useless fools beyond the courtyard walls can save you. Those low-grade martial artists? I could crush them into dust with a single slap." Before his words had fully dissipated, countless black blades, forged from demonic energy, shot out from his palm. These blades streaked through the night like thick ink, sharp and deadly, seemingly tearing through the very fabric of space. Each blade carried enough force to pierce through hundreds of martial artists below the Purple Mansion realm, and even a 9th-grade Purple Mansion cultivator would struggle to survive. Although Lin Yu was only at the 7th-grade Purple Mansion realm, his sudden appearance was too well-timed to be coincidental. The fat demon god dared not underestimate him. He unleashed his ultimate move straight away, determined to secure a decisive victory in this first battle before the Demon Suppression Tower. The myriad phenomena realm cultivatorily living up to their reputation. Lin Yu nodded in satisfaction as he summoned the Wind Rider sword from his spiritual sea. Facing the overwhelming barrage of black blades, he slashed without hesitation. A storm of azure sword intent erupted from the Wind Rider's sword like a violent tempest, obliterating the ferocious black blades in an instant. The residual force of the sword intent surged forward, sweeping directly toward the fat demon god. Wind sword intent? The fat demon god's expression changed drastically. Seeing the sword intent about to engulf him, he wasted no time. Without hesitation, he turned to flee, not forgetting to leave a parting threat. "Kid, just you wait. When I recover my cultivation, I'll come back to settle this with you." In the current martial arts world, sword cultivators were considered unrivaled in their realms. Those who comprehended sword intent could easily defeat opponents above their level. If the fat demon god were at his peak, he would have been confident in defeating Lin Yu. But now, with only the strength of a first-grade myriad phenomena cultivator, he stood no chance. "You won't escape, not on my watch." Lin Yu sneered coldly, activating the Nine Heavens sword control technique. The Wind Rider's sword in his hand transformed into a streak of light, surging forward like a torrent of quicksilver, relentlessly pursuing the fat demon god. The corpulent demon god had barely sprinted a few dozen meters when a sudden chill pierced his chest. A flying sword, glowing with an ethereal green light, traced an elegant arc through the air and came to a halt directly in front of him. Looking down, He saw the blade had already punctured his chest, and blood was gushing out in torrents. Sword mastery, he stammered, his voice trembling as he turned to look at Lin Yu in disbelief. To him, a sword cultivator capable of wielding such flying sword techniques was an invincible force. Lin Yu approached him slowly, nodding calmly. You're not wrong. I tampered with the seal on the demon suppression tower, precisely to make use of you demonic cultivators. Before his words fully settled, a golden radiance emanated from the center of Lin Yu's forehead. The devouring god cauldron emerged from his spiritual sea, floating steadily before him. Make use of us? The corpulent demon god was utterly bewildered. Can't figure it out? Then don't bother trying. Lin Yu chuckled softly. The devouring god cauldron immediately released ripples of starlight that surged forth like tidal waves, engulfing the demon god entirely. Not bad, not bad. Finally, I get to feast properly, the cauldron exclaimed with satisfaction, clearly pleased with devouring a void realm demonic cultivator. With just this one, I can help you advance straight to the 9th rank of the Purple Mansion realm. Lin Yu swiftly erased any traces of activity around the demon suppression tower and returned to the stone chamber within the Imperial tomb. Sitting cross-legged, he began refining the demon god within the devouring god cauldron. The cauldron's starry sea roiled as torrents of spiritual energy surged into Lin Yu's body. He activated the Sacred Emperor's Heart technique, continuously refining the energy to push his cultivation to greater heights. Just as the cauldron had promised, once the demon god was fully refined, Lin Yu's cultivation soared directly to the 9th rank of the Purple Mansion realm, placing him just a step away from the Void realm. With his Sacred Emperor sword physique, Lin Yu faced no bottlenecks and his cultivation needed only sufficient spiritual energy to break through. The Windborn sword shot out from the devouring god cauldron, circled him twice, and then transformed into a streak of light, vanishing into the night sky. Now, with his mastery of the 9 Heavens sword technique, Lin Yu could traverse 5,000 miles unimpeded, his power formidable enough to challenge even a 2nd-rank Void Realm cultivator. As Lin Yu retracted his sword into his spiritual sea and prepared to continue cultivating, voices echoed from outside the Imperial tomb. It was his second brother, Lin Shuo, accompanied by Chuchu. Third brother, I've come to see you, Lin Shuo called. Third uncle, are you awake? Chuchu added. Lin Yu rose to greet them, finding the pair accompanied by several servants. The servants brought in an array of daily necessities and gourmet delicacies, then respectfully departed. Chuchu, now a graceful young woman, had grown into her beauty. Her cultivation had reached the 3rd rank of the innate realm, rivaling that of the 7th Princess Lin Yu, who was training in the Ling Tian sect. Third brother, we're here to bid you farewell, Lin Shuo explained. The southern wasteland envoy has vanished within our borders. They suspect it was our doing and are demanding an explanation. If we fail to satisfy them, they're threatening to go to war. Lin Yu glanced at Chuchu, knew the southern wasteland envoy had indeed perished by his hand, all because of her. The crown prince is currently defending the border against the great Zhou dynasty, so father has commanded me to suppress the southern wasteland. I don't know when he'll return, Lin Shuo continued. Third brother, if I can achieve great merit in the southern wasteland, they'll use it to earn father's forgiveness and bring you back to the capital. You won't have to live in this desolate place any longer. Second brother, the southern wasteland tribes respect power but not virtue. If necessary, don't hesitate to use decisive force. You mustn't show mercy, Lin Yu advised solemnly. When it came to understanding the southern wasteland tribes, no one in the court could surpass him. Third uncle, am leaving the royal city. Chuchu stood in front of Lin Yu, her small lips slightly pouting, her eyes filled with reluctance. Grandfather has arranged for me to go to Ling Tian sect to train under 7th Ant. He'll be departing in a few days. Hearing this, Lin Yu immediately understood. Though Ling Tian sect's strength was slightly inferior to the Supreme Sword sect and its relationship with the Han Imperial family had always been lukewarm, it was clear they were now seeking closer ties by accepting a prodigy like Chuchu. Otherwise, the emperor wouldn't have allowed Chuchu to have any association with them. Ling Tian sect has a profound foundation. Make sure you train diligently when you're there, Lin Yu said with a gentle smile, softly patting Chuchu's head. He turned back to the house and retrieved 3 small wooden swords, each about an inch long, handing them to Chuchu and the second prince. Second brother, the southern wilderness is perilous and unpredictable. Keep this wooden sword with you. It will help you avoid misfortune. He handed one of the wooden swords to the second prince, then gave the remaining 2 to Chuchu. Chuchu, this wooden sword will bring you good fortune. Carry it with you at all times. The other one is a gift for 7th princess. Please deliver it to her personally when you arrive at Ling Tian sect. Don't worry, third uncle. I'll make sure to hand it to 7th Aunt myself. Chuchu nodded repeatedly, her expression full of determination. The second prince, Lin Shuo, gazed at the wooden sword in his hand, his expression suddenly changing. He pulled Lin Yu aside to a corner, lowering his voice and asking urgently, "Third brother, tell me honestly, is Prince Su hidden in the royal tombs?" The wooden sword was identical to the one Lin Yu had given him years ago. He would never forget how it had unleashed a sharp, green sword aura when he was surrounded by the black-robed corpse puppets. Everyone knew Lin Yes Dantian and Chi Si were crippled, rendering him unable to cultivate. Yet, here he was, presenting three such extraordinary wooden swords. There was undoubtedly something unusual about them. "I can't reveal the origin of the wooden swords. Just keep it safe, second brother," Lin Yu replied with a faint smile, neither confirming nor denying Lin Shua's speculation. "You stubborn child." Lin Shua stomped his foot in frustration. "If you were to tell father that Prince Su holds you in high regard, returning to the royal city would be as easy as turning your hand. Why insist on staying in this desolate place?" Lin Yu shook his head lightly. "Second brother, it's not the right time yet. But I will return to the royal city one day." The true mastermind behind the plot against him had yet to surface, and the blood debt of 10,000 soldiers weighed heavily on his heart. He silently vowed that once his cultivation reached its peak, he would return to the royal city and avenge the injustice. After seeing off the second prince and Chuchu, Lin Yu watched as the imperial tomb sank into an unprecedented silence. Time flew by, and more than a year passed in the blink of an eye. During this period, the Great Zhou dynasty, angered by the attack on its royal city by Su Qinhuang, frequently launched offensives near the Han Empire's border, demanding an explanation. However, the situation was riddled with uncertainties. After repeated clarifications from the Han Empire, the Zhou royal family gradually calmed down and eventually agreed to negotiate peace. The tension at the border eased, and rumors even spread that the two nations were considering exchanging hostages to prevent future conflicts. Meanwhile, in the Bone Hall of the Tianma sect within the ominous Yun Ridge, ghostly green flames flickered in the dim light. The sect leader of the Tianma sect wore a grim expression as he coldly glared at the elders gathered below. "Fools! Why would the Great Zhou agree to negotiate peace with the Han Empire? If peace talks succeed, how will the blood demon sovereign ever awaken? Can anyone tell me how to resolve this?" An elder with a goatee stepped forward, his eyes glinting with malice. "Sect leader, I've heard the two nations are planning to exchange hostages. We could ambush them midway and assassinate the hostages. That way, even if they don't want war, they'll have no choice but to fight." "Excellent. Elder Wang, I'll entrust this task to you. Keep a close eye on their movements. The moment the exchange begins, act immediately. I'll lend you this corpse puppet to ensure nothing goes wrong." The sect leader gestured toward the corpse puppet of Su Qinhuang beside him, laughing maniacally. At the same time, deep within the imperial tomb, Lin Yu slowly opened his eyes. Unlike the sharp, thunderous glint that once filled his gaze after advancing in power, his eyes now held a calm and inscrutable clarity. "Kid, this must be the last of the demons sealed in the demon suppression tower, right?" Ding Yes' voice echoed in Lin Yes' mind. "It's a shame they've been imprisoned for so long that their powers have severely diminished. Otherwise, you'd have reached the 7th grade of the Myriad Phases realm by now." "Reaching the 4th grade of the Myriad Phases realm is already more than I could have hoped for," Lin Yu replied with a faint smile. The demonic beasts of the Chilean mountains and the demons in the suppression tower had been entirely depleted, leaving him with few shortcuts for rapid cultivation. His only option now was to continue practicing the Sacred Emperor's Heart method. However, there were more pressing matters to attend to. Carrying the weapons left behind by the demons, Lin Yu made his way to the largest pawnshop in the Imperial city. Before he even stepped inside, he heard the pleading voice of a woman. "Please, shopkeeper, this pearl hairpin was a gift from my husband. It's worth a tael of gold. Could you offer a little more?" 3 taels of silver is just too little. Nonsense. Buying and selling prices are never the same. 3 taels of silver is the most I can offer. If you're not selling, then leave and stop wasting my time." The shopkeeper replied coldly. I'll sell," the woman said in a trembling voice, wiping away tears as she hurried out. After exchanging the demonic weapons for silver, Lin Yu wandered through the streets and alleys of the Imperial city, quietly slipping silver ingots into the homes of families who had lost loved ones in the southern campaign. As he passed by Ding Yong's house, he overheard a conversation from inside. "It must be the third prince again, sending us silver. Dear, why don't we give this ingot to Widow Shen next door?" "That sounds right. Widow Shen's life has been so hard. Her husband, Shen Chong, didn't die in the southern wilderness but fell in the northern frontier because of the crown prince. He was falsely accused of desertion, flogged, and bedridden for months before he passed. Such a tragedy." Lin Yu stood frozen outside the house as he listened to these words. Shen Chong was a captain under Lin Yu's command, renowned for his bravery and combat prowess. He had achieved numerous military exploits on the battlefield. Years ago, it was he who followed Lin Yu and fought their way out of an encirclement by the barbarian forces. Yet now, he had met a tragic end, beaten to death by the crown prince. Lin Yu, knowing Shan Chang's character well, could not believe such a steadfast warrior, who would rather die than retreat, would flee out of cowardice. It was clear to him that Shin Chong had been wronged by the crown prince. Thinking of this, a wave of sorrow washed over Lin Yu. Over the years, he had devoted himself to caring for the families of soldiers who had fallen in the southern campaigns, but he had neglected those who had returned alive. Naively, he had assumed that as long as they made it back from the southern wilderness, they could find a way to carry on with life. Now, he realized how gravely mistaken he had been. The lives of the surviving soldiers were just as difficult, if not more so. Following the clues, Lin Yu arrived at Shunchang's home. Before he even got close, he saw a group of thuggish men with brutish faces gathered at the entrance. From within the courtyard came heart-wrenching cries, the desperate voice of a woman pleading, "I have some silver left, 3 taels. I'll give it to you now. Please, don't take Shinner away. Just give me a few more days, and I promise I'll repay the debt." The neighbors stood at a distance, merely watching, too afraid to intervene. Inside the courtyard, a man's lewd voice rang out, "Madam Shun, you owe 30 taels of fine silver. These 3 taels don't even cover the interest. That little girl of yours looks promising. If we take her to Yihong House, she'll fetch a good price enough to clear your debt. But Steward Shun, I only borrowed 15 taels. I've already repaid 10. How has it become 30 taels now?" the woman asked in shock, her voice trembling. Beside her, the soft sobbing of a young girl could be heard. "Have you never heard of 9 out of 10 returns?" Steward Chun sneered coldly. "Madam Shin, don't push your luck. Today, someone is leaving with me. Whether it's you or this little girl. You decide." Inside the courtyard, the sound of mother and daughter weeping together created a scene of unbearable sorrow. Lin Yu burned with rage, striding purposefully toward the Shun family courtyard. A group of thuggish ruffians blocked his path with sneering faces. "Oh, look who we have here. Someone who doesn't know their place. Listen, friend. Our master is the steward of the crown prince's residence. You'd better stay out of this if you know what's good for you." "Who's your friend?" Lin Yu's gaze turned icy, and an overwhelming aura of power erupted from him. The thugs were instantly sent flying by the force, landing heavily on the ground, unconscious. Pushing open the slightly ajar courtyard gate, Lin Yu saw a middle-aged man in a green robe with an arrogant expression, towering over a mother and daughter kneeling on the ground. Beside him stood 2 fourth-rank martial artists, their hostile eyes fixed on Lin Yu. The mother and daughter huddled together, disheveled and tear-streaked, softly sobbing. "They'll pay their debt." Lin Yu tossed 30 taels of silver at the steward's feet, his voice cold. "Take the money and leave. Now." "And who are you to meddle in the affairs of the crown prince's household?" The steward turned with a mocking smile. "Do you even know who my master is? Get out." Lin Yu let out a cold snort, his powerful aura surging forth and forcing the steward and his men to the ground, unable to move. Kicking the silver towards the steward, he commanded, "Take the money, hand over the debt note, and get as far away as possible. If I catch you harassing them again, you won't live to regret it." "Yes, well, leave right away." The steward stammered, hastily pulling out the debt note, grabbing the silver, and scrambling out of the courtyard in a panic. Lin Yu handed the debt note to the woman. "Madam Shen, I'm sorry I came too late." Only then did he recognize her. It was the same woman he had seen pawning her hairpin at the shop. "It's you." Madam Shen trembled as she accepted the debt note, clutching it tightly to her chest before breaking down in tears. "Benefactor, you've met me before? Shinner, come and bow to our benefactor." She pulled her daughter, a strikingly beautiful 11 or 12-year-old girl, to her side. Bitterness welled up in Lin Yu's heart. "I was a comrade of your husband, Brother Shen, in the army." "Madam Shen, what has happened here?" Madam Shen wiped her tears and began to explain in a hushed voice. "My husband returned from the southern border, only to face suppression in the army. Eventually, he was reassigned to serve under the crown prince in the northern frontier. Some time ago, he was brought back, barely alive. They claimed he was a coward who fled the battlefield and subjected him to 100 lashes under military law. I borrowed money everywhere to seek treatment, but in the end he still..." Brother Shen was a skilled warrior, brave and unwavering. He would never flee from battle. Lin Yu shook his head. Why was he targeted in the army? "My husband once mentioned that those who followed the third prince back from the southern border were all suppressed. Some were demoted, others sent to distant outposts. None of them fared well." Fury surged in Lin Yu's chest. His brothers, who had fought alongside him through life and death, were now being persecuted upon their return. He understood it was all because of him. Someone feared his potential resurgence and wanted to eliminate those loyal to him. "Because of you?" Madam Shen froze, then suddenly seemed to realize something, staring intently at Lin Yu. "It's all because of me." "Madam Shen, I'm sorry I came too late. I am the third prince." "You're the third prince? You're the one my husband spoke of every day?" Madam Shen rushed forward, beating her fists against Lin Yu's chest in anguish. Why? Why are you only here now? My husband, he thought of you even in his final moments. Lin Yu tilted his head back, tears streaming down his face. Shen Chong, master of the spear, fearless and valiant. On every battlefield, he was always the vanguard. Brother Shen, it's my fault I failed you. Madame Shen sank to her knees, trembling as she pulled out a blood-stained white cloth bundle from her chest. Unwrapping it revealed a tiger tally. This is the tiger tally of the Southern Expedition Army's Vanguard Battalion. Lin Yu recognized it instantly. Your Highness, my husband clutched it in his dying moments, shouting, the Southern Army's warriors, for the king, we advance. We will not return unless victorious. Now, I return it to you. Lin Yu took the tiger tally, his vision blurred with tears. Memories of Shen Chong, once a spirited and valiant officer of the Vanguard Battalion, riding fearlessly into battle, flooded his mind. Madame Shun, even in her destitution, had chosen to pawn her jewelry rather than part with this golden tiger tally, likely waiting for the day she could place it back in his hands. Clutching the tiger tally tightly, Lin Yu silently vowed to seek justice for Shen Chong. Under the autumn breeze on the southern outskirts of the capital, Lin Yu stood before Shen Chong's grave, lighting incense and burning paper money. The once mighty warrior was now reduced to a mound of earth. A man who had fought and bled for his country was falsely branded a deserter and died unjustly. Lin Yu could only imagine the bitterness Shen Chong felt at the end. Well, the third prince himself? What a pleasant surprise to see you here instead of brooding in the royal tombs. A sinister voice suddenly broke the silence behind him. Lin Yu turned to see a gaunt, sharp-featured middle-aged man with a mocking smile approaching. And who are you? Lin Yu asked coldly. I am Tu Chi, the military law officer under the crown prince. If I'm not mistaken, this man here, Tu Chi pointed at the grave, was the one I punished under military law 100 lashes and sent back half dead. He laughed triumphantly. It was you? Shen Chong would never desert his post. Oh, he was indeed brave, but unfortunately, he crossed me. Tu Chi shook his head mockingly. Even if he wasn't a deserter, I could still make him one. Lin Yu let out a cold snort, his gaze sharp as a blade as it pierced through the military judge, Tu Chi, standing before him. As a military judge, you were supposed to uphold justice and enforce discipline. Yet here you are, twisting the truth. Does the crown prince truly allow you to act so recklessly? Tu Chi sneered with smug arrogance, his eyes glinting with disdain. Lin Yu, you're nothing more than a drowning man trying to save himself. If I were you, I wouldn't waste my breath defending Shen Chong, that dead fool. Instead, I'd focus on explaining to His Majesty why you abandoned your post at the Imperial tomb without permission. That's a grave offense. In that instant, the truth crystallized in Lin Yu's mind. Shen Chong's death was no accident. It was the crown prince's doing, an attempt to eliminate all remnants of loyalty from the old guard. A surge of killing intent welled up within him, dark and unrelenting. Lin Yu, Tu Chi continued, his face twisted with haughty confidence. If you kneel and beg me, I might just consider covering up your desertion. Imagine the Tan Imperial Prince kneeling before me. Now that'd be a sight to remember. Kneel? Lin Yu tilted his head slightly, his voice icy and foreboding. You're right about one thing. Someone should kneel today, and that someone is you. Before Tu Chi could react, a terrifying pressure erupted from Lin Yu, sweeping through the air like a tidal wave. The weight of it hit Tu Chi like a collapsing mountain. With a sickening crack, his knees buckled under the immense force, shattering instantly. He collapsed to the ground in agony, blood gushing from his mangled legs as his body trembled uncontrollably. Let me know if you'd like me to continue with the next part or refine further. The familiar ripple of spiritual energy came alongside Yuan Ye's sinister laughter, and Lin Yu's eyes instantly turned red with fury. Memories surged like a tide during the Battle of the Southern Wastes. Yuan Ye's ambush had left him gravely wounded. Yet, his armored cavalry had charged forward relentlessly, wave after wave, sacrificing themselves until Yuan Yi was forced to retreat, sparing Lin Yu's life. The faces of those loyal riders who fell on the battlefield had haunted him ever since. And now, the enemy had delivered himself right to Lin Yu's doorstep. How can your strength be this overwhelming? Yuan Yi stammered, his shock palpable as he watched his 5 streaks of cyan energy dissipate in an instant under Lin Yu's crushing aura. The surrounding space seemed to freeze, locking him in place. Prepare to die. Lin Yu's voice dripped with murderous intent, his oppressive power slamming down on Yuan Yi like an unrelenting hammer. You can't kill me, Lin Yu. Yuan Yi roared, his eyes bloodshot as cyan flames erupted from his body. His form began to swell, engulfed in the raging fire, and in the blink of an eye, he transformed into a towering giant, over 10 feet tall. His true demon form was revealed. Dark golden fur covered his body, and his blood-red eyes glowed with feral intensity, resembling a fearsome demon ape. Good thing I tested your limits, or the Crown Prince's plan would have crumbled because of you. Yuan Yi bellowed with manic laughter, his aura skyrocketing from the innate realm straight to the 7th grade of the Purple Palace realm. Lin Yu raised his palm and pressed downward, summoning a swirling vortex of spiritual energy that descended upon Yuan Yi. Even with his sudden surge in power, Yuan Yi's cyan flames were effortlessly devoured by the vortex, his massive form tightly restrained. But then, Yuan Yi's body abruptly turned crimson as a blood-red cloud rose above him, and his energy surged chaotically. His blood essence reversed, unleashing an ominous force. Kid, he's carrying the aura of a demon clan expert at the void transformation realm. Came a grave warning from Ding Yi, the ancient artifact spirit residing within Lin Yi's consciousness. Alerted by Ding Yi, Lin Yu immediately summoned the Windrider sword. Yuan Yi broke free from the vortex's hold, unleashing an attack on par with a 4th grade myriad phenomena realm strike. Cyan flames roared like a flood, surging toward Lin Yu with devastating force. Lin Yi's fingers tightened into a sword gesture, and the Windrider sword erupted with a sharp cyan radiance, streaking through the air like a blazing comet. The sword's light cleaved through Yuan Yi's full-force strike, shattering it into countless specks of cyan energy that dissolved into the night. The Windrider sword whirled rapidly around Yuan Yi, its icy gleam flashing as it severed the tendons in his hands and feet. Without support, Yuan Yi collapsed heavily to the ground. The Windrider sword then hovered inverted above his brow, its blade emanating a chilling, cyan light. Lin Yu looked down at Yuan Yi from above, his voice cold and unyielding. Speak. What exactly is the Crown Prince's plan? Lin Yu, I never expected you to be a martial artist of the Wanxiang realm. Yuan Yi burst into maniacal laughter, a crazed glint flashing in his eyes. The demon ancestor. He won't let you go. Before his words fully landed, his entire body suddenly ignited in fierce flames, and, in an instant, turned into a wisp of cyan smoke before Lin Yu's eyes. At that very moment, Lin Yu's spiritual sea was stirred by a sudden warning. A malicious gaze seemed to pierce through space and lock onto him, only to vanish silently into the heavens and earth after finding no flaws. Kid, that spatially penetrating gaze was directed at you. Lucky for you, I, Ding Yi, managed to shield you just in time. Ding Yi's voice resonated within Lin Yu's spiritual sea. My sincere thanks, Ding Yi. Lin Yu expressed his gratitude earnestly. He then turned his gaze toward the borderlands, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. After slaying Yuan Yi, Lin Yu returned to his quarters to focus on cultivation. By midday, a young eunuch arrived on horseback, galloping at full speed and kicking up clouds of dust. Third Prince, receive the decree. His Majesty is set to visit the Imperial Mausoleum and commands you to prepare to receive him at once, the eunuch announced loudly. Father is coming here? Lin Yu frowned deeply. The royal family's ancestral rites had long been relocated to the ancestral shrine, leaving this mausoleum neglected for years. Since being exiled to this remote place, the Han Emperor had never set foot here. This sudden visit could only mean one thing: it was directed at him. When Lin Yu arrived at the gates of the mausoleum, the imperial entourage had already reached the site. The desolate mausoleum was instantly filled with a sea of officials in ornate robes and fluttering banners. Surrounded by civil and military officials, as well as the elite royal guards led by Su Gongfeng, the Han Emperor made his appearance. Your son, Lin Yu, greets father. Lin Yu quickly stepped forward and bowed respectfully. The Han Emperor cast a scrutinizing gaze at Lin Yu. Years of exile had not diminished this son's bearing. On the contrary, he appeared more composed and reserved than in his youth. What do you think of the third prince? The Han Emperor asked the Grand Chancellor beside him. The Grand Chancellor smiled and replied, Your Majesty, the third prince is steady and composed. He is undoubtedly the best candidate to serve as an envoy to the great Zhou. The other officials nodded in agreement. An envoy to Zhou? Lin Yu looked up sharply at the Han Emperor seated on the dragon throne, his brows furrowing in surprise. With so many princes in the royal family, why had this task fallen upon him? The Han Emperor tapped his fingers lightly on the armrest of the throne, his voice steady and commanding. Our Han dynasty and the Dezhou Empire have agreed to exchange royal envoys as a gesture to quell the unrest. You suffered a crushing defeat in the southern wastelands, and you are already a man awaiting punishment. I promise you this: if you return from Dezhou, your merits will erase your faults, and you may reclaim your place in the royal city. So, Your Majesty intends to send me to Dezhou as a hostage prince? Lin Yu met the Emperor's gaze heated, the last shred of hope for familial affection between father and son vanishing from his heart. A hostage prince, nothing more than a diplomatic pawn in times of peace. But should the two nations clash, the hostage would be the first to face execution. It was no wonder the Emperor bypassed his many capable sons and chose him, a cripple with a shattered dantian. That's correct. A hostage, the Emperor replied, his tone softening slightly. I swear upon my throne that I will not initiate any attack on Dezhou. In 5 years, I will personally bring you back. As a prince of the royal bloodline, it is your duty to serve the nation. Do not disappoint me. Agree to it. Say yes, go to Dezhou. Before Lin Yu could respond, the urgent voice of Ding Yi echoed in his mind. Lin Yu immediately understood Ding Yi must have set its sights on the prison of demons in Dezhou. Years ago, when the demon clans invaded, the combined forces of various nations repelled the threat, and Dezhou's prison of demons became the holding place for countless malevolent entities. Very well, I will serve as an envoy to Dezhou, Lin Yu replied softly, though his heart was already steeled with resolve. He would avenge the 10,000 soldiers who perished under his command and seek an opportunity to eliminate the crown prince. The court officials quickly chimed in, urging Lin Yu to accept the role, praising him as the most suitable candidate and mentioning that royal guards would accompany him for protection. Lin Yu remained silent, unmoved. He had long since seen through the hollow ties of father-son loyalty with the emperor. A few days later, Lin Yu departed under the escort of the Imperial guards. The Han Emperor personally accompanied him to the outskirts of the city, putting on a show of tearful farewell. Yet everyone knew the truth. Lin Yu was nothing more than a sacrificial pawn, sent to Dezhou to be discarded. During the journey, Zhao Yihu, a royal enforcer and a martial artist of the third rank, rode up beside Lin Yu. Arrogantly, he declared himself the leader of the escort and demanded Lin Yu follow his orders. However, Lin Yu swiftly turned the tables, invoking his status as a prince to suppress Zhao. He coldly warned that he would have the emperor replace him if he overstepped. This left Zhao, a known ally of the crown prince, utterly humiliated and seething with rage. His face darkened, but he had no choice but to swallow his anger and ride to the front of the convoy. Thus, the journey to Dezhou began, with every step laden with hidden motives and unspoken tensions. Lin Yu was well aware that although he had lost his influence, his status as a prince still commanded respect. If word spread that Zhao Yihu had shown disrespect to a prince, it would be tantamount to insulting the royal family of the Han dynasty. Such an offense would undoubtedly incur the emperor's severe punishment, and no one would be able to shield him. After this confrontation, Zhao Yihu indeed became more restrained, no longer daring to provoke further. Lin Yu, disinclined to waste energy on him, focused solely on reaching the capital of the Zhou dynasty as quickly as possible, eager to witness the famed prison of demons. Meanwhile, in the Bone Hall of the Tianma sect located in the shadowy Yunling Mountains, numerous demonic leaders had gathered. Elder Wang stood before the skeletal throne, reporting to the Sect Master, the Han dynasty and the Zhou dynasty have begun exchanging hostages. The envoys from both nations are already en route. The Tianma Sect Master slammed his hand on the table in excitement. Excellent. The opportunity has finally arrived. He turned to Elder Wang and commanded in a low, determined tone, take our elite fighters and the corpse puppet of Prince Suqin. Lie in wait at the Zhou dynasty's border. When the Han dynasty's envoy arrives, ensure not a single one of them survives. I want to see if the Han dynasty can maintain its composure this time. Elder Wang's face lit up with satisfaction. Rest assured, Sect Master. With the corpse puppet of Prince Suqinho was at the 7th rank of the Purple Palace realm taking action, no one short of the protector-level experts of the great dynasties or the patriarchs of major sects can stand in our way. The Tianma Sect Master descended from the skeletal throne and walked over to Elder Wang, patting him lightly on the shoulder. Elder Wang, whether the blood demon sovereign can be awakened depends on you. By this time, Lin Yu had already reached the Han border under the escort of the Imperial guards. Here, a force of 100,000 soldiers, commanded by the first prince, stood ever vigilant, ready to fend off any invasion from the Zhou dynasty. As Lin Yu stepped into the city, the bustling scene before him left him awestruck. Though he had once passed through this strategic frontier city at lightning speed while rescuing the second prince, he had never realized how lively it truly was. The streets were teeming with caravans traveling between the two nations. Shops lined the thoroughfares, displaying an array of goods that dazzled the eyes. Armored soldiers patrolled the city in orderly formations, maintaining peace despite the influx of merchants from all corners of the land. This combination of military prowess and governance skill made it clear why the first prince had earned the emperor's high regard. Lin Yu gazed from afar, spotting the first prince clad in iron armor, standing imposingly before the gates of the general's manor. Zhao Yihu, upon seeing this, spurred his horse forward. As he approached within a few steps of the first prince, he dismounted in a single leap and dropped to one knee, saluting. Your servant greets the first prince. Zhao Gongfeng, you've worked hard escorting my third brother. I've prepared a banquet in your honor. We shan't leave until we're thoroughly drunk. The first prince chuckled as he helped Zhao Yihu to his feet. Then, turning to Lin Yu with a sincere tone, he spoke, Third brother, it's been years since we last met. I heard of your setbacks in the southern campaign and how father confined you to the palace. I wanted to plead on your behalf, but knowing father's temperament grows angrier the more he's persuaded, I dared not speak. Third brother, I hope you don't hold it against me. Speaking such words openly before the crowd, the first prince not only painted himself as a caring elder brother, but also left Lin Yu no choice but to respond. Brother, your intentions are clear to me. I've never held any resentment. Good. It's rare for us to reunite. Let me fulfill my duties as host today. The first prince laughed heartily, wrapping an arm warmly around Lin Yu's shoulder as they walked toward the manor. To onlookers, this was the epitome of brotherly affection. Yet, in that very moment, a trace of spiritual energy subtly seeped into Lin Yu's body, probing his cultivation. Lin Yu inwardly sneered but allowed the energy to roam freely. As a fourth-rank wuxiang martial artist, his cultivation far exceeded that of the first prince. Such an attempt to spy on him was nothing but wishful thinking. Once the first prince confirmed that Lin Yu's cultivation had indeed been crippled, he withdrew his spiritual energy and invited him to the banquet with a smile. Just as Lin Yu thought he had discerned the first prince's concealed fifth-rank innate cultivation, Ding Yi suddenly warned him, "Kid, something's off with the first prince. There's a demonic aura hidden within his spiritual energy. His strength far surpasses what you think. Your current cultivation may not even be a match for him." Lin Yu was stunned by this revelation. As he followed the first prince into the banquet hall, his mind swirled with questions. Why would the first prince conceal such overwhelming power? What could he be scheming? 2 days later, Lin Yu departed the border outpost to continue his journey. Ahead lay a mountain pass spanning dozens of miles. Once through, he would reach the frontier city of the Great Zhou dynasty, where its forces would escort him to the imperial capital. However, the moment he entered the pass, Lin Yu sensed something amiss. This once bustling trade route was now eerily silent. No travelers, no birds, not even the rustle of leaves. Kid, there's an ambush in the pass. I sense demonic energy. Ding Ye's voice confirmed Lin Ye's suspicions. Zhao Gongfeng, this pass is unnaturally quiet, Lin Yu warned, but Zhao Yihu dismissed him with a derisive laugh. Third prince, have you spent so long in the royal mausoleum that you've lost your nerve? Who would dare ambush a delegation from the Great Han? Before his words had fully landed, 2 streaks of deadly light tore through the air, slicing cleanly through the torsos of over a dozen vanguard soldiers. In the next instant, countless blades of cold light shot out from the surrounding forest, raining down on the escort team with deadly precision. Chaos erupted as soldiers fell in droves. Zhao Yihu's expression shifted dramatically. He leapt to shield Lin Yu, intercepting 2 strikes aimed directly at him, and roared, "Great Han Imperial Guard, form up and prepare to fight." The guards quickly assembled into a defensive formation, raising their shields and channeling their spiritual energy to protect Lin Yu. Zhao Yihu was about to call for reinforcements from the first prince when a shadow descended from the sky, landing heavily in the center of the formation. A wave of oppressive energy radiated outward, instantly crushing over a dozen soldiers into a bloody mist. The figure, cloaked in black and wearing a silver mask, slowly raised his head to look at Lin Yu. The sheer weight of his aura grew even more suffocating, a terrifying force that silenced the battlefield. An overwhelming and unstoppable force swept through like a tidal wave, instantly obliterating the meticulously arranged battle formation of the Imperial Guards. Before the black-robed warrior could even make a move, the guards were crushed under this terrifying pressure, exploding into clouds of blood mist that dissipated into the air. The entire sequence unfolded in the blink of an eye, so fast that Lin Yu didn't even have time to react. A purple mansion realm expert. Zhao Yihu's face turned deathly pale, fear spreading in his eyes. He cast a quick, panicked glance at Lin Yu behind him, then abandoned all thoughts of his companion's safety and fled in desperation toward the border of the Han dynasty. Lin Yu was surprised by Zhao Yihu's cowardly retreat, but his focus remained on the black-robed warrior before him. The aura of death emanating from the figure was eerily similar to the corpse puppets he had once slain with his sword. As he pondered this, more than a dozen black-robed warriors emerged silently from the dense forests on either side of the valley, surrounding him completely. Elder Wang appeared last, a smug smile on his face. "So, you were the third prince sent as a hostage to Great Zhou? I heard that after your humiliating defeat in the southern campaign against the barbarians, you were confined to the Imperial Mausoleum, and now, you're being sent off as a hostage again. Clearly, you're not very favored. I wonder, if we kill you, will the Han dynasty declare war on Great Zhou?" Despite being encircled by these demonic cultivators, Lin Ye's expression remained calm. "What's your goal in inciting war between the Han and Zhou dynasties?" Heh. Before Elder Wang could respond, one of the demonic cultivators nearby eagerly interjected, "It's obvious we're collecting blood to revive the blood demon sovereign. Once he awakens, no one in this world will be able to oppose him." The blood demon sovereign. Lin Ye's brows furrowed deeply. A figure referred to as a sovereign must be a master of the myriad phenomena realm. Though the demonic sect's top experts had been suppressed by the combined forces of the great dynasties years ago, Lin Yu hadn't expected such a powerful survivor to remain hidden. Once the blood demon sovereign awakens, the entire world will bow to us demonic cultivators. Elder Wang's eyes gleamed with fanaticism. He then gestured toward the Su prince, saying, "Take off your mask. Let him die knowing who brought him to his end." The corpse puppet of Prince Su stiffly removed its mask, revealing a chilling visage. The face, which should have been lifelike, now bore a ghastly bluish tint. Its eyes were cloudy and vacant, resembling an empty shell devoid of a soul. "Prince Su." Lin Yu gasped in a low voice. Although he had never met the man in person, the portrait in the ancestral hall made it unmistakable this face bore a striking resemblance to the one in the painting. "That's correct. This is Prince Su of your Han royal family," Elder Wang declared with a smug expression as he stared at Lin Yu. "Third Prince, if you tell me who is impersonating Prince Su in the Imperial city, I might grant you a swift death." A faint smile played on Lin Yu's lips. "Do you really want to know who's pretending to be Prince Su?" He glanced around and noticed that Zhao had already disappeared, leaving only a group of demonic cultivators in the valley. "Actually, the one impersonating Prince Su is me." As soon as the words left his mouth, the demonic cultivators erupted into raucous laughter. Elder Wang laughed so hard he clutched his stomach. "Third Prince, stop joking. Everyone knows your Qi Si and Dantian were destroyed. You're nothing but a cripple who can't cultivate. That mysterious expert who can soar thousands of miles on a flying sword, how could that possibly be you?" "Elder Wang, this brat is clearly stalling for time. Why not capture him now and interrogate him properly?" Other demonic cultivators chimed in. Elder Wang's face turned cold. "Since you don't know what's good for you, Prince Su, attack." Prince Su unleashed a terrifying pressure, as heavy as a mountain, capable of crushing any martial artist below the Xiantian level in an instant. Yet Lin Yu remained calm and composed in the face of this overwhelming force, as if it were nothing more than a gentle breeze. "Granduncle," Lin Yu addressed Prince Su, locking eyes with him. "You were only half a step away from reaching the myriad phenomena realm, but after death, you were turned into a corpse puppet. Such humiliation today, I will set you free." In an instant, an astonishing aura erupted from Lin Yu, sweeping through the valley like a violent tempest. Prince Su's oppressive force dissipated instantly, and the demonic cultivators caught in the storm were reduced to blood mist. In the blink of an eye, only Prince Su and Elder Wang remained in the valley. "You, who are you really?" Elder Wang's face turned ashen as he stared at the so-called crippled prince in disbelief. Panicking, he barked at Prince Su, "Attack! Hold him off." Before he finished speaking, he had already turned and fled deeper into the valley. "Granduncle, may your soul rest in peace," Lin Yu said solemnly, gazing at the charging Prince Su. From within his spiritual sea, the wind blade sword burst forth, its blade igniting with fierce flames. With a commanding fire-infused sword intent, it reduced Prince Su to ashes. In the next moment, the sword's fiery light streaked through the air, catching up to Elder Wang after he had fled dozens of meters. The blade stopped just before his chest, its blazing sword intent forming an invisible cage of fire around him. Any movement on his part would instantly reduce him to ashes. Lin Yu stepped over the ashes that were once the remains of Prince Su and approached Elder Wang. His expression remained calm as his fingers lightly rested on the hilt of the wind blade sword. Locking eyes with the elder, he asked coldly, "Do you want to live or die?" "Live. I want to live." Elder Wang dropped to his knees without hesitation, his forehead striking the ground heavily. "Your Highness, as long as you spare my life, I am willing to swear by the heavens that I will never betray you in this life." Lin Yu's lips curled into a faint smile. "No need for any heavenly oaths, and I don't require your loyalty. Just tell me the location of your lair and where the blood demon sovereign lies in slumber, and I'll let you live." Inwardly, he thought to himself, evil must be eradicated completely. Neither this resurfaced demonic sect nor the dormant blood demon sovereign can be allowed to remain. Driven by his overwhelming desire to survive, Elder Wang nodded repeatedly. "I'll tell you. I'll tell you. Your Highness, our heavenly demon sect's main stronghold is hidden in." Before he could finish, Elder Wang's expression changed drastically, as if an invisible hand had seized his throat. He let out a muffled, choking sound, and then black flames erupted from his eyes, nose, mouth, and ears, devouring him like molten lava. Amid faint, agonized screams, Elder Wang was reduced to ashes in an instant. "Tisk, tisk," Ding Yi remarked with a sigh. "That's one of the demonic sect's secret arts. They can activate a curse from miles away to silence someone without a trace. To kill someone right under my nose? They won't get away with this." Lin Yu snorted coldly, summoning the Windblade sword. With the Nine Heavens sword technique, the sword transformed into a streak of light, slicing through the clouds and hurtling toward the source of the demonic energy. Far away, in the shadowy expanse of Yun Ridge, Within the white bone hall of the heavenly demon sect, the sect leader sat imposingly on his throne. His face was ashen as he gazed down at the gathered elders. Wang Tianhe has failed. While I don't know the specifics, he attempted to betray our secrets and was consumed by the curse I triggered. The demonic flames have claimed him. The hall erupted into murmurs. Some elders were astonished that Elder Wang and the corpse puppet of Prince Su had both been defeated, while others praised the sect leader for swiftly eliminating a potential traitor. "Silence!" roared the sect leader, rising abruptly from his seat and sweeping his gaze over the room. "Since we can no longer incite a war between the Han and Zhou dynasties, prepare for a citywide blood sacrifice to awaken the blood demon sovereign." Though he knew such a ritual would provoke the wrath of the great dynasties and invite their pursuit, it was now the only option left after the failure of their initial plan. "As you command." The elders' faces lit up with fervor, as though a city massacre was nothing more than routine to them. Just then, a piercing sound tore through the air, growing louder as it approached. The sharp whistling seemed to split the heavens, heading straight for the white bone hall. The gathered elders turned their heads in confusion, their gazes shifting toward the hall's entrance. Boom! Before the flying sword even descended, its overwhelming sword intent had already pierced through the roof of the white bone hall. A streak of sharp azure light followed, crashing down through the opening with a deafening roar, aimed directly at the sect master of the heavenly demon sect. A flying sword. The sect master's face turned ashen as he sensed the terrifying sword intent emanating from the Wind Rider sword. Death loomed before him. He stumbled back 2 steps, snatching up the long blade resting beside his skeletal throne. Black demonic flames surged along the blade, forming towering waves of dark energy that crashed toward the incoming sword with unrelenting force. The hall quaked under the violent pressure, leaving the elders staggering and collapsing, unable to remain upright. The Wind Rider sword, unstoppable like a divine spear, tore through the infernal waves in an instant, shattering the sect master's long blade into 2 pieces. In a flash of azure light, the sword plunged into the sect master's chest, severing his heart and extinguishing his life force. The sword's momentum did not falter. It transformed into a streak of azure brilliance, streaking through the hall in a deadly dance. Each flicker of light marked the fall of an elder, their heads severed in a single stroke. The sect master's vision blurred as he saw the once grand hall now devoid of anyone standing. He lowered his gaze to the gaping, bloodied wound in his chest, his life rapidly slipping away. With a resounding thud, the sect master collapsed to the ground, his eyes wide open in disbelief. Never in his wildest dreams could he have imagined that, at the height of his ambitions to lead the heavenly demon sect to supremacy, he would meet his end at the hands of an unknown flying sword. Worse still, every elder present at the meeting had been annihilated in one fell swoop. Having fulfilled its purpose, the Wind Rider sword shot back through the roof and disappeared into the clouds above. Hours later, demonic cultivators stationed outside the Shadow Cloud Ridge cautiously entered the White Bone Hall, only to be greeted by the grisly sight of corpses strewn across the floor. One of them dropped to his knees, trembling. "The sect master, he's dead. They're all dead. Every last one of them," he shrieked hysterically before turning and fleeing down the mountain in panic. In a secluded valley, Lin Yu stood calmly, retrieving the returning Wind Rider's sword into his spiritual sea. Initially, he had only intended to eliminate the one responsible for casting the demonic sect's secret spell, a curse that killed from 1,000 miles away. However, upon discovering the location was a stronghold of the heavenly demon sect, he decided to eradicate them entirely, leaving no chance for future threats. Just then, the thunderous sound of galloping horses echoed from both ends of the valley. The cavalry of the Han and Zhou armies appeared almost simultaneously in Lin Yu's line of sight. "Third brother, are you all right?" The Han cavalry's commander, the Crown Prince, rode ahead of his men, his voice filled with urgency. On the other side, the Zhou cavalry halted 100 paces away, their commander clad in fiery red armor, gripping a long lance. His face was concealed behind a menacing mask adorned with a fanged, azure visage, his cold gaze fixed on the scene. "Brother, I'm fine," Lin Yu replied, shaking his head before casting a frosty glance at Zhao Yihu, who cowered at the rear. "Brother, this man abandoned me to the demonic cultivators and fled for his life. Tell me, what punishment does the Han military code prescribe for deserting one's commander on the battlefield?" The Crown Prince's expression darkened. According to the Han military code, abandoning one's commander in the face of the enemy is punishable by death. He looked at Zhao Yihu with a pained expression. "Third brother, Zhao Yihu is a royal retainer. Perhaps we should take him back to the capital and let our father decide." "Brother," Lin Yu countered sharply, gesturing toward the Zhou cavalry. "Do you intend to let them witness our Han military code reduced to a joke, giving them cause to mock us upon their return?" "Your Highness, I only fled to summon reinforcements." Zhao Yihu's face turned deathly pale as he dropped to his knees, pleading desperately. The crown prince glanced at the Zhou cavalry, their silent presence exerting a palpable pressure. A glint of resolve flashed in his eyes. Guards! Zhao Yihu abandoned the third prince in the face of the enemy. In accordance with the law, execute him immediately. The heavily armored Han guards moved forward, their disciplined presence silencing Zhao Yihu's feeble resistance. One of the crown prince's personal guards stepped up, and with a single, decisive stroke, Zhao Yihu's head fell to the ground. Excellent, excellent. A melodious voice, as clear and vibrant as a songbird, rang out from the Zhou cavalry's ranks. I had heard of the Han army's strict discipline, and today, I see it with my own eyes. Truly remarkable. The commander of the great Zhou, clad in fiery red armor, clapped her hands in applause. Her crisp voice echoed through the valley, making it hard to tell whether she was mocking or genuinely praising. A woman? Lin Yu looked at her in astonishment, unable to believe that the leader confronting the crown prince at the border was actually a female general. I am Su Miaojin, Eastern General of Great Zhou, she declared, her voice as clear and melodious as a mountain spring, a stark contrast to her decisive and battle-hardened persona. I have been ordered to escort the Han hostage prince to the capital safely and without harm. The crown prince frowned and turned to Lin Yu. Third brother, after Zhao Yihu fled, what exactly happened here? Who killed all these demonic cultivators? It turned out that after Lin Yu left the city, someone reported that the trade route leading to the Great Zhou border was blocked by massive trees. Sensing trouble, the crown prince immediately led his troops out of the city and encountered Zhao Yihu along the way. If Lin Yu had died at the border, the crown prince would have borne the blame, which prompted his urgent rescue mission. He had assumed that Lin Yu, being the so-called useless prince, would surely perish against the demonic cultivators. To his astonishment, the entire enemy force was annihilated, while Lin Yu remained completely unharmed. Su Miaojin, on the other side, also cast a curious glance at Lin Yu. She, too, had received reports of the route to the Han border being intentionally obstructed and had come out to investigate. To her surprise, she encountered demonic cultivators attempting to assassinate the Han hostage prince. Even more shocking, the infamous worthless third prince of Han was unscathed, while the demonic cultivators were all dead. Brother, I honestly don't know what happened, Lin Yu said earnestly. After Zhao Yihu fled, I thought I was doomed. I was berating the demonic cultivators when suddenly a green light flew in from the sky, circled around them, and they were all dead. Before I could see clearly what was going on, the green light vanished. Controlling a sword over 1,000 miles, slaying demonic cultivators, the crown prince murmured to himself. It must be Prince Suqing. Only he possesses such mastery of sword control, capable of saving someone from 1,000 miles away. He looked at Lin Yu with envy. Third brother, you're truly fortunate. Prince Suqing actually intervened to save you. Lin Yu responded with an air of inevitability. Prince Suqing protects the Imperial family of Han. I carry the blood of the Imperial lineage. If I'm in danger, of course, Prince Suqing would save me. The crown prince was momentarily speechless at Lin Yu's reply. Third prince, I have been ordered to escort you back to the capital. Since we've already crossed paths, why not set off immediately? Su Miaojin suddenly spoke, her voice carrying a hint of curiosity. As a powerful protector of the Han dynasty's royal family, she couldn't help but develop a keen interest in this so-called crippled prince. No. The first prince immediately objected. All of the third brother's escorts were slaughtered by demonic cultivators. How can he travel unguarded? He must return to the border with me. Only after father sends a new escort can he set out again. A glint of calculation flashed in his eyes, clearly revealing his intent to use this opportunity to probe the relationship between Lin Yu and Prince Su. Huh. Su Miaojin sneered. Your Han dynasty's escorts are hardly worth mentioning. At least we warriors of the Zhou dynasty would never abandon our commander to flee. The first prince's face flushed red. He opened his mouth but found himself at a loss for words. After all, the body of Zhao Yihu was still lying not far away, leaving him with no grounds for rebuttal. Royal brother, Lin Yu shook his head lightly as he stepped toward the Zhou dynasty's cavalry. I think I'll head straight to the Zhou dynasty. Once I cross into their territory, even if I brought an army of 10,000, if they truly wanted to kill me, it would make no difference. Though Lin Yu's cultivation left him unafraid of assassination, he preferred Su Miaojin's company over the first prince's. Well said. Su Miaojin laughed heartily. Rest assured, third prince. As long as our nations remain at peace, you will be treated as an honored guest in the Zhou dynasty. With that, she and Lin Yu rode side by side, heading toward the Zhou border. The first prince's face darkened with anger, but he could only lead his troops back in frustration. Throughout the journey, Su Miaojin kept her fierce-looking faceplate on, yet her bright, star-like eyes occasionally studied Lin Yu. Third prince, what exactly is your relationship with Prince Su? Why would he travel such a great distance to rescue you? I have no idea, Lin Yu answered honestly. Perhaps he didn't want my assassination by demonic cultivators to spark a war between our nations. Truthfully, I've never met him before. This was the plain truth, had indeed never seen Prince Su in person. Su Miaojin gazed at him intently, as if trying to discern the truth, but ultimately let the matter rest. While passing through a mountain range, Lin Yu noticed a dilapidated structure atop a ridge. General Su, along the way, I've seen many similar abandoned buildings. Why are they all situated on mountaintops? Those are temples, Su Miaojin explained. They were abandoned long before the Zhou dynasty was established. It's said they were places where Buddhist cultivators practiced, but one night, all the monks vanished without a trace. Later, when the demon clans invaded and the demonic sects ran rampant, much of history was lost to time. The disappearance of the Buddhist sects remains an unsolved mystery. Upon arriving at the Zhou dynasty's imperial city, Lin Yu was housed in the hostage residence located in the southern outskirts of the city. With all his escorts killed in action, the sprawling estate was eerily empty, save for a few servants and guards. These individuals merely attended to his basic needs, keeping their distance to avoid drawing suspicion by interacting too much with the foreign prince. At night, the hostage residence was as desolate as the Han dynasty's imperial tombs, but this suited Lin Yu perfectly. If the estate had been crawling with Zhou dynasty spies, infiltrating the demonic prison would have been far more challenging. After resting for 2 days, Lin Yu, spurred on by the ever-impatient Ding Yi, set out under the cover of darkness to infiltrate the demonic prison hidden within the Zhou dynasty's imperial city. Yet before he even entered the city, he sensed a terrifying surge of spiritual energy emanating from the dense forest ahead, as though something was breaking free from its seal to re-enter the world. Demonic energy. Such potent demonic energy. Ding Ye's voice quivered with excitement. Let's go. Check it out. Lin Yu's figure blurred as he leaped forward, crossing hundreds of feet in an instant and speeding toward the forest. In no time, he ventured deep into the dense forest. Hidden within the thick woods lay the ruins of a vast temple, its grandeur now reduced to a haunting relic of the past. Vines crawled over the crumbling walls, and scattered debris of broken stones and tiles whispered of the temple's former glory. The most striking sight was the remains of a dilapidated main hall. From beneath its foundation, an ominous black mist, thick with demonic energy, continuously surged upward, swirling ominously in the air. Surrounding the temple, dozens of martial artists of the innate realm and above stood on high alert. Among them, 3 or 4 exuded the aura of Purple Mansion realm masters, while their leader, Fujian, was a pinnacle expert of the 9th grade Purple Mansion realm, just one step away from the myriad phenomena realm. Staring at the scene before him, Fujian could barely contain his excitement. I can't believe it. Beneath this Lanrua temple, the rumors were truly a demon is sealed here. At last, our Fu family can wrest the throne from the Li family. His laughter echoed through the desolate ruins, filled with triumph and unrestrained ambition. That laughter carried the weight of years of resentment and desire. Decades ago, the Fu family had been defeated in their struggle for supremacy against the Li family, forced into obscurity and exile among the common folk. Meanwhile, the Li family founded the great Zhou dynasty and basked in the splendor of imperial power. The Fu family's ancestral mandate, passed down through generations, was to destroy Great Zhou and reclaim what they had lost. Over the years, the Fu family had secretly amassed considerable influence, but their strength was still insufficient to openly challenge the might of the great Zhou dynasty. Fu Jian had stumbled upon an ancient text that revealed a startling secret. Before the founding of Great Zhou, this land had been ravaged by a catastrophic demonic calamity. Back then, all the Buddhist monks of the region had gathered at Lanrua Temple to seal the demons beneath its grounds. In this great battle, every monk who participated in the sealing perished, leaving the Buddhist order crippled and the temple abandoned over time. After years of relentless searching, Fujian had finally located the ruins of Lanrua Temple just south of the Great Zhou capital. This discovery ignited a glimmer of hope for the Fu family's ambitions. If the seal could be broken and the demons released, they would undoubtedly unleash chaos upon the nearby capital. The royal city would become a living hell, and the Great Zhou royal family would suffer devastating losses. It would be the perfect opportunity for the Fu family to rise in rebellion. Fujian had even begun to consider the possibility of forging an alliance with these long-imprisoned demons as a means to achieve his ultimate goal. Outside the Lanrua temple, Fujian's retainer sneered, "Master, these demons crave nothing but human flesh and blood. Once they break free from the seal, with a little guidance, they'll head straight for the imperial capital." Exactly. It would be ideal if these demons could devour the entire De Zhou royal family. Another Fu family warrior chimed in excitedly. When the dynasty is left leaderless, our family's control over the military across the provinces will make it effortless to seize the empire. Their eyes gleamed with greed, as if they could already taste the glory and riches that would come from aiding in the fall of the dynasty. At that moment, Lin Yu and Ding Yi arrived near the Lanrua temple. What a dense aura of demonic energy! Ding Yi exclaimed with excitement. Kid, there must be a horde of demons hidden beneath this temple. No need to go all the way to the demon prison. Let's deal with these ones here first. Let's take a look before we act, Lin Yu replied, stepping forward. He had no particular interest in saving the Dezhou royal family, but he was well aware that if the demons escaped, the first to suffer would be the innocent people of the capital. Moreover, these demons represented a treasure trove of cultivation energy that he couldn't afford to let slip away. Inside the Lanrua temple, the ground began to quake violently. Torrents of demonic energy coalesced into a giant, sky-piercing black hand, as if a colossal being was clawing its way out from beneath the earth. The oppressive aura emanating from the hand far surpassed the Purple Mansion realm, reaching the terrifying level of a myriad phenomena realm powerhouse. Fu Jian and his men watched the massive black hand intently, their focus unbroken until they suddenly noticed Lin Yu strolling past them, approaching the temple with an air of calm detachment. None of the warriors present, whether at the innate or Purple Mansion realm, had even sensed his arrival. Who is this guy? The Fu family warriors muttered among themselves, exchanging confused glances before sneering. Doesn't matter. If he goes in now, he's as good as dead. Let him test the waters for us. From beneath the ground, a guttural demonic roar echoed. Flesh, fresh flesh. The black hand's palm opened to reveal a single, malevolent eye, which locked greedily onto Lin Yu. Its fingers twitched and writhed with anticipation, eager to tear him apart and devour him. What kind of demon is this, Ding Yi? Lin Yu asked, frowning. Ding Yi responded with disdain. Demons come in all forms, some from the abyssal world, others formed from fallen human cultivators. Just remember this. Demons are far more terrifying than the Yao race. The Yao want to enslave humans. Demons want to devour every last one of you. Blood. I need blood. A massive black hand slowly unfurled in midair, dark energy swirling like ink in its palm, quickly transforming into a dense black cloud that surged toward Lin Yu. A wave of oppressive force swept across the surroundings, causing the members of the Fu family to pale and retreat instinctively. At this moment, they witnessed firsthand the terrifying power of a cultivator in the Wanxiang realm. Just the sheer pressure alone was enough to crush them into dust. Amidst the terrified gazes of the crowd, Fu Jian's face lit up with an almost fanatical smile. Incredible. Absolutely incredible. If these demonic forces were to reach the imperial capital, the Zhou dynasty's royal family would surely be doomed. Lin Yu stood firm, facing the oncoming black miasma. A faint, disdainful smirk played on his lips. You want to devour me? You're far from capable. He raised his right hand, fingers pressed together like a sword. In an instant, a fiery sword intent coalesced along his arm, radiating brilliant flames. The two opposing forces clashed in the air, producing a deafening explosion. With a swift motion of his arm, Lin Yu unleashed the blazing sword intent. Wherever the sword energy passed, it carved a deep trench into the ground, flames roaring within its wake. The fiery sword collided with the black cloud, and in that moment, the unleashed spiritual energy swept out like a tempest. The dark miasma, condensed into a thick cloud, ignited instantly, dissipating into the air like a burning storm cloud. What? The sealed demon hidden beneath the ruins of Lanrua Temple cried out in shock. It had never anticipated that this human whom it regarded as no more than an ant would possess such overwhelming strength. Just then, a scarlet sword light pierced through the dissipating black cloud, slashing directly toward the black, eye-covered giant hand looming above the ruins of Lanrua Temple. The massive hand reacted swiftly, its fingers clenching into a mountainous fist to counter the attack. However, this demon, having only just broken free from its seal, was still far too feeble. Its power was barely equivalent to that of a novice Wanxiang realm cultivator. While it could have easily crushed the Fu family's Zifu realm warriors, it was no match for Lin Yu. Lin Yu stood tall, exuding the full, unrestrained aura of a fourth-grade Wanxiang realm cultivator. The black, monstrous hand that had burst forth from the ground seemed utterly insignificant before him, like a firefly trying to challenge the brilliance of the Moonin insurmountable gap in power. Boom! The fiery sword intent descended with overwhelming force, the crimson sword light crashing down like a mountain onto the massive black hand, almost cleaving it in two. In an instant, searing flames surged like a tidal wave, engulfing the entire hand and turning it into a blazing torch suspended in midair. A shrill, haunting scream echoed from beneath the ground, chilling and ghostly, reverberating through the ruins of Lanrua Temple. The black hand twisted and writhed within the flames, its malevolent energy gradually incinerated by the crimson fire until it dissipated completely, leaving nothing behind. This sight left the members of the Fu family utterly dumbfounded. That demonic arm, which had shattered the seal, clearly possessed Wanxiang realm-level strength, yet it had been effortlessly obliterated by a young man. What was even more baffling was that they couldn't detect even the faintest ripple of spiritual energy emanating from him. Despite their meticulous preparations to reclaim the throne, including compiling records of the most prodigious talents across the nations and sects of the central continent, they had never heard of anyone like this. It was as though he had appeared out of thin air. What a waste! A voice grumbled suddenly. It was Ding Yi, speaking with a tone of regret. That Wanxiang first-grade arm wasn't exactly a rare treasure, but it could have boosted your cultivation a bit. And you just went ahead and destroyed it. Lin Yu smiled faintly. Don't worry, Ding Yi. There are plenty more demons sealed beneath this temple. You'll have your hands full soon enough. With that, he turned and began walking toward the ruins of the main hall of Lanrua Temple. Amid the remnants of the main hall, faint traces of a Buddhist formation left behind by monks of old were still visible. At the center of the formation, a swirling black vortex continuously emitted waves of demonic energy. Was the core of the seal that imprisoned the demons. Who are you? What are you trying to do? A voice filled with anger and wariness emanated from the vortex. Over the years, the monk's seal had weakened, allowing the Fu family to break it with relative ease. The demons trapped below had some understanding of the current state of the central continent, beast clans invading, demonic sects running rampant, and powerful cultivators dwindling in number. Aside from a few remaining sovereigns and sects that still had Wanxiang realm experts guarding them, the era of such powerful figures seemed to be nearing its end. Ignoring the demon's question, Lin Yu instead turned to Ding Yi. Can this formation be modified? Ideally, I'd like it to work like the demon suppression tower, releasing one demon each month for us to refine at our leisure. You've come to the right person, Ding Yi responded smugly. This is the lesser Arhat formation of the Buddhist sects, with a Buddha bone relic as its core. The formation's weakening is due to the relic's dwindling spiritual power. If we can locate it, I can help you control the formation's activation and deactivation. Where's the relic? Lin Yu asked, scanning the surroundings. Ding Yi pointed toward a weathered stone pagoda up ahead. That's the relic tower. The Buddha bone relic is inside. I can sense its spiritual energy radiating from within. Just then, the black vortex trembled as the demon's enraged voice bellowed again. You brat! You dare sever my arm? I won't let you get away with this. If you have any guts, release me, and let's settle this face-to-face. Lin Yu had just severed one of the demon's arms, yet the creature showed no trace of panic. Instead, it resorted to taunts, its voice brimming with confidence. Go ahead, release me. Once I break free from this seal, I'll ensure you meet a fate worse than death. Frowning, Lin Yu ignored the demon's empty threats. His gaze fell on a solitary stone pagoda, about 10 feet tall, standing ahead. Without hesitation, he began walking toward it. What is that boy trying to do? The members of the Fu family exchanged bewildered glances. Could he really be planning to release the seal demon? Arrogant fool. He'll regret it the moment that demon breaks free. One of them sneered coldly. Others, however, were secretly calculating. If the demon does escape, it might actually work to the Fu family's advantage. The Imperial city is just ahead. Those demons will no doubt wreak havoc there. As they watched Lin Yu's retreating figure, the crowd first froze, then erupted into mocking laughter. They were all waiting to see the audacious young man meet his end, devoured by the demon. Good. Once I'm out, he'll devour you in one bite and grant you a swift death. The demon roared with manic laughter. Dark energy surged from the seal's core, coalescing into a new arm. The clawed hand pressed against the ground, as if straining to pull its entire body free. Lin Yu remained indifferent to the commotion behind him. He walked directly up to the pagoda and extended a hand, lightly tapping its surface. A sharp, sword-like intent surged forth, piercing into the tower. In moments, he sensed the presence of the hidden Buddha relic within. The sword intent swept through like a tide, and the stone pagoda's surface cracked and crumbled, breaking apart piece by piece until it lay in ruins. A Buddha relic, about the size of a longan fruit, floated before Lin Yu, radiating a warm, golden light. Wherever the light reached, the demon's dark energy melted away like snow under the sun, utterly powerless to resist. It was immediately clear to all that this Buddha relic was no ordinary object. It was a treasure of the highest order. A treasure, a sacred artifact that can dispel demonic energy. Fu Jian's gaze was fixated on the Buddha's relic in Lin Yu's hand, his eyes gleaming with barely concealed greed. This sacred relic of the Buddhist sect not only had the power to suppress evil spirits, but if he could claim it as his own, it might even grant him control over the sealed demons. However, the strength Lin Yu had just displayed left Fu Jian uneasy. For now, he could only calculate silently, hoping that Lin Yu and the demon would weaken each other in battle, giving him the chance to seize the treasure. The Buddha's relic. This is a supreme treasure of the Buddhist sect, Ding Yi exclaimed excitedly. Though its spiritual energy is almost depleted, if I refine it, It could definitely elevate your cultivation to a whole new level. Dingyi, just tell me how to use the Buddha's relic to control this lesser arhat array. Lin Yu sighed, shaking his head. The demons imprisoned here are already enough to keep you busy for a long time. After learning the method of control from Dingyi, Lin Yu turned to look at the demon, which was slowly emerging from the lesser arhat array, its head halfway out. He murmured softly, too slow. What do you mean, too slow? The demon, with its green face, sharp fangs, and two crimson horns protruding from its head, glared at Lin Yu in confusion before roaring, you brat, just you wait. In 2 hours at most, I'll break free from this seal, and you'll be the first one I devour. 2 hours? Lin Yu frowned. I don't have that much time to wait. I need to be back at the hostage quarters before dawn. Fine, I'll help you. Without hesitation, he channeled his spiritual energy into the Buddha's relic. Instantly, it radiated a dazzling golden light, and the entire sealing array began to glow with golden rays, as if the long-dormant formation had been reawakened. The black vortex expanded rapidly, its size multiplying in an instant, making it easier for the trapped demon to escape. The members of the Fu family stared in shock, utterly dumbfounded. None of them had expected Lin Yu to assist the demon in breaking free instead of trying to stop it. Even the demon was momentarily stunned, frozen in disbelief. Hurry up and get out. I've already opened the seal for you, Lin Yu urged. The demon finally snapped out of its daze, nodding repeatedly before roaring once more, you brat, don't think I'll let you off just because you released me. You cut off my arm earlier and today, I'll make sure to devour you. Furious, it planted its remaining hand firmly on the ground, its massive body slowly emerging from the seal. Just then, dozens of agonized shrieks echoed from within the array as other imprisoned demons tried to escape as well. Lin Yu's thoughts moved swiftly, and the Buddha's relic emitted an even brighter golden light. The black vortex contracted rapidly, vanishing in the blink of an eye. The demon that had just escaped stretched its towering form, standing nearly 7 or 8 meters tall, like a small mountain. Its body was wreathed in black demonic energy, and a belt made of skulls encircled its waist. Its blood-red eyes locked onto Lin Yu, while foul-smelling saliva dripped continuously from its mouth. You brat, prepare to die. The demon roared, raising its only remaining arm. The demonic energy coalesced into a massive black mountain, which it hurled down at Lin Yu with crushing force. With a mere thought, Lin Yu summoned the Wind Rider sword from his spiritual sea. The sword transformed into a streak of azure light, circling around him. Casually glancing at the descending black mountain, Lin Yu's expression remained calm. The Wind Rider's sword suddenly accelerated, its blade erupting with a fiery crimson glow, imbued with the intent of the flame sword. It pierced through the demonic mountain in an instant. A fiery explosion erupted within the black mountain, resembling a dazzling firework display, shattering it into countless fragments. The demon let out a blood-curdling scream as its remaining arm fell heavily to the ground, engulfed in flames. The surrounding area was soon consumed by a blazing inferno. The Wind Rider's sword completed a graceful arc before returning to Lin Yu's side. Its blade quivered slightly, pointing directly at the demon, now left with no arms, as dark demonic energy poured from its wounds. With just a single thought, Lin Yu activated the Wind Rider's sword hovering before him, locking onto its target. The fiend's impending scream was abruptly cut off as it made a startling move, whipping its head around to glance behind. Upon realizing that the black vortex leading back to its seal had vanished completely, it fell into utter despair. Let me go back. It's too dangerous out here. I want to return to the seal, the fiend wailed desperately, its voice hoarse with panic. Now you want to go back? Too late. Lin Yu shook his head slightly. The Wind Rider's sword erupted in a dazzling silver lightning, transforming into a streak of light that pierced straight through the fiend's forehead. The silver lightning spread like tree roots from the fiend's brow, outlining intricate silver veins across its massive body in an instant. With a deafening crash, its soul was utterly annihilated. Its colossal corpse collapsed heavily to the ground, its wide-open, lifeless eyes fixed on Lin Yu in disbelief, unable to accept its cruel fate, freedom from the seal only to meet such a swift demise. Though the fiend possessed a cultivation level equal to Lin Yu's at the 4th rank of the Myriad Phenomena realm, Lin Yu's mastery of the 9 Heavens sword art, combined with his profound understanding of sword intents like wind, fire, and lightning, allowed him to seamlessly switch between them at will. Slaying a fiend of the same rank was effortless for him. After dispatching the fiend, Lin Yu turned to the stunned members of the Fu family, who were still frozen in place. His voice was icy as he spoke. I had no intention of interfering with the affairs of the great Zhou dynasty. But since you've colluded with a fiend, you deserve to die. The Wind Rider's sword transformed into a streak of azure light, streaking toward Fu Jian and his companions. Their deaths would fuel the cauldron spirit's power, aiding Lin Yu's cultivation. In a way, Their demise served as a form of atonement. Run. Quickly. Fu Jian and the others finally snapped out of their stupor, scrambling to flee from the Lanrua temple. However, with their meager abilities, they stood no chance against the Wind Rider's sword, which could traverse vast distances in an instant. The sword's light flashed, blood sprayed, and in the blink of an eye, the Fu family members were reduced to lifeless corpses scattered across the ground, all slain by Lin Yu's single thought. Lin Yu summoned the devouring god cauldron, a glint of anticipation flashing in his eyes. Cauldron Master, with this grade 4 myriad manifestation demon and the other spoils, it should be enough for me to break through to grade 5, right? The devouring god cauldron let out a soft chuckle. To it, those martial artists at the Purple Mansion and Innate Realms were nothing more than inconsequential extras. The cauldron's surface rippled with starlight, instantly devouring the demon and the corpses of the Fu family members in their entirety. Lin Yu glanced toward the Lanrua temple and smiled. Cauldron Master, once I stabilize my grade 5 cultivation, I'll come back to free these demons from their suffering. Let's talk about it later. I haven't devoured a grade 4 demon in ages, the Cauldron Master exclaimed eagerly, impatient to refine this grand feast. After putting away the devouring god cauldron, Lin Yu noticed the sky beginning to brighten. He turned and headed back to the hostage residence. The plan to explore the demon prison of the Great Zhou dynasty would have to wait until his cultivation was fully stabilized. Half an hour later, the sound of iron hooves shattered the forest's tranquility. A troop of Great Zhou cavalry surrounded the ruins of Lanrua Temple. Su Miaozhen, clad in armor, arrived alongside an elderly man with a youthful face and white hair. Elder Chu, Su Miaozhen said as she surveyed the scene. The Imperial Astronomical Bureau detected intense demonic energy in the southern outskirts. It must be here. It seems a fierce battle took place. Thanks to the devouring god cauldron, not even a trace of blood remained at the site. Although there was a faint scent of blood in the air, no visible evidence could be found. Elder Chu studied the sword marks on the ground, his expression grave. There is indeed residual demonic energy here. It appears someone has slain a demon. A demon? Su Miaozhen asked in confusion. Weren't they all locked away in the demon prison? Elder Chu explained that the dense demonic energy in the area suggested a powerful demon had been present. If such a creature had entered the city, it would have caused a massacre. Fortunately, a skilled individual had intervened, sparing Great Zhou from disaster. He also mentioned sensing a gentle, purifying light that was dispelling the demonic energy. After sensing it herself, Su Miaozhen speculated, this is a Buddhist relic site. Could it be that a Buddhist master has reappeared? The two decided to report back to the Zhou Emperor and investigate the identity of this mysterious Buddhist master. After they departed, 2 assassins from the Fu family sneaked into the ruins to search for clues. However, they found nothing and returned to report to their clan. Back at the hostage residence, Lin Yu used the excuse of acclimating to the local environment to shut himself away for cultivation. The devouring god cauldron channeled a vast amount of spiritual energy into him, which his sacred emperor physique absorbed completely. When he broke through to grade 5 of the myriad manifestation realm, the surging energy nearly destroyed the room, but he effortlessly reined it in. Just as he was reveling in his advancement, Su Miaozhen's voice came from outside the courtyard. She was dressed in a white warrior's uniform, her posture elegant yet commanding. A silver mask covered her face, and her hair was tied in a high ponytail. Third Prince, I heard you're feeling unwell. Should I summon the Imperial physician to take a look? She asked. Thank you for your concern, General Su, but I'm fine now. May I ask when His Majesty plans to summon me? Lin Yu, whose cultivation far surpassed hers, easily concealed his true condition. A faint smile played on Lin Yu's lips. To him, meeting Empress Zhou would paradoxically grant him more freedom as a hostage prince. No one would pay much attention to a crippled prince with a shattered dantian, which would allow him to act in secret first, addressing the sealed demons in Lanrua Temple, and then assisting the Great Zhou dynasty in refining the demonic entities imprisoned in the demon prison. Su Miaozhen smiled gently and said, in a month, the geniuses from all major sects across the land will gather in the capital of the Great Zhou dynasty to participate in the trial at Mayun Ridge. His Majesty has decided that the third prince will be summoned only after their arrival. If the third prince is interested, he may also attend the ceremony at Mayun Ridge. All right, I'll make sure to return. Lin Yu nodded in agreement, already calculating how many more demons he could refine within the next month. Su Miaozhen gave Lin Yu a deep, thoughtful look before taking her leave. As soon as she stepped out of the hostage residence, Chu Gongfeng approached her. General Su, did you notice anything unusual about the third prince of the Han dynasty? Recently, the court had been investigating the mysterious Buddhist expert who had slain demons at Lanrua Temple, but no clues had surfaced. Some had noted the suspicious timing of Lin Yu's arrival in the capital coinciding with the appearance of this expert, prompting Su Miaozhen to investigate personally. Nothing out of the ordinary. There's no trace of Buddhist energy on him, and his cultivation is only at the 3rd rank of martial arts. It seems that after his Dantian was destroyed, he truly ceased cultivating, Su Miaojin replied, shaking her head. Umph. The Han dynasty is cunning, sending us a useless prince. They wouldn't even care if he were killed. Chu Gongfeng sneered disdainfully before riding off on horseback. After seeing Su Miaojin off, Lin Yu returned to his room to cultivate. He was eager to stabilize his 5th-rank cultivation in the myriad forms realm, so he could soon revisit Lanrua Temple and silence the nagging complaints of the cauldron spirit in his mind. Half a month later, Lin Yu finally stabilized his cultivation and immediately set out for Lanrua Temple. Since the last battle where he had slain demons, rumors of demonic activity had emerged around the temple. The already desolate area was now completely abandoned within a 10-mile radius, making it even more convenient for Lin Yu to act. Arriving at the ruins of Lanrua Temple, Lin Yu instructed the cauldron spirit to bring out the Buddha bone relic. Holding the relic in his hand, he infused it with spiritual energy, causing warm golden ripples to radiate outward. The Xiaoqing Arhat formation lit up with golden light, and a black ripple emerged from the formation's core, spreading outward. Standing outside the formation, Lin Yu eagerly awaited the demons to escape through the breach. However, after a while, not a single demon appeared, nor were there any of the usual howls or curses that followed their demise. It was as if the demons within the seal had vanished entirely. Cauldron spirit, what's going on? Could the demons have broken free and escaped while we were gone for half a month? Lin Yu asked in surprise. The demons are still inside the seal. Look, there's still demonic energy leaking out. Without external help, they can't escape, the cauldron spirit replied, equally puzzled. These demons, imprisoned for thousands of years, were ravenous for blood and destruction. The fact that they remained silent despite the breach was highly unusual. Lin Yu approached the black vortex and peered into its depths. The vortex seemed bottomless, an abyss of endless darkness that threatened to consume everything in sight, with only faint traces of demonic energy rising from within. Hey, I'm here to free you. The seal is already open, so come on out. Lin Yu shouted into the depths, a sly glint in his eyes. We remember your aura. You're the one who killed Xieshan and used that strange golden cauldron to devour him. We're not falling for it. That's right. We're not coming out. Xieshan was so powerful, and he still died at your hands. If we come out, we'll just get swallowed by that cauldron too. Hiding in the seal gives us a chance to live. Coming out is a death sentence. We're not stupid. The demons' voices echoed from within the seal, leaving Lin Yu speechless. Cauldron spirit, are demons supposed to be this clever? With no other choice, Lin Yu used the Buddha bone relic to close the Xiaoqing Arhat formation. As the golden light faded, silence once again enveloped the ruins of Lanrua Temple. This seal has been weakened for a long time. The demons can sense what's happening outside. They must have figured out what happened the last time you refined one of them. This is going to be troublesome, the cauldron spirit said, sounding frustrated. Looks like there's nothing we can do about these demons for now, Lin Yu said with a wry smile. Good thing there's still the demon prison. Let's go check it out. That's all we can do for now, the cauldron spirit replied grudgingly, clearly annoyed that the demons had outsmarted them. After Lin Yu left, the scene deep within the seal was nothing short of horrifying. A towering, grotesque demon sat cross-legged, clutching the severed thighs of another demon in each hand, greedily devouring their flesh. Its face was twisted and hideous, covered in scales, with blood dripping from the corners of its mouth. Dark energy surged into its body, causing its aura to grow stronger and more menacing by the moment. Excellent, the demon said after consuming its prey completely, licking the blood from its lips. It turned to the trembling demons around it with a sinister grin. That boy outside is incredibly powerful. To stand a chance at killing him, we'll need to recover to at least the 7th stage of the Wanxiang realm. I've calculated it'll need to devour at least 10 more of you. The rest of you will have the chance to escape with me when the time comes. Its eyes swept over the group, and its voice dropped to a low, threatening rumble. I'm going into seclusion for 3 days. Decide among yourselves who will be my next meal. The remaining demons exchanged wary, distrustful glances, their eyes filled with fear and dread. Within the confines of the Xiaoqing Luohan formation seal, they had once maintained a fragile balancelesser demons banding together to resist the stronger ones and avoid being devoured. But with the seal now breached, that balance had shattered. Survival became paramount, and none cared about the fate of their comrades. After all, demons adhered to a harsh creed. Better them than me. Sacrificing others for one's own survival was simply the way of their kind. It wouldn't be long before the strongest demon's power was fully restored to the 7th stage of the Wanxiang realm. When that happened, if Lin Yu reopened the seal, the demon could break free in an instant, and the rest of the surviving demons could seize the opportunity to escape as well. After departing the ruins of Lanua Temple, Lin Yu headed straight for the great Zhou Imperial city. In the city's southwestern corner stood 9 massive jade pillars, reaching skyward and arranged in a vast, circular formation. This was the prison of demons. Each pillar was inscribed with intricate arrays of runes, and arcs of lightning crackled and leapt between them. At the center was a square opening, roughly 10 feet wide, from which emanated endless wails and curses. The sheer sound alone was enough to drive any martial artist below the innate realm to madness. For those below the Zifu realm, attempting to force entry would mean instant annihilation in the lightning that surged between the jade pillars. With demonic cultivators now extinct and no one daring to stage a prison break, the place was left entirely unguarded. Who would ever suspect that Lin Yu would come here willingly, not to free anyone, but to hunt down demonic cultivators and further his own cultivation? Lin Yu moved effortlessly through the cascading lightning, arriving at the entrance of a downward leading passage. A winding stone staircase stretched below, illuminated by lamps placed every 3 zhong, casting the deep corridor in a bright, almost daylight-like glow. As he stepped into the prison of demonic spirits, the wails and cries of the imprisoned demons echoed incessantly. The cacophony surged like waves, attempting to invade his mind, but it left him entirely unfazed. Soon, he reached the deepest part of the prisona, massive space spanning 1,000 zhong in every direction. Rows of prison cells lined the walls, their silver lightning barriers crackling fiercely. Within the cells, the demonic captives writhed in agony under the relentless purification of the lightning. Lin Yu scanned the area, noticing that many cells were already littered with the remains of demons reduced to lifeless husks. Fresh blood! Fresh blood! The demons howled, their eyes fixated hungrily on Lin Yu. Boy, come closer. Free me, and I'll reward you handsomely. These demonic cultivators, sensing that the young man hadn't even reached the innate realm, wasted no time in unleashing their most seductive and persuasive tactics. Heh, this place isn't bad at all, much better than the demon-suppressing tower of your Han dynasty, Ding Yi remarked with a satisfied tone. Ding Yi, what makes you say that? Lin Yu ignored the clamoring of the demons and instead turned his attention to Ding Yi's comment. Look at these cells, Ding Yi explained. Each one is independently sealed. If a single demon escapes, it won't compromise the other seals. Unlike the demon-suppressing tower, where opening one breach means they all escape at once, he chuckled before adding, this setup is much better for us. We can release them one at a time and deal with them at our leisure. Lin Yu nodded in agreement. If that's the case, let's start by taking down a purple mansion-level demon today to warm things up for you. Ding Yi, excellent. I've been waiting for this. Let me show you how to break the seal, Ding Yi said eagerly. Lin Yu approached the cell containing the loudest demon. The purple mansion-level demon inside grinned maliciously as Lin Yu drew near. Yes, come to me. Free me, and I'll teach you unparalleled techniques that will elevate you to the myriad phenomena realm. Don't worry, I'll let you out, Lin Yu replied with a faint smile as he began dismantling the seal. The demon was momentarily stunned, hadn't expected his bewitching arts to work so effectively. This human youth was so cooperative that the demon almost felt reluctant to devour him. In no time, the silver lightning dissipated, and the seal's restrictions crumbled. The other demons watched in a mix of shock and excitement, scrambling to curry favor with this unexpected ally, hoping they too might be freed. Boy, I'll make sure to reward you well. The demon roared with laughter as he stepped out of the cell, dark energy swirling in his palm like ropes, surging toward Lin Yu. Becoming my first blood offering is an honor you should cherish. Lin Yu shook his head lightly, his lips curving into a faint smile. With a single finger, he unleashed the sword in tint of wind. The strike tore through the air, obliterating the demonic energy and piercing straight through the demon's forehead. The purple mansion-level demon's soul disintegrated instantly, and his body collapsed lifelessly to the ground. The other demons were dumbstruck. This youth had released the demon not to aid him, but to kill him. Lin Yu turned his gaze toward the remaining demons, his calm smile unwavering. Don't worry, your turn will come soon enough. With that, he summoned the devouring spirit cauldron from his consciousness. Heh. Ding Yi let out a triumphant laugh as ripples of starlight radiated from the devouring god cauldron, instantly enveloping the wicked cultivator on the ground. Inside the demon prison, the demonic cultivators trembled as they stared at Lin Yu, their eyes filled with terror. Kid, what are you planning to do? You'll find out soon enough, Lin Yu replied with a faint smirk. Take care, everyone. Make sure you don't get refined by the formations here. With that, he turned and left the demon prison. Back at the hostage pavilion, Ding Yi immediately began refining the wicked cultivator. However, the spiritual energy provided by this purple mansion realm cultivator was insignificant for Lin Yu's current needs. He thought to himself that unless he refined all the demonic cultivators in the demon prison, it would be hard to achieve another breakthrough. In the days that followed, Lin Yu visited the demon prison every night. Each time he left, one less purple mansion realm demon could be found. Several days later, a consecrated elder of the great Zhou Imperial family, Qian Gongfeng, arrived outside the demon prison with a team of Xiantian realm warriors. Qian Gongfeng, the guard reported respectfully. The cries of the demonic cultivators from within have noticeably diminished recently. We're concerned that something unusual might be happening inside. So we called for you to investigate. Qian Gongfeng nodded gravely. All right, wait here. I'll go in and take a look. With that, he stepped past the 9 jade pillars entwined with lightning and entered the demon prison. Descending the staircase, Qian Gongfeng immediately sensed something was amiss. The demon prison was eerily quiet, a stark contrast to its usual chaotic noise. He quickly activated his spiritual energy, remaining on high alert. But when he reached the lowest level, the sight before him left him stunned. The demonic cultivators, who used to curse, wail, and roar incessantly, now huddled in their cells like sheep awaiting slaughter, their eyes void of hope. Even more startling, the number of demonic cultivators was noticeably fewer than during his last visit. Could it be that the demon prison's refining process has accelerated? Qian Gongfeng wondered. Just then, the imprisoned demonic cultivators noticed him. Qian Gongfeng, save us. Please, save us. They cried out desperately, their voices hoarse and frantic. Qian Gongfeng was taken aback. Had these demonic cultivators lost their minds? This was a place specifically designed to suppress them, to grind their souls into nothingness. If it weren't for their ability to regenerate their flesh and blood through worshipping demon gods, making them nearly impossible to kill outright, they wouldn't have been imprisoned here to be slowly refined by the formation. Save you, he sneered. Are you joking? Every one of you has the blood of countless innocent civilians on your hands. You're all guilty of unspeakable crimes. I can't wait for the demon prison to refine you all as soon as possible. In the prison of demonic souls, a group of imprisoned demonic cultivators were anxiously pleading for help from Qian Gongfeng. Qian Gongfeng, there's a lunatic who comes here every day, breaks the seal, and kills us one by one. Even Xie Daoren couldn't withstand a single blow before he died. The demonic cultivators clamored in desperation. If this continues, we'll all be dead. Please, let us out. We swear by the heavenly Tao that we will never harm anyone again. Qian Gongfeng sneered coldly. What a joke. Among you are purple mansion-level experts and even myriad phenomena-level masters. Who could possibly kill you? Those who died must have been refined by the formation. Do you take me for a fool with such a pathetic trick to deceive me into releasing you? With that, he turned and walked away, instructing his subordinates to ignore any commotion coming from the prison. Outside the hostage pavilion, a clear, crisp voice called out, "Third Prince." Lin Yu pushed open the door and stepped out, seeing Su Miaojin standing at the entrance in her black warrior attire. She wore a silver mask and had her hair tied back in a high ponytail, exuding an air of heroic elegance. Today, the young talents of all major sects have gathered in the great Zhou Imperial city. His Majesty is hosting a banquet in their honor. I've come to escort you, she said. The young talents of the major sects? Lin Yu's heart stirred as he wondered if Chuchu and his seventh sister would also be in attendance. The two walked side by side to the heavily guarded Imperial garden within the palace. The officials were already seated, and the Zhou Emperor sat at the head of the table, drinking and conversing with his ministers. Lin Yu immediately noticed that, despite the Zhou Emperor's impeccable facade, he was actually a Purple Mansion 9th grade martial artist, just one step away from the myriad phenomena realm. This realization led Lin Yu to think of the Han Emperor, prompting him to ask Ding Yi in his mind, "Can you discern the Han Emperor's strength?" "I can't tell," Ding Yi replied. "It could be that some treasure is concealing his cultivation, or he really might be as he appears on the surface." As Lin Yu was lost in thought, Su Miaojin gently tugged on his sleeve to bring him back to the present. Several unfriendly gazes from the officials immediately turned his way. Lin Yu quickly bowed to the Zhou Emperor. Unexpectedly, the Emperor responded with a kind demeanor, even suggesting that Lin Yu could seek Su Miaojin's help if needed. Soon, the young talents from the various sects began to arrive. The officials whispered among themselves about Qin Mo from Yunchao Palace, Lu Qianqian from Phoenix Valley, and the Taishang Sword Sect, which had become the butt of jokes after its holy son was disgraced. When Lin Yu and Chuchu from the Ling Tian sect entered together, all eyes in the garden were drawn to them. The two carried long swords on their backs, their flowing garments as graceful as spring orchids and autumn chrysanthemums. Lin Yu nodded to himself in approval. In the years since they last met, his seventh sister Lin Yu had advanced to the innate 4th grade, while Chuchu, with her Yin constitution, had surpassed even that, blossoming into a truly remarkable figure. "Third Prince," Chuchu and Lin Yu exclaimed in unison. They had just finished paying their respects to Emperor Zhou when they noticed Lin Yu seated beside Su Miaojin. Their delicate faces immediately lit up with delighted smiles. Though their hearts were brimming with questions, they had no choice but to adhere to protocol and return to Ling Tian sect's designated seats during the Imperial banquet. From a distance, Lin Yu simply waved at them, signaling that they could catch up later. As the banquet continued, a drunken noble warrior from the Zhou dynasty, staggered over to Lin Yu and Su Miaozhen's table. With an air of arrogance, he pointed at a nearby empty table and said disdainfully, "You, go sit over there." Lin Yu frowned slightly, fixing the man with a cold gaze. "And what if I don't feel like moving? You're just a hostage. Since you're here in Great Zhou, you'd better behave yourself," the noble sneered. "What are you anyway? Just an abandoned pawn. Do you really see yourself as a prince? What gives you the right to sit next to Miaozhen? Get lost." Chuchu and the seventh princess were furious upon hearing this and rose from their seats, ready to step in for Lin Yu. However, before they could act, Su Miaozhen had already stood up abruptly. With a resounding slap, she sent the noble flying. "The name Maio Zendo, you think someone like you can say it so casually?" Su Miaozhen looked down at the noble warrior clutching his swollen face, her voice icy. "The third prince is an honored guest of the great Zhou dynasty. Anyone who disrespects him is my enemy. Now get lost." The noble scrambled out of the Imperial garden in a panic. Emperor Zhou merely glanced over indifferently before resuming his drinking and revelry, showing no interest in the commotion. Chuchu and the seventh princess exchanged a deep look, their gazes lingering on Su Miaozhen. To their surprise, Su Miaozhen, noticing their attention, gave them a slight nod of acknowledgement before gracefully sitting back down beside Lin Yu. "Thank you, General Su, for stepping in," Lin Yu said with a faint smile. He had intended to deal with the warrior himself, but hadn't expected Su Miaozhen to act first. "I was the one who brought the third prince back to the capital. Naturally, it's my responsibility to protect you," Su Miaozhen replied coolly. "If anyone dares to trouble you in the future, just mention my name." Watching the two converse in low, intimate tones, Chuchu and the seventh princess exchanged knowing glances. Their curiosity about the relationship between Lin Yu and Su Miaozhen only deepened. "The people from Xintian Immortal Sect have arrived." A sudden exclamation echoed through the Imperial garden. Lin Yu raised his eyes, only to see the Zhou Emperor and the ministers of the great Zhou dynasty all rise to their feet, their gazes collectively fixed on the garden entrance. Even the martial artists from various sects who had arrived earlier stood up in unison to show their respect. The Xintian Immortal Sect is a reclusive sect with immense power. It's said they not only have countless cultivators at the Wanxiang realm, but also possess peerless experts who have surpassed it. This time, His Majesty worked hard to build a connection with them, and they finally agreed to send disciples to participate in the genius trial, Su Miaozhen whispered. Noticing Lin Yu's puzzled expression, 3 figures entered the Imperial garden, instantly drawing the attention of everyone present. Leading the group was an elderly man in a green robe, carrying a long sword on his back. His white hair and youthful complexion exuded an extraordinary aura. Behind him were a young man and woman. The man, dressed in black, had strikingly handsome features but carried an air of arrogance, his eyes filled with disdain. The woman, clad in a white dress, was stunningly beautiful, though her cold expression and furrowed brows betrayed her impatience with the occasion. Zhang Ling of Xintian Immortal Sect, accompanied by disciples Jiang Xian and Yu Weiwei, greets your majesty. The elderly man spoke with a smile, cupping his hands in salute. The 2 disciples behind him followed suit. The Zhou Emperor beamed with delight. There's no need for formalities. Your presence at the trial is a great honor for the great Zhou dynasty. Please, take your seats as our esteemed guests. Lin Yu discreetly observed the trio. The elder Zhongling possessed a Wanxiang second realm cultivation, while the black-robed Jiang Xian was at the Zifu third realm, and the white-dressed Yu Weiwei had reached the Zifu fifth realm. It was no wonder the Zhou Emperor held them in such high regard. Their strength indeed surpassed all the other sects present. The wary expressions in the eyes of the other sect representatives confirmed this as well. Lin Yu recalled tales he'd heard before. Some sects and families had retreated to hidden paradises during the twin calamities of the demon invasion and the rampage of the devil sect. Their strength remained intact, boasting Wanxiang realm experts and even stronger individuals. Yet, these forces had shut their doors during the continent's darkest hours. No matter how powerful they were nothing more than selfish cowards. In contrast, the other sects and families, despite their frequent clashes with the imperial court, had shed blood for the lives of countless innocents, losing many of their strongest in the process. As the members of Xintian Immortal Sect took their seats, the atmosphere in the Imperial Garden grew even livelier. Ministers of the Great Zhou and martial artists from various sects eagerly approached to toast and converse with them. However, Jiang Xian's gaze kept wandering toward Chuchu, his attention lingering on her more than anyone else. At that moment, Chuchu rose and walked over. After exchanging a warm smile with Su Miaozhen, she affectionately took Lin Yu's arm. "Third royal uncle, 7th aunt wanted me to ask, why are you here? What's this about being a hostage?" "The Han dynasty and the Great Zhou have agreed to a truce, exchanging hostages. That's why I'm here," Lin Yu replied honestly. "Grandfather Emperor is so unfair. First, he locked you in the Imperial tomb, and now he's sent you here as a hostage. Chuchu exclaimed indignantly on his behalf. Lin Yu smiled faintly. It's fine. This place isn't bad. It's a chance for a change of scenery. In truth, he thought to himself, this place held many opportunities, not only the demon prison, but also the Lanrua temple, where imprisoned demonic cultivators and evil spirits could aid his breakthroughs. Just then, Jiang Xian swaggered over, holding a wine cup, his eyes fixed intently on Chuchu. Miss, why don't you join me for a drink? I'm not interested. Chuchu replied curtly, continuing her conversation with Lin Yu. Her outright refusal made Lin Yu frown as he glanced at Jiang Xian, puzzled by his specific interest in Chuchu. The surrounding guests also turned their attention to the scene. Jiang Xian's expression darkened. Do you even know who I am? Chuchu shot him a disdainful look. I don't care who you are. Please stay away from me. Ha, if I'm not mistaken, you possess the Xianin physique, don't you? Jiang Xian sneered. The Xianin physique? That's an extraordinary talent. No wonder the unrivaled sword sexly, he was crippled by the Han Dynasty's protector when he tried to marry her. Seems like Xintian Immortal Sect has their eyes on her now. I wonder if the Han Dynasty's protector can fend them off this time, whispered some of the guests. What are you implying? Lin Yu asked with a hint of displeasure. I'm speaking to the lady. What does it have to do with you? A mere nobody who hasn't even reached the innate realm, get out of my way. Jiang Xian scoffed. Jiang Gongzi, this is the Imperial Garden of the Great Zhou Dynasty. Please show some respect. Su Miaojin interjected coldly. Jiang Xian's gaze shifted to her, lingering on her silver mask. Nice figure. I wonder what lies beneath that mask. He reached out as if to remove it. Su Miaojin sidestepped swiftly, her hand resting on the hilt of her sword, her eyes icy. Jiang Xian, that's enough. Behave yourself. Zhang Ling, the elder, coughed lightly, his tone carrying a hint of warning. Reluctantly, Jiang Xian withdrew his hand, turning back to Chuchu with a smirk. A Xianin physique shouldn't be wasted in a place like this. Come to Xintian Immortal Sect and become my Dao companion. With dual cultivation, I guarantee you'll reach the Zifu realm within 3 years. Just then, a voice echoed in Lin Yu's minding Ye's voice. This guy is up to no good. He wants to exploit Chuchu's Xianin physique and use her as a furnace for his cultivation. Chuchu will never join the Xintian Immortal Sect. Lin Yu firmly stepped in front of Chuchu, his gaze as sharp as a blade directed at Jiang Xian. Jiang Xian's lips curled into an arrogant smirk. Ha, can you speak on her behalf? Do you have any idea how many people dream of joining our Xintian Immortal Sect? Third Imperial Uncle's words are my words. Chuchu huffed, her eyes full of disdain. Jiang Xian's face darkened as he spoke coldly. I didn't expect anyone to dare look down on the Xintian Immortal Sect. Little girl, today I'll show you the difference between an Immortal Sect disciple and a mere mortal warrior. Do you dare face me in battle? Don't agree, Chuchu. The 7th princess urgently tried to stop her. He's at the Purple Mansion stage. You're no match for him. The gathered officials and martial artists from various sects in the Imperial Garden shook their heads, their gazes filled with contempt. A Purple Mansion stage cultivator challenging someone at the innate stage, such bullying was laughable. Jiang Xian's expression turned grim as he gritted his teeth. I'll suppress my cultivation to match your level. Do you dare compete with me now? Bring it on. Chuchu replied without hesitation. Lin Yu encouraged her from the side. Don't worry, you can win. Of course. Third Imperial Uncle, just wait and see me defeat him. With Lin Yu's support, Chuchu's confidence soared. The Emperor laughed heartily. Today, we have Jiang Xian from the Xintian Immortal Sect and Chuchu from the Lingtian Sect sparring to showcase their skills. Let it be a friendly match. He then removed a jade ring from his finger. This ring can block attacks below the 3rd tier of the Purple Mansion stage. The victor shall claim it. The crowd's eyes lit up with envy upon hearing this. Jiang Xian stood with his hands behind his back, exuding arrogance. Your strength is inferior. You may strike first. Chuchu nodded and drew her sword. In an instant, an icy chill emanated from her, spreading across the ground as frost formed beneath her feet. The cold was so intense that many in the audience shivered involuntarily. Impressive, truly worthy of possessing the Xianin physique. Jiang Xian's eyes revealed a hint of admiration. Take this. Chuchu's figure moved like lightning, her sword carrying an intense frost as it carved an icy trail across the ground. The sword energy erupted like a glacier collapsing, bearing down with overwhelming force. Jiang Xian's expression shifted slightly, surprised by Chuchu's formidable strength. He let out a cold snort and, breaking his promise, unleashed his full 3rd-year Purple Mansion cultivation. The oppressive aura surged like a mountain, meeting her attack heat. With a thunderous impact, the icy sword energy shattered, scattering into countless snowflakes. Jiang Xian seized the opportunity to counterattack, his fingertips gathering a blade of lightning energy aimed directly at Chuchu's vital point. The crowd erupted in outrage, condemning Jiang Xian for breaking his word and acting dishonorably. Lin Yu was about to intervene when his eyes fell on the wooden sword at Chuchu's waist, and he relaxed. Just as the seventh princess cried out in alarm, the wooden sword at Chuchu's waist suddenly radiated a brilliant green light, illuminating the entire Imperial garden. The sword disintegrated into fine powder, transforming into a sharp sword energy that tore through the air, leaving deep cracks in the ground wherever it passed. That sword intent when sword intent, someone exclaimed in shock. The sword intent locked onto Jiang Xian, freezing him in place with paralyzing fear. At the critical moment, a green-robed elder from the Xintian immortal sect appeared in a flash, shielding Jiang Xian. With his fingers forming a sword gesture, he countered the attack. With a deafening roar, crimson flames erupted around the elder, turning the Imperial garden into a sea of fire as the flowers withered instantly. The flames, like a roaring dragon, surged from his fingertips to clash heat-in with the wind sword intent. Bang! Waves of fiery ripples surged outward, forcing everyone to channel their spiritual energy to fend off the violent impact. The sharp sword intent of the wind came to an abrupt halt in front of the elder in the green robe. As the sword intent dissipated, it transformed into tiny specks of azure light, vanishing like fireflies amidst the Imperial garden. Only then did the crowd catch sight of the elder Zhongling's disheveled appearance. Though he had managed to block the sword intent, his robe was shredded to tatters, resembling a beggar's attire. Beneath his feet, the ground was etched with crisscrossing sword marks, as if a terrifying storm had swept through. What an incredible wooden sword! Someone exclaimed in awe. Doesn't this look exactly like what happened when the second prince of the Han dynasty was ambushed? Could it be the work of that legendary master who protects the nation? All eyes turned to Chuchu. A mere sword intent had left a formidable expert of the Wanxiang second grade in such a sorry state. Just how terrifying must the person who left this sword intent be? Third uncle. Third brother. Chuchu and the seventh princess both glanced at Lin Yu in unison, their eyes filled with shock. Lin Yu shook his head slightly, signaling them to stay quiet. Despicable. Jiang Xian's face turned ashen, his voice trembling with lingering fear. You dared to ambush me with a magical artifact. Zhang Ling fixed a cold gaze on Chuchu. Girl, using a magical artifact to launch a sneak attack and injure others is an unforgivable crime. However, considering your talent, I am willing to spare your life if you agree to join our immortal sect for cultivation. His eyes gleamed with greed, clearly determined to claim this rare Xianin physique for his sect. You broke your promise first. Chuchu met Zhongling's gaze fearlessly. You agreed to suppress your strength to match mine, yet you suddenly unleashed your purple mansion realm power. If not for this protective treasure, I would have died. Lin Yu stepped forward to stand beside Chuchu, a cold smirk on his face. I thought only the disciples of the Xintian sect lacked integrity, but it seems even the elders are shameless. A sect like this? Chuchu will never join. Huh. A worthless nobody who hasn't even reached the innate realm. I'd crush you with just one finger. Jiang Xian sneered, stepping forward before Zhang Ling could respond. The seventh princess moved to stand beside Lin Yu and Chuchu, lightly patting the wooden sword at her waist. This was the source of her confidence in confronting a Wanxiang realm expert. At the sight of another wooden sword, Jiang Xian's expression changed slightly as he recalled the terrifying sword intent from earlier. Zhang Ling's face also grew solemn. He understood that if another sword intent like that struck, he might not survive. At that moment, an elder from the Lingtian sect stepped forward. Elder Zhang, your Xintian sect may be powerful, but you cannot bully the disciples of my Lingtian sect like this. Today's events clearly stem from your disciple breaking his word first. Zhang Ling glanced at the wooden sword hanging from the seventh princess's waist, then shook his tattered sleeve in frustration. Bowing slightly to Emperor Zhou, he said, Your Majesty, I am feeling unwell and will take my leave. With that, he turned and walked away. Elder Zhang. Jiang Xian froze in disbelief. Are we just going to leave like this? Stay and embarrass ourselves further? Zhang Ling snapped coldly. Jiang Xian flushed with humiliation and hurried to follow. The gathered officials murmured among themselves. It seems the Su prince of the Han dynasty possesses extraordinary strength, far surpassing the average Wanxiang realm cultivator. Indeed, forcing a Xintian sect elder to retreat with just a single sword intented must be at least Wanxiang second grade or higher. In that case, the Su prince, who attacked the Imperial city before, must have been an impostor from the demon sect. The difference in power is too great. Emperor Zhou clapped his hands lightly. Impressive. To think that the young Princess Ningbing already possesses such skill. Here, take this jade ring as a reward. Lin Yu quietly observed the situation unfolding before him. With just one sentence, Emperor Zhou effortlessly redirected everyone's attention back to himself, reclaiming control of the conversation at the Imperial banquet. This remarkable ability to command the room left Lin Yu silently impressed. What intrigued him even more, however, was the woman in the white dress from the Xintian immortal sect. Despite her companion having left, she remained seated, calm and composed, exuding a unique poise that was truly thought-provoking. After the banquet concluded, Lin Yu politely declined Su Miaozhen's offer to escort him and instead chose to return to the hostage residence with Chuchu and the seventh princess. Having not seen each other in years, the three of them, now reunited in the grand capital of the Zhou dynasty, had countless things to share. As soon as they exited the city gates, Chuchu's lively nature emerged. She spurred her horse to catch up with Lin Yu, riding alongside him with curiosity sparkling in her eyes. Third uncle, I never would have guessed that the wooden sword you carved was so powerful, even imbued with the sword intent of wind. Without it, I would have been in real trouble today. Chuchu, the seventh princess said with a gentle smile, her gaze carrying an air of subtle meaning as it rested on Lin Yu. Third brother's 7C's Dantian is damaged, so he can't cultivate. That wooden sword must have an unusual origin. If I'm not mistaken, she paused briefly before continuing, third brother, could these wooden swords be from the hand of Prince Su? I recall he was a sword cultivator as well. Lin Yu simply chuckled at her words, neither confirming nor denying her speculation. He replied with a simple, I can't say much about that. Just make sure to carry the wooden sword with you at all times. It could save your life when it matters most. Upon their return to the hostage residence, Lin Yu bid farewell to Chuchu and the seventh princess. Before parting, he gently brushed his hand over Chuchu's hair, discreetly transferring a strand of spiritual energy into her body. This hidden energy acted as an invisible protective charm, designed to activate in moments of mortal danger, unleashing power on par with the sword intent of wind contained in the wooden sword. With the trial tournament approaching, Lin Yu was well aware that Chuchu had offended two narrow-minded individuals from the Xintian immortal sect earlier. It was highly likely that they would seek trouble during the tournament. Now that Chuchu's wooden sword had expended its energy, this concealed spiritual force was the last safeguard Lin Yu could provide. As for Jiang Xian and Zhang Ling of the Xintian immortal sect, Lin Yu silently vowed that if they dared to play any tricks during the tournament, he would ensure they paid the price. Lin Yu's premonition proved to be accurate. At this moment, in the guest house where the Xintian immortal sect was staying, Jiang Xian stormed into Zhang Ling's room, slamming the door open with fury. His face was dark with anger as he demanded, Elder Zhang, why didn't you take action today to kill those two wretched girls? They humiliated me in front of everyone. This is utterly unforgivable. Zhang Ling shook his head slightly and lowered his voice to explain, Jiang Xian, how could I openly kill those two girls in front of all the major sects? Besides, didn't you notice that the other girl also had the same wooden sword? It was you who insisted on suppressing your cultivation level to fight her, and then you regretted it. If I had intervened forcefully, what would the world think of our sect? I don't care. Jiang Xian gritted his teeth. If those two girls are not killed, I won't be able to calm my anger. Elder Zhang, you must help me. As the prodigy of the Xintian immortal sect, Jiang Xian had come here intending to showcase the strength of a reclusive sect to the world. But to his dismay, his first battle ended in disgrace, leaving a stain on his reputation. In his mind, the only way to salvage his honor was to kill Chuchu and show the world that the disciples of the Xintian immortal sect were not to be insulted. Zhang Ling smiled faintly. The Grand Elder asked me to look after you. Since you've been wronged, I can't just ignore it. Let's wait a couple of days. Once the trial begins, we'll deal with those girls then. The trial. Jiang Xian's eyes lit up, and a sinister smile crossed his face. Yes, I heard the trial takes place in the desolate Demon Beast Mountain range. When the time comes, they'll personally capture those two girls and make them pay. Especially that girl with the mysterious Yin physique. It'll turn her into a furnace and drain her Yin essence. Don't forget our plan for the trial assembly, Zhang Ling reminded him. Of course, and there's also Yu Weiwei, Jiang Xian said with a smug grin. She's always been indifferent to me in the sect, but her ice heart jade bone physique surpasses even the mysterious Yin physique. During the trial, we'll make her mine, ensuring she becomes my Dao companion. With her ice heart jade bone, it'll definitely ascend to the myriad phenomena realm. He finished with a bow to Zhang Ling. Elder Zhang, I'm counting on you this time. You and Weiwei are both prodigies of our sect. Becoming Dao companions would be a perfect match, and the entire sect would be pleased to see it happen. Besides, the Grand Elder has been kind to me. Who else would I help if not you? The two exchanged knowing smiles, their intentions unspoken but understood. As sects from across the land gathered in the Zhou Imperial city, the trial assembly officially commenced. The trial location, Mayun Ridge, was a branch of the Yunling mountain range, stretching for thousands of miles to the northwest of the Imperial city. It was home to countless demon beasts, including powerful ones at the Purple Mansion level. However, participants were not expected to venture into the ridge's deeper regions and would likely only face beasts at the innate level. While everyone carried life-saving treasures, encountering a formidable foe could still lead to casualties. Elders from various sects repeatedly warned their disciples not to let their guard down. Victory depended not only on the number of beasts slain, but also on surviving to leave Mayun Ridge alive. Upon reaching the trial site, the Zhou Emperor ordered the participants to set up camp. Lin Yu followed Su Miaozhen into her camp to rest, drawing envious glares from the many young talents of the Zhou dynasty who coveted Su Miaozhen's favor. Inside the camp, Su Miaozhen was making her final preparations for the trial. Dressed in a black warrior's outfit with a jade belt at her waist and a long sword on her back, her hair tied in a high ponytail, she exuded an aura of elegance and strength. Even with her silver face mask, her unparalleled beauty shone through, justifying the rumors of her stunning appearance beneath the mask and the fervent pursuit of her by the Imperial city's elites. Your Highness, once I enter the mountains, you should stay here and rest. My personal guards will ensure no one dares to cause trouble, Su Miaozhen said as she finished her preparations. She walked side by side with Lin Yu toward the Zhou Emperor's central command tent, where the Emperor was set to deliver words of encouragement to the young talents preparing for the trial. Lin Yu nodded with a smile, and from a distance, he spotted Chuchu and the seventh princess, who both greeted him with warm smiles upon seeing him. As more martial artists from the various sects arrived, the area in front of the central tent grew increasingly lively. Look, the people from the Xintian Immortal sect are here. A sudden commotion broke out among the crowd. This time, the top spot is almost certainly theirs, someone murmured. With two experts in the Purple Mansion realm, how could we possibly compete? Not necessarily, another voice countered. If their luck runs out and they fail to encounter suitable beasts, even the strongest cultivation might end in failure. The arrival of Zhang Ling, accompanied by Jiang Xian and Yu Weiwei, immediately drew everyone's attention. Yu Weiwei's frosty demeanor stood in stark contrast to the lively atmosphere around her. Chuchu, seventh sister. Lin Yu lowered his voice, speaking with a grave expression. Once we enter the mountain, you must stay together at all times. If you combine your wind sword intent, even against a myriad phenomena realm expert, you should be able to hold on until I arrive. Don't worry, I won't leave Seventh Aunt's side, Chuchu replied with a radiant smile, clinging to Lin Yu's arm like a carefree young girl once again. At that moment, Lin Yu sensed a malicious gaze directed at them. Following the feeling, his eyes locked onto Jiang Xian's greedy and sinister stare. Jiang Xian made no effort to hide his intentions, even throwing Lin Yu a provocative smirk. This man cannot be allowed to live. Lin Yu resolved silently. Even if Jiang Xian stayed his hand during the trial, Lin Yu vowed to find an opportunity to eliminate him. Everyone. The voice of Emperor Zhou suddenly resonated, immediately capturing the crowd's attention. It is a great honor for the Zhou dynasty to host the talented cultivators from so many distinguished sects for this trial in Mayun Ridge. He paused deliberately, letting curiosity build among his audience, before revealing the bombshell news. We have discovered the ruins of an ancient sect within a blessed land. This sect perished during the demon invasion, leaving behind only 9 jade tokens to enter the ruins. The top 9 participants in this trial will each be granted the chance to obtain one of these tokens. The moment these words were spoken, the crowd erupted into chaos. Not only were the competing geniuses pumped with excitement, but even the observing sect elders had their eyes gleaming with desire, as if they wished they could join the fray themselves. An ancient sect's ruins. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I was planning to just get by, but now it's clear I have to give it my all. Haha, one of those top 9 spots is as good as mine. The fervent discussions surged through the crowd, and the atmosphere of the trial reached an electrifying peak. Who would have thought the great Zhou dynasty would offer such a reward? The seventh princess shook her head gently, her eyes betraying an uncontainable yearning. The opportunity to explore the ruins of an ancient sect. Such a chance would drive any cultivator to madness. Lin Yu immediately grasped the underlying scheme. The great Zhou dynasty is truly shrewd. These ancient sect ruins, left behind after the invasions of the demon clans and the chaos wrought by the demonic sects, are treasure troves. Each one holds legacies capable of catapulting someone to unimaginable heights. Third Imperial uncle, what scheme? Chuchu blinked her bright, curious eyes as she asked. Lin Yu chuckled lightly as he explained. The ruins are bound to be guarded by spirit beasts and protected by powerful formations. Those who enter first are essentially clearing the way for the royal family. And trust me, there are definitely more than 9 jade tokens. The royal family must have held onto a significant stash for themselves. The seventh princess added with a knowing smile. Clearing the way may be the most dangerous part, but it also yields the greatest rewards. Ask anyone here who would willingly give up this opportunity. This is the royal family's open stratagem. Even knowing they are being used, everyone is still eager to participate. Before her words had fully settled, numerous talented cultivators had already activated their techniques, rushing toward Mayun Ridge, desperate not to fall behind. Chuchu and the seventh princess waved to Lin Yu in farewell before disappearing into the dense forest. Kid, you'd better figure out how to get your hands on one of those jade tokens too. The voice of the cauldron spirit echoed in Lin Yu's mind. The ancient ruins are brimming with treasures. This is a rare chance for you. Don't forget, the demon clan's ancestor has already marked you. I can conceal you for now, but not forever. Advancing to the void transformation realm is your only way to protect yourself. A cold, murderous glint flashed in Lin Yu's eyes. Strengthening his cultivation was indeed a matter of urgency, not only to counter the threat of the demon ancestor, but also to exact vengeance on the crown prince. He would avenge the countless Ding Yong and Shan Chong who had perished in the southern wastelands. Back at Su Miaozhen's camp, Lin Yu instructed his guards not to disturb him, then retreated to his tent to begin cultivating the sacred emperor's heart technique. Though he lacked demonic entities to devour, his speed in refining spiritual energy still far surpassed that of ordinary cultivators. Only his immense strength made his progress appear slow. Meanwhile, deep within the forest of Mayan Ridge, Jiang Xian watched the direction in which Chuchu and the seventh princess had disappeared. A flash of greed lit up his eyes. He turned to the woman beside him. You Weiwei. Weiwei, how about we head that way? You can go on your own. I prefer to hunt alone. Yu Weiwei's expression was icy. And, senior brother Jiang, we aren't close enough for you to call me Weiwei. From now on, address me as junior sister Yu. Wait, Jiang Xian quickly interjected. All disciples of the sect are supposed to work together and watch each other's backs. We're both from the Xintian Immortal sect. How can we split up? Precisely because we are disciples of the Xintian Immortal sect, our strength surpasses others. If we cling to each other for support, wouldn't it tarnish the sect's reputation? With that, Yu Weiwei transformed into a blur and vanished into the forest. Unbelievable. Jiang Xian glared at her retreating figure, his eyes blazing with fury. How dare you look down on me? One day, I'll make you my furnace. As the grandson of the Grand Elder, Jiang Xian might have lacked exceptional talent, but he had already devised a cunning plan to ascend to the myriad phenomena realm. Jiang Xian was secretly calculating his plan in his mind to form a Taoist partnership with Yu Weiwei, who possessed the rare frozen heart and jade bones physique, and then use a secret technique to absorb her spiritual energy. To achieve this, he relentlessly pursued her within the Xintian Immortal sect, showering her with care and attention. Yet, despite his efforts, he had failed to win her heart. This trial event hosted by the great Zhou dynasty was the perfect opportunity for him to succeed. Scanning the dense forest around him, Jiang Xian exhaled deeply and called out in a low voice, Elder Zhang, Elder Zhang, I'm here. Zhang Ling's voice broke the silence as his figure descended from the sky, landing steadily in front of Jiang Xian. Everything is arranged. No one will disturb your cultivation during this time, and no one will discover that we've come to Mount Mayun. You deal with those two young girls from the Lingtian sect first. They'll be following Yu Weiwei and creating an opportunity for you. A sly smile crept onto Zhang Ling's face. Those two girls are both exceptional cauldrons, especially Lin Chuchu. Her profound yin physique is second only to the frozen heart and jade bones. If you can refine her primordial yin, your cultivation will advance by leaps and bounds. Excellent. I'll leave it to you, Elder Zhang, Jiang Xian replied, his expression turning lecherous at the thought of Chuchu and the seventh princess. Once we return, I'll be sure to report your contributions to my grandfather. With that, he headed in the direction of Chuchu and the seventh princess. Ha! Having a good grandfather does come in handy, Zhang Ling murmured softly as Jiang Xian's figure disappeared into the depths of the forest. Yu Weiwei, don't blame me. You were unfortunate enough to catch the Grand Elder's attention. Before his words fully faded, his figure vanished into the forest as well. Meanwhile, Chuchu and the seventh princess were making their way through the dense woods, both releasing their spiritual senses to search for traces of demonic beasts. As night fell, Mount Mayun seemed to awaken, transforming into a haven for these creatures. Distant roars echoed intermittently through the darkness. Seventh Ant, there's a demonic beast ahead. Chuchu suddenly grabbed the seventh princess's wrist. The two stopped in their tracks and cautiously made their way toward the valley ahead. In the heart of the valley, jagged rocks stood like silent sentinels. From a distance, Chuchu and the seventh princess caught sight of a majestic wolf king. Its fur as white as snow and its build as imposing as a wild ox. The wolf king stood atop a massive boulder, its body absorbing streams of silvery radiance that rippled outward like waves, enveloping the dozens of demonic wolves below. These wolves greedily absorbed the spiritual energy from the silver ripples, gazing up at their king with reverence. Chuchu exchanged a glance with the seventh princess. This silver wolf king, a third-grade innate beast, was not only absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, but was also sharing its power with its pack, strengthening them collectively. Ant, I'll take care of the wolf king. I'll leave the pack to you, Chuchu said with a confident smile, turning to the seventh princess. The unspoken understanding between the two was clear. No further words were needed. Got it. The seventh princess replied without hesitation. The pair transformed into streaks of light and charged into the valley. The silver wolf king snapped its head up abruptly, the diamond-shaped mark on its forehead erupting with bolts of lightning that coalesced into a silver beam, hurtling toward Chuchu. She let out a cold laugh, her sword unleashing a wave of frigid sword energy that instantly froze the silver lightning, forming an ice bridge that stretched through the night sky, one end connected to Chuchu, the other pointing directly at the Wolf King. Meanwhile, the seventh princess's sword danced through the wolf pack, its gleaming blade leaving a trail of fallen wolves in its wake. Just as the icy sword energy was about to strike the silver Wolf King, a flicker of fear flashed in its eyes. It attempted to flee, but it was too late. The cold spread rapidly from its limbs, encasing it in ice and transforming it into a lifelike sculpture. After the seventh princess finished off the remaining wolves, the two retrieved the silver Wolf King's core. Chuchu handed the core to her aunt. Aunt, you take this one. I'll claim the beast core from the next trial. The silver Wolf King was your kill. I can't take its core, the seventh princess said, shaking her head in refusal. Just then, an irritating voice cut through the air. Stop arguing. Everything in this valley demonic beast cores, and even the two of you belongs to me. Chuchu and the seventh princess looked up to see Jiang Xian standing smugly on the ridge above the valley, laughing maniacally. It's you. What are you planning? The two women demanded, standing shoulder to shoulder with their swords pointed at him. Jiang Xian descended in a flash of light, his greedy eyes lingering on Chuchu. What do you think? I want you to be my Dao companion and practice dual cultivation with me. He then turned to the seventh princess with a sneer. As for you, your talent is far too mediocre to be my furnace. But since you're a princess of the great Han dynasty, you can be my personal maid. A royal princess as a bed-warming servant, how delightful. You must be dreaming. The seventh princess's face darkened with fury, disgusted by the insolence of this so-called disciple of the immortal sect. Aunt, there's no need to waste words on him. Just unleash the sword intent in your wooden sword and send him to the afterlife. Chuchu said, glaring at Jiang Xian. The seventh princess removed the wooden sword from her waist and said coldly, last time. This sword failed to take your wretched life. Let's see who can save you now. Jiang Xian chuckled. Do you think I'd show up unprepared? You two might as well accept your fate. He pulled out a small black iron figurine no larger than his palm. Golden light coursed across its surface as it rapidly expanded into a towering puppet over 10 feet tall. Its dark, metallic body gleamed with faint black light, adorned with intricate golden patterns, exuding an overwhelming aura. Capture them both. Jiang Xian ordered triumphantly. This puppet was a treasure gifted by his grandfather. Last time, he hadn't had the chance to use it, but now things were different. With this Vortex Realm puppet in his possession, what could mere wine sword intent possibly do? The puppet's eyes ignited with crimson flames, its aura surging as its power skyrocketed past the Purple Mansion realm, far beyond the perception of Chuchu and the seventh princess. A Vortex Realm puppet? The two women exchanged a look of disbelief. Neither had expected Jiang Xian to possess a treasure of such terrifying power. The hidden depths of the immortal sect were fully revealed. As soon as the black iron puppet awakened, it shot toward Chuchu and the seventh princess like an arrow loosed from a bow. In a blink, it was upon them, its massive hands raised high, descending like a crushing mountain aiming for their throats. The overwhelming aura of the myriad phenomena realm puppet bore down on them like two towering peaks, pinning Chuchu and the seventh princess in place. At the critical moment, the wooden sword in the seventh princess's hand flared with dazzling light. A sharp sword intent of wind surged forth, striking the black iron puppet's body and sending it flying dozens of meters away. The puppet crashed heavily into a valley, scattering stones in all directions. However, the wooden sword in the seventh princess's hand shattered into fragments, turning to dust after delivering this one powerful blow. The wooden sword third brother gave me only contained a single strike of wind sword intent, the seventh princess said gravely, turning to Chuchu. Even if we join forces, we can't match it. In a moment, I'll hold it off. You run toward the mountain's edge and look back, and don't worry about me. Although the wind sword intent had temporarily driven back the black iron puppet, Jiang Xian's strength far surpassed theirs, and the situation remained dire. Chuchu looked at the seventh princess's resolute expression, clenched her teeth, and nodded. All right, if I manage to escape, I'll seek the Prince of Su to avenge you. Huh, such touching familial affection between aunt and niece. Jiang Xian clapped his hands and laughed heartily. But neither of you is getting away. Mark my words. Before his voice had fully faded, the black iron puppet, lying amidst the rubble, began to rise slowly. Though its chest bore a deep sword mark, the puppet, crafted with secret techniques to reach the myriad phenomena realm, was unparalleled in defense. Even a myriad phenomena realm martial artist of the same level would struggle to destroy it in a short time, let alone a single strike of wind sword intent. Meanwhile, far away at the Mayun Ridge camp, Lin Yu suddenly opened his eyes. The wind sword intent I embedded in the wooden sword I gave seventh sister has been triggered. It seems that man still harbors sinister intentions and has targeted seventh sister and Chuchu again. His eyes burned with killing intent. If Jiangxian seeks death, I'll grant his wish. I don't care if he's from the Xintian immortal sect daring to harm Chuchu, and the seventh princess is unforgivable. Lin Yu pushed aside the tent flap and disappeared into the night as a shadowy blur. Following the remnants of the wind sword intent, he sped toward its source at an astonishing pace. In the valley, the seventh princess and Chuchu found themselves cornered with no way out. Standing on higher ground, Jiang Xian gazed down at them with a smug, icy smile. Beside him, a black iron puppet glared at the two women, its eyes burning with crimson flames. Go, just go. The seventh princess urged Chuchu in a low, urgent tone, her expression grave. Clenching her teeth, Chuchu turned and dashed toward the valley's exit. She knew staying would only result in both of them falling into Jiang Xian's hands. Escaping was their only hope to avenge the seventh princess. Determined, the seventh princess stood her ground. As a princess of the Great Han Dynasty, she would rather die than become Jiang Xian's slave. After her, Jiang Xian sneered. The black iron puppet instantly turned into a dark blur, bypassing the seventh princess and blocking Chuchu's path. Its massive hand reached out, black energy swirling like a cage and closing in on Chuchu. Despair washed over Chuchu's face. As an innate realm martial artist, she was powerless against the puppet, which was at the myriad phenomena realm. Am I to become a furnace for that beast? No. As a princess of the Great Han, I would rather die than endure such disgrace. She raised her sword, prepared to take her own life. At that moment, a surge of powerful spiritual energy erupted from her dantian, transforming into an azure sword intent imbued with the essence of wind. The sword intent tore through the black energy and struck the puppet squarely in its chest. The force hurled the puppet against the rocky wall. Its chest almost pierced through. Golden light seeped out from the wound, and the crimson flames in its eyes dimmed significantly. Jiang Xian's face darkened with fury. The black iron puppet was a rare treasure of the Xintian immortal sect, and repairing it would be nearly impossible after such damage. Chuchu suddenly recalled the moment before her departure when Lin Yu had gently touched her head. She realized with a start that the wind sword intent must have been his gift to protect her. Chuchu, run! The seventh princess shouted. Though the wind sword intent had severely injured the puppet, Jiang Xian's strength far surpassed theirs. Staying would only lead to certain death. The black iron puppet slowly emerged from the rocky wall. Despite its grave injuries, the two strikes of wind sword intent had not been enough to destroy it completely. Use everything you've got, capture them now. Jiang Xian bellowed. The puppet's crimson eyes flared brighter, and an overwhelming pressure rippled outward, instantly knocking both Chuchu and the seventh princess unconscious to the ground. Humph! I told you, you can't escape from me. Jiang Xian sneered maliciously. Oh, is that so? A calm voice suddenly echoed. Lin Yu's figure appeared in Jiang Xian's line of sight. He glanced at the two unconscious women and exhaled in relief. With so many martial artists in Mayun Ridge, he had refrained from using his conspicuous sword-flying technique, choosing instead to come in person. Fortunately, he had arrived just in time to prevent them from falling into Jiang Xian's clutches. Lin Yu had tracked Jiang Xian to this spot, finally cornering him in the depths of the dense forest. As Jiang Xian turned around to see who it was, a disdainful smirk played on his lips. So, I thought it might be some mysterious expert, but it turns out to be a worthless nobody who hasn't even reached the innate realm. Jiang Xian sneered, his eyes filled with contempt. You dared humiliate me at the banquet, and now you've come running here to die? Too many people there made it inconvenient, but this is the perfect place to deal with you. Lin Yu remained calm and composed in the face of the mockery, a faint smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. To him, Jiang Xian's actions had already sealed his fate. Killing this man would simply eliminate a future threat. Kill me? Jiang Xian burst into laughter. Killing someone as insignificant as you, who hasn't even reached the innate realm, would only dirty my hands. With a sharp wave of his hand, he commanded, take him down. Before his words had fully faded, a black iron puppet with crimson flames burning in its eyes stepped forward. Its overwhelming presence, as imposing as a mountain, surged toward Lin Yu, intent on crushing him. A menacing grin spread across Jiang Xian's face, convinced that the mere pressure from this Wanxiang realm puppet would reduce Lin Yu to dust. Lin Yu shook his head with a faint chuckle. He raised his hand and calmly called out, sword, come. A streak of azure light snaked through the forest, arriving at Lin Yu's side in an instant. It began to orbit around him, radiating waves of brilliant green luminescence. The sharp, unyielding aura of the sword erupted outward, shattering the oppressive force emanating from the black iron puppet. Sword? Sword control? Jiang Xian's eyes widened in shock, his face a mixture of disbelief and terror. This profound technique, a hallmark of sword cultivators, was said to be mastered only by the reclusive elders of the Xintian immortal sect. Yet here it was, wielded by the very man he had dismissed as a nobody. So what if you're a sword cultivator? Jiang Xian roared, his expression turning manic. Black iron puppet, kill him for me. This puppet, at the Wanxiang realm, was his ultimate trump card. Golden light erupted from the puppet, enveloping it as it transformed into a streak of dark brilliance, charging straight at Lin Yu. Its fists, swirling with vortex-like black energy, descended like twin hammers toward Lin Yu's head. The terrifying force rippled outward, shattering rocks within a radius of several dozen meters into dust. No matter how much you've concealed your strength, no matter if you're a sword cultivator, you'll still die by my hand. Jiang Xian laughed maniacally, fully convinced that the attack from his Wanxiang realm puppet would spell Lin Yu's certain demise. Lin Yu looked up, gazing intently at the two rapidly descending black whirlpools. A faint smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. With a single thought, the Wind Rider's sword hovering before him transformed into a streak of emerald light, shooting straight toward the black iron puppet's fists as they crashed down with thunderous force. The combination of the Nine Heavens sword art, the Wind Rider sword, and Lin Yu's current cultivation at the 5th rank of the Wanxiang realm made this strike formidable enough to overwhelm even a 6th rank Wanxiang warrior. A mere puppet with the strength of the 2nd rank, even with its advantage of a metal body, could only barely withstand 2 blasts of wind sword intent. Boom! A deafening explosion followed as the black whirlpools on the puppet's fists were instantly obliterated by the flying sword. In a flash of sword light, the puppet's arms were neatly severed as if they were made of tofu. Its massive body was sent hurtling through the air, spinning like a withered leaf toward Jiang Xian. You're actually a Wanxiang realm warrior? Jiang Xian's expression shifted dramatically as he saw the puppet hurtling toward him. He gasped in disbelief. The Wind Rider's sword, now a streak of emerald light, danced around the puppet's dismembered body. Just before it could crash into Jiang Xian, countless precise cuts appeared across its surface. The once formidable puppet shattered into fragments, raining down around Jiang Xian like droplets of metal. My puppet, my precious puppet! Jiang Xian stared at Lin Yu in terror, his face pale and his eyes wide with disbelief. This ancient artifact, powerful enough to serve as a sect's treasure, had been destroyed in a single strike. It dawned on him that if Lin Yu could so easily defeat the puppet, dealing with him would be even simpler. Panic-stricken, Jiang Xian turned to flee, but Lin Yu's cold voice stopped him in his tracks. Did I say you could leave? The Wind Rider's sword streaked through the air, blocking Jiang Xian's path. Your Highness, Jiang Xian stammered, trembling as he turned back around. I was wrong today. I'll make amends to them. Please, spare me this once. I swear I'll never trouble them again. I beg you. Lin Yu shook his head slightly. Did you spare them when they begged you? Evil must be eradicated. Today you must die. Seeing that pleading wasn't working, Jiang Xian's tone shifted. Your Highness, I am not just a disciple of the Xintian immortal sect. I'm also the grandson of its grand elder. If you kill me today, my grandfather will lead the sect to wipe out your Han royal family tomorrow. You'd best think carefully about the consequences. Oh, your grandfather is the grand elder of the Xintian immortal sect? Lin Yu feigned surprise. No wonder Elder Zhang was so deferential to you. Killing you does seem to carry serious consequences. Emboldened, Jiang Xian continued. Now you understand my power. The Xintian immortal sect has several void transformation ancestors, and countless Wanxiang realm warriors like you. Destroying the Han royal family would be effortless. His eyes gleamed as they fell on the unconscious Chuchu and the 7th princess. With a sinister grin, he added, how about this? Give them to me as my concubines, and our families can form an alliance. Wouldn't that be the best of both worlds? The Han royal family would gain our sect's full support. That's it. Lin Yu chuckled. If you have any other terms, feel free to state them. I have no other terms, Lin Yu said coldly, his tone suddenly sharp. But let me ask you this. You want the Han royal family to offer its princesses to you as concubineship makes you think you're worthy? Is it because your face is bigger than others? Others may fear the Xintian immortal sect, but I do not. Today is the day you die. Before Jiang Xian could react, the Wind Rider's sword pierced through his chest in a flash of light, severing his heartstrings. Jiang Xian stared at Lin Yu in disbelief, his eyes wide with shock as he crumpled to the ground, dead. Lin Yu turned to the unconscious princesses, then glanced at the remnants of the puppets scattered across the ground. He asked tentatively, Master Ding, can this puppet still be refined? Tsk tisk, Master Ding sighed regretfully. What a waste of a fine second-rank Wanxiang puppet. In this state, it can only be refined into something equivalent to a first-rank demonic cultivator at best. Next time you encounter a puppet like this, make sure to keep it intact. Otherwise, its spiritual energy will be greatly diminished. Lin Yu promised repeatedly to preserve such puppets in the future, finally appeasing Master Ding. The latter then set to work refining both the puppet's remains and Jiang Xian's body. Once the task was complete, Lin Yu retreated into the shadows, waiting for the two princesses to awaken. Before long, Chuchu, the more powerful of the two, regained consciousness. Gripping her sword tightly, she looked around in confusion. Spotting the unconscious seventh princess, she quickly woke her up. Both were astonished to find that Jiang Xian and the puppet had vanished, as if the fierce battle earlier had been nothing but a dream. Chuchu, look at the ground. The seventh princess pointed at the sword marks on the ground, speaking in a hushed tone. These marks weren't here before. Someone must have intervened to save us. Could it have been Prince Su? Chuchu speculated. When father was ambushed at the border, it was Prince Su who saved him by flying his sword across 1,000 miles. Could this have been his doing as well? The wind sword intent within you must have been left by him to protect you. It must be. The seventh princess shuddered at the thought. If I had fallen into Jiang Xian's hands, it would have been a fate worse than death. Thank goodness Prince Su came to our rescue. Chuchu nodded, her heart filled with gratitude toward the prince she had never met. Seeing that they were safe, Lin Yu finally allowed himself to relax. He slipped into the dense forest and made his way toward the camp at the foot of Mayun Ridge. Deep within the dense forest of Mayun Ridge, the moonlight was obscured by the thick canopy overhead. Yu Weiwei, gripping her long sword, gazed intently at the massive striped tiger lying lifeless at her feet, its body still emanating a faint aura of ferocity. A faint smile touched her delicate face as she swiftly swung her sword to extract the tiger's demon core, carefully placing it into her satchel. Just as she prepared to continue her journey, a faint rustling sound came from behind. Who's there? Yu Weiwei spun around sharply, her vigilant eyes piercing through the pitch-black forest. It's me. Zhang Ling emerged slowly from the shadows, a faint, enigmatic smile playing on his lips. Yu Shizhi, your alertness is commendable. Zhang Elder? Yu Weiwei looked at him in surprise, her brows furrowing slightly. Aren't you supposed to be at the camp at the foot of the mountain? Zhang Ling chuckled lightly as he approached. It's all because of Jiang Xian. If it weren't for the Grand Elder's specific instructions to keep an eye on him, I wouldn't bother with such troublesome matters. Senior brother Jiang? Yu Weiwei asked softly, her tone tinged with unease. Is he still planning to target those two disciples from the Ling Tian sect? A strange smile curled at the corner of Zhang Ling's lips. That's right. And more than that, he's also set his sights on you. Zhang Ling suddenly erupted with the overwhelming aura of a Wanxiang realm expert, an invisible force binding Yu Weiwei like iron chains. Elder Zhang, striking against a fellow sect member is an unforgivable crime. Yu Weiwei's face turned pale as she stared in terror at the man before her, now a completely different person. Yu Shizhi, you can only blame yourself for possessing the Ice Heart Jade Bone, Zhang Ling said with a chilling smile. Do you know why the Grand Elder specifically arranged for you to accompany Jiang Xian to the trial tournament? Yu Weiwei's heart sank like a stone into icy waters. The Grand Elder planned to set me up? Exactly. With my help, Jiang Xian can dual cultivate with you, absorbing your Ice Heart Jade Bone and Yuan Yin essence to ascend to the Wanxiang realm in one leap. It's all part of the Grand Elder's grand scheme. Shameless. Despair clouded Yu Weiwei's eyes as she realized the dire fate awaiting her. Zhang Ling's greedy gaze roamed over her. However, I think it would be a waste to hand you over to Jiang Xian just like that. Thinking she might have a chance, Yu Weiwei quickly said, Elder Zhang, if you let me go today, I'll pretend none of this ever happened. Once we return to the sect, I'll plead with my master on your behalf. Even if the Grand Elder tries to trouble you, you'll have nothing to fear. Huh? Zhang Ling sneered sinisterly. The Ice Heart Jade Bone is too rare to give away. Why not refine you myself? After draining your Yuan Yin essence, I'll kill you and cover it up. Who would know whether you died at my hands or were slain by a powerful demon beast? Once my cultivation skyrockets, even the Grand Elder won't be able to challenge me. At that moment, a voice suddenly rang out from behind Zhang Ling. Interesting, truly interesting. A flicker of hope appeared in Yu Weiwei's eyes as she silently prayed that this observer would refrain from revealing themselves and instead carry the news back to the sect. Who's sneaking around? Show yourself if you dare. Zhang Ling barked sharply. Lin Yu stepped out from the shadows of the forest. He had just slain Jiang Xian and was on his way back to camp when he stumbled upon this scene. It's you. Zhang Ling relaxed slightly upon recognizing him. A mere nobody, not even at the innate realm, was hardly worth his concern. With just a glance, he could crush him. When Yu Weiwei saw Lin Yu, however, her face sank further into despair. She froze in place, her eyes filled with disbelief. It was Lin Yu standing before her. What was even more surprising was that, instead of retreating, Lin Yu stepped forward boldly. "That's right. It's me," Lin Yu said with a faint smile tugging at his lips. He then shook his head and sighed. The esteemed Xintian immortal sect, reduced to nothing but a nest of vile insects. Disciples that are despicable. Elders that are shameless. What a case of the rot, starting at the top and spreading downward. How dare you? Zhang Ling's face darkened instantly, his voice cold and cutting. Who do you think you are to criticize the Xintian immortal sect? Foolish boy, you had a path to heaven but refused to take it, and instead barged into the gates of hell. Since you've seen too much, leave your life behind. Before his words even finished, the oppressive force unique to a Wanxiang realm master surged toward Lin Yu like a tidal wave. To Zhang Ling, crushing this mere mortal, who hadn't even reached the Xintian realm, would take no more than a single thought. Run. Just run. Yu Weiwei shouted desperately, her voice trembling with urgency. He's trying to hold me down right now. Can't chase after you. Hurry and go. She knew that Lin Yu's escape was her only sliver of hope, but Lin Yu remained rooted to the spot, as if he hadn't heard her. Zhang Ling sneered at his lack of reaction. Trash will always be trash. Can't even muster the sense to run. Dying here is exactly what you deserve. To everyone's astonishment, however, Lin Yu didn't disintegrate into a mist of blood. Instead, he stood firm like an immovable boulder. Zhang Ling's oppressive force, which should have crushed him, dissipated upon contact like waves breaking against a rock. Zhang Ling's expression shifted as he finally sensed that something was amiss. His sharp gaze scanned Lin Yu, suspicion flickering in his eyes. Yu Weiwei, too, stared wide-eyed in shock. Someone she thought was doomed had effortlessly neutralized Zhang Ling's pressure. This could only mean Lin Yu's strength far exceeded her own. No wonder you dared to meddle. Zhang Ling chuckled darkly. It seems everyone underestimated you, assuming you were just a useless prince who hadn't even reached the Xintian realm. But your power is far greater than anyone imagined. His voice turned icy. Still, you're a fool. How dare you interfere in the affairs of a Wanxiang realm warrior? If you'd turned and fled earlier, I might not have been able to stop you. But now, his tone grew even colder. Now, I'll cripple your cultivation, sever your limbs, and enjoy Weiwei right in front of you before ending both your lives. Then I'll pin the blame on you. The story will go like this. The prince of the great Han Empire violated the sacred maiden of the sect, but was caught and executed by me, a righteous elder of the Xintian immortal sect, avenging the fallen disciples. How does that sound for a tale? As he finished, Zhang Ling threw his head back and laughed, his voice dripping with malicious triumph. Zhang Ling stood before Lin Yu, a maniacal grin spreading across his face. He was inwardly triumphant, certain that the elaborate and scandalous drama he had orchestrated would cause a sensation. In his mind, Lin Yu and Yu Weiwei were the destined protagonists of his twisted script, while he would embody the righteous avenger. With a sudden flourish, Zhang Ling raised his longsword high, unleashing a surge of spiritual energy. Brilliant cyan light erupted from his body, swirling around him like a tempest before condensing into countless razor-sharp blades shaped like willow leaves. These blades danced around him like a school of koi fish, carving deep grooves into the ground as they moved. Die! Zhang Ling sneered coldly, slashing his sword toward Lin Yu. A torrent of sword energy surged forth like a breached dam, merging with the spinning cyan blades into an unstoppable force aimed directly at Lin Yu. As a second-tier cultivator of the myriad phenomena realm, Zhang Ling was confident that this full-powered strike would obliterate Lin Yu entirely. Wherever the sword energy passed, towering trees were severed one after another, their remains shredded into dust by the cyan blades. In mere moments, a tenzhang-wide path was carved through the forest, leading straight to Lin Yu. The piercing howl of the attack echoed through the woods. Faced with this ferocious assault, Lin Yu merely glanced up before extending a single finger. The intent of the Sword of Wind surged from his fingertip, transforming into a cyan streak of light that shot forth to meet the oncoming attack. Boom! The Sword of Wind effortlessly shattered Zhang Ling's sword energy, and the koi-like cyan blades were completely devoured and annihilated. Waves of sharp cyan energy rippled outward, felling every tree in their path and scattering beasts and birds across a vast expanse of the forest. The Sword of Wind? Zhang Ling's face turned ashen as he stared in disbelief at the ease with which his attack had been neutralized. Yu Weiwei, too, was stunned. Her gaze fixed on Lin Yu as memories of the legendary protector of the Han dynasty surfaced in her mind, as though she had stumbled upon a vital clue. Weren't you supposed to be a cripple with your Dantian and spiritual sea destroyed? How can you be this powerful? Zhang Ling gasped, his voice trembling. Though he had suspected there was something unusual about Lin Yu, and had not underestimated him entirely, he had still vastly misjudged his strength. Who said a shattered Dantian means the end of cultivation? In this world, nothing is impossible, Lin Yu replied calmly. As he spoke, he summoned the Windmaster's sword from his spiritual sea, sending it streaking through the air toward Zhang Ling like a radiant shooting star. Sword mastery? No. Zhang Ling's confidence crumbled as he finally grasped the full extent of Lin Yu's power. Desperately, he poured all his spiritual energy into his blade, unleashing wave after wave of cyan energy in a frantic attempt to defend himself. Boom! The Windmaster's sword tore through Zhang Ling's defenses with ease, leaving a grievous wound across his torso that nearly bisected him. He crashed to the ground, forming a human-shaped crater as blood poured from his body, his aura rapidly fading. Myriad Phenomena Realm, 5th tier. You're at the 5th tier. Zhang Ling muttered in disbelief, lying in the dirt. How is this possible? Your Dantian and spiritual sea were destroyed. How did you reach such a level? That's not something you deserve to know, Lin Yu replied, his voice cold and unyielding as he towered over Zhang Ling. He had no intention of revealing the secret of his sacred emperor sword physique, especially with Yu Weiwei regaining her mobility after being freed from Zhang Ling's oppressive aura. Such knowledge, if exposed, would undoubtedly bring him endless trouble. With a casual wave of his arm, Lin Yu summoned the Windmaster's sword back to his hand. The blade ignited with a fierce and searing energy, flames roaring to life along its edge. The sword intent of fire? Zhang Ling's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Lin Yu before him. His voice was filled with shock, as if he had just witnessed something utterly impossible. As a sword cultivator, Zhang Ling was well aware of how arduous it was to comprehend sword intent. A cultivator who could grasp even a single sword intent at the Myriad Phenomena realm was already considered a peerless genius. Yet Lin Yu had not only mastered the sword intent of wind, but now displayed the overwhelming power of the sword intent of fire. Such talent was unprecedented, even in the thousands of years of heritage within the Xintian immortal sect. Lin Yu paid no attention to Zhang Ling's astonishment. He raised the wind sword in his hand, its blade gleaming with a cold, sharp light, and pointed it directly at Zhang Ling's forehead. Third Prince, wait! Zhang Ling exclaimed urgently. I am a Xintian immortal sect elder, and my soul is tied to my life lamp. If you kill me, the sect will sense it immediately. No matter how powerful you are, do you think you can contend with a void transformation realm expert? Spare me, and I will let this matter go. I'll even free you Weiwei. From now on, we can go our separate ways and I will. Before he could finish, Lin Yu's windsword had already touched his forehead. A trace of crimson flame surged into Zhang Ling's sea of consciousness, instantly annihilating his soul. Kid, leave the body intact. Ding Yi quickly called out as he saw Lin Yu, preparing to use the sword intent of fire to destroy the corpse. This is the body of a Myriad Phenomena 2nd grade warrior, don't waste it. Lin Yu chuckled softly and turned his gaze toward Yu Weiwei, who was still standing motionless in shock. Third Princino, young Master Lin. Yu Weiwei trembled and hastily said, I swear an oath to the heavenly Tao what happened today will never be revealed. Remember your oath. You may leave. Lin Yu's tone was calm and indifferent. He had no intention of killing her, especially since she was wise enough to swear such an oath voluntarily. Today's events were tied to her, and if she had any sense, she would keep her mouth shut upon returning to the sect. Otherwise, if word got out, even her life would be forfeit. Yu Weiwei bowed deeply to Lin Yu, her voice filled with sincerity. Young Master Lin, your life-saving grace is something I will never forget. Should you ever need my help in the future, I will repay you, even if it means working tirelessly for you. She turned to leave, but after taking 2 steps, she suddenly stopped and looked back. Lin Yu's eyes lit up and he spoke, as a matter of fact, there is something I could use your help with. Yu Weiwei furrowed her brows slightly, a trace of doubt flashing across her mind. For someone as powerful as Lin Yu to need her assistance? The thought made her uneasy. Don't worry, I don't need you to work yourself to the bone, Lin Yu said with a faint smile. I only need you to win me a jade token granting access to the ancient sect's ruins at the trial assembly. It turned out that the spirit-devouring cauldron had previously urged him to secure a jade token. With Yu Weiwei participating in the assembly at the Purple Mansion realm, her strength was unmatched among the competitors. Winning a jade token was practically guaranteed. You want the jade token, young Master Lin? Yu Weiwei immediately understood his request. Precisely. Are you willing to help me? Lin Yu asked. Of course. Once the trial assembly concludes, I will personally deliver the jade token to you. Yu Weiwei replied with a radiant smile. Without lingering further, she turned and disappeared into the dense forest. After she left, Lin Yu summoned the spirit-devouring cauldron. Let's begin. A mere 2nd-tier myriad phenomena cultivator, barely worth refining, the cauldron spirit remarked with its usual disdain. Ripples of starlight shimmered as Zhang Ling's corpse was absorbed into the cauldron, his potent spiritual energy refined and transferred into Lin Yu's body. Unfortunately, the energy was far from sufficient for Lin Yu to advance to the 6th tier of the myriad phenomena realm, a drop in the ocean compared to what he needed. Once the refinement was complete, Lin Yu quietly descended the mountain, slipping back into Su Miaozhen's camp without a trace. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away atop the ethereal misty peak, the majestic Xintian immortal sect stood tall. Shrouded in mist, its pavilions and towers seemed like a scene from a celestial paradise. The entire sect was protected by a formidable mountain guarding array, rendering it inaccessible and nearly invisible to outsiders. Suddenly, 9 resonant chimes echoed through the sect, shattering the tranquil atmosphere. Figures transformed into streaks of light, rushing toward the Hall of Longevity at great speed. Inside the hall, an elder with white hair and a purple robe stood before a row of soul lamps, his expression dark, his fury barely contained. Grand Elder, why has the bell rung 9 times? Has a senior elder fallen? The crowd anxiously inquired. The soul lamps of Elder Zhongling and my grandson Jiang Xian have both gone out, the elder stated grimly, his words heavy with grief. Within the Xintian immortal sect, a secret art was used to place a fragment of a disciple's soul into a soul lamp. If the person perished, the lamp would extinguish a method that had never failed. How is this possible? Weren't they attending the trial assembly in the Great Zhou dynasty? The Mayun Ridge rarely has myriad phenomena realm beasts. And what about Yu Weiwei? What happened to my disciple? A woman in a green dress, her face etched with worry, asked urgently. The Grand Elder cast a cold glance at her. Yu Weiwei's soul lamp remains lit. She should be fine. Only he knew the secret measures he had taken concerning Yu Weiwei. If not for being certain that she couldn't defeat Zhang Ling, he would have already acted against her master. That's a relief. Weiwei is safe. The green-dressed woman exhaled deeply, her concern easing. Serving as both a mentor and a mother figure to Yu Weiwei, her attachment to the young woman's well-being was profound. The atmosphere inside the Hall of Eternal Life was heavy with tension. The Grand Elder's face was grim as he cast a cold gaze over those present. Gritting his teeth, he commanded, Junior Brother Feng, make a trip down the mountain to the Great Zhou dynasty and uncover the truth behind Elder Zhang and Jiang Xian's deaths. As he spoke, the Grand Elder's eyes briefly swept toward a woman in a green dress standing to the side, a hint of suspicion flashing in his gaze. If they fell victim to spirit beasts, so be it. But if they were murdered, his voice turned icy, laced with killing intent. I will not let the culprit go unpunished. Standing in the hall was Feng Yifei, a middle-aged man with a long sword strapped to his back. He nodded stiffly, his expression unreadable. Understood. With Junior Brother Feng on the case, the truth will surely come to light. The others in the hall nodded in agreement. He is second only to the sect master and the Grand Elder as a formidable 5th-rank vortex cultivator. How many out there could stand against him? The Grand Elder's expression remained stern as he looked at Feng Yifei. The sect master is currently in seclusion, attempting to break through to the void transformation realm. In his absence, I am overseeing the sect. I will not allow anyone to harm our disciples. This matter is in your hands. Rest assured, Grand Elder. Feng Yifei cupped his fists in salute, a glint of cold determination flashing in his eyes. If Elder Zhang and Jiang Xian were indeed murdered, even if the culprit flees to the ends of the earth, I will hunt them down and bring justice. With that, he turned and strode out of the hall, heading down the mountain. Meanwhile, Lin Yu had already returned to the camp, feeling at ease as he resumed his cultivation. With Zhang Ling and Jiang Xian no longer posing a threat, Chuchu and the 7th princess were at least safe, even if they might not emerge as the top contenders in the Imoyun Ridge trial. Relaxed, Lin Yu awaited the trial's conclusion, curious to see how many spirit beasts the two of them could ultimately slay. A few days later, the talented disciples from various sects began to emerge from Imoyun Ridge, gathering before the Zhou Emperor to verify the spirit beast cores they had acquired. A constantly updated leaderboard was displayed at the entrance to the camp, with daily rankings. Everyone returning to the central camp could see the standings, clearly knowing whether they had a chance to make it into the top 9 and earn a jade token granting access to the ancient sect ruins. As soon as the daily rankings were released, the entrance of the camp would always be bustling with people. Disciples from various sects crowded together, eager to see who had made it into the top 9 and who had been pushed off the list. Yet, amidst this clamor, Lin Yu remained focused on his cultivation within the tent. Third Imperial Uncle. Third Brother. A crisp call from Chuchu and the 7th princess suddenly rang out from outside the tent. Lin Yu opened his eyes, emerging from his meditative state, and stepped out into the sunlight. The two young women stood cheerfully before him, their faces glowing with joy. Chuchu, as lively as a child, threw herself into Lin Yu's arms the moment she saw him. In a low voice, she said, Third Imperial Uncle, my aunt and I almost lost our lives in Mayun Ridge. Thankfully, the flying sword you gave us contained Prince Su's sword in Tint of Wind. In the end, Prince Su even traveled thousands of miles on his sword to save us. What exactly happened? Lin Yu asked, feigning surprise. As Chuchu was about to mention Jiang Xian's name, The seventh princess cleared her throat gently to stop her. Chuchu, there are too many ears around. Don't say more than you should. Inside the tent, Chuchu recounted in detail how Prince Su had traveled thousands of miles on his sword to slay Jiang Xian. Lin Yu pretended to be deeply shaken, saying, "It's a good thing Prince Su was there. Otherwise, you would have truly been in grave danger." Third brother, were those wooden swords given to you by Prince Su? The seventh princess couldn't help but ask, voicing the question that had puzzled her for some time. Lin Yu nodded, explaining that someone had left the wooden swords in the Imperial tomb, noting that they contained life-saving divine techniques. He had simply passed them on to the girls. While Chuchu couldn't understand why Prince Su hadn't given the swords to them directly, the seventh princess believed there must have been a deeper reason. Before leaving, the two girls excitedly told Lin Yu that the number of demonic beasts they had hunted was likely enough to secure a spot in the top 9, granting them the Jade Talisman to explore the ruins of an ancient sect. Watching their departing figures, Lin Yu shook his head to himself. Su Miaojin and Yu Weiwei had yet to return. With their strength, they were certain to occupy the top ranks, making it unlikely for Chuchu and the seventh princess to hold their positions. Amidst the anticipation, Su Miaojin was the first to make an appearance. Dressed in a cyan robe, a silver mask, and carrying a long blade on her back, her presence was commanding. Among the demon cores she handed over were several of the 4th and 5th innate grade, instantly propelling her to the top of the rankings and knocking the 7th princess out of the top 9. Shortly after, Yu Weiwei emerged from Mayun Ridge. As she passed by Lin Yu, she nodded at him in gratitude, as if silently affirming a promise. With her return, Chuchu too lost her spot in the top 9. As the trial neared its conclusion, all eyes were fixed on the direction of Mayun Ridge. People began speculating about the whereabouts of Jiang Xian and Zhang Ling, the elder of the Xintian immortal sect, wondering if they had already left. After all, with their strength, the demonic beasts of Mayun Ridge posed no real threat to them. Little did anyone know, Jiang Xian had already perished, his soul extinguished, and would never again contend for the opportunities ahead. The disappearance of Jiang Xian and Zhang Ling was nothing more than a minor hiccup in the grand scheme of the trial assembly. When Emperor Zhou personally arrived to distribute the 9 Jade Tokens keys to the ancient sect Ruinsto, the top 9 warriors, the entire venue erupted in excitement. Everyone, in 10 days, the ancient sect ruins will open. Those holding the tokens will be transported inside, where opportunities await those with the strength to claim them. As soon as the emperor finished speaking, the crowd burst into a cacophony of exclamations. 10 days? That's soon. Hasn't it usually taken decades before? This is a once-in-a-lifetime chance. If I had known, I would have hunted more demonic beasts. Standing amidst the throng, Lin Yu's eyes glimmered with determination. If he could break through to the transformation void stage within the ruins, taking down the crown prince would be child's play. Even if the extraterrestrial demonic tribes invaded, he would have the power to protect himself. As the Jade tokens were handed out, the trial assembly came to an end. Yet far away, in the mountainous borderlands of the Zhou dynasty, a hidden conspiracy was brewing within a vast, winding gorge that stretched for hundreds of miles. Narrow at first, the gorge widened to several miles across at its broadest point, plunging thousands of feet deep. At its base, geysers of molten fire erupted amid a churning mist of toxic fumes. Deep within the gorge stood over a dozen black palaces, shrouded in an ominous aura. Inside the largest palace, dozens of black-robed warriors stood in reverent silence, encircling an elder clad in a blood-red robe. "How goes the setup of the Demon Mountain formation?" The blood-robed elder's voice echoed through the hall. "Reporting to the sect master, the formation is complete. We're just waiting for the fish to take the bait," a gray-robed man replied with a bow. "The bait has been cast, hasn't it, elder son?" the sect master asked. Stepping forward, elder son, dressed in a green robe, nodded confidently. "Rest assured, sect master. The Zhou dynasty has already taken the bait, and the lures have been distributed to the top talents of the major sects through the trial assembly." The blood-robed elder let out a sinister laugh. "Once these so-called prodigies enter the so-called ancient ruins, their flesh and bones will serve as nourishment for the rebirth of the dark god. With our flesh and blood, we honor our master." The warriors chanted in unison, their voices merging into an eerie, chilling echo. As night fell over the Imperial city, the Ziji pavilion was cloaked in silence. A shadow flitted gracefully over the courtyard wall. It was Yu Weiwei, dressed in a flowing black gown. As if anticipating her arrival, Lin Yu opened the door to greet her. "Young Master Lin," Yu Weiwei greeted with a slight curtsy, her cheeks faintly flushed under the moonlight. "Did you bring the jade token?" Lin Yu asked bluntly, wasting no time with pleasantries. A trace of disappointment flickered in Yu Weiwei's eyes as she lightly tossed the jade token to him. "I always keep my promises." "Good. With this, the debt from saving you is settled," Lin Yu said as he caught the token. "As for the incident at Mayun Ridge, I trust you'll keep it a secret. Rest assured, Young master, this secret will follow me to my grave, Yu Weiwei replied, casting a lingering glance at Lin Yu before vanishing into the night. As Yu Weiwei's figure disappeared into the night, Lin Yu toyed with the jade talisman in his hand, a faint smile curling at the corner of his lips. Dingy, how about we take another stroll through the demon prison tomorrow night? It's been a while. Those demon cultivators must be missing us by now. Fine, I suppose, Dingy replied, his tone carrying a hint of disdain. Though their strength is still lacking, barely worth the effort. Lin Yu chuckled softly and shook his head. Over time, Dingy had grown increasingly particular, and even demon cultivators at the early stages of the myriad phenomena realm no longer seemed to satisfy its appetite. Just as Lin Yu was about to turn and head back to his room, the sudden sound of urgent hoofbeats echoed from outside the hostage residence. At this hour? Who could it be? Lin Yu frowned slightly, stepped inside, and closed the door behind him, waiting quietly for the visitor. Before long, the courtyard gate creaked open, and Su Miaozhen's voice rang out in the night. Third Prince. General Su, please come in. Lin Yu called out an invitation. Dressed in a black gown, Su Miaozhen entered, her silver mask partially concealing her face, though her sharp, probing gaze shone through. Upon stepping inside, her eyes locked onto Lin Yu, as if trying to uncover the secrets he harbored. Yet Lin Yu remained calm, meeting her gaze with an unruffled expression. His deep eyes were like an ancient well, betraying no emotion. Third Prince, news has just arrived from the Xintian immortal sect. Zhongling and Jiang Xian are dead. Su Miaozhen wasted no time getting to the point. Based on the timeline, they both seem to have perished in the Mo Yun Ridge. Oh. Lin Yu responded with a faint smile. General Su, do you think someone like me, who hasn't even reached the innate realm, could possibly kill experts at the Purple Mansion and myriad phenomena levels? Perhaps they encountered a formidable beast in the ridge. There's long been talk of myriad phenomena level beasts in the depths of Mo Yun Ridge, Su Miaozhen replied, shaking her head. But our great Zhou royal family has already sent people to investigate. At most, there are only Purple Mansion level beasts roaming there. Nothing that could threaten Zhongling. Third Prince, your group had a conflict with Jiang Xian. In the Xintian immortal sect's first suspicion is naturally directed at you. I came to warn you when their people arrive. Even I may not be able to protect you. In the eyes of the Xintian immortal sect, Lin Yu, a crippled prince whose cultivation had been destroyed and who now lived as a hostage, was no different from the pampered princes of the Han and Zhou dynasties. If he were killed, so be it. What would dare to protest? Unless he were a peerless genius, the royal family would not lift a finger to shield him. Lin Yu was deep in thought in his room when Su Miaozhen unexpectedly arrived, catching him completely off guard. General Su, in your opinion, how should I handle this? Lin Yu asked, his gratitude evident as he looked at the general who had come to warn him in the dead of night. Su Miaozhen's expression was grave as she lowered her voice. Your niece and younger sister have returned to the Ling Tian sect. With the protection of their sect, the Xintian immortal sect cannot touch them. But you are a different matter. To the emissaries of the Xintian immortal sect, killing you would be as effortless as crushing an ant. You are merely a neglected prince with no hope of ascending the throne. Why not abandon your title and find a secluded place to live in peace? As long as the Xintian immortal sect cannot locate you, they will have no one to vent their anger upon. Lin Yu was momentarily taken aback by her words. He hadn't expected her advice to be a suggestion for him to flee under the cover of night. Smiling faintly, he said, thank you for your concern, General Su. I will give it serious thought. Although he could sense the sincerity in her warning, he knew he couldn't leave Dezhou's imperial city so easily. The demonic cultivators in the prison demon abyss were still not fully subdued, and the evil sealed beneath Lanrua Temple had yet to reveal itself. Su Miaozhen sighed heavily, standing to leave. Third Prince, I've said all I can. The emissaries of the Xintian immortal sect will arrive in the imperial city in a month. If you're still here by then, they will undoubtedly target you. As for the great Han dynasty, I can guarantee they won't utter a single word in your defense. With that, she turned and departed. Lin Yu shook his head slightly. 1 month. He wasn't sure if he could return from the ancient sect ruins in time. And if he suddenly disappeared from the hostage residence, it would undoubtedly cause a significant uproar. After resting for a day, Lin Yu set out at nightfall for the imperial city, intending to catch up with the demonic cultivators in the prison demon abyss. As he passed through the dense forest near Lanrua Temple, he abruptly stopped. The demonic energy from the temple ruins had surged outward, spilling into the forest like an ominous tide. Even from a distance, its presence was palpable. Something's happened at Lanrua Temple? Lin Yu muttered, his brows furrowing as he thought of the ancient evil sealed underground. Without hesitation, he altered his course and ventured deeper into the forest. The closer he got to the temple, the more oppressive the demonic energy became, as if an unseen spring was continuously spewing it forth. When he reached the ruins of the Arhat Hall, he was greeted by an unsettling sight. At the core of the formation, black demonic energy was seeping out, almost imperceptible to the naked eye, rippling outward in waves. Unlike the previous cries and curses that accompanied the breaking of the seal, this scene was eerily silent, as if all the evil spirits had already been obliterated. Lin Yu immediately retrieved the Buddha's relic. A radiant golden light spread out, enveloping the ruins and illuminating the outline of the Lesser Arhat formation. At the formation's core, a black vortex began to form, expanding into a Tinshang-wide opening. Just as Lin Yu was about to seal the formation, a sudden explosion erupted from within the seal. A streak of black light shot out, landing directly in front of him. It was a hulking figure covered in azure scales, its crimson eyes gleaming with malevolence. In its clawed hand, it clutched a half-eaten limb of some other demonic creature. Boy, I was wondering how to break through these bald monks' formation, and here you are, doing me a favor by undoing the seal, the scaled demon sneered, tossing aside the mangled limb. These demons are foul-tasting and tough, nothing like the tender flesh of you humans. Human warriors, in particular, are a delicacy eating. You might just help me recover to the 8th stage of the myriad phenomena realm. Before it finished speaking, the azure-scaled demon unleashed a terrifying aura that rippled outward like waves, engulfing Lin Yu. Myriad phenomena, 7th stage. Lin Yu muttered, finally grasping the demon's strength. That's right, the demon laughed darkly. Unfortunately, there weren't enough demons in the seal. Even after consuming them all, I could only recover to this level. But now that I'm free, I'll feast on human warriors, and soon return to the void transformation realm. 7th stage of myriad phenomena? Perfect. Lin Yu's lips curled into an excited smile. He had been stuck at the 5th stage for what felt like an eternity. Even if he absorbed all the demonic cultivators in the prison demon abyss, he doubted he could break through to the 6th stage. But now, this azure-scaled demon was practically a gift from the heavens. If he could slay and refine it, not only could he ascend to the 6th stage, but he might even reach the 7th. As for whether he could defeat the demon, Lin Yu wasn't concerned in the slightest. After all, he was a sword cultivator. With the Sacred Emperor sword body, the Sacred Emperor heart technique, and a myriad phenomena realm flying sword at his command, not to mention the 9 heavens sword art, how could he not triumph over a 7th-stage demon? To fail would be an insult to the pride of sword cultivators. Are you insane, boy? The azure-scaled demon stared at Lin Yu, dumbfounded by his enthusiasm. With a mere thought, Lin Yu summoned the Wind Rider sword from his spiritual sea. It emerged as a streak of azure light, circling him like a protective guardian. He raised his head to meet the demon's gaze and smiled. Don't worry, this will be over quickly. I'll make sure you die fast. Courting death. The Qinglin fiend roared furiously, his body soaring into the air. His entire form, covered in azure scales, erupted with blazing black flames, transforming him into a meteor of destruction as he plummeted toward Lin Yu. The black flames scattered in his wake, and the surrounding trees of Lanrua Temple twisted and writhed in agony, as though enduring an indescribable torment. Lin Yu stood his ground, his sharp gaze locked onto the airborne enemy. Spiritual energy surged through his body, and the wind-blade sword in his hand thrummed with power. Channeling the 9 heavens sword art, he unleashed a torrent of azure sword energy that coalesced into the colossal phantom of a sword, 100 feet long. The wind-blade sword shot from his grasp, merging with the sword energy, and before the Qinglin fiend could react, the massive blade crashed down upon him. A deafening explosion echoed as the Qinglin fiend's black flames were dispersed by the overwhelming sword energy, falling as fiery rain upon the broken remnants of Lanrua Temple. The immense force of the strike was staggering, severing the fiend's arms and carving a deep gash from his forehead to his chest, exposing bone as blood poured out in torrents. Staggering backward, the Qinglin fiend struggled to remain upright, his eyes wide with disbelief as he stared at Lin Yu. He could not comprehend how someone with a mere 5th-rank manifestation realm cultivation could unleash such devastating power that even his restored 7th-rank strength could not withstand. Spare me! The Qinglin fiend suddenly dropped to his knees, begging for mercy. I have been sealed for 1,000 years and no longer slaughter humans. If you spare my life, I swear upon the heavenly Tao to become your loyal servant. With my 7th-rank strength, I can serve you well. Lin Yu caught the returning Windblade sword and smirked coldly. As it happens, I do have something you can help me with. Anything. I'll do anything you ask. The Qinglin fiend kowtowed repeatedly. I need to refine the essence of a powerful fiend to break through to the 6th rank. You'll be perfect for the task. Before the Qinglin fiend could react, Lin Yu's Windblade sword flashed, slicing cleanly through his neck. Are you satisfied now, Dingy? This one was a 7th-rank fiend, Lin Yu said as he summoned the devouring divine cauldron. A booming laugh echoed from the cauldron. Excellent. Refining him will not only help you ascend to the 6th rank, but you might even have a chance to reach the 7th. The cauldron emitted rippling starlight and swiftly absorbed the Qinglin fiend's lifeless body. Turning his attention to the black flames that still burned around him, Lin Yu frowned. Though the flames carried only faint demonic energy, their accumulation threatened to transform Lanrua Temple into a realm of darkness. Following Ding Ye's guidance, Lin Yu retrieved a relic of Buddha's bone and infused it with spiritual energy. Golden ripples radiated outward, enveloping the entire temple. The black flames dissipated like snow under the spring sun, leaving behind charred branches and scorched ruins. The demonic aura was completely eradicated, replaced by a sacred, radiant force of Buddhist light that now bathed the desolate site. Lin Yu nodded in satisfaction as he stored the devouring god cauldron in his spatial storage. He decided to postpone his visit to the demon prison to see his old friend. Today's gains were enough for him to break through to the 6th level of the myriad phenomena realm. Shortly after Lin Yu departed, a squadron of heavily armored Dezhou cavalry arrived in haste, sealing off the entire Lanrua temple with precision. Their formation was so tight that not even a bird could fly over the temple undetected. Moments later, Su Miaozhen and Elder Chu arrived on horseback, halting just outside the temple grounds. What on earth happened here? Why were we summoned so urgently? Su Miaozhen frowned as she turned to the commander of the Imperial Guards stationed there. The commander's expression was grim as he explained, General Su, Elder Chu, the Astronomical Bureau detected a powerful surge of demonic energy at this site. Witnesses also reported a fierce battle taking place here. We suspect demonic forces may be at work, so we were ordered to lock down the area. Let's investigate, Elder Chu said in a stern tone, striding toward the ruins of Lanrua Temple. Su Miaozhen and the commander followed closely, making their way through the scorched forest, which had been reduced to blackened remains, until they arrived at the pitch-black ruins of the temple. The commander pointed toward the collapsed Arhat Hall and said gravely, General Su, Elder Chu, this place appears to have been consumed by intense flames, and there are traces of a formation etched into the ground. Elder Chu shook his head, his tone filled with astonishment. This is demonic fire. Only a powerful demon could conjure flames like these. Demonic fire is notoriously hard to extinguish. It continuously emits demonic energy, turning the burned area into a demonic domain that eventually spawns more demonic creatures. What's strange is that the flames here have been completely extinguished, and this energy feels oddly familiar. It's the Buddhist light left behind by that mysterious master last time, Su Miaozhen said in a low voice, pointing toward the ruins of the Arhat Hall. Elder Chu, you're an expert in Buddhist techniques. Take a closer look at this formation. What is it exactly? Chu Gongfeng approached the Arhat Hall with a gradually solemn expression. After observing for a moment, he suddenly exclaimed, this is the Lesser Arhat Formation. Su Miaozhen and the guard commander cast puzzled glances at him. Chu Gongfeng immediately explained, the Lesser Arhat Formation is the pinnacle of Buddhist sealing formations. It requires the simultaneous sacrifice of 108 Arhats to construct. This formation is specifically designed to suppress powerful demons. Even demons at the Void Transformation realm, once trapped, will be refined by the formation day and night until they completely dissipate into nothingness. Pointing at the newly revealed formation patterns on the ruins of the Arhat Hall, he continued, these patterns were never visible before. They only appear when all the demons within the formation are fully refined, and the formation loses its effectiveness. This indicates that a powerful demoner, perhaps several, has been sealed near the outskirts of the Imperial city all this time. Yet we were completely unaware. Hearing this, Su Miaozhen's face darkened as she dared not imagine the catastrophic consequences if these demons had escaped their seal. Chu Gongfeng nodded grimly. Indeed. Moreover, this sealing formation appears to be weakening. The demon that the mysterious expert slew here last time must have escaped from this seal. The same likely occurred last night. The formation completely failed, allowing the demon to break free. Fortunately, that expert eliminated it in time. Otherwise, the entire Imperial city would have been in grave danger. The lingering Buddhist energy here suggests that the mysterious expert must be from a Buddhist lineage, Chu Gongfeng remarked with a faint smile. I thought the Buddhist tradition had long been severed, but it seems there are still Buddhist masters in the world. This is excellent news for our great Zhou dynasty. General Su, report this to His Majesty immediately and request that someone be sent to seek out this expert. With their protection, what need have we to fear the Xintian immortal sect? The Xintian immortal sect had loomed like a massive boulder over the hearts of everyone in the great Zhou dynasty, but now, a potential counterbalance had finally emerged. After returning to the hostage residence, Lin Yu immediately entered seclusion to cultivate. Ding Yi had refined the azure-scaled demon, and a torrent of spiritual energy surged through Lin Yu's meridians like a raging tide. He felt like a lone boat amidst a tempest, on the verge of capsizing at any moment. Fortunately, his sacred Emperor Sword body was robust enough to withstand the impact, allowing him to refine the incoming spiritual energy with the sacred Emperor Heart method, barely maintaining stability. As the spiritual energy was gradually refined, Lin Yu's cultivation level rose rapidly. He effortlessly broke through the 5th grade of the myriad phenomena realm and advanced to the 6th grade. At this stage, his control over spiritual energy became more precise, and the energy within him grew increasingly dense. Just as he was about to capitalize on this momentum to push toward the 7th grade, Dingyi suddenly stopped. Dingyi, why did you stop? Could it be that the spiritual energy from devouring a 7th grade myriad phenomena demon is already depleted? Lin Yu asked urgently. Don't bite off more than you can chew, Dingyi chuckled. You've just reached the 6th grade. Your priority should be stabilizing your foundation. Don't worry, the spiritual energy is stored with me. Once your foundation is solid, we can resume. But even so, it's not enough to reach the 7th grade. How much more do I need? At least half as much again. You'd need to slay another 7th grade myriad phenomena demon or 3 to 5 6th grade ones to make up the difference. Lin Yu was dumbfounded. In such a peaceful era, where could he find so many myriad phenomena demons? Unless he went searching through the prisons of other dynasties for captured demonic cultivators. Relax, Dingyi said with a grin. There are plenty of opportunities in ancient sect ruins. Just obtaining a few treasures, there should be enough to help you advance to the 7th grade. Lin Yu felt a surge of anticipation for exploring the ruins of ancient sects, but for now, stabilizing his cultivation was the most pressing matter. After all, the ancient sect ruins were fraught with peril, and inadequate strength could lead to his demise. The stronger one is, the greater the chance of walking out alive from the ruins of an ancient sect. This ironclad rule became increasingly clear in Lin Yu's mind. Over the next few days, he shut himself in his room, fully dedicating himself to consolidating his cultivation. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, the day of the ancient sect's ruins activation had arrived. Clutching the jade talisman tightly in his hand, Lin Yu's heart was filled with curiosity. How exactly would this mysterious ancient sect's ruins be activated? And what method would it use to gather martial artists scattered across the lands into one place? As he pondered, the intricate mountains engraved on the jade talisman suddenly erupted with a dazzling light. Rings of silver ripples emanated from the engraving, quickly coalescing into a formation totem about a meter wide at his feet. Before Lin Yu could take a closer look, the formation beneath him began spinning rapidly. The silver light, like a surging tide, engulfed him in an instant. His figure transformed into a streak of silver light and vanished from the room. During the teleportation, Lin Yu felt as though he had been swept into a massive vortex, surrounded by endless silver radiance. After an indeterminate amount of time, he plummeted from the sky, landing heavily on the ground. As his vision gradually cleared, the scene before him left him utterly astonished. Under a gloomy sky, dense black clouds loomed oppressively, as if demons could burst forth at any moment. Lin Yu found himself in a clearing at the center of a dense forest. The trees around him were all grotesquely twisted, entirely pitch black, and emanated faint strands of demonic energy. In the distance, the mountain peaks were similarly tainted black by the pervasive demonic aura, and the entire ruins exuded an eerie and unsettling atmosphere. Just then, the voice of Dingyi suddenly echoed in his mind. Kid, be careful. This place is already contaminated by demonic energy. Moreover, the flow of time here is peculiar. Half a month spent exploring here might only equate to a few hours in the outside world. Even someone as experienced and knowledgeable as Dingyi seemed uneasy about the abnormalities of this place. Lin Yu stood on the eerie land, his brows furrowed slightly. Dingyi, why does it feel like this place isn't an ancient sect's ruin? Some ancient sects had their sanctuaries corrupted by demonic energy during battles with demon cultivators. We need to locate the true sect ruins to uncover the truth, Dingyi explained. Though skeptical, Lin Yu pressed forward, heading toward the mountain range shrouded in black mist. The peaks of the demonic mountain flickered with silvery lights, each one representing a martial artist who had entered this realm far more than the initial 9 they had expected. Meanwhile, inside the Rift Valley Demon Palace, a blood-robed elder looked down at the assembled elders with a fanatical gleam in his eyes. The Demon Mountain Array has been activated. Follow me to hunt the prodigies of the major sects and use their blood and flesh to nourish the body of the evil god. He raised a jade token high, rallying the demonic cultivators as they teleported into the array. As Lin Yu moved closer to the mountain range, the atmosphere grew increasingly unsettling. The sky dimmed to an ominous twilight, and a chilling wind carried the nauseating stench of blood. From deep within the mountains, the shrill cries and howls of demonic creatures echoed intermittently. The density of demonic energy here far surpasses that of a typical corrupted sanctuary, Lin Yu thought to himself. Something is definitely amiss. Yet, despite his suspicions, he resolved to push forward in pursuit of any potential opportunities. Suddenly, two demonic creatures leapt out from the dense forest. Heh heh. Who would have thought a human martial artist would walk right into this abandoned sanctuary today? Upon realizing Lin Yu hadn't even reached the Xiantian realm, one of the demons burst into derisive laughter. These weaker demons that lingered on the mountain's outskirts were often prey for the stronger ones deeper within. Encountering a weaker target was a rare stroke of luck for them. Xiantian realm? Lin Yu muttered in surprise. There are demons this week? The demons he had encountered before were at least at the Purple Mansion realm, with many even reaching the Myriad Phenomena realm. Infuriated by his mockery, the two demons lunged at him in rage. Yet before they could get close, their bodies collided with an invisible force and exploded into dust, leaving behind only wisps of dissipating demonic energy. Lin Yu didn't even bother summoning his devouring god cauldron and simply continued forward. Deeper into the mountain range, Lin Yu spotted a grand cluster of buildings atop the highest peak in the distance. It was likely the ancient sect's ruins he sought. Along the way, he encountered numerous Xiantian realm demons, all of whom crumbled under the sheer pressure of his aura. Suddenly, a towering pillar of black demonic energy, dozens of meters high, erupted into the sky. Following its origin, Lin Yu discovered a clearing in the forest littered with the corpses of dozens of demons, including some at the Purple Mansion realm. At the center stood a group of human martial artists, among them a white-robed man wielding a long sword emanating overwhelming demonic energy. That's a Myriad Phenomena-grade demonic sword, Dingy exclaimed. When divine weapons are tainted by demonic energy, they transform into demonic weapons, becoming even more powerful. If you could refine it, it would provide you with a significant boost in spiritual energy. Lin Yu shook his head lightly. This was the first time he had encountered other humans in this demonic domain, but he had no interest in robbing or killing them. Besides, a single Myriad Phenomena-grade demonic sword wasn't nearly tempting enough to make him compromise his own principles. Haha, this ancient sect's ruins truly are brimming with opportunities. The young man in a white robe burst into laughter, holding a dark, ominous sword that radiated a chilling aura. Faint, ancient runes shimmered across the blade, clearly marking it as a rare treasure. Young master, this proves you are destined by the heavens. I believe all the treasures in these ruins have been waiting for you to claim them, said a middle-aged man standing nearby, his tone fawning as his eyes gleamed with flattery. Of course, our young master is a prodigy, having reached the Zifu realm at such a young age. These opportunities are merely stepping stones on his path to invincibility. Another man in a gray robe quickly chimed in, his voice filled with sycophantic enthusiasm. Listening to their nauseating praise, Lin Yu felt a wave of discomfort. Shaking his head with a faint smile, he prepared to leave. Stop right there. Wu Jin suddenly barked, his voice sharp as his gaze locked onto Lin Yu. What do you want? Lin Yu frowned, his eyes cold as he studied the man before him. A flicker of killing intent flashed in Wu Jin's eyes. Now that you've seen this Wanxiang realm devil sword, do you think you can just walk away? Nearby, several Wu family warriors watched the scene unfold, whispering among themselves. What bad luck for him. If he'd come a little later, none of this would have happened. I heard the devil sword needs blood to awaken. Looks like his blood will do the job. Wu Zhan could no longer hold back. Spiritual energy surged within him as black flames erupted from the devil sword in his hand. Like a ferocious dragon, he lunged at Lin Yu. The sword's energy scorched everything in its path, reducing nearby trees to ash in an instant. Lin Yu let out a soft sigh. Why force my hand? With just a casual motion of his finger, a crimson sword intent roared to life. Blazing flames materialized into a sword, effortlessly slicing the black dragon in two before its momentum sent Wu Zhan flying backward. The devil's sword slipped from his grasp, embedding itself into a distant rock. I had no interest in this devil's sword, Lin Yu said calmly, but since you've delivered it to me. Before he could finish, the devil's sword let out a submissive hum, flying into his hand on its own. The sight left the Wu family warriors utterly dumbfounded. Impossible. Our young master is a first-tier Zifu realm cultivator. So that's its sword intent. No wonder he can overwhelm a Zifu realm expert despite being below the innate realm. Wu Zhan crashed heavily to the ground, his body racked with unbearable pain. Struggling to prop himself up, his eyes burned with fury as he fixed his gaze on the demonic sword that had just been snatched from his grasp, now held in Lin Yu's hand. You bastard! How dare you steal my sword? Wu Zhan snarled through gritted teeth. I am the young master of the Wu family from the Dian dynasty. Mark my words, our family will never let you get away with this. The identity revealed in his outburst made Lin Yu raise an eyebrow slightly. The Wu family, known as the guardian clan of the Dian dynasty, was infamous for its arrogance and disregard for even the royal family. Rumors spoke of a powerful ancestor from their clan, at the Wanxiang realm, currently in seclusion and slumber. However, this revelation also sparked suspicion in Lin Yu's mind. Hadn't the Zhou Emperor said there were only 9 jade tokens? How, then, had someone from the Dian dynasty entered this relic site? It seemed the number of entry tokens far exceeded 9, and the Zhou Emperor clearly hadn't been truthful. Lin Yu turned his attention back to Wu Zhan, who was still glaring at him with unrelenting hatred. A cold smirk played on Lin Yu's lips. Don't worry. No one will ever know what happens here today. Lin Yu was not one to leave threats unchecked, and this matter needed to be resolved here and now. Wu Zhan instantly caught the murderous intent in Lin Yu's words, and his face paled. What? What do you mean by that? Do you seriously think you can kill everyone here? He stumbled backward, shouting desperately to the Wu family warriors around him. Hurry up! Stop this man for me! The Wu family warriors, who had accompanied Wu Zhan, immediately unleashed their spiritual energy, surrounding Lin Yu in a tight formation. These were elite fighters, carefully trained by the Wu family, and their strength was formidable. Among them were cultivators at the Purple Mansion 5th grade, and even some at the 7th grade. Brimming with confidence, they declared, Don't worry, young master. Him. Kill all of us here? What a ridiculous boast. Lin Yu's lips curved into a faint smile as the demonic sword in his hand shot forward with a piercing whistle. Empowered by the 9 Heavens sword control technique, the blade transformed into a streak of menacing black light, tearing through the bodies of the Wu clan warriors with unstoppable force. They didn't even have time to react as blood spurted from their chests, and one by one, they collapsed to the ground. Their dying eyes were filled with disbelief. How could Lin Yu, a mere 3rd-tier martial artist, suddenly unleash such terrifying power? The demonic sword of myriad realms truly lives up to its reputation, Lin Yu remarked, casually extending his arm as the sword obediently flew back to him. Without hesitation, he summoned the devouring cauldron. Cauldron Master, it's all yours. Got it. The Cauldron Master responded gleefully, swallowing the formidable demonic sword with relish. Lin Yu, however, chose not to immediately absorb the refined spiritual energy. Instead, he stored it within the cauldron, intending to combine it with the energy he would later extract from the Qinglin fiend. When the time came, his cultivation level would undoubtedly soar. Meanwhile, deep within the mountain range, Su Miaozhen and a woman in a purple dress were locked in a fierce battle, fending off an onslaught of fiends. Despite Su Miaozhen's strength as a 3rd-tier purple palace cultivator and the other woman's superior 5th-tier purple palace cultivation, the two could only barely hold their ground. Focus on the girl with the face mask. She's the weakest. The leader of the fiends, a 5th-tier purple palace demon, bellowed. At his command, the other fiends shifted their attacks towards Su Miaozhen, leaving only 2 to keep the woman in purple occupied. From a distance, Lin Yu observed the battle unfold. He donned a black veil hat retrieved from the devouring cauldron, concealing his identity. Just as he was about to intervene, a blazing red flame suddenly descended from the sky, incinerating one of the fiends in an instant. More flames rained down in rapid succession, reducing all but the strongest 5th-tier fiend to ash. A man in a gray robe landed gracefully amidst the chaos, his body wreathed in flames. With a single decisive swing of his blade, he cleaved the last fiend into nothingness. Turning to face the 2 women, he revealed an unremarkable, almost forgettable face. I am Liang Guanfeng. Greetings, ladies, he said politely. Su Miaozhen, Zhou Lingyun. The 2 women introduced themselves in turn, though Su Miaozhen regarded Liang Guanfeng with suspicion. We've never met before. Why would you go out of your way to save us? In these ancient ruins, eliminating competitors only increases your chances of obtaining treasures. Liang Guanfeng opened his palm, revealing a cylindrical gemstone faintly glowing with soft light. It radiated an extraordinarily dense spiritual energy. That's a spirit crystal. Su Miaozhen gasped, her voice trembling with astonishment. Liang Guanfeng's lips curled into a faint smile as he carefully tucked the translucent spirit crystal into his robe. Pointing toward the mountain ahead, shrouded in dense demonic energy, his expression carried a hint of excitement. To be honest with you 2 ladies, my companions and I discovered a spirit crystal mine up ahead. Unfortunately, there's a group of purple mansion-level demons guarding the entrance. Their numbers are overwhelming, and we simply can't handle them on our own. His gaze swept over Su Miaozhen and Zhou Lingyun. That's why we're looking for other warriors heading into the ruins to join forces. With enough people, those demons won't stand a chance. A spirit crystal mine. Su Miaozhen and Zhou Lingyun exchanged a surprised glance. In this land of Shenzhou, where spiritual energy was gradually depleting, the strength of warriors was steadily declining. The legendary spirit crystals, each containing the equivalent of a month's cultivation energy for a myriad phenomena-level warrior, had long since become treasures beyond reach. Even spirit stones, of lesser quality than spirit crystals, were now rare and hard to come by. If they could obtain a significant amount of spirit crystals, their cultivation levels would undoubtedly soar. The enticing thought made their hearts race, yet they were hesitant to trust so easily. Liang Guanfeng seemed to sense their doubts. A sincere smile spread across his face. Rest assured, ladies, you're not the only ones we've invited. The mine contains more spirit crystals than we could ever collect on our own. Why not work together? It's better than leaving empty-handed. Once the demons are dealt with, everyone can collect as much as their abilities allow. After a brief pause, he added, if you're still unsure, that's fine. I'll just look for someone else. Su Miaojin and Zhou Lingyun exchanged another glance before finally nodding lightly. All right, we'll go with you and take a look. Follow me then. Before the words had fully left his mouth, Liang Guanfeng began leading the two women toward the mountain range. In the depths of the forest, Lin Yu watched the trio's retreating figures, his brows furrowing unconsciously. Something about this felt off. Kid, spirit crystals are truly valuable treasures. Ding Yi exclaimed with excitement, his eyes gleaming with greed. If we find a spirit crystal vein, I could dig it clean to the very roots. Forget about advancing to the void transformation realm even. Reaching the spirit refinement realm wouldn't be out of reach. Ding Yi, could this be a trap? Lin Yu asked cautiously. Trap? Bah. Who in this ancient ruin could possibly stand against you? Ding Yi snorted coldly, his voice filled with killing intent. If anyone dares to deceive me, they'll pay the price. Lin Yu smiled faintly and silently followed Su Miaojin, who was walking ahead. Su Miaojin and Zhou Lingyun trailed behind Liang Guanfeng, who led them around the mountain peak and deeper into the rear valley. The further they went, the more desolate the surroundings became, and the denser the demonic aura grew. Strangely, despite the oppressive concentration of demonic energy, no demonic creatures appeared, as if they were all hiding. Sensing something unusual, Su Miaojin gently tugged at Zhou Lingyun's sleeve, and the two stopped in unspoken agreement. Why did you stop? We're just about to reach the spirit crystal vein after crossing that ridge, Liang Guanfeng said, turning back with his usual honest smile. We'd like to check out the sect ruins on the mountain instead. We won't compete with you for the spirit crystals, Su Miaojin replied cautiously. Yes, thank you for your earlier help. If you ever need our assistance in the future, feel free to ask, Zhou Lingyun added with a polite nod. Liang Guanfeng's smile darkened instantly. How convenient, because I need your help right now. What kind of help? Zhou Lingyun asked, puzzled. The revival of the evil god requires your flesh and blood. Liang Guanfeng snarled, his face twisting into a sinister grin. Flames of crimson erupted from his body as he gripped his long blade and swung it. The fire transformed into a roaring demonic dragon that surged toward the two women. Wherever the fiery dragon passed, trees were instantly ignited, leaving behind rippling waves of flames. A demon cultivator. Su Miaojin and Zhou Lingyun gasped, quickly unsheathing their swords to counter the attack. However, their sword energy barely made a dent in the fiery demonic dragon, only causing faint sparks to flicker. The gap in power was overwhelming. With a deafening explosion, the two were engulfed by flames and sent crashing to the ground. Zhou Lingyun bore the brunt of the attack and fell unconscious instantly. Su Miaojin, though her dress was torn and her left arm exposed with fair skin, stood shakily despite blood trickling from beneath her silver mask. She gripped her sword tightly and positioned herself protectively in front of Zhou Lingyun. At that moment, her silver mask suddenly cracked, revealing a breathtakingly beautiful face. Liang Guanfeng froze for a brief moment, stunned by her appearance, before his expression twisted into one of greed. I didn't expect you to be so stunning. Instead of offering you to the evil god, perhaps I should enjoy you myself first. Planning to keep the beauty all to yourself? A voice suddenly rang out from behind Su Miaojin. Despair filled Su Miaojin's heart. She still had a hidden artifact that could be used in a desperate bid for survival, but if another demonic cultivator had arrived, her chances of escaping were truly non-existent. If you've come across her, why not share the spoils? Liang Guanfeng laughed, but his expression quickly darkened as he realized he was the only hunter in this area. Who's there pretending to be a ghost? He barked furiously. From the shadows of the dense forest, Lin Yu emerged. His eyes first landed on Su Miaojin, then lingered on her delicate face, framed by brows like distant mountains and eyes as soft as spring water. He found himself unable to look away. A faint trace of blood still clung to her cherry-red lips. Her stunning beauty carried a trace of the valor forged through military experience, soft yet commanding, enchanting yet pure. Such a unique aura left even the demonic cultivator before her momentarily moved, hesitating to make the decision to sacrifice her to the dark deity. Lin Yu stood silently at the side, his face obscured by the black veil of his hat. Su Miaojin cast a puzzled glance at him, finding his presence inexplicably familiar. Lin Yu's gaze swept briefly over Su Miaojin before shifting to Liang Guanfeng. A faint smile tugged at his lips. I didn't expect remnants of the demonic sect to infiltrate this ancient ruin. If you confess everything about the dark deity, I might just spare your life. Spare my life? Liang Guanfeng burst into laughter, as though Lin Yu had told the most absurd joke. Sensing the faint spiritual energy emanating from Lin Yu, he dismissed him as nothing more than a mediocre third-rank martial artist. Yet here he was, daring to act so arrogantly. I was just worried about how to enjoy this girl for myself without angering the sect master over the loss of a sacrifice. But here you are, delivering yourself to me. Since you've been so accommodating, we'll make sure your death is quick. Su Miaojin, seeing this, shot Lin Yu a grateful look. I don't know who you are, but it's obvious you're no match for this demonic cultivator. Take Princess Ling Yun and leave now. He'll hold him off for you. And with your level of strength, how exactly do you plan to hold him off? Lin Yu asked with a faintly mocking smile, his tone carrying a hint of amusement. He suspected she might have some desperate measure up her sleeve. I have a powerful artifact that can ensure we perish together. Su Miaoxin's delicate face was resolute, her gaze unwavering as steel. As long as you can escape with Princess Ling Yun alive, you'll have no regrets even if I die. Forget it. Let me handle this. Lin Yu's lips curled into a faint smile. Without waiting for Su Miaojin to respond, he raised his hand, and an overwhelming pressure unique to a manifestation realm warrior burst forth. Boom! The oppressive force swept out like a towering mountain, reducing trees and rocks in its path to mere dust. A manifestation realm warrior? Who are you? Despair filled Liang Guanfeng's eyes. The man before him, who seemed to radiate the spiritual power of only a third-tier warrior, unleashed an aura so terrifying it defied belief. Clutching his long blade tightly, Liang summoned all his strength and slashed, sending forth a wave of crimson flames. Yet, the flames barely left the blade before the crushing pressure extinguished them, and the long blade shattered into countless fragments under the immense force. As Liang Guanfeng turned to flee, the oppressive energy crushed him into a mist of blood, exploding and dissipating before Su Miaojin's stunned gaze. Say, Senior. Su Miaojin stared at Lin Yu in astonishment. Liang Guanfeng, a revered Purple Mansion realm warrior, had been obliterated by a mere wave of pressure. Taking a deep breath to steady herself, she bowed respectfully. May I ask for your esteemed name, Senior? Your life-saving grace, Miaojin will never forget. Lin Yu chuckled inwardly and waved dismissively. I have some ties to your great Zhou dynasty. Helping you was nothing more than a small gesture. While he claimed a connection to the dynasty, in truth, his bond lay solely with Su Miaojin. Senior, could it be that you are the revered Buddhist master who sealed the demon at Lanrua Temple? Su Miaojin asked excitedly. In her mind, the only manifestation realm warrior with ties to the great Zhou could be that enigmatic Buddhist figure. The demon at Lanrua Temple? Lin Yu raised an eyebrow at her, then nodded. I'll investigate what these demonic cultivators are plotting. Your strength is insufficient, so stay here. Before his words had fully settled, he was already heading toward the mountain Liang Guanfeng had been targeting, vanishing from Su Miaojin's sight in an instant. At that moment, Zhou Lingyun, who had been unconscious, slowly regained consciousness. Dazed, she gripped her sword and scanned the area for Liang Guanfeng. Miaojin, what are you talking about? Senior? Where's that demonic cultivator? Princess Lingyun, a Buddhist master, appeared just now and vanquished the demonic cultivator. Su Miaojin exclaimed with excitement. This senior has ties to our great Zhou, and now, we have a manifestation realm powerhouse to protect us. Hearing Su Miaojin's reverent explanation, Zhou Lingyun finally understood. So it was that senior. How fortunate we were to encounter him. Otherwise, today would have been disastrous. As Lin Yu made his way forward, his gaze fell on a valley ahead, shrouded in thick, ominous demonic energy. His brows furrowed. Young elites from various sects were being led into the valley by demonic cultivators, disappearing without a trace. The eerie silence of the valley resembled a beast lying in wait, swallowing all who entered. Thanks to the unique abilities of his sacred Emperor Sword physique, Lin Yu concealed his spiritual energy entirely, moving like a shadow as he bypassed the demonic sentries at the valley's perimeter and slipped inside. Within the valley, numerous young talents from various factions had gathered, their expressions filled with frustration as they glared at a black-robed elder standing before a smooth mountain wall at the valley's end. Senior son, where's the spiritual crystal mine you mentioned? There's not even a single spirit stone here. You tricked us. Son, you're up to no good. What are you planning? Ignoring their accusations, Elder Sun calmly approached the mirror-like mountain wall and knelt on one knee. Master, the young talents of all major factions have been gathered here. We can proceed to the next phase. As soon as he finished speaking, thick demonic energy surged from the mountain wall, rising like black clouds. Ripples spread across the wall's surface, and in the blink of an eye, it vanished entirely. What is that? Gasped the crowd in unison, their eyes fixed on the revealed scene behind the now vanished wall. The moment the illusion on the cliff face dissipated, a chilling altar emerged before everyone's eyes. This colossal altar, spanning over 100 feet in diameter, was entirely constructed from ghastly white bones. Dark crimson blood seeped through the cracks between the bones, exuding a heavy, nauseating stench of iron and death. At the center of the altar stood a massive blood-red coffin, over 30 feet long and 10 feet wide. Most horrifying of all were the countless bone chains, forged from human skulls, tightly coiled around the coffin. Each skull emitted a continuous, mournful wail, their collective cries forming an eerie, bone-chilling howl that echoed throughout the valley. Elder son, you've done well. An old man in a blood-red robe stepped out from the group of black-clad demonic cultivators, his laughter booming as he stood before the altar. With the fresh blood and flesh of these prodigies, we're certain to awaken the evil god this time. Fiend, don't think you can act unchecked, someone shouted angrily. This is the ruins of an ancient sect. We can leave at any moment. Let's see how you plan to sacrifice us. Exactly. As long as we hold the jade talismans, we can escape at any time. These demonic cultivators must have lost their minds. Others echoed in agreement. Go. Leave immediately, someone urged in a panicked tone. These demonic cultivators are all at the purple core stage. Staying here will only lead to death. No opportunity is worth more than our lives. Hearing this, the young elites from various factions quickly retrieved their jade talismans and began channeling spiritual energy into them. However, no matter how hard they tried, the talismans remained lifeless, unresponsive as if they were mere lumps of dead rock. The crowd's expressions turned ashen in an instant. Ha ha ha. The old man in the blood-red robe let out a mocking laugh. Have you realized that your jade talismans are useless now? He swept his gaze across the group with satisfaction. The moment the Demon Mountain formation was activated, this entire paradise was completely sealed off. If you wish to leave, you only have two choices. Either become part of the evil god and leave with him, or kill every single one of us demonic cultivators. Only then will the formation collapse, and you'll be free to go. The atmosphere in the valley froze instantly. The prodigies from various factions, realizing their jade talismans had failed, quickly regained their composure and turned their furious glares toward the elder in the blood-red robe. What exactly are you planning? One of the prodigies demanded sharply. Do you have any idea what forces stand behind us? Even if you escape to the ends of the earth, your so-called demonic sect remnants are doomed. The blood-robed elder's lips curled into a mocking smirk. Escape? Why would I need to escape? Once I use your blood and flesh to awaken the evil god, who in this world could possibly rival me? By then, all will bow before the blood shadow sect before me, the blood-robed patriarch. Run, scatter and escape. Someone suddenly shouted. They lured us into this valley, which means the formation only covers this area. Once we're out, the talismans will work again. This suggestion sparked hope among the crowd. If the demonic formation could extend beyond the valley, there would have been no need to lure them here in the first place. Without hesitation, the group split into smaller teams and dashed toward the valley's edge. Ha ha ha. The blood-robed elder laughed, entirely unfazed. So you figured it out. Indeed, the Demon Mountain formation only covers this valley. But alas, you won't make it out. With a dramatic sweep of his robe, the dense demonic energy in the valley surged, transforming into billowing black clouds that solidified into chains, lashing out toward the fleeing prodigies. Just as some were on the verge of escaping the valley, the chains ensnared them, slamming them down heavily before the blood-robed patriarch. Caught in the Demon Mountain formation of the Blood Shadow sect, and you still dream of escape? Elder son sneered coldly. The blood-robed patriarch declared arrogantly, Here, I am invincible. Not even the heavens can save you now. Seize them and drag them to the blood altar. I will begin the ritual and awaken the evil god. Despair weighed heavily on the group as the blood altar loomed closer. But just then, a calm voice broke through the oppressive silence. You claim to be invincible here. Did you ever ask for my opinion? The blood-robed patriarch spun around, his eyes narrowing at the sight of a figure approaching slowly. The newcomer wore a wide-brimmed hat and a black veil that obscured their face. Noticing the figure's cultivation level, the patriarch sneered dismissively. A mere ant who hasn't even stepped into the innate realm dares to challenge me? But before he could act, the mysterious figure raised a hand, revealing a relic of pure, radiant light, a Buddhist relic. Instantly, golden ripples of energy surged across the valley. The moment the demonic energy touched the golden light, it dissolved into black smoke. The chains binding the prodigies shattered, and they regained their freedom, rushing toward their savior. A master of the Buddhist sect? The blood-robed patriarch's expression twisted in shock. He hadn't anticipated that his meticulously laid plan would be infiltrated by a disciple of the Buddhist order. The rescued prodigies, filled with newfound determination, turned to the mysterious figure. Master, let us fight alongside you. Though we may be weak, we can at least hold off some of the demonic cultivators. Most of them were only at the innate realm, with a few barely reaching the early Purple Mansion stage. Against the Blood Shadow sect's forces, they were no match. Yet, in that moment, they stood resolutely behind the veiled figure, their resolve unwavering. Lin Yu gently shook his head, his gaze resolute as he looked at everyone around him. If you stay here, you'll only hold me back. Leave this place at once, escape the ruins, and spread the word about the demonic cultivators' conspiracy. Hearing his words, the group bowed deeply to Lin Yu, their hearts filled with both gratitude and admiration. Senior, your great kindness is beyond repayment. If you ever need our assistance in the future, don't hesitate to ask. With that, they turned and sprinted towards the valley's exit. This time, as the demonic cultivators were fully occupied with resisting the golden ripples emitted by the Buddha's bone relic, no one could stop them. These prodigies from various factions finally managed to escape with their lives. Once their figures disappeared into the depths of the valley, Lin Yu put away the Buddha's bone relic, and the golden ripples dissipated. He turned to the blood-robed patriarch, a mocking smile curling at the corner of his lips. Well, now that all your sacrifices have fled, how do you plan to offer anything to your so-called evil god? You insolent brat! Elder Sun roared in fury, his figure transforming into a streak of light as he charged at Lin Yu. How dare you ruin the grand plan of the Blood Shadow sect? I won't let you off. He raised his hand, unleashing a palm strike. From his palm surged a billowing black cloud, resembling a massive grinder of flesh and blood, crushing toward Lin Yu with the intent to grind him into dust. Lin Yu merely cast a cold glance at Elder Sun and let out a disdainful snort. In an instant, the terrifying pressure of a myriad phenomena realm cultivator erupted like a tidal wave, forming an invisible wall that surged toward Elder Sunday. Under this overwhelming pressure, the black cloud in Elder Sun's palm dissipated instantly, and the next moment, his entire body exploded into a mist of blood, vanishing before everyone's eyes. A myriad phenomena six-stage warrior. The blood-robed patriarch stared at Lin Yu in utter disbelief, his face overtaken by sheer terror. As a myriad phenomena third-stage cultivator himself, he could clearly sense the horrifying magnitude of the pressure Lin Yu had just unleashed. Your perception isn't too bad, Lin Yu remarked indifferently, nodding slightly. His gaze swept over the demonic cultivators in the valley. Now, it's time to send you all on your way. At that moment, a sinister smile suddenly appeared on the blood-robed patriarch's face. He raised his voice and shouted to the surrounding Blood Shadow sect cultivators, with my flesh and blood, I offer sacrifice to my master. The demonic cultivators in the valley suddenly froze, their expressions vacant and their eyes hollow, as if they had fallen under a sinister spell. In eerie unison, they began to chant the same words, with my flesh and blood, I offer tribute to my master. As the words echoed, Elder Sun's body abruptly exploded into a mist of blood. Before the blood mist could disperse, an invisible force pulled it together, forming a crimson streak of light that shot straight into the terrifying blood coffin at the center of the altar, merging with it instantly. The blood coffin trembled violently, as if the slumbering evil god within was on the brink of awakening. One after another, the demonic cultivators in the valley burst apart like overripe fruit crushed by an invisible hand. Streams of blood gushed forth, converging into the blood coffin. The white bone chains restraining the coffin began to fracture, the skeletal remains crumbling under the coffin's relentless struggle. Slowly, the blood coffin rose into the air, exuding a terrifying demonic aura from its cracks, dispersing the thick stench of blood that had filled the valley. In the blink of an eye, only the blood-robed patriarch remained in the valley. His expression was maniacal as he raised his arms and let out a wild laugh. Ha ha ha! Did you really think that without those sacrifices, I wouldn't be able to awaken the evil god? You fools! I prepared an alternative offering just in case my plan failed. You dare to meddle in my affairs? When the evil god awakens, you will all suffer its wrath. Thick black mist poured out from the blood coffin, sealing off the entire valley. Within the mist echoed the wails and curses of countless tormented souls. Any warrior who ventured too close would instantly lose their sanity, becoming nothing more than a mindless puppet driven by bloodlust. Those who had managed to flee the valley heard the anguished cries behind them. Turning back, they saw the entire valley shrouded in dark mist. Though relieved to have escaped in time, they couldn't help but worry for the mysterious figure who had intervened. At that moment, Su Miaojin and Zhou Lingyun appeared, supporting each other as they approached the group. They inquired whether the one who had stepped in to help was a master of the Buddhist sect. The survivors recounted everything that had transpired in the valley. Suddenly, a deafening explosion erupted from within the valley. Su Miaojin clasped her hands together in prayer, leading the group in offering their hopes for the safety of Lin Yu, whom they mistakenly believed to be a Buddhist master. Little did they know, Lin Yu's involvement was purely coincidental, had merely possessed a relic of a Buddha's bone. Back in the valley, the white bone chains restraining the blood coffin shattered completely. Crimson blood seeped from the coffin's cracks, pooling into a blood-red lake at the center of the altar. The blood-robed patriarch trembled with excitement, his hands shaking uncontrollably. With a resounding crack, the lid of the blood coffin was flung off by a massive hand covered in blood-red scales, embedding itself deep into the valley's stone walls. A headless demonic figure, towering over 30 feet tall, slowly rose from within. Its entire body was clad in scarlet-scaled armor, with torrents of blood cascading down its form. In mere moments, the scales turned an ashen gray. The surrounding black mist surged toward the demon like rivers flowing into the sea, merging into its body. Its aura surged dramatically, instantly reaching the formidable Wanxiang's sixth realm on par with Lin Yu's own strength. Lin Yu stood before the altar, his gaze cold as he stared at the headless figure in front of him. A faint sneer of disdain curled at the corner of his mouth. This is the so-called evil god? With a mere 6th grade Wanxiang power, it dares to call itself a god. I didn't expect you to be so bold, staying here instead of running away while the evil god was still dormant. The blood-robed patriarch glanced at the headless evil god standing in the blood coffin, a trace of regret flickering in his eyes. It's a pity that without the blood and flesh of those prodigies, I can't directly elevate the evil god's power to the void transformation realm. But once I leave this place, there's an endless supply of blood food outside. Within 3 months, the evil god will ascend to the void transformation realm and become an invincible existence in this world. Why should I run? Lin Yu asked, his tone laced with curiosity. The blood-robed patriarch burst into laughter. Do you really think this is the evil god's true power? Now, let me show you the final step of the evil god's resurrection. He quickly formed a series of hand seals, chanting in a deep, resonant voice, "With my flesh and blood, I offer to my lord. Flesh and blood with spirit, grant me rebirth." Before his words could fully fade, the blood-robed patriarch's body exploded into a cloud of blood mist, which surged toward the headless evil god. The mist was instantly absorbed into the massive body, and a sinister laughter echoed throughout the valley. From the severed neck of the evil god, a blood mist began to swirl and condense, rapidly growing into flesh. In mere moments, the face of the blood-robed patriarch emerged. Surprised, aren't you? I've been planning this for so long, using this evil god's body to break through to the void transformation realm. The blood-robed patriarch sneered as his power surged, instantly reaching the 7th grade Wanxiang level, far surpassing Lin Yu. He lowered his gaze to inspect his arm, now covered in grayish-blue scales, and smirked mockingly. With my current power at the 7th grade Wanxiang level, crushing you is as easy as snapping a twig. A terrifying aura erupted from him, shattering the blood coffin beneath his feet with a deafening crash. He slowly descended into the blood pool at the center of the altar, greedily inhaling the blood mist that swirled around him, a look of intoxicated satisfaction spreading across his face. Offer up your flesh and blood. The blood-robed patriarch fixed his gaze on Lin Yu, his eyes gleaming with bloodthirsty madness. You should feel honored. I'll be the first blood offering I taste after my resurrection. Afraid you can't handle my blood and flesh? Lin Yu's lips curled into a faint smile. A mere 7th grade Wanxiang martial artist wasn't even worth a glance from him. Stop pretending and die already. The blood-robed patriarch snorted coldly, raising his palm and striking toward Lin Yu. Dark energy surged within his palm, merging with the flowing blood to form a sinister, blood-red sigil that shot toward Lin Yu like a bolt of lightning. Lin Yu remained calm, raising a single finger with ease. A sharp sword in tint imbued with the essence of fire burst forth from his fingertip, piercing straight into the blood-red sigil. The fiery red light blazed brilliantly as the sword in tint split the sigil cleanly in two. Flames roared through the cracks, reducing the entire sigil to ashes in a blink of an eye. How is this possible? The blood-robed patriarch's face was etched with shock. As a 7th grade Wanxiang martial artist, he had always regarded 6th grade practitioners as insignificant ants. Yet this man before him had shattered his full-force attack with a mere stroke of sword in tint. In this world, nothing is impossible, Lin Yu said indifferently. Sword, come. A flash of green light streaked through the air as the wind-born sword emerged from his spiritual sea and landed in his hand. The blade ignited instantly, flames dancing along its edge as the fire-infused sword in tint radiated dazzling brilliance. Lin Yu moved in a blur, appearing before the blood-robed patriarch in an instant. With a swift motion, he brought the wind-born sword down in a powerful slash. No. The blood-robed patriarch's expression shifted drastically as he finally sensed Lin Yu's strength of power far beyond the 6th grade of Wanxiang. Hastily, he gathered dark energy and conjured a barrier of black mist in front of him. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed through the air. Even without employing the full 9 heaven sword technique, Lin Yu's strike carried power that exceeded the 7th grade of Wanxiang. The wind-born sword, imbued with fiery sword in tint, cleaved through the black mist barrier effortlessly. The blood-robed patriarch was sent hurtling backward like a blazing meteor, crashing violently onto a blood altar and shattering it into fragments. He lay amidst a pile of skeletal remains at the altar's center, a gruesome wound on his chest oozing blood. Yet the vitality of the stolen demonic body was astonishing. Countless fleshy tendrils sprouted from the wound, writhing and regenerating at an alarming speed, as though it wouldn't take long to heal. How can you be this strong? The blood-robed patriarch stared at Lin Yu in terror, his eyes filled with panic. He had painstakingly seized the demonic body, his cultivation soaring to the 7th grade of Wanxiang, believing himself to be invincible. Yet before even leaving this ancient ruin, he'd encountered an opponent who left him utterly defeated. It's not that I'm strong, Yuri, just too weak, Lin Yu replied coldly, the flames on the wind-born sword flaring up once more as fiery sword intent continued to coalesce. I can't die. I won't die here. The blood-robed patriarch stumbled backward, desperation in his voice. Suddenly, his expression froze, as though hearing something Lin Yu could not. A moment later, a hint of madness flickered in his eyes, and an overwhelming aura erupted from within him. The terrifying pressure rippled outward in tangible waves, forcing even Lin Yu to stagger back. Despite his 6th grade Wanxiang cultivation, he struggled to remain steady under the oppressive force. A sudden and overwhelming surge of power erupted, shaking the entire space. Lin Yu focused his attention, observing the layers of blood-colored mist emanating from the blood-robed patriarch. Slowly, the patriarch rose from the ground, his strength climbing at an astonishing speed until it reached the 8th tier of the myriad phenomena realm before finally halting. Third Prince Lin Yu. Long time no see. The blood-robed patriarch's once vacant eyes suddenly ignited with crimson flames. In a stiff and awkward voice, he called out Lin Yu's name. Lin Yu furrowed his brows, staring warily at the abnormal figure before him. You're not the blood-robed patriarch. Who are you? Really? Heh. The blood-robed patriarch let out a sinister laugh. I've seen you before. Have you forgotten Yuan Yi? Yuan Yi. The name sent a jolt through Lin Ye's heart, instantly reminding him of the malicious gaze that had spanned space when he slew Yuan Yi in the past. Are you the demon ancestor? Lin Yu scrutinized the blood-robed patriarch's puppet-like body, probing cautiously. Indeed, it is I. A trace of arrogance appeared on the blood-robed patriarch's rigid face. Though my gaze upon you was once obscured, today, through this demon king's body, I have sensed your presence once again. Demon king's body? Lin Yu looked at him in confusion. Isn't this the body of an evil god? The blood-robed patriarch sneered dismissively. Those ignorant fools who worship the demonic arts mistook this for the remains of an evil god and forcibly seized it through dark rituals. That gave me the perfect opportunity to descend a wisp of my divine consciousness and transform it into my avatar on the divine continent. With this body, I will kill you to prevent you from disrupting my demon race's grand plans. The demon ancestor's avatar raised its head, locking eyes with Lin Yu. Though this wisp of divine consciousness can only elevate this body to the 8th tier of the myriad phenomena realm, it is more than enough to deal with a mere 6th tier cultivator like you. Killing you will be as easy as lifting a finger. The demon ancestor clenched his right fist and gently swung it forward. Bang! Spiritual energy gathered in his hand, and as he unleashed the punch, a deafening roar erupted. Rings of transparent ripples spread outward, instantly stirring up a fierce wind in the valley. It's a pity I can only descend a trace of my divine consciousness into this demon king's body, merely enhancing his strength slightly. But even so, it's more than enough to kill you. The demon ancestor raised his head to look at Lin Yu, his eyes flickering with an eerie crimson glow. Now, prepare to meet your end. Boom. Before he finished speaking, the demon ancestor stomped heavily on the ground. The earth beneath him instantly cracked, fissures spreading like a spider web. Within a Tinjiang radius around him, the ground abruptly collapsed. His figure expanded in midair, transforming into a streak of lightning. Leaving behind afterimages, he appeared before Lin Yu in an instant. Spiraling spiritual energy coalesced into a vortex around his right fist, which he hurled down mercilessly at Lin Yu. Lin Yu raised his sword to counter. Flames surged from the Windmaster's sword, and the fiery sword intent roared forth, colliding with the vortex of spiritual energy. A thunderous explosion echoed through the valley, causing boulders to tumble from the surrounding cliffs. The demon ancestor's vortex was shattered by Lin Yu's strike, and the fiery sword intent ignited the scattered spiritual energy, spreading like wildfire throughout the valley. The overwhelming sword intent sent the demon ancestor flying dozens of zhong, slamming him heavily into the ground. His legs sank deep into the rock, leaving him standing there like a stalk of grain awaiting harvest. Impossible. You're only at the 6th grade of the myriad phenomena realm, while this body is at the 8th grade. The crimson glow in the demon ancestor's eyes flickered intensely, and his expression revealed fear. Lin Yu's strength exceeded all his expectations. Overpowering an 8th grade with a 6th grade cultivation was a feat even a peerless genius would find difficult to achieve. Who said a 6th grade cultivator can't kill an 8th grade one? Lin Yu replied calmly, his gaze fixed on the demon ancestor. He opened his right hand, and the Windmaster sword floated into the air. Its blade radiated a sharp azure light, which gathered into streams of brilliance spinning around him. The sword in tint of wind? Sword mastery. So that's it. The demon ancestor's expression changed drastically. He had only briefly glanced at Lin Yu after Yuan Ye's death, and his view had been obscured. Only now did he understand why Lin Yu showed no fear. You're too much of a threat to our demon clan's plans. I cannot allow you to leave here alive. The demon ancestor's spiritual energy surged, reducing the stone beneath his feet to powder. He ascended into the air, gazing down at Lin Yu. Today will be the day you die. Boom. Crimson flames erupted from every scale on the demon ancestor's body, enveloping him in a fiery blood-red aura. He hurtled downward like a meteor, his right fist blazing with crimson flames, resembling a blood-colored star plummeting toward the earth. Lin Yu's lips curled into a faint smile. With a thought, the Windmaster sword transformed into a streak of azure light and shot forward to intercept. This strike carried his full strength. The sword's wind and tint manifested into intricate and ancient runes, as if they had existed since time immemorial. Each rune brimmed with the immense power of wind laws, far surpassing the might of mere sword and tint. This was the result of Lin Yu's sacred emperor sword physique beginning to refine the wind intent into wind runes. Wherever the Windmaster's sword passed, the air seemed to split apart, leaving black scars in its wake, ripples spreading as if the space itself were being torn. The azure streak of light flashed like a shooting star, slicing the blood-red star in half. It exploded with a deafening roar, sending waves of crimson ripples surging outward and casting a blood-red haze over the valley. As the Windmaster's sword hurtled toward him, the demon ancestor's eyes filled with terror. For the first time, he truly felt the threat of death. Though this body only contained a trace of his divine consciousness, the effort required to descend it across time and space had been immense. If this incarnation were destroyed, he would be unable to descend again for a long time. This body was far from expendable. Lin Yu's sword strike shook the entire valley with its immense power. The Windrider's sword, enveloped in sharp, cutting sword energy, tore through the blood-red barrier that the demon ancestor had conjured before him in an instant. Spiritual energy erupted, blood clouds spread, and the entire valley seemed to transform into a crimson ocean. The demon ancestor stared in disbelief at the scene unfolding before him. He had seized the body of a 7th-tier myriad-form demon king, even elevating its cultivation to the 8th tier, yet he was still no match for Lin Yu, who was merely at the 6th tier. His furious roar echoed through the blood clouds. Lin Yu, mark my words. Next time, I'll make sure you're annihilated. But before his rage could subside, the Windrider's sword pierced through his forehead like a lightning bolt, obliterating his very soul. The crimson glow in the demon ancestor's eyes slowly faded, replaced by a flicker of terror. Although the blood-robed ancestor momentarily regained control of the body, he was already teetering on the brink of death. Lin Yu shook his head slightly, and with a graceful arc, the Windrider's sword flew back to him, decisively slicing the blood-robed ancestor in half. At that precise moment, a gaze filled with malice and hatred pierced through time and space, locking onto Lin Yu with an intensity that seemed determined to follow his every move. Damn it, that old demon ancestor just won't let it go, Lin Yu muttered with a frown. Dingy, time to get to work. Don't worry, as long as I'm here, he won't be watching you all the time. Dingy replied with a confident smile. Before his words even finished, the discomforting feeling of being watched vanished entirely. Clearly, Dingy had already acted to block the demon ancestor's sight. In the demon realm, the connection between the demon ancestor and the cursed mark was abruptly severed. Enraged, he glared into the endless void before him and roared, Who dares to erase the cursed mark I placed on that brat again? Boy, you'd better pray I never find you, because when I do, I'll make sure you wish you were never born. Master Ding, once he's refined, can I advance to the 7th rank of the myriad phenomena realm? Lin Yu asked eagerly, summoning the devouring cauldron and watching as it slowly consumed the corpse of the blood-robed patriarch. Of course, Dingy replied with a smug grin. If luck is on your side, you might even leap straight into the 8th rank. But before he could finish, his tone suddenly turned irritable. Damn it, the spiritual energy in this body is so pitifully weak it's nowhere near what an 8th rank cultivator should have. What's wrong, Master Ding? Lin Yu asked, his face filled with confusion. This corpse is missing a strand of the demon ancestor's divine consciousness, Ding Yi explained, clearly frustrated. What remains is only the spiritual energy of a 7th rank cultivator. I had hoped to devour the body of an 8th-rank demon king, but it seems our efforts have fallen short. After a brief moment of thought, Lin Yu said, "It must be because the demon ancestor's divine consciousness dissipated when I destroyed it. When the blood-robed patriarch reclaimed the demon king's body, its power naturally dropped back to the 7th rank. Still, this is more than enough for May never expected to skip straight from the 6th rank to the 8th rank anyway." "Fair point," Ding Yi said with a nod of approval. "Even though it won't push you directly to the 8th rank, with the spiritual energy left over from your previous advancement, breaking through to the 7th rank will be a breeze." "So, are you advancing here? Let's wait until we're out of here. There are still ancient sect ruins we haven't explored," Lin Yu replied with a faint smile, turning to leave the valley. Outside the valley, Su Miaojin and the others stood anxiously, their eyes fixed on the blood-red clouds rising ominously from within. They clutched their jade talismans tightly, ready to flee the ruins at a moment's notice. Low murmurs of concern about Lin Ye's safety filled the air until they finally saw him emerge unharmed from the blood mist. "The demonic cultivator has been dealt with," Lin Yu announced calmly, eliciting cheers of relief and celebration from the group. But before the celebration could truly begin, the jade talismans in everyone's hands suddenly began to glow brightly, their surfaces cracking like fragile glass. Panic spread through the group as, one by one, the talismans shattered. "I understand now," Ding Yi said, his tone suddenly enlightened. "This isn't some ancient sect ruin, it's a trap set by the demonic cultivators to resurrect an evil god. Now that the demonic cultivator is gone, this place is collapsing, and the talismans are activating to teleport you all out." Before anyone could respond, beams of white light erupted beneath their feet, enveloping their bodies. In an instant, the group was transformed into streaks of light, vanishing into the sky. When Lin Yu regained his senses, he found himself back in the Proton Pavilion. Outside, the night was pitch black. Only 2 hours had passed during the entire ordeal. Though he hadn't uncovered the treasures of any ancient sect, the devouring cauldron had absorbed the power of the blood-robed patriarch and the myriad phenomena demonic sword. All in all, it had been a journey well worth the effort. The group of demonic cultivators discovered a soon-to-collapse celestial paradise, within which lay the remains of a demon king. They meticulously devised a blood sacrifice ritual, intending to use the blood essence of young cultivators to awaken this body that harbored immense power. Master Ding's expression was grave as he said, "It's fortunate you uncovered this in time. If those young ones had been sacrificed, and the demon king's body revived, it could have directly ascended to the 9th rank of myriad forms, possibly even reaching the terrifying level of the void transformation realm. At that point, aside from the reclusive patriarchs of hidden sects, no one would stand a chance against it." He sighed deeply after speaking. It wasn't that he lacked strength, but the current cultivation world was in decline. Great talents were scarce, and heavenly treasures even rarer. Even if he wanted to fully assist Lin Yu in his advancement, the process would have to be gradual. Thankfully, this crisis had been averted, but the situation remained dire. Lin Yu took a deep breath, a flicker of determination in his eyes. "Whatever schemes the demon ancestor and my eldest brother are hiding remain unknown. I must train harder and grow stronger. For the brothers who fell in the southern wastelands, I cannot afford even a moment of complacency." "Good." Master Ding let out a hearty laugh. "Today, I will help you break through to the 7th rank of myriad forms." Before his words had fully settled, a vast surge of spiritual energy rushed into Lin Yu's meridians like a tidal wave. Lin Yu immediately activated the sacred emperor technique, refining the continuous flow of energy. With this powerful force, his cultivation steadily advanced. Meanwhile, in the great Zhou Imperial Palace, a pillar of white light descended from the sky. Emerging from it were the figures of Su Miaojin, Zhou Lingyun, and other royal prodigies. The Zhou emperor frowned and turned to the black-robed elder beside him. "Elder Su, didn't you say the flow of time within the ruins differs from the outside world? They were supposed to need at least 6 hours to return. Why have they come back in less than 2? Elder Su stared intently at the group, who were gradually regaining their composure, and replied in a low voice, "It seems something unexpected occurred within the ruins, forcing their early return. Your Majesty might as well ask General Su directly." The Zhou Emperor gave a slight nod and shifted his gaze to Su Miaojin. By this time, Su Miaojin had regained full clarity and immediately stepped forward to salute. "Your humble servant greets your Majesty." Without waiting for the Emperor to speak, she urgently added, "Your Majesty, this so-called ancient sect's ruins were actually a trap set by demonic cultivators." "What?" Emperor Zhou exclaimed in shock, his voice breaking the silence of the hall. The gathered ministers erupted into a flurry of murmurs and whispers. Su Miaojin's expression was grave, as she recounted the events that had transpired within the ancient ruins. When she mentioned the mysterious senior from the Buddhist sect, the tense atmosphere in the hall noticeably eased. Emperor Zhou exchanged a meaningful glance with the Grand Chancellor, a flicker of delight flashing in their eyes. General Su, who exactly is this eminent figure from the Buddhist sect? The Grand Chancellor asked urgently, a note of anticipation in his tone. If we could persuade him to serve as a protector of our court, no enemy would dare to covet the great Zhou. Su Miaojin shook her head lightly. The senior's movements are unpredictable, and I know nothing of his identity or origins. However, he did mention having some ties to the great Zhou. I believe that if our nation were to face great peril, he would not stand idly by. That is most reassuring. Emperor Zhou's face lit up with joy, though a trace of disappointment flickered in his eyes. Stroking his beard, the Grand Chancellor sighed. We are fortunate to have had the assistance of this senior from the Buddhist sect. Otherwise, the loss of so many prodigies from various sects within the ruins would have surely brought their wrath upon the great Zhou. After all, that jade talisman originated from our court. The ministers nodded in agreement, their faces pale as they considered the potential consequences had the demonic cultivators succeeded in their schemes. After a moment of contemplation, Emperor Zhou declared in a commanding voice, issue a decree to the realm. The demonic cultivators conspired to harm the prodigies of the major sects, but thanks to the intervention of our court's guardian monk, their sinister plot was thwarted, sparing countless lives from devastation. Your Majesty, the senior never agreed to serve as the court's guardian monk. Su Miaojin interjected, her tone laced with confusion. The Grand Chancellor's eyes gleamed with understanding, and he gave Emperor Zhou an approving nod. Brilliant. A strategy where truth and fiction intertwine seamlessly. He turned to Su Miaojin and explained, outsiders are unaware of the details. Simply letting them believe that the great Zhou has a venerable of the myriad phenomena realm as its protector will be enough to deter any would-be aggressors. A few days later, the news spread across the land. A reclusive master of the Buddhist sect, a venerable of the myriad phenomena realm, had been invited by the great Zhou to serve as the nation's guardian monk. Meanwhile, in the hostage quarters, Lin Yu was entirely focused on refining the spiritual energy bestowed upon him by Ding Yi, striving to break through to the 7th rank of the myriad phenomena realm. He remained completely unaware of the commotion outside. At last, after days of arduous cultivation, a surge of violent spiritual energy erupted from within Lin Yu. As he opened his eyes, he was astonished to find that he had successfully advanced to the 7th rank of the myriad phenomena realm, and the breakthrough had been remarkably effortless, as if there were no bottlenecks at all. Not bad, Ding Yi remarked with a satisfied smile. Now you're ready to learn a more powerful sword technique. Really? Teach me now, Lin Yu exclaimed, unable to contain his excitement. Though the Nine Heavens sword technique was renowned for its speed, its power still fell short against truly formidable opponents. Not yet, Ding Yi said, shaking his head. First, we need to visit the royal library of the great Zhou. Later that night, Lin Yu moved like a ghost through the heavily fortified royal palace. Aside from the demon prison, the royal library was one of the most heavily guarded locations, on par with the royal armory. However, to Lin Yu, the layers of sentries and hidden guards were no obstacle. He slipped effortlessly through the defenses and arrived at the 3-story structure that housed martial arts manuals for the innate, purple mansion, and myriad phenomena realms. Suddenly, Lin Yu froze mid-step. Before him, the gray-robed elder who guarded the library sat cross-legged at the entrance. A dagger was lodged in his chest, and his blood had soaked through his robes. What was even more perplexing was the absence of any signs of a struggle. The elder's face was frozen in an expression of utter disbelief. It was clear that the victim hadn't anticipated the attacker would go for the kill. The suddenness of it all had left him defenseless. Lin Yu stood outside the library pavilion, his brows slightly furrowed, his gaze fixed on the cold, lifeless body lying on the ground. To think that a royal martial artist serving the Zhou dynasty could be assassinated at his post, what hidden motives could possibly be at play here? He released his spiritual sense, extending his awareness to everything around him. His eyes then shifted to the 2nd floor of the library pavilion, and he stepped inside. Among the rows of bookshelves on the 2nd floor, a middle-aged man in a black robe was frantically searching for something. His movements were rough, as he carelessly tossed aside one precious scroll of Zifu-level martial arts techniques after another. Not this one. And not this one either, the man muttered to himself, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. According to my calculations, it should be hidden among these manuals. He glanced out the window from time to time, his expression growing increasingly anxious. In just another hour, the patrolling guards will pass by here. If I don't find that manual now, I'll be much harder to get in next time. Suddenly, his movements froze. The manual in his hands caused his eyes to light up with an uncontrollable gleam of excitement. Finally, the legendary demon-slaying sword technique, an unparalleled skill at the Huashu beginner level, it's actually hidden within this Zifu-level manual. He carefully cradled the manual, a smug grin spreading across his face. With this sword technique, even with my mere Zifu 3rd grade cultivation, I could easily defeat a Zifu 6th grade practitioner, or even someone more powerful. This is an incredible find. Just as he was about to tuck the manual into his robes, a clear, calm voice rang out from behind him. Oh, such an impressive manual, mind letting me take a look? Who's there? The man in black spun around, his expression darkening. When he saw Lin Yu standing there, he quickly relaxed. Judging by Lin Yu's aura, he was only a third-grade martial artist. The man clearly deemed him to be nothing more than a petty thief taking advantage of the chaos caused by the guard's death. Lin Yu's gaze lingered on the manual in the man's hands, a faint smile curling at his lips. We're all here for the treasures in this pavilion. Since you found something so valuable, it's only fair to share it with everyone, don't you think? The middle-aged man in a black robe glared coldly at Lin Yu, his eyes brimming with murderous intent as a disdainful smirk played on his lips. Who do you think you are? Someone like you dares to talk about sharing spoils with me? He continued, you stumbled into this library of secrets by sheer luck today. If you'd kept quiet, discreetly taken a few manuals on the myriad manifestation realm, you might have gained enough to benefit you for a lifetime. But no, you just had to set your sights on the demon-slaying sword technique in my hands. Greedy beyond measure, like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. Today, you'll pay with your life. This library housed an extensive collection of martial arts manuals painstakingly gathered by the royal family of the Great Zhou dynasty. Among them, the techniques of the myriad manifestation realm were particularly rare and coveted. Any one of these manuals, if leaked, could cause an uproar in the martial world, and whoever possessed it could rise to dominance. The most powerful manual in this library is already in your hands, Lin Yu said with a faint smile. Why would I settle for anything less? Stubborn fool. Then die, the black-robed man snarled, his gaze turning icy as he struck out at Lin Yu. A streak of black energy shot from his palm, aimed directly at Lin Yu's heart. A smug grin appeared on the man's face. To him, crushing a mere third-tier martial artist was effortless. However, before the black energy could reach Lin Yu, it collided with an invisible barrier. Ripples of black waves surged momentarily before the attack dissipated into nothingness. What? The man froze, staring at Lin Yu in disbelief. Though it was a casual strike, it was powerful enough to obliterate anyone below the Purple Mansion realm. Yet Lin Yu had nullified it without even lifting a finger. Lin Yu smiled faintly and unleashed a pressure as overwhelming as a towering mountain. The black-robed man immediately felt as though he were carrying an immense weight. His knees buckled, and he collapsed to the ground. The surrounding space seemed to solidify under the crushing force, leaving him completely immobilized. He could only watch helplessly as Lin Yu approached. Lin Yu casually picked up the manual from the man's hand and flipped through it. Frowning, he asked, Ding Yi, this sword technique is only at the Purple Mansion level. What's the secret hidden within? This manual appears to be at the Purple Mansion level on the surface, Ding Yi replied, easily discerning the truth. But it actually conceals a beginner-level void transformation sword technique. The true technique is cleverly hidden within the pages and requires a specific method to reveal itself. Spare my life, the black-robed man pleaded, his voice trembling. I can show you how to decipher the true demon-slaying sword technique. That knowledge is my only leverage. I've spent years searching for this technique. Certain no one else could uncover its secrets. That won't be necessary. I can figure it out, Lin Yu said with a calm smile. The oppressive force around him intensified abruptly, shattering the man's heart meridian in an instant. You! The black-robed man glared at Lin Yu with unwillingness etched on his face, but before he could utter another word, he collapsed lifeless to the ground. Summoning the Devourer Cauldron, Lin Yu tossed the manual into it before heading toward the third floor of the library. This was where the royal family of the Great Zhou stored their myriad manifestation realm techniques, each one worth untold fortunes. Suspended before Lin Yu, the Devourer Cauldron emitted ripples of starlight that enveloped the entire floor. One by one, the manuals floated into the air as streams of golden text surged into the cauldron like a flood. Moments later, the starlight faded, and the manuals dropped back to the ground. Let's go. We've gained enough for today, Ding Yi said with satisfaction. There's still time. Why don't we pay a visit to the demon prison and greet the demonic cultivators inside? Lin Yu suggested with a grin. Though their cultivation levels were no longer a match for his, and even refining all of them wouldn't push him past the 8th tier of the myriad manifestation realm, it seemed better to rid the Great Zhou dynasty of these threats once and for all rather than leaving them to be slowly drained in captivity. Good idea. It's been ages since I've refined any demonic cultivators, Ding Yi agreed enthusiastically. Lin Yu had just completed the mission to clear out the prison of demonic souls, annihilating all the demonic cultivators and allowing Master Ding to devour their remnants. Upon returning to the provisional residence, he found the Great Zhou Imperial city in utter chaos. The Imperial library was heavily surrounded, with countless Imperial guards holding torches that illuminated the ancient structure as if it were broad daylight. Standing solemnly in front of the library was Su Miaojin, her silver mask gleaming under the torchlight. In the distance, the Zhou Emperor approached hastily, accompanied by Su, the royal advisor clad in a black robe, and the chief minister. Upon seeing Su Miaojin, the emperor raised his voice and asked urgently, Miaojin, what on earth has happened at the library? Su Miaojin stepped forward, bowing respectfully before reporting in a grave tone, Your Majesty, the situation is dire. Steward Ding, who was guarding the library, was found murdered at the entrance. Steward Liu, who joined the royal court only 3 months ago, was also discovered dead on the second floor. His heart meridians appear to have been shattered by the oppressive force of a powerful cultivator. Worse still, the secret manuals on the third floor have been disturbed and are scattered across the floor. However, so far, no records of any manuals from the Vientiane realm being stolen have surfaced. What? The Zhou Emperor's face darkened instantly as he demanded in a tense voice, Who killed Steward Ding and Steward Liu? Su Miaojin analyzed calmly, Your Majesty, based on the evidence at the scene, Steward Ding was taken by surprise in a frontal attack, with no signs of a struggle. I suspect the culprit was most likely Steward Liu. Oh. The chief minister furrowed his brows and questioned, And who, then, killed Steward Liu? Su Miaojin raised her head, her gaze meeting the emperor's as she replied with certainty, It seems Steward Liu intended to steal the secret manuals, so he first assassinated Steward Ding. However, he then encountered a mysterious master. The residual force I sensed at the scene, which shattered Steward Liu's heart meridians, bears a striking resemblance to the aura of the national guardian mage. Hearing this, the Zhou Emperor's expression shifted to one of delight. Are you saying the national guardian mage discovered someone attempting to steal the royal secret manuals and intervened to eliminate them? Su Gongfeng hurried out of the library pavilion, his expression grave, and reported to Emperor Zhou, Your Majesty, I just finished inspecting the library pavilion. General Su's suspicions were indeed correct. Excellent. Wonderful. Emperor Zhou clapped his hands and laughed heartily upon hearing this. His unusual reaction left Su Miaojin and the others exchanging puzzled glances. The library pavilion's guards had been attacked, and a theft narrowly avoided, so why was the emperor so thrilled? Noticing the confusion in their eyes, Emperor Zhou explained with a triumphant air, Don't you see? This proves that the protector of the nation is here in the capital, keeping a close watch on everything that happens. With such a powerful figure guarding us, the great Zhou can rest easy. In his view, the loss of 2 mere retainers was insignificant compared to the protection of a vortex realm master. The emperor immediately issued an order. Spread the word announced that the library pavilion was attacked by demonic cultivators. Though retainer Ding was killed in action, the protector of the nation intervened, vanquished the intruders, and safeguarded the library pavilion. Before his words could settle, the commander of the Imperial Guards rushed in hurriedly. Your Majesty, there's trouble at the demon prison. All the imprisoned demonic cultivators have vanished without a trace. Yet the outer guards noticed no sign of escape. This revelation caused everyone present to pale. The Prime Minister's face darkened with concern. These demonic cultivators, deprived of sustenance for years, will undoubtedly wreak havoc and bring misery if they've escaped. As panic began to spread, Su Miaojin suddenly spoke up. Your Majesty, could this be the work of the protector of the nation? His divine light has the power to purify demonic cultivators. Perhaps, after dealing with the intruders at the library pavilion, he took the opportunity to cleanse the demon prison as well. That makes sense. Su Gongfeng nodded in agreement. It would explain why the outer guards noticed nothing. Emperor Zhou promptly adopted this explanation and instructed, Prime Minister, make it known that the protector of the nation has emptied the demon prison. The Han envoys are about to arrive. This will serve as a fine display of our might. Meanwhile, the orchestrator of these events, Lin Yu, was at the hostage residence, conversing with Ding Yi. Master Ding, after devouring that void realm sword technique, have you gained anything? You lucky brat. Ding Yi exclaimed smugly. This is an ancient inheritance, the demon-slaying sword technique. I've already integrated it with the Vortex Realm martial arts, enhancing its power even further. Once mastered, it'll be enough to challenge a 9th-grade Vortex Realm expert. Golden characters surged into Lin Yu's mind, transforming into the cultivation method of the Grand Sun demon-slaying sword. Thanks to his Saint Emperor sword physique, Lin Yu grasped its principles almost instantly, reaching the entry level in no time. Over the next few days, Lin Yu immersed himself in cultivation, entirely oblivious to the widespread rumors about the protector of the nation. One day, as he was practicing sword techniques in the courtyard, he heard the sound of approaching footsteps. He sheathed his wind sword and looked up, only to see Su Miaojin stepping through the door, a faint trace of exasperation in her eyes. The third prince, please follow me. Su Miaojin approached briskly, her expression slightly grave. The envoy from the Han dynasty has arrived in the Imperial city and wishes to see you. The Han envoy? Lin Yu frowned slightly. While it was customary for him, as a political hostage, to meet envoys from his homeland, the faint trace of helplessness in Su Miaozhen's eyes stirred his wariness. The envoy is Sun Linpu, Vice Minister of Personnel from the Han Dynasty, Su Miaozhen said in a lowered voice. He is aligned with the Crown Prince. At this, she hesitated. After the border conflict, she was well aware of the rift between Lin Yu and the Crown Prince. Now, with the Crown Prince's trusted aide dispatched to the Zhou Dynasty, not coming to visit personally but instead summoning Lin Yu to meet him, it was clearly an intentional humiliation of this prince reduced to a hostage. Lin Yu understood but smiled lightly and said, "Then I must trouble General Su to lead the way. Having you personally escort me feels like an imposition." The two rode side by side to the guest house. As Lin Yu prepared to dismount, Su Miaozhen suddenly spoke, "I'll wait for you here. Third Prince, if anyone shows you disrespect, don't hesitate to tell me. While you are in the Zhou Dynasty, I will ensure your safety and won't let anyone bully you. Even if it's the envoy from the Han Dynasty?" Lin Yu looked at her with a faint smile. "No one." Su Miaozhen replied firmly with a nod. Lin Yu gave her a deep look before turning and stepping into the guest house. The gates of the envoy's courtyard were tightly shut, and 8 fully armed first-rank martial experts stood guard outside, their murderous intent focused squarely on him. "Inform Sun Linpu that the third prince has arrived. Tell him to come out and receive me." Lin Yu snorted coldly. Even if he was out of favor, he was still of royal blood. Sun Linpu's blatant disregard was an insult to the royal family. Once he returned to court, he would file a memorial to the emperor, ensuring that this arrogant official lost his position and faced the consequences. In front of the post house, 2 armored guards stood with arrogant expressions. One of them barked sharply, "Silence. Lord Sun is attending to official matters. Wait here until summoned." Lin Yu swept his cold gaze over the guards, who clearly sought to intimidate through their imposing demeanor. A faint smirk of disdain tugged at the corner of his lips. "If he refuses to see me, then let him come to the hostage residence himself," he said icily before turning to leave. The guards exchanged a glance, clearly tempted to stop him. However, before they could act, Sun Linpu's voice called out from inside, "Third Prince, I am here on behalf of the emperor to negotiate with the great Zhou. Leaving like this would be inappropriate, don't you think?" Lin Yu turned back, his eyes locking onto Sun Linpu's with an icy sharpness. "I am a prince," he said coldly. "I lowered myself to come meet you. Yet you used the excuse of official business to leave me waiting outside. If news of this reaches the Han court, the censorate will undoubtedly charge you with disrespecting the royal family." A flicker of unease crossed Sun Linpu's face, but he quickly masked it with a wave of his sleeve. "Come in. I have something to discuss with you." Once inside, Sun Linpu immediately unleashed his aura, sealing the room to ensure no one could eavesdrop. His gaze turned dark as he looked at Lin Yu. "Third Prince, the Crown Prince has asked me to deliver a message. He has discovered that you are connected to Yuan Ye's death. It doesn't matter who stands behind you even if it's Prince Suha will seek justice for Yuan Ye." Lin Yu remained unfazed. It was no surprise that the Crown Prince had traced the matter back to the Imperial tombs. However, the assumption that Prince Su was involved revealed the Crown Prince's lack of ties with the Demon Clan. Clearly, he was unaware that Lin Yu had regained his strength and reached the Wanxiang realm. A cold smile played across Lin Yu's lips. "He betrayed me, betrayed the Southern Expedition Army, and sent 10,000 soldiers to their deaths in the southern wilderness. Tell him this. I will avenge those 10,000 brothers of mine sooner or later." His eyes flashed with icy determination as he turned and strode out of the room. After Lin Yu left, the head guard made a throat-slitting gesture, but Sun Linpu shook his head. "Not yet. Let's finish the emperor's mission first. Once I'm ready to leave the great Zhou, we'll deal with that useless prince. I doubt Prince Su can save him from 1,000 miles away." Outside, Su Miaozhen approached Lin Yu as he exited the post house, her face filled with concern. "Did they give you any trouble?" Lin Yu glanced back at the post house with a faint smirk. "What if I said they did?" His tone was calm, but his mind was already calculating when to strike. He had resolved to claim Sun Linpu's head on the day the envoy departed, as an offering to his fallen brothers. "In the Imperial city, I still have some influence," Su Miaozhen said earnestly. "If you've been wronged, I can help you seek justice." Lin Yu shook his head. "There's no need. Everything went smoothly. General Su, please escort me back to the hostage residence." Several days later, deep into the night, Lin Yu was meditating when he suddenly sensed a familiar presence drawing near. It was Sun Linpu, accompanied by 8 guards, their killing intent palpable. "They're in such a hurry to die," Lin Yu muttered with a cold chuckle. In an instant, his aura erupted, blanketing the entire hostage residence and rendering everyone inside unconscious. He then strode toward the door. "Be thorough. Leave no one alive," Sun Linpu ordered in a low voice outside the residence. Just as the lead guard prepared to charge in, the doors swung open. Lin Yu stood on the steps, gazing down at them with a commanding presence. Lord Sun, such a late-night visit, surely you're not here to pay your respects? Pay respects? Don't be ridiculous, Sun Linpu sneered. The Crown Prince has ordered your elimination. Tonight is the end for you. Lin Yu's eyes swept over the group. It seems your loyalty to the Crown Prince runs deep. But tell me, are you aware of his collusion with the Demon Clan? Oh, and do you have proof? Sun Linpu's expression darkened. Yuan Yi, who perished in the Imperial tombs, was a demon, Lin Yu said, shaking his head slightly, revealing only this single truth. It seems you know quite a lot. That makes it even more imperative to eliminate you. Sun Linpu's face twisted into a sinister grin. He showed no surprise at Lin Yu's revelations, clearly already aware of Yuan Ye's identity as a member of the Demon Clan. Lin Yu's gaze turned icy, his voice laced with suppressed fury. You all know that the Crown Prince has allied with the Demon Clan, yet you still choose to support him? Do you realize that if the Demon Clan invades the Divine Continent, billions of lives will be enslaved? If these men followed the Crown Prince purely for the sake of power and dominion, it might be understandable. But to knowingly aid in his collusion with the demons was an unforgivable crime. So what? Sun Linpu sneered, lifting his chin arrogantly. The Demon Clan offers us the power of immortality. Forming an alliance with them, what's wrong with that? Lin Yu, you're nothing but a pathetic pawn cast aside. Once, your fame in court nearly rivaled the Crown Prince's. Fortunately, I devised a plan to contact the southern barbarian tribes and leak your military route. It's a shame we didn't bury you in the 10,000 mountains back then, but today, I'll personally finish the job. It was you. Lin Yu's face darkened, his fists clenched tightly. The treacherous ambush on the southern campaign, the massacre of his soldiers, had been orchestrated by this man. That's right, it was me. Sun Linpu burst into laughter. I, Sun Linpu, am a man of unparalleled cunning, yet I was never given the recognition I deserved. It was the Crown Prince who saw my worth and elevated me to the rank of minister. Third Prince, prepare to die. With a wave of his hand, he barked the order. Attack. Kill him. 8 innate grade martial masters roared in unison, their spiritual energy surging as they charged toward Lin Yu, blades glinting, ready to tear him apart. Good, very good. Lin Yu ground his teeth, his murderous gaze locked onto Sun Linpu. Images of his fallen comrades, 10,000 soldiers, and countless brothers-in-arms who had fought and died by his side flashed through his mind, each memory cutting into his heart like a blade. Then let me start with you, the instigator of it all. I'll collect some interest first. A powerful wave of energy erupted from Lin Yu's body, sweeping across the room like a storm. The advancing guards froze midair, suspended as though time itself had stopped. What? Sun Linpu's expression darkened, his eyes narrowing as he felt the overwhelming force radiating from Lin Yu. Yet his twisted grin quickly returned. So, Yuan Yi failed to cripple your cultivation, did he? Third Prince, the more I see, the more convinced I am that we were right to plot against you back then. You're far too dangerous. If we hadn't framed you, you would have undoubtedly stood in the way of the Crown Prince's plans. There's no need to hide anymore. Unleash the demonization. Sun Linpu's eyes burned with fervor as he shouted at the innate-level martial artists who were frozen under Lin Yu's overpowering aura. Before his words had fully landed, the bodies of the martial artists began to undergo horrifying transformations. Their eyes turned blood red, veins bulged under their skin, and thick fur sprouted all over their bodies. Their forms expanded rapidly, shredding their robes to pieces as their strength surged. In an instant, they shattered the limits of the innate realm and ascended directly to the Purple Mansion realm. Moments later, all 8 warriors had transformed into half-human, half-demon monstrosities, their power leaping from the first stage of the innate realm to the first stage of the Purple Mansion realm. Third Prince, even if your cultivation hasn't been crippled, what can you possibly do against 8 Purple Mansion warriors working together? Sun Linpu laughed maniacally. This was his trump card, a sinister plan he had meticulously devised. By fusing his guards with demon blood, he could harness the power of demonization to forcibly elevate their cultivation. However, his laughter was abruptly silenced. Despite their newfound strength, the 8 demonized warriors remained completely immobilized under Lin Yu's oppressive aura. Lin Yu's cold gaze swept over them, and with a sudden surge of power, his aura intensified, crushing the newly transformed warriors into nothing but blood mist. You fool! Do you realize what you've done? These were the Crown Prince's most prized warriors. Sun Linpu's face twisted in fury and despair. The process of fusing demon blood into human warriors was fraught with danger. Fewer than 1 in 100 would survive the transformation. Those who did were painstakingly selected from among the most loyal and capable soldiers. Losing 8 of them in one stroke was a devastating blow. Even if he managed to kill Lin Yu, he would face severe punishment upon returning to the Crown Prince. Lin Yu, I'll tear you to pieces. Sun Linpu roared furiously as his body began to undergo its own transformation. Scales erupted across his skin, and his appearance shifted into something monstrous. You can demonize too? Lin Yu frowned. A dignified minister of the Han dynasty, and yet you willingly fused with demon blood? Don't insult me. As a noble of the scholar class, I would never taint myself with filthy demon blood. What I fused with is a demon core. Sun Linpu laughed wildly as his body grew larger, his eyes transforming into vertical pupils that gleamed with inhuman malice. The demon core's energy far exceeded that of demon blood. It was infinitely more difficult to fuse with, but provided an even greater surge in power. Lin Yu shook his head lightly. To gain power, you've turned yourself into this thing. Was it worth it? If it means I can kill you, then yes, it's worth it. Sun Linpu's aura erupted as his cultivation skyrocketed to the 7th stage of the Purple Mansion realm. Kill me? Maybe in your next life. Lin Yu smirked with disdain. With a mere thought, his wind sword flew out from his sea of consciousness, transforming into a streak of azure light that shot straight towards Sun Linpu. A flying sword? You're the Duke of Suqing. Sun Linpu's face went pale with shock. Before he could react, the azure sword light streaked past his neck like a shooting star. A thin line of blood appeared, quickly deepening into a severing cut. Sun Linpu's head toppled from his body, and his headless corpse collapsed in a fountain of blood. Lin Yu extended his hand, summoning the severed head through the air. You devised a venomous scheme that cost me 10,000 soldiers. Killing you today is just the beginning. When I return to the capital, I'll annihilate your entire clan. The Sun family will be erased from existence. Master Ding, store his head in the devouring god cauldron. I'll bring it with me to honor the brothers who died fighting in the southern wastelands. Lin Yu summoned the devouring god cauldron, its surface shimmering with starlight ripples as it absorbed both the head and the corpse in their entirety. Ding Yi, why is the crown prince's strength far superior to mine? Could it be that he has also refined a demon core? Lin Yu fixed his gaze on Ding Yi, his eyes shimmering with a thirst for knowledge. This question had troubled him for a long time. With the extraordinary talent of the sacred Emperor Sword Constitution, he shouldn't have been suppressed by the crown prince. After witnessing Sun Linpu's fate, he finally understood the key to the mystery. Ding Yi nodded gravely, his expression heavy and sternly warned. The crown prince indeed harbors an extraordinary power within him. Unless you can break through to the void transformation realm, you are absolutely no match for him. Remember, do not act recklessly or seek vengeance impulsively. It will only lead to your death. Lin Yu nodded silently. Of the 3 culprits behind the Southern Wasteland massacre, 2 were already dealt with. Now, only the last and most heinous mastermind remained. Clenching his fists, he made a solemn vow in his heart. Brothers, just wait a little longer. Soon, I will carry the crown prince's head to honor your graves. With that, he turned and stepped into the provisional hall. As the heavy doors closed behind him, the courtyard returned to its eerie silence, as if the bloodshed and turmoil from moments ago had never occurred. As for the other residents of the hall, when they woke the next morning, they would only feel that they had slept exceptionally well the previous night. At dawn, the sharp clatter of hooves shattered the tranquility of the provisional hall. The gates swung open with a thunderous crash, and Su Miaojin stormed in, leading a group of armed warriors. Third Prince. Where is the third prince? She called out anxiously, scanning the surroundings for Lin Yu. Hearing the commotion, Lin Yu pushed open his door and stepped out. Seeing Su Miaojin's worried expression, a faint smile played at the corners of his lips. General Su, what brings you here in such haste? Thank goodness you're safe. Su Miaojin let out a long sigh of relief before explaining. Last night, the Han delegation suddenly left the capital, and their whereabouts are unknown. I only received the news this morning and feared they might have been targeting you. Lin Yu chuckled inwardly. Sun Linpu and his entourage had indeed come for him, but now their souls had departed to the underworld. Even Sun Linpu's severed head still lay quietly in Ding Ye's possession. Oh, they've actually left. Lin Yu's face lit up with an exaggerated expression of surprise. Su Miaojin's expression was grave, her robe still carrying traces of her hurried journey. As long as you're safe, that's all that matters. The envoys from Xintian Immortal Sect will soon arrive in the Imperial capital. These are turbulent times, so it's best if you stay indoors and avoid trouble. After giving her warning, she turned and departed with her entourage. Watching her hurried figure disappear, Lin Yu felt a warmth in his heart. He knew she must have rushed to the hostage residence as soon as she received the news. This bond of care and loyalty was something he would cherish forever. A few days later, the skies above the Imperial capital churned with dense clouds. From the mist, a massive immortal crane emerged, gliding gracefully toward the capital of the great Zhou dynasty. On the crane's broad back sat Feng Yifei, his long sword strapped to his back. With a cold, detached gaze, he surveyed the sprawling city below. Feng Yifei of the Xintian Immortal Sect requests an audience with the ruler of Great Zhou. His voice boomed across the city, resonating like thunder. Countless citizens looked up, their eyes wide with awe, as they saw his figure hovering midair like a celestial being. The Zhou Emperor hurried out of the palace with his ministers, bowing deeply toward Feng Yifei. Elder Feng, your presence in our humble capital is an honor. If only we had been informed in advance, we would have prepared a proper reception. Without a hint of emotion, Feng Yifei leapt lightly from the crane, dismissing it with a wave of his arm. His sharp eyes swept over the Imperial guards standing near the Zhou Emperor, each armed with bows and crossbows of dark gold. A faint, icy smirk played at his lips. These weapons, imbued with devastating power, were a clear testament to the Empire's formidable resources strong enough to threaten even those in the Wanxiang realm. No need for formalities, Your Majesty. My visit concerns the deaths of Elder Zhongling and disciple Jiang Xian, Feng Yifei said, his gaze lingering on the Zhou court. What? They're dead? The Zhou Emperor's face was a mask of shock. Indeed, their soul lamps extinguished during the exact time your trial tournament was taking place. Great Zhou owes the Xintian Immortal Sect an explanation. The Emperor's expression darkened. Elder Zhang and young Master Jiang did not return from Mayun Ridge, but that area is devoid of any beasts that could threaten the. Take me to the site of their trial, Feng Yifei interrupted coldly. Jiang Xian was the beloved grandson of our Grand Elder. If we discover this has no connection to Great Zhou, we will not hold you accountable. But if it turns out otherwise. He paused, his tone laden with menace. Prepare to face the wrath of the Xintian Immortal Sect. Meanwhile, within the hostage residence, Lin Yu had also heard Feng Yifei's booming declaration. Stepping outside, he caught sight of the figure descending gracefully atop the crane. Tisk, TSK. The Xintian Immortal Sect may lack true strength, but they sure know how to put on airs, Lin Yu remarked with a smirk. Kid, you do realize he's here for you, right? The cauldron spirit, Ding Yi, chimed in mischievously. Let him come, then. There's not a single decent person in the entire Xintian Immortal Sect anyway, Lin Yu replied dismissively. If he dares to cross me, I'll send him to join Zhang Ling and Jiang Xian. With a yawn and a stretch, he turned back inside to continue his cultivation. Not long after, the sound of approaching footsteps echoed from the courtyard. Su Miaozhen arrived, leading a squad of armored riders. Lin Yu rose to greet her. Third Prince, Su Miaozhen greeted him with a slight nod, a wry smile on her lips. I assume you've already seen it? The envoy from Xintian Immortal Sect has arrived, claiming that Zhang Ling and Jiang Xian perished during the Mayun Ridge trial. His Majesty has ordered me to accompany the envoy to investigate. While I'm away from the capital, you must be extra cautious. Me? Lin Yu asked, eyebrows raised in surprise as he looked at her. After the Han envoy left the post house, they seemed to vanish without a trace. No signs of them were found at the city gates or checkpoints along the way. Su Miaozhen stood at the entrance of the post house, her eyes glimmering with concern. I suspect they're still hiding somewhere near the Imperial city, and you might be one of their targets, she said, gesturing toward a newly deployed squad of heavily armed elite soldiers surrounding the post house. I specifically brought this elite unit to guard the post house and ensure your safety. Lin Yu looked at the determined female general standing before him, her worry evident. With a helpless smile, he quietly channeled a sliver of spiritual energy into Su Miaozhen's body without her noticing, allowing him to sense her location at any time. I've also spoken with the Imperial Guard. If anything unusual happens here, they'll rush over immediately to assist, Su Miaozhen continued. You don't need to worry about being assassinated. General Su, you're so kind to me, don't even know how I could ever repay you, Lin Yu said sincerely. Deep down, he was already scheming. Since the envoys from Xinyuan Celestial Sect were here to investigate the deaths of Zhang Ling and Jiang Xian, he decided they, too, should remain forever in Mayun Ridge. Hearing his words, Su Miaozhen's ears turned slightly red, and her eyes grew misty. Didn't I tell you? Since I brought you to the Imperial city of Great Zhou, I'll make sure you return safely. I won't let anything happen to you. After speaking, she cast him a long, meaningful look before turning to leave. Watching Su Miaozhen walk away, Lin Yu frowned slightly. With a squad of heavily armed cavalry stationed outside the post house, slipping out unnoticed would undoubtedly require considerable effort. Time passed, and the scene shifted to the foothills of Mayun Ridge. Elder Feng, up ahead is Mayun Ridge, Su Miaozhen said, pointing toward the expansive mountain range. Before the trial conference, the Great Zhou dynasty sent royal envoys to thoroughly search these mountains. They confirmed there were no demonic beasts above the Purple Mansion realm. Elder Zhang was a myriad phenomena realm expert, and young Master Jiang was at the Purple Mansion realm as well. Ordinary beasts wouldn't pose a threat to them. There must be another reason behind their deaths. Elder Feng's expression remained cold and unreadable as he said nothing. He retrieved a soul lamp and, using a secret technique, ignited it. A faint, eerie light emerged from the lamp, stretching out like an endless thread toward Mayun Ridge. Elder Feng, this is? Su Miaojin asked, her voice tinged with confusion as she observed the strange scene. This is the soul lamp. Feng Yifei held a crystal-clear lantern in his hand, his voice cold as he explained, every disciple of the immortal sect stores a wisp of their soul within it. When the person dies, the lamp extinguishes. Using the soul contained in the lamp, we can locate the place where Jiang Xian fell. Su Miaojin couldn't help but express her admiration. The treasures of the immortal sects are truly extraordinary. Her personal guards nodded in agreement behind her. Feng Yifei cast a disdainful glance over the group. The means of the immortal sects are beyond the comprehension of mere mortals like you. Once we locate the site of Jiang Xian's demise, I have my own methods to uncover the culprit. You had best pray it has nothing to do with the great Zhou dynasty. If it does, you will all pay with your lives. Accompanying Jiang Xian in death, Su Miaojin met his gaze calmly. The great Zhou dynasty has done nothing to Zhongling or Jiang Xian. No matter what methods you use, you won't find evidence implicating my dynasty. Good. I hope you can maintain that confidence when the time comes. Feng Yifei said no more and followed the guidance of the soul lamp, leading the group through Mayun Ridge to a secluded valley. This is the place. Feng Yifei surveyed the remnants of battle scattered across the valley. He retrieved a small bronze mirror, no larger than a palm, its back etched with intricate and profound inscriptions. This was the Yin Guang mirror, an artifact capable of tracing the past. Su Miaojin marveled inwardly at the profound resources of the Xintian immortal sect. Since the invasion of the demon clans and the rampage of dark cultivators years ago, many great powers had suffered the loss of both their strongest warriors and their most treasured artifacts. Even the secret methods of crafting such items had been lost. Despite years of effort, the great Zhou dynasty's collection paled in comparison to the hidden reserves of these reclusive sects. A beam of silver light emanated from the Yin Guang mirror, covering a Tinjiang radius. As the light moved, the faint, blurry figure of Jiang Xian began to materialize, his features becoming discernible. Shortly after, the images of the seventh princess and Chuchu appeared alongside him. Su Miaojin's eyes flickered with shock, though her silver mask concealed her expression. Feng Yifei, however, turned visibly grim. Jiang Xian's unspeakable intentions toward the two women were a disgrace to the immortal sects. Suddenly, a shadowy figure emerged. Jiang Xian hastily summoned a puppet, but it was effortlessly destroyed, and he was swiftly cut down. The scene trembled violently before dissolving into ripples and fading away. Feng Yifei was stunned. He activated the Yin Guang mirror again, but the identity of the mysterious figure remained obscured. Without hesitation, he took out Zhongling's soul lamp and traced it to the place of his demise. What he saw there made his expression darken further. Zhongling's feelings for Yu Weiwei were unmistakable, and both of them had been killed by the same enigmatic individual. Damn it! No wonder Yu Weiwei survived. This person must be connected to her. Feng Yifei stowed the Yin Guang mirror, his eyes blazing with murderous intent. A terrifying aura erupted from him, instantly reducing Su Miaojin's guards to a mist of blood. Even Su Miaojin herself was forced to kneel on one knee under the oppressive force. Feng Elder, what is the meaning of this? You have seen their cause of death with your own eyes. It has nothing to do with the great Zhou. Su Miaojin's voice was both furious and alarmed. I had no intention of killing you all, Feng Yifei said coldly, but unfortunately, you have witnessed the disgrace of the immortal sect. A Xintian immortal sect elder attempting to violate female disciples. If word of this spreads, we will become the laughingstock of the world. Tonight, no witnesses can be allowed to live. Before his words had fully settled, his hand was already striking towards Su Miaojin's head. At that very moment, Lin Yu, within the residence of the hostages, suddenly turned pale. His strand of spiritual power, left hidden within Su Miaojin's body, had been triggered. Although Su Miaojin was from the great Zhou dynasty, he could not ignore the debt of gratitude owed to her. Silently, he left the hostage residence, soared into the sky on his sword, and transformed into a streak of light, heading straight in the direction where Su Miaojin's spiritual energy had dissipated. Deep within Mayan Ridge, Su Miaojin's face was ashen. Feng Yifei's right palm descended like a mountain crashing down, the gust of his strike howling as if intent on pulverizing her into dust. At the critical moment, a vast surge of spiritual energy suddenly erupted from within her body, completely beyond her control. Like a flood breaking through a dam, this energy burst out of her meridians and surged outward in all directions. Boom! A violent storm of spiritual energy swept across the area, snapping nearby trees and sending shards of rock flying. Even Feng Yifei was caught off guard, forced back several steps by the overwhelming force, a flicker of astonishment flashing across his face. This is the spiritual energy left behind by a void transformation realm master. Feng Yifei narrowed his eyes, coldly scrutinizing Su Miaojin. A void transformation realm master? A glimmer of hope appeared in Su Miaojin's eyes. Could it be the National Guardian? Straightening her back, she met Feng Yifei's gaze heaten and declared firmly, "Our great Zhou dynasty also has a void transformation realm expert. The elder personally thwarted a demonic cultivator scheme not long ago, slaying a void transformation realm demon cultivator. With the National Guardian protecting our dynasty, you cannot kill me. I swear by the heavenly Tao that today's events will never be revealed." Feng Yifei sneered. "I didn't expect you to have such a life-saving trick up your sleeve. I'm curious to see what abilities this so-called National Guardian has to protect you." As his words fell, an overwhelming pressure erupted from his body, surging towards Su Miaojin like a tidal wave. The sheer force of it alone was enough to reduce her to nothing but a mist of blood. "You want to test my abilities? Very well, here I am." A voice suddenly echoed through the forest. The pressure released by Feng Yifei seemed to collide with an invisible barrier, rebounding entirely and leaving Su Miaojin unharmed. "Protector of the nation," Su Miaojin exclaimed, her gaze darting toward the direction of the voice. From within the dense forest, Lin Yu emerged at a steady pace, his appearance unchanged from the time he had saved her at the ancient ruins. He wore a wide-brimmed hat and a black veil that obscured his face, exuding an air of enigmatic mystery. Feng Yifei cast a cold, scrutinizing glance at Lin Yu, a disdainful smirk curling at the corner of his lips. "So, you're the so-called protector of the nation from the great Zhou dynasty? Humph, you're nothing special." Before his words had fully landed, a surge of formidable spiritual energy erupted from his palm, transforming into a howling tempest that hurtled toward Lin Yu. Within the whirlwind, countless sharp, green blades spun violently, demolishing stones, splintering trees, and carving deep furrows into the earth. "Watch out, senior!" Su Miaojin cried out in alarm, her heart gripped with fear as she witnessed Feng Yifei's terrifying display of power. Yet Lin Yu merely glanced at Feng Yifei with calm indifference before releasing an overwhelming aura of his own. The sheer force of it pulverized the already shattered stones and splintered trees around him into fine dust as it surged forward to meet the destructive whirlwind. Boom! The tempest, brimming with green, razor-sharp energy, collided with an invisible barrier and instantly disintegrated, scattering into countless specks of emerald light that dissipated into the forest. A seventh-tier myriad manifestation realm cultivator? A flicker of shock flashed through Feng Yifei's eyes. The myriad manifestation realm was incredibly rare, with most of its practitioners secluding themselves within major sections. For a sect to have even one or two myriad manifestation experts was a rarity, and those were often at the third or fifth tier. A seventh-tier cultivator was a force that could rival a Grand Elder, and was second only to a sect leader. And yet, such a powerful individual had willingly become the protector of the nation for the great Zhou dynasty? "Senior, you're actually a seventh-tier myriad manifestation cultivator." Su Miaojin's eyes widened in disbelief, her astonishment evident. "Impressive observation, but your perception alone won't save your life." Lin Yu responded with a cold smirk, shaking his head. To him, defeating a fifth-tier myriad manifestation cultivator was as simple as lifting a hand. Heh. Feng Yifei let out a sinister laugh. "Do you think, as a disciple of the immortal sect, I wouldn't have any means to elevate my strength?" With that, he retrieved a short blade, scarcely the length of his palm, and dragged it across his hand. Blood gushed out, and the blade greedily absorbed it. In an instant, the weapon glowed with a dazzling crimson light, transforming into a 3-foot-long sword. The blood-red glow extended from his palm to his forehead, forming a sinister, otherworldly glyph. His power surged wildly, reaching the 7th tier of the myriad manifestation realm, matching Lin Yu's level. "This sword is called Bloodbane," Feng Yifei declared, his eyes gleaming with a savage light. "It was seized from the demon sect during their annihilation by the immortal sect. It can elevate a cultivator's power by 2 tiers, at the cost of half their vital blood and 1 tier of cultivation. And for the sake of killing you today, I'm willing to pay that price." Lin Yu's brows furrowed slightly. The Bloodbane sword was unmistakably a demonic artifact, one that not only drained its wielder's life essence and cultivation, but also eroded their sanity. Yet Feng Yifei seemed completely oblivious to this danger. "Die!" Feng Yifei roared, stepping forward with blinding speed, his form leaving behind countless afterimages. In the blink of an eye, he appeared before Lin Yu, bringing the Bloodbane sword down in a vicious arc. A torrent of blood-red energy surged forth like a cascading river, threatening to engulf Lin Yu entirely. "Senior, look out!" Su Miaojin finally snapped out of her daze, her voice filled with urgency. Who could have anticipated that Feng Yifei would leap from the 5th tier to the 7th in mere moments? Lin Yu, however, remained unperturbed. With a casual motion, he raised a finger, unleashing the intent of the Sword of Fire. A crimson streak of flame shot forth, cutting through the forest like a blazing comet, colliding directly with the blood-red energy. Crack! The blood-red energy shattered on impact, its remnants consumed by the fiery onslaught. The flames expanded into a massive net, enveloping the broken energy and reducing it to nothingness in the blink of an eye. The fiery sword in tint, undiminished, streaked forward like a scarlet beam of light, striking Feng Yifei squarely and sending him hurtling more than 30 feet away before slamming into the ground with a resounding crash. Su Miaojin stood frozen in shock, her mouth agape. Despite both being 7th-tier myriad manifestation cultivators, Feng Yifei had been effortlessly defeated by Lin Yu. He relied on a demonic artifact to forcibly elevate his cultivation, leaving his foundation unstable. How could such borrowed power compare to the strength I've painstakingly cultivated over years of effort? My victory was inevitable, Lin Yu explained nonchalantly, casting a brief glance at Su Miaojin. Scoundrel, I won't let you off. Feng Yifei struggled to his feet from the ground, venom lacing his voice. A deep sword wound stretched from his left shoulder to his abdomen, so severe that the bone was visible. Strangely, not a single drop of blood flowed from the gash, as though all his vital essence had been completely consumed by the blood-drinking sword. His bloodshot eyes locked onto Lin Yu with an unsteady gaze, his facial features twisted into a grotesque mask of fury. Today, it's either you or me, Feng Yifei roared, his trembling hand pulling out a pill from his robes. His gaze, filled with hatred, bore into Lin Yu, while the pill in his hand emanated a nauseatingly sinister aura, its surface wrapped in visible black demonic energy. Even if it costs me my Wanxiang realm cultivation, I will make sure you die today. This is all you're doing. Before the words had fully left his mouth, he shoved the pill into his mouth. This was the demonic blood soul pill, a creation of the demonic sect, infamous for its overwhelming potency. The pill could forcibly elevate the user's cultivation by 1 tier, but at a steep price after its effects wore off, the user's cultivation would drop by 1 tier. Worse still, if they had previously used other treasures or pills to boost their strength, their cultivation could plummet by an entire major stage. For Feng Yifei, consuming this pill meant that even if he managed to kill Lin Yu, his cultivation would fall from the 5th tier of the Wanxiang realm to the 9th tier of the Zifu realm. For a warrior, such a loss was more terrifying than death itself. Yet, consumed by rage, Feng Yifei no longer cared about the consequences. The moment the pill entered his mouth, hundreds of strands of demonic energy erupted from his body, weaving together into a massive black cocoon that enveloped him entirely. From within the cocoon came Feng Yifei's agonized screams, as though he were enduring the torment of hell itself. What a terrifying pill! Dingyi exclaimed in shock, clearly intrigued by the demonic blood soul pill. Just as Lin Yu prepared to strike and destroy the black cocoon, an unexpected change occurred. The cocoon exploded with a deafening roar, and from the dense demonic energy, Feng Yifei's figure slowly emerged. Feng Yifei's eyes shifted from a bloodshot red to an abyssal black, tendrils of dark energy spiraling outward. He was teetering on the edge of succumbing to demonic possession. With a sinister grin, he raised his blood-drinking sword high. The dark energy surged from his palm, entwining the blade and transforming the blood-red sword into a menacing black demonic weapon. Your time has come, he snarled, stepping on the coiling dark energy beneath him. In an instant, he appeared before Lin Yu, slashing down with his sword. The concentrated dark energy exploded from the blade, its power rivaling the fiery sword intent Lin Yu had unleashed earlier. Lin Yu remained composed, his expression calm. He raised a hand, releasing a streak of fiery sword intent to meet the attack. Crimson flames clashed with the inky dark energy, the collision obliterating trees within dozens of feet. The chaotic dark energy carved deep trenches into the ground. Staggering backward, Feng Yifei stared at Lin Yu in disbelief. The latter stood unscathed, unmoving. Impossible. You're only at the 7th level of the Wanxiang realm. How could you withstand that strike? Su Miaojin, watching from the sidelines, was equally stunned. Inwardly, she marveled at the strength of the protector of the nation, who could hold his own against a Wanxiang 8th level elder of the immortal sect despite his lower cultivation level. You seem to have many treasures on you, Lin Yu remarked with a faint smile. Perfect for testing my ultimate move. Ultimate move? A sense of foreboding gripped Feng Yifei. Su Miaojin, too, looked at Lin Yu in surprise, unable to fathom what trump card he might still possess. Lin Yu summoned the wind-controlling sword. With a slight flick of his wrist, blazing flames ignited along the blade, resembling a radiant sun. Die! He commanded coldly, unleashing the great sun demon-slaying sword toward Feng Yifei. The brilliant sword energy surged forward like the rising sun, scattering countless rays of light through the dense forest. Wherever it passed, trees, rocks, and soil disintegrated entirely, leaving a charred trench in its wake. Feng Yifei finally comprehended the terrifying power of the great sun demon-slaying sword. With a furious roar, he raised his blade, forming a barrier of dark energy. The sword energy descended, and the black barrier disintegrated instantly, vanishing like snow under the spring sun. A streak of crimson light pierced through Feng Yifei's heart, carving a 100-foot-long gorge behind him. Along its path, trees ignited into blazing torches, illuminating the night sky with flames. The dark energy surrounding Feng Yifei dissipated. Clarity returned to his eyes as his cultivation plummeted to the 9th level of the Purple Mansion realm. Moments later, he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Senior, you've saved me once again. If you ever need my assistance, I, Su Miaojin, will gladly risk life and limb to repay this debt. Su Miaojin declared with heartfelt respect. It was a mere convenience. No need to dwell on it, Lin Yu replied impassively. However, Su Miaojin's expression grew worried. Senior, the one you killed was an elder of the Xintian immortal sect. They possess artifacts capable of rewinding time and will undoubtedly investigate this matter. Since this trouble originated with me, I am willing to sacrifice my life to atone if they come after you. Privately, Lin Yu asked Ding Yi if there was a way to prevent the Xintian immortal sect from using their time reversal artifact. Ding Yi chuckled. That artifact he carried doesn't work on those at the Wanxiang realm. You have nothing to worry about. As for the girl, once I devour that artifact, I'll ensure her presence is erased from this timeline. Thank you for your help, Lin Yu responded with a slight nod, inwardly marveling at the deep reserves of power possessed by the Xintian immortal sect. Lin Yu turned his head to look at Su Miaojin, his expression calm as he said, I have my ways to obscure the heavenly secrets. The Xuanyangxian sect won't be able to trace this back to you. Hearing this, Su Miaojin was overjoyed, her eyes shimmering with gratitude. Thank you, Senior, for your life-saving grace. She trusted Lin Yu's words without a shred of doubt. Let's move. I need to perform a secret technique to erase any trace of your presence here, Lin Yu said with a wave of his hand, signaling her to leave. Understood. Su Miaojin gazed deeply at Lin Yu, committing the image of the nation's protector to memory before finally turning to leave Mayun Ridge. Once Su Miaojin was gone, Lin Yu summoned the devouring god cauldron. Cauldron Master, it's your turn now. The cauldron let out a soft sigh. What a pity. This guy's cultivation dissipated before his death, leaving him at only the 9th rank of the Purple Mansion stage. If not for the treasures he carried, this would have been a major loss. The cauldron's body emitted ripples of starlight, engulfing Feng Yifei's remains along with his Yin Guang mirror and blood-drinking sword. The cauldron master first refined the Yin Guang mirror, then released even more starlight, enveloping the entire battlefield. Within the expanse of starlight, vivid images of Lin Yu, Feng Yifei, and Su Miaojin appeared, as if suspended in the vastness of the cosmos. Watch closely, kid, the cauldron master said with a smug grin. Lin Yu and Su Miaojin's images began to collapse like castles of sand, dissolving into the starlight and vanishing completely. The scene shifted to show Feng Yifei alone, locked in battle with an invisible Fei was sent flying, summoned the blood-drinking sword, consumed the demonic blood devourer pill, and was ultimately slain by a sword aura as radiant as the sun. Throughout the entire process, all traces of Lin Yu and Su Miaojin were meticulously erased. Even if the Xuanyangxian sect brought artifacts capable of rewinding time, they would find no evidence whatsoever. Impressive, as expected of you. Ding Yi? Lin Yu nodded with a smile, a glimmer of excitement flashing in his eyes. With the assistance of the devouring god cauldron, he indeed had nothing to fear. After storing the cauldron into his spiritual sea, he leapt into the air, riding his sword as a streak of light, heading straight for the provisional residence. Once back at the residence, he devoted himself to secluded cultivation, preparing for his breakthrough to the 8th rank of the myriad forms realm. At the same time, Ding Yi had just completed refining both the blood-drinking sword and Feng Yifei. Within the Xintian immortal sect, in the mist-shrouded Hall of Longevity, a steward disciple was carefully adding special oil to rows of soul lamps. Suddenly, he noticed an unusual flicker in the elders section above. Upon closer inspection, his face turned pale with terror. The soul lamp of Elder Feng Yifei had extinguished despite having ample oil. In a panic, he scrambled out of the hall, and soon the warning bells echoed throughout the sect. Moments later, the elders convened outside the hall. Grand Elder Jiang Wanlu, clad in a purple robe, stood with a grim expression as he interrogated the steward disciple. Upon learning of Feng Yifei's demise, the elders were furious. In the Xintian immortal sect's history spanning centuries, never had 2 elders been lost in such quick succession. Elder Feng was at the 5th rank of the myriad forms realm, wielding the blood-drinking sword and fortified by the demonic blood spirit-devouring pill. In critical moments, he could unleash power comparable to the 8th rank. Who, other than those hidden sects, could possibly kill him? One elder analyzed gravely. Everyone understood that during the invasion of the demon clans and the rampage of demonic sects years ago, many factions, like the Xintian immortal sect, had retreated into sanctuaries. These hidden sects were likely the true culprits behind the recent events. I will go to the great Zhou dynasty myself. Grand Elder Jiang Wanlu declared sharply. If the one who dares harm our disciples has the courage, they can try to kill me too. Grand Elder, please wait. A blue-robed swordsman with a sword on his back stepped forward. It was Peng Wudi, renowned for his mastery of the sword. The sect master is currently in seclusion, attempting to ascend to the void transformation realm. If you leave, it might play right into the enemy's hands with a diversion tactic. Allow me to go in your stead. The Grand Elder nodded in agreement. Peng Wudi, though at the 7th rank of the myriad forms realm, could surpass his level in battle due to his exceptional swordsmanship. With the aid of secret pills to boost his cultivation, he could unleash power equivalent to the 9th rank, ensuring the enemy would be caught off guard. Ultimately, the Grand Elder issued his orders. Peng Wudi would head to the great Zhou dynasty to investigate the true culprit, while the other elders would visit various sects to gather intelligence. He declared solemnly, with the sect master striving for the void transformation realm and the patriarch in closed-door meditation, this is our sect's most vulnerable time, giving vile forces an opening to strike. But no matter who they are, anyone who dares to harm a disciple of the Xintian immortal sect will pay with blood. An eye for an eye, blood for blood. The elders roared in unison, their voices shaking the heavens. Meanwhile, in the great Zhou dynasty, as Lin Yu remained in seclusion at the provisional residence, Su Miaojin had already returned to the imperial capital, preparing to meet with the Zhou emperor. In the imperial study, Emperor Zhou and the chief minister were engrossed in state affairs when Su Miaojin suddenly entered, kneeling on one knee and saluting with clasped fists. She brought news that sent shockwaves through the room. Your Majesty, Elder Feng of the Xintian immortal sect has been killed by the national guardian monk, Su Miaojin reported, her words plunging the chamber into an uneasy silence. What? Emperor Zhou exclaimed, rising abruptly to his feet, his expression darkening. Explain in detail what exactly happened? With her head lowered, Su Miaojin recounted the events at Mayun Ridge, her voice tinged with a trace of bitterness. Seeing the emperor seething with anger, the chief minister stepped forward to calm him. Your Majesty, please quell your anger. This incident may not necessarily be a bad thing for our great Zhou. How so? Emperor Zhou asked, suppressing his fury as he turned to the minister. Stroking his beard, the chief minister explained with measured calm. According to General Su's account, even though Elder Feng used powerful artifacts and consumed elixirs, boosting his strength to the 8th tier of the myriad phases, he was still effortlessly slain by the national guardian monk. This demonstrates that the monk's power far exceeds the 8th tier. With such a formidable figure safeguarding our empire, neither the great Han nor the great Qi dynasties would dare act recklessly. Even the reclusive immortal sects would have to think twice before provoking us. Emperor Zhou furrowed his brows. While that may be true, an elder of an immortal sect has fallen at the hands of our national guardian monk. If they retaliate, even if great Zhou can endure it, the cost would be devastating. Your Majesty, didn't the national guardian monk claim he had a way to sever the trail? The chief minister said with a faint smile. As long as he can erase any traceable evidence, the reclusive immortal sects won't be able to link this incident back to us. The emperor pondered for a moment before turning his gaze to Su Miaojin. General Su, you are to depart immediately and take up position at the border. The Xintian immortal sect will undoubtedly send people to investigate. If you leave the capital, they won't be able to find you and vent their anger. More importantly, this will ensure that the national guardian monk's secrets remain safe. The immortal sects possess countless artifacts, some capable of manipulating minds or coercing confessions. His words were both a protective measure and an unequivocal order. Su Miaojin silently accepted the command, understanding that leaving the capital was the wisest course of action for her safety and the greater good. Your humble servant obeys. Su Miaojin nodded lightly, rose to her feet, and took her leave, walking out of the imperial study with measured grace. She understood well that Emperor Zhou's decree was meant to ensure her safety. Yet, before departing the capital, there was one place she had to visit. Standing outside the Proton Pavilion, she paused briefly and called out in a clear voice, "Third Prince." Inside, Lin Yu, who had been meditating behind closed doors, heard the call and emerged. Before him stood Su Miaojin, travel-worn but resolute. Before he could say a word, Su Miaojin slowly raised her hand and removed the silver mask that never left her side. In an instant, her stunningly beautiful face was revealed, a face that could evoke joy or anger with equal charm. Though Lin Yu had seen her true appearance before, he was once again struck by her beauty. If she had chosen to cultivate the art of enchantment, her success would have come effortlessly. But even without any magical allure, her visage alone was enough to captivate countless men. Third Prince, I fear I can no longer protect you. Take care of yourself in the capital, Su Miaojin said softly, her eyes betraying a trace of reluctance. Seeing the confusion in Lin Yu's expression, she explained, I have offended the Xintian immortal sect. To ensure my safety, His Majesty has ordered me to leave the capital and take up a post defending the border. Lin Yu nodded slightly. The Xintian immortal sect had suffered the loss of 2 elders in quick succession. They would not let the matter rest. In the turbulent currents of the capital, Su Miaoxin's departure might indeed be the wisest course. Third Prince, I must go now. Until we meet again. Su Miaoxin replaced her silver mask and turned to leave. Yet, after a few steps, she stopped and looked back. This is the first time I've removed my mask in front of an outsider, she said. With a wave of her hand, she bid him farewell and disappeared into the depths of the courtyard. Lin Yu watched her retreating figure, a faint, bitter smile curling his lips. He understood Su Miaoxin's feelings all too well. Otherwise, she would not have cared for him so attentively. Only a child would believe the flimsy excuse of escorting a proton, but he carried a deep-seated vendetta in his heart. Until the first prince was dead, he dared not indulge in such matters of the heart. Turning back to his room, Lin Yu began preparing a parting gift. At dawn, outside the capital, a company of armored cavalry stood solemnly in the morning mist as officials gathered to bid farewell to Su Miaoxin, who was bound for the border. Just as she was about to mount her horse, the sound of hooves echoed through the air. Out of the fog, Lin Yu appeared, riding a white horse at full gallop. This is for you, Lin Yu said, handing her a small wooden carving, no bigger than a baby's fist. The sculpture, etched with the essence of swordsmanship, was sharp yet intricate. It depicted a valiant female general, strikingly similar to Su Miaoxin. Third Prince, I like your gift very much, Su Miaoxin said, taking the carving with a smile in her eyes. Then, under the escort of the iron cavalry, she set off on her journey. As Su Miaoxin's figure vanished into the morning mist, Lin Yu thought to himself, the wooden carving contains a trace of fire sword intent. In a critical moment, it might just save her life. The officials cast unfriendly glances at Lin Yu. Even the dullest among them could now discern the special bond between the Han Proton and the Zhou general. The Zhou Prime Minister, in particular, began scheming. He resolved not only to delay Su Miaoxin's return to the capital, but also to send Lin Yu back to Han, replacing him with a new Proton. Meanwhile, in the desolate Cloud Ridge, at the ruins of the White Bone Hall of the Demon Sect, a row of lonely graves stood silently, a chilling testament to what had transpired. Back then, Lin Yu wielded his flying sword to annihilate the sect master and elders of the Tianma sect. The surviving disciples hastily buried their corpses in front of the Hall of White Bones. In their desperation, they divided the sect's secret cultivation manuals and treasures before scattering in all directions. The once prestigious demonic cultivation sect fell into ruin. Now, a deep rumbling suddenly emanated from beneath the Hall of White Bones. The sound grew louder and louder, as if some ancient beast was awakening, its heavy breaths resonating through the air. The dilapidated hall began to tremble violently, its bricks and tiles crumbling down before the structure finally collapsed with a deafening crash. Cracks spread like spiderwebs from the ruins, quickly covering much of the mountainside. The graves of the Tianma sect's sect master and elders caved in one after another, as though something beneath the ground was devouring their remains. Suddenly, the ruins of the Hall of White Bones erupted, and a blood-red streak of light shot into the sky, piercing through the clouds. I, the Blood Demon Sovereign, have finally returned to life. A voice, arrogant, savage, and brimming with malevolence, reverberated across the skies of Yinyun Ridge. The blood-red glow gradually dissipated, revealing a tall yet emaciated white-haired old man. Draped in a blood-red robe, he descended slowly from midair. The Blood Demon Sovereign gazed at the collapsed graves, his eyes burning with fury. A bunch of useless fools. Not only did you fail to gather enough fresh blood to revive me, but in the end, I had to resort to devouring your corpses just to barely survive. It turned out that the Blood Demon Sovereign had been lying dormant beneath the Hall of White Bones all along. After Lin Yu slaughtered the Tianma sect members, the blood from their buried corpses seeped into the ground, awakening the severely weakened Blood Demon Sovereign. By consuming the remains of the dead, he managed to recover from his near-death state. Although still frail at the moment, the countless living beings beyond Yinyun Ridge would soon become the blood he needed to restore his strength and elevate his power. A sinister and violent gleam flickered in the Blood Demon Sovereign's eyes as he began to descend the mountain, step by step. The Blood Demon Lord stood atop the mountain peak, his gaze fixed on the borderlands of the Han Empire. His brows furrowed deeply as he sensed a terrifying presence emanating from the border, one even he dared not provoke lightly. After a moment of deliberation, he decisively turned away, heading in the direction of the Great Zhou dynasty. Meanwhile, within the general's manor at the Han border, the atmosphere was tense. The crown prince, clad in iron armor, glared grimly at the few trusted confidants kneeling before him. Why has Sun Linpu, sent as an envoy to the Great Zhou, not returned yet? His voice carried an undeniable authority. One of the confidants lifted his head and reported, "Your Highness, the last message from Minister Sun stated that he intended to eliminate a grave threat on your behalf. Afterward, we sent people to investigate and confirm that, as the great Zhou claimed, he disappeared after leaving the courier station." A grave threat? The crown prince sneered coldly. Could he have been referring to Linyu, that useless fool? Those gathered below exchanged uneasy glances, too frightened to speak. The crown prince paced toward his confidants, a glint of malice flashing in his eyes. "Over the years, I've offered sacrifices to the demon ancestor under the guise of northern border campaigns, and all of you have benefited greatly. Now that the northern frontier is pacified and blood offerings are scarce, it's time to resume the blood sacrifices." One of the confidants voiced his concern, "Your Highness, if you defy the Emperor's strict orders and attack the Great Zhou, you risk losing your military command." The crown prince chuckled darkly. "Which is why we need a suitable excuse. My useless brother will finally serve a purpose. You will infiltrate the Great Zhou capital and eliminate him. That will give me the justification to wage war. Even my father will have no grounds to object." The group responded in unison, "Your Highness is wise." The crown prince turned his gaze toward the direction of the Great Zhou, laughing maniacally. "Linyu, oh Linyu, you've always been nothing more than a pawn in my hands. First, I ensured your defeat in the southern campaign, reducing you to a cripple. Now, even your death will pave the way for my domination of the world." At the same time, in the Great Zhou capital, Linyu sensed a subtle shift in the court's attitude toward him. The Zhou Emperor had sent envoys to inquire about his well-being, subtly hinting at assisting his return to the Han Empire. Even the Grand Chancellor of Zhou paid him a visit, indirectly suggesting the same. However, Linyu had already made up his mind would not leave until he broke through to the void transformation realm and gained the strength to confront the crown prince. Faced with these insinuations, he feigned ignorance, claiming to be content with his peaceful life in Zhou. His stance left the Zhou Emperor and his ministers rather vexed, but they had more pressing concerns to address: the death of Feng Yifei at the hands of the protector monk. The emissaries from the Xintian immortal sect could arrive at any moment to demand accountability, and this was their most urgent matter. Deep within the misty cloud ridge, Peng Wuti held Feng Yifei's soul lamp as he arrived at a desolate, battle-scarred forest. Broken trees, shattered rocks, and scorch marks littered the ground, all evidence of a ferocious battle that had taken place. Stowing away the soul lamp, Peng Wuti retrieved a small, golden candle stub, no more than an inch in length. This was the time reversal candle, a magical artifact capable of retracing past events. Standing at the heart of the battlefield, he ignited the candle with his spiritual energy. Golden flames erupted, and ripples of light spread outward, enveloping an area hundreds of feet wide. Though the Xintian immortal sect had lost the smoke mirror artifact, they still possessed other means to uncover the past. As the candlelight flickered through the dense forest, a hazy silhouette gradually came into focus, revealing the face of Feng Yifei. Peng Wuti stared intently at the scene before him. Feng Yifei launched attack after attack, only to be forced back by his opponent. Reluctantly, he drew the blood-drinking sword and consumed the demonic blood soul-devouring pill, instantly elevating his cultivation to the 8th grade of the myriad phenomena realm. Impossible! Peng Wuti's eyes widened in disbelief as he watched. Even with senior brother Feng raising his cultivation to such a level, he was still defeated? What was even more shocking was that, from beginning to end, Peng Wuti couldn't discern who had taken Feng Yifei's life. The mysterious figure seemed to have been erased from the river of time by some overwhelming power, leaving no trace behind. "Damn it!" Peng Wuti muttered under his breath, extinguishing the void candle decisively. With no leads to follow, he turned his thoughts to the Zhou dynasty, seeking assistance from the powers that resided there. After a brief moment of contemplation, Peng Wuti turned and made his way out of the mountain. Before long, he arrived outside the grand palace of the Zhou dynasty. Clad in a simple green robe and carrying a long sword on his back, he stood calmly before the opulent gates, his gaze sweeping over the gilded and majestic palace architecture. "Who are you? What are you doing here? Don't block the way, move along." Several Imperial guards immediately stepped forward, barking orders at him. Peng Wuti cast a calm, indifferent glance at the arrogant guards, a faint smile playing on his lips. "I am Peng Wuti, an elder of the Xintian immortal sect. I have come to seek an audience with the ruler of the Zhou dynasty." Though his voice was soft, it struck the guards like a thunderclap, reverberating in their ears. They instantly dropped to their knees, clutching their ears, which were bleeding profusely, and let out cries of pain. In just one sentence, Peng Wuti had rendered them permanently deaf, a harsh lesson for showing disrespect to a cultivator of the immortal sect. Peng Wuti's words rippled outward like waves, spreading layer by layer across the entire Zhou royal palace. In an instant, everyone within the palace, no matter where they were, heard his declaration loud and clear. The entire palace erupted into chaos. In front of the grand gates of the Zhou dynasty's imperial city, a tense standoff was unfolding. Peng Wuti cast a cold gaze at the group of kneeling imperial guards before him. With a slight wave of his hand, he declared, "You dared to show disrespect to cultivators of the celestial sect. As punishment, I shall deafen you. Should this happen again, no matter who it is, death will be the only outcome." Instantly, the guards lost their hearing and began crawling in agony toward the city gates. At that moment, the palace doors swung open, and Emperor Zhou emerged in haste, accompanied by his court of officials and generals. With a sycophantic smile, the emperor greeted him, "Elder Peng, your visit is most unexpected. I regret we could not prepare a proper welcome. Please, do not take offense." Peng Wuti's expression remained indifferent, a faint smirk tugging at his lips. "No need for pleasantries. My visit today has but one purposito. Ask whether your Zhou dynasty intends to declare war on the celestial sect." The emperor's face turned pale, and beads of cold sweat began to form on his brow. "Elder Peng, what could possibly lead you to such a conclusion?" Peng Wuti's voice was sharp and unyielding. "First, Zhang Ling and Jiang Xian perished mysteriously during the trial tournament. Then, senior brother Feng came to investigate and also met his end. If these events weren't orchestrated by your Zhou dynasty, then who else could it be?" His presence exuded a menacing aura, as if an invisible sword was pressing against the throats of everyone present. "What? Elder Feng is dead as well?" The emperor's voice trembled with shock, his face a picture of disbelief. "Senior brother Feng's soul lamp has been extinguished. The Grand Elder is furious and was prepared to descend from the mountain to personally erase your Zhou dynasty from existence. It was I who persuaded him to hold back. If you hand over the culprit, I am willing to let this matter rest." The emperor hastily responded, "Elder Peng, I am willing to swear an oath to the heavens this matter has absolutely nothing to do with the Zhou dynasty." Yet inwardly, he calculated his options. The one who had slain Feng Yifei was a Buddhist master proclaimed as the Zhou dynasty's protector monk, but since he had not been officially recognized, perhaps he could not be fully considered part of the dynasty. Peng Wuti remained unmoved. "Every incident occurred within the realm of the Zhou dynasty, and you claim it has nothing to do with you? Do you think I'll believe that? You have 7 days hand over the culprit or reveal their identity. If not, this imperial city will have no reason to exist." With that ominous warning, Peng Wuti turned and strode away, leaving behind an air of unshakable authority. The court immediately descended into chaos. Some officials proposed mobilizing the heavily armored cavalry from the border regions to prepare for battle, but the suggestion was quickly dismissed. The celestial sect was home to numerous powerful cultivators, including masters of the void transformation realm far beyond the capability of mortal armies to confront. The emperor dismissed the court, retaining only the Grand Chancellor for counsel. The Chancellor suggested informing the celestial sect about the protector monk's involvement, but the emperor rejected the idea outright. "Impossible. We cannot betray the protector monk. Besides, even if we offered him up, the celestial sect would only be more convinced that we were behind everything." The Grand Chancellor sighed deeply. "Your Majesty, if we conceal the truth, we will have to bear the wrath of the celestial sect." Over the years, hidden sects like the celestial sect had loomed over the imperial dynasties like an insurmountable mountain, and no one had ever dared to defy them. Now, with Emperor Zhou choosing to challenge such a formidable power, the future of the Zhou dynasty had become gravely uncertain. Emperor Zhou's expression was resolute, his voice cold as he let out a disdainful snort, his gaze sharp as lightning. "Relay my command to General Susha is to fortify the border and must not leave her post. We cannot allow the Han dynasty to exploit this opportunity and cause trouble." The Prime Minister was taken aback by the decree and quickly stepped forward. "Your Majesty, are you not planning to recall the heavy armored cavalry stationed at the border? Without the battle formation of tens of thousands of armored riders, how can we stand against the formidable Wanxiang realm cultivators of the Xintian immortal sect? When the Great Zhou was founded, there were Wanxiang realm and even Huaxu realm cultivators standing guard. As for dealing with a Wanxiang realm cultivator, I have my own methods. There is no need to recall the border cavalry." Emperor Zhou's voice was firm, his eyes flashing with a frosty glint. Though the treasures capable of countering Wanxiang realm cultivators were limited and precious, the Xintian immortal sect's arrogance had pushed him beyond tolerance. It was time to show them that the great Zhou dynasty was no pushover and had the strength to stand as equals. The Prime Minister let out a long breath, his gaze steady. "Since your Majesty has made your decision, I am willing to stand by you and gamble on this outcome." The two exchanged a knowing smile, their resolve unspoken but deeply understood. Meanwhile, in the outskirts of the imperial capital, within the hostage quarters, the chatter of neighbors filled the air. "Did you hear? His Majesty is going to confront the hidden immortal sect's cultivators. They say it's a Wanxiang 7th rank expert, threatening to raze the capital to the ground." Luckily, we're outside the city, so we should be safe. The hidden immortal sect is going too far. Their own people died under mysterious circumstances, and without evidence or the true culprit, they come here demanding someone from Great Zhou? Outrageous. Lin Yu sat quietly within the quarters, listening to the discussions outside. He hadn't expected the Xintian immortal sect to be so unreasonable, failing to locate him. They had instead directly confronted the Great Zhou dynasty, demanding a hostage. Still, it was an ironic twist of fate. After all, hadn't Great Zhou publicly declared him their national protector mage? Since he had benefited from the prestige and deterrence of that title, it was only natural to bear the risks that came with it. Every gain and loss followed its own cause and effect. Kid, came the voice of Ding Yi within Lin Yu's mind. The Xintian immortal sect has sent another Wanxiang 7th rank cultivator. If you manage to kill him and let me devour his essence, it might just push you to break through to Wanxiang 8th rank. Experts of this caliber don't come by often. This is a rare chance. A faint smile played on Lin Yu's lips. A Wanxiang 7th rank cultivator? Alright, I'll take him on. After all, I am the so-called national protector mage they're looking for. Suddenly, Lin Yu's brows furrowed as he looked toward the door. Someone else was approaching, seemingly inviting their own demise. He shook his head with a light chuckle, rising to his feet and heading toward the entrance. In front of the Proton residence, two dimly lit lanterns swayed gently in the night breeze. From the shadows emerged a group of men clad in black, moving like phantoms as they silently gathered at the entrance. Boss, I've scouted the area. There are no experts inside the Proton residence. One of the black-clad men reported in a hushed tone to their leader, a man draped in a dark robe. The leader, Zhang Yong, gestured for his men to form a circle around him. In a low, commanding voice, he issued his orders. Leave no one alive. No witnesses. Understood? Leave no one alive? That's quite ruthless, isn't it? A clear, unhurried voice suddenly interrupted. Zhang Yong's expression darkened with anger. Who dares? Are my orders being questioned? It wasn't us. His subordinates quickly denied, looking around in alarm. Zhang Yong instinctively looked up, only to notice a young man standing behind them, seemingly out of nowhere. The stranger was Lin Yu. His lips curled into a faint, amused smile. Let me guess you're here to kill me, right? Sent by my dear elder brother, perhaps? Zhang Yong scrutinized Lin Yu carefully before realization dawned on him. You're the third prince? But then doubt clouded his face. No, that's impossible. The third prince is a cripple. There's no way he could appear behind us without a sound. Who are you really? Lin Yu shook his head with a hint of mockery. Since you're all loyal lackeys of my elder brother, I assume you're those so-called demon blood warriors, aren't you? Honestly, I don't understand. Why abandon your humanity to turn into half-human, half-demon monstrosities? Zhang Yong's eyes narrowed, a flicker of shock crossing his face. The disappearance of Minister Sun and his men was that you're doing? They did die by my hand, Lin Yu admitted, his tone calm and unapologetic. What should we do, Lord Zhang? One of the men murmured nervously to Zhang Yong. They all knew that Sun Linpu, who had refined a demon core, was far more powerful than any of them. A ruthless glint appeared in Zhang Yong's eyes. There's no turning back now. We die in service to the crown prince. Kill him. Before the words had fully left his mouth, a surge of oppressive demon energy erupted from his body. His eyes turned blood red, his frame swelled unnaturally, and scales spread across his face and arms. In mere moments, he had transformed into a terrifying demon blood warrior. The other black-clad men followed suit, their strength surging as they ascended to the Zifu realm. Kill. Zhang Yong roared, raising his blade and pointing it at Lin Yu. The demon blood warriors brandished their weapons and charged forward without hesitation. Fools courting death, Lin Yu said coldly, his voice laced with disdain. The aura of a Wanxiang realm master exploded forth, crashing down like an unrelenting mountain. One after another, the sound of knees hitting the ground echoed as Zhang Yong and his men buckled under the overwhelming pressure. Their knees shattered, forcing them to kneel before Lin Yu, as if awaiting judgment. This can't be. How can your power be so immense? Zhang Yong managed to lift his head, his face twisted in disbelief as he looked up at Lin Yu. Lin Yu stared down at the group of half-human, half-demon creatures with icy contempt. You were soldiers of the Han dynasty, sworn to serve the empire and the emperor. Yet you betrayed that loyalty to serve the crown prince. This is treachery. Your bodies and souls were gifts from your parents, yet you defiled them by fusing with demon blood. This is unfilial. Traitors and ingrates like you have no right to live. Die. With a single, dismissive snort, Lin Yu unleashed his crushing aura. In an instant, the hearts of Zhang Yong and his men shattered, blood seeping from their orifices as they collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Ding Yi, clean this up for me, Lin Yu said as he summoned the devouring god cauldron. A bunch of Zifu-level warriors? Fine, I'll take them this time as a favor to you. But don't bring me such trash again. Ding Yi grumbled, its voice emanating from the cauldron. Starlight swirled within the artifact as it absorbed the corpses of Zhang Yong and his men until not a trace remained. Lin Yu sighed as he watched the cauldron, shaking his head. It seemed Ding Ye's appetite was growing increasingly selective. Ding Ye's appetite has grown increasingly selective. Once, devouring a cultivator in the Purple Mansion realm would have filled him with glee. Now, even those in the myriad phenomena realm with slightly inferior strength fail to catch his interest. He is eager to urge Lin Yu to challenge the reclusive elders in the void transformation realm from hidden sects. After completely consuming Zhang Yong and the others, Lin Yu raised his head toward the southern wilderness of the Great Han. In the night sky, countless silhouettes of fallen comrades who once fought by his side flickered faintly. Their gazes shimmered like stars, silently questioning him. Why have you not avenged us? How much longer must we wait to see the heads of our enemies? Not much longer, Lin Yu murmured to himself as he turned and headed toward the hostage pavilion. Just wait a little longer. I will soon avenge you. For the 100,000 soldiers who perished in the southern wilderness, the elders of the hidden immortal sects must die. 7 days later, Emperor Zhou stood solemnly before the Imperial palace, wearing the crown of the Son of Heaven and holding the sword of the Emperor. The Prime Minister, with a grave expression, stood behind him gripping a long sword. Civil and military officials, each armed with weapons or magical treasures, stood in 2 orderly rows, awaiting the arrival of Peng Wuti in silence. Behind Emperor Zhou stood 9 Purple Mansion realm cultivators, each wielding dark gold crossbows and forming a battle formation. Their crossbows were already drawn, ready to unleash 9 soul-destroying arrows at the slightest provocation. These arrows, forged specifically to slay myriad phenomena realm cultivators, unleashed a combined force that could kill even a 7th-tier myriad phenomena cultivator. Atop the palace walls, an elderly Purple Mansion 9th-tier cultivator with white hair and beard held a 7-inch short sword in both hands. His expression was solemn, his gaze resolute, fully prepared to face death. The short sword, named Bloodbane, could unleash devastating power capable of slaying myriad phenomena realm cultivators, once infused with the blood of a Purple Mansion 9th-tier expert. Any myriad phenomena cultivator below the 7th tier would stand no chance of survival. To deal with Peng Wuti, the great Zhou dynasty had revealed all its trump cards. Your Majesty, the elder of the Xintian immortal sect, has been sighted outside the Imperial city. The commander of the Imperial guards hurried forward, his expression grave as he reported the appearance of Peng Wuti. Prepare for battle. Emperor Zhou gripped the celestial sword tightly, his voice steady and resolute. In an instant, war drums thundered before the palace gates, and the clattering of armor filled the air. A great battle was on the verge of erupting. In the distance, a figure clad in azure robes approached at a leisurely pace. It was none other than Peng Wuti, the elder of the Xintian immortal sect. Observing the Zhou dynasty's court poised for confrontation, he wore a faint, dismissive smile, utterly unperturbed. Ruler of the Zhou dynasty, have you made your decision? Do you truly intend to oppose the immortal sect? Peng Wuti's voice carried across the battlefield, calm yet commanding. Emperor Zhou let out a cold laugh. Our Zhou dynasty has never provoked the Xintian immortal sect, yet Elder Peng presses us relentlessly, demanding the culprit. Is this not your way of forcing us into war? I've heard, Peng Wuti said with a meaningful glance at the emperor, that your dynasty's national guardian is a long-absent warrior of the Buddhist sect, said to possess extraordinary power. Within your borders, only someone of his caliber could have slain Feng Yifei, Jiang Xian, and Zhang Ling. The national guardian is elusive, his whereabouts unknown even to me, Emperor Zhou replied, shaking his head. Elusive indeed, Peng Wuti sneered. I suspect he's hiding because he harbors guilt for murdering disciples of the immortal sect. Now that I've come to visit, he dares not show his face. Seeing the flicker of unease in Emperor Zhou's expression, Peng Wuti grew more certain that the deaths of Feng Yifei and the others were connected to the Zhou dynasty's national guardian. You can take these accusations to the national guardian himself, Emperor Zhou said firmly, but I truly do not know where he is. Elder Peng, if you insist on pressing this matter, then today we have no choice but to meet in battle. Battle? Against me? Do you think you're worthy? Peng Wuti's gaze swept over the gathered forces with disdain. Come at me all at once, so no one can say I bullied the weak. Then we fight. Attack. Emperor Zhou drew the celestial sword and pointed it at Peng Wuti, his voice thunderous. Behind him, 9 royal enforcers raised their dark golden crossbows, aiming directly at the elder. Yet Peng Wuti regarded them as though they were mere insects. The 9 enforcers awaited the emperor's signal, their eyes fixed on him. Seeing that Peng Wuti showed no intention of retreating, Emperor Zhou gritted his teeth and shouted, "Fire!" He silently reassured himself that Peng Wuti, at most a 7th-grade Wanxiang cultivator, could still be challenged with the Zhou dynasty's trump cards, the soul-breaking arrows and the blood shadow daggers. 9 arrows tore through the air, blazing toward Peng Wuti with such speed that even Wanxiang cultivators would struggle to evade them. But Peng Wuti merely shook his head, sneering as he unsheathed his sword and swept it horizontally. A dazzling silver lightning bolt split the sky, its thunderous roar echoing across the Imperial city moments later. The 9 arrows, designed to slay even 7th-grade Wanxiang cultivators, disintegrated into ash upon contact with the silver lightning. The sword's residual energy carved a deep trench dozens of feet long into the ground. Your Majesty, the soul-breaking arrows, they were destroyed. The Prime Minister's face turned ashen. No one had anticipated that Peng Wuti, supposedly a mere 7th-grade Wanxiang cultivator, could so effortlessly nullify weapons capable of killing those of his rank. A sword cultivator, he's a sword cultivator. Emperor Zhou's voice trembled as he revealed the truth. The court fell into greater panic upon hearing this. Sword cultivators were known for their combat prowess, far surpassing others of the same level. If Peng Wuti had reached the 8th grade of Wanxiang, even the blood shadow daggers would be ineffective against him. Peng Wuti smirked derisively. So, this is the vaunted strength of the Zhou dynasty? Pathetic. Even as he spoke, his spiritual energy surged, accompanied by the deafening roar of thunder. Silver lightning coiled around him like chains, transforming him into a figure of divine wrath, a thunder god descending to the mortal realm. The overwhelming pressure of his presence made it impossible for anyone to look directly at him. Emperor Zhou stood atop the city wall, his face ashen and his eyes glinting with icy determination. In a cold, commanding tone, he ordered, "Summon the black armored cavalry into the city. Wang Gongfeng, unleash the blood fiend sword." At once, came the unified response from his subordinates. A signal firework shot into the sky, and the gates of the Vermilion Bird Gate swung open. The black armored cavalry, clad in black heavy armor, marched in perfect formation, 3 riders per row. Their long lances gleamed menacingly under the cold light. With thunderous hoofbeats, they charged toward the Imperial Palace. On the city wall, the royal enforcer moved with precision. Drawing the blood fiend sword, he slashed his wrist without hesitation. As blood flowed freely, the blade seemed to come alive, greedily absorbing the crimson liquid. A dim, pulsating red glow emerged from the sword, like a primordial beast awakening from slumber. The light grew brighter and more intense, eventually forming a blinding scarlet arc. Despite his pallid face, the enforcer showed no hesitation as he swung the sword in a deadly arc toward Peng Wuti. The scarlet energy roared through the air, hurtling toward Peng Wuti's head. Pathetic weaklings, daring to court death. Peng Wuti sneered, raising his long sword to meet the attack. With a flash of silver lightning, his thunderous blade intent cleaved the scarlet arc in two. The residual sword energy surged forward, targeting the royal enforcer atop the city wall. In an instant, the enforcer and his blood fiend sword were reduced to dust, and the city wall crumbled with a deafening crash, sending clouds of debris into the air. Peng Wuti turned, his gaze falling upon the rapidly advancing black armored cavalry. A disdainful smirk curled at his lips. With a casual swing of his sword, a sharp wave of silver energy rippled outward, slicing through the cavalry's ranks. Amid the explosive chaos, the first 10 or so rows of the black armored cavalry were obliterated, their formations shattered. The following ranks were caught off guard, with riders and horses tumbling in disarray. The Imperial street descended into utter chaos, shrieking horses, the anguished cries of soldiers, and blood mist filled the air. The area became a scene of hellish carnage, with the wails of the dying echoing endlessly. Emperor Zhou stared at the chaotic scene of the Xuanjia Iron Cavalry being overwhelmed, despair flickering in his eyes. On the Imperial street, where Peng Wuti's sword light swept through, the Iron Cavalry soldiers fell one after another, unable even to gather their spiritual energy for a counterattack. Ruler of the Great Zhou, if you have any tricks left, bring them out. I, Peng Wuti, will take them all. Peng Wuti turned to face Emperor Zhou, a mocking glint in his eyes. Emperor Zhou remained silent. He had exhausted all his means, yet he could do nothing to stop Peng Wuti. It seems you've run out of options, Peng Wuti sneered. Today, I, Peng Wuti, shall wipe out the Zhou royal family and let the world know Xuantian immortal sect cannot be insulted. He laughed maniacally, striding slowly toward the ministers of Great Zhou. The officials behind Emperor Zhou raised their weapons, ready to fight to the death. Pathetic ants. I can crush you all with just one finger. Peng Wuti scoffed disdainfully. Is that so? Then why don't you try crushing me? A voice suddenly rang out from behind. Peng Wuti spun around abruptly, only to see a figure standing amidst the blood-soaked street. The figure wore a wide-brimmed hat and a black veil, concealing their face. Could it be the protector of the nation? Emperor Zhou gasped in disbelief. The ministers were equally stunned, staring at the mysterious figure as if a savior had appeared. So, you're the so-called protector of the nation for the Great Zhou dynasty? Peng Wuti scrutinized the figure coldly, a trace of caution flashing in his eyes. Protector of the nation? I don't know about that, but I have indeed rid Great Zhou of many demonic cultivators and fiends, Lin Yu said casually, shaking his head. Peng Wuti unleashed the oppressive might of a 7th-grade myriad phenomena martial artist, a wave of power crashing toward Lin Yu like a massive tide. Lin Yu snorted lightly and retaliated with his own 7th-grade myriad phenomena aura. The two forces clashed fiercely in midair. A 7th-grade myriad phenomena martial artist. Peng Wuti exclaimed in shock. Who are you? Which hidden immortal sect do you come from? The great Zhou officials were equally astonished. Though Emperor Zhou felt a moment of relief, the fact that Lin Yu was a swordsman still left him uneasy. Enough talk. Make your move, Lin Yu said coldly. Peng Wuti erupted with 1,000 bolts of lightning, appearing before Lin Yu in an instant. His long sword slashed down, unleashing a thunderous sword intent. Lin Yu summoned the Wind Rider sword, countering with a fiery sword intent. The two forces collided, shaking the entire Imperial street to its core, with nearby buildings collapsing in the aftermath. Peng Wuti was forced back several steps. It was then he realized Lin Yu was also a swordsman. A sudden thought struck him. The one who killed Senior Brother Feng also wielded fiery sword intent. Were Senior Brother Feng and the others all killed by you? The Xintian immortal sect is rotten from the top down. I'm merely helping you clean house. You should be thanking me, Lin Yu admitted without hesitation. Good. So it was indeed your great Zhou dynasty's doing. Peng Wuti growled through gritted teeth. Anyone who harms disciples of the Xintian immortal sect deserves to die. Today, all of you will join Senior Brother Feng in death. Peng Wuti's gaze locked onto Lin Yu. His teeth clenched as he growled, Today, I'll show you the true power of a sword cultivator. The long sword in his hand began to hum, its blade trembling violently, like a silver serpent about to break free from its restraints. Slowly, Peng Wuti opened his palm, and the sword rose into the air, hovering in front of him, its tip aimed directly at Lin Yu. Lightning danced along the blade, silver currents slithering like snakes. Sword control technique, the Prime Minister exclaimed in shock, his face paling. This advanced skill, merging spiritual energy with a flying sword, was immensely powerful. Emperor Zhou looked at Lin Yu with a grave expression, worry evident in his eyes. Peng Wuti let out a sinister laugh and commanded the flying sword forward. In a flash of silver light, the sword shot through the air, leaving behind a glowing trail that lingered like a scar in the sky. Sword control technique? Lin Yu chuckled lightly. What a coincidence, I know it too. He released his grip on the Wind Rider's sword, and the blade quivered slightly before slowly rising into the air. Flames ignited along its surface, gathering into a fiery aura that resembled a crimson crane soaring through the heavens. Go! Lin Yu commanded coldly. The two flying swords collided fiercely 10 zhang away, the clash of their spiritual energies reducing the jade tiles beneath them to dust. The shockwave swept through the area, throwing the armored cavalry who had just regained their footing into chaos once again. The silver light on Peng Wuti's sword dissipated, and the blade, now powerless, returned to him, embedding itself into the ground at an angle. Impossible! Peng Wuti stared at Lin Yu in disbelief. As the only sword cultivator in the Xintian immortal sect who had mastered the sword control technique, he had always regarded warriors below the myriad phases realm as mere ants. The surrounding officials of the Zhou dynasty let out sighs of relief, murmuring among themselves as they speculated about the origins of the nation's mysterious protector. A crazed look flashed in Peng Wuti's eyes as he retrieved a blood-red pill from his robes. You're strong, but you're still just at the 7th level of the myriad phases realm. Once I take this pill and ascend to the 8th level, I'll crush you into dust. He sneered as he swallowed the pill. Instantly, black demonic energy erupted from his body, enveloping him in a cocoon of darkness. Painful groans escaped from within as waves of malevolent energy rippled outward. Your Majesty, that's a demonic blood-devouring pillet forcibly increases one's cultivation. This is bad, the Prime Minister said, his face ashen. The Emperor of Zhou shook his head with a bitter smile. We have similar pills in our royal treasury, but it's too late to offer one to the protector now. The Grand Zhou secret vault houses numerous divine weapons and ancient elixirs, yet without a cultivator of the myriad phenomena realm to oversee it, their true power remains untapped. For those lacking the necessary strength, these treasures can prove fatal should an ancient elixir fall into the hands of a cultivator at the Purple Mansion realm. Its rampant energy could burn their spiritual essence to ashes. At that very moment, the demonic cocoon exploded with a deafening roar, sending waves of black demonic energy rippling outward. Emerging from the chaos was Peng Wuti, his figure now clearly visible to all. His eyes burned with twin black flames of demonic fire, exuding an ominous aura. The pressure emanating from him was far heavier than before. With the boost of the demonic blood spirit devour elixir, His power had surged to the 8th grade of the myriad phenomena realm. Peng Wudi's gaze, sharp as a blade, swept over Emperor Zhou and the others. The instant their eyes met his, a searing pain pierced their vision, forcing them to avert their gaze from his razor-like stare. Such was the terrifying might of a cultivator at the 8th grade of the myriad phenomena realm. Peng Wudi let out a wild, triumphant laugh as he summoned his flying sword, now entwined with crackling silver lightning. The blade's silver radiance surged, transforming into a raging silver dragon cloaked in black demonic energy, its scales gleaming with a sinister sheen. The sword's power had ascended to a terrifying level, capable of effortlessly slaying a cultivator at the 7th grade of the myriad phenomena realm. Lin Yu calmly raised his arm, and his wind-borne sword flew back to his side. The crimson flames on its blade began to condense, gradually shifting to a golden hue. Die! Peng Wudi roared, shoving his palm forward. The silver dragon-like sword let out an earth-shaking roar, morphing into a silver-black streak of light, surging toward Lin Yu with unstoppable force. Wherever the sword's energy passed, it carved a deep trench through the Imperial Avenue, slicing the surrounding buildings cleanly in half. The structures collapsed with a thunderous crash, shrouding the Imperial city in clouds of dust and leaving destruction in its wake. Peng Wudi's sword strike shook the entire Imperial city. The silver-black flying sword, wrapped in lightning and dark energy, shot toward Lin Yu like a bolt of lightning, its power comparable to the full-force attack of a 9-rank Wanxiang realm warrior. Facing this terrifying assault, Lin Yu remained unflinching. Gripping the Windmaster's sword tightly, the flames on its blade transformed into a dazzling golden blaze. As he swung his sword downward, the golden flames converged into a blazing orb, resembling a radiant golden sun, directly clashing against the destructive flying sword. With a deafening roar, the entire Imperial city trembled. Lin Yu's great sun demon-slaying sword cut through with unstoppable force, slicing Peng Wudi's flying sword in two. The lightning and dark energy contained within the flying sword dissipated instantly in the golden flames, which continued forward with undiminished momentum, streaking toward Peng Wudi like a shooting star. Peng Wudi stood frozen, disbelief etched on his face. The attack he unleashed with the aid of the demonic blood-devouring pill, elevating his strength to the 8-rank Wanxiang realm, had been so effortlessly neutralized by Lin Yu. Fear gripped his heart, and all he could think of was escaping from this opponent, who had now become his living nightmare. In a desperate bid to survive, Peng Wudi forcibly gathered all his remaining spiritual energy and unleashed his thunder sword intent in an attempt to defend himself. Yet, this defense crumbled like paper before the might of the great sun demon-slaying sword. In an instant, the golden sword light pierced through, leaving a deep, bone-revealing gash across his chest as blood poured down his body, turning him into a figure drenched in crimson. Clinging to his last shred of life, Peng Wudi struggled to control his broken sword, attempting to send a warning to his sect. On the advice of Ding Yi, Lin Yu chose not to interfere, watching coldly as Peng Wudi transmitted the message back to the Xintian immortal sect, eagerly anticipating the arrival of more challengers. With the last of his strength, Peng Wudi sent the message: the Grand Zhou dynasty's national advisor possesses immense power. Request the sect master to come out of seclusion and eliminate this threat. Along with his broken sword, into the clouds, where it disappeared from sight. As Lin Yu approached him, Peng Wudi continued to issue futile threats, but these meant nothing to Lin Yu, who had already slain numerous disciples of the Xintian immortal sect. Even when Emperor Zhou suggested keeping Peng Wudi alive as a bargaining chip, Lin Yu dismissed the idea with a casual gesture, striking Peng Wudi's head with his palm and obliterating his soul. Oh, what was it you were saying just now? Lin Yu turned to Emperor Zhou with a faint smile, while Peng Wudi's lifeless body collapsed heavily at his feet. Emperor Zhou's face showed a faint bitter smile as he gently shook his head and said, "It's all fine now." Hearing this, Lin Yu nodded slightly, reached out to lift Peng Wudi's corpse, and said in a calm tone, "I'll take care of this body. As for the rest, I'll leave it to you." Before his words had fully settled, his figure soared into the sky. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared into the clouds, leaving the court officials of the Great Zhou dynasty gazing at the heavens in awe. Though many were curious as to why Lin Yu had taken Peng Wudi's corpse, no one dared to ask. Instead, they watched him leave with eyes full of gratitude. "We won. We actually won," one minister couldn't help but exclaim softly. "I never thought our Great Zhou dynasty could truly withstand the assault of a hidden sect." The National Protector Mage is incredibly powerful. Even after Peng Wudi consumed pills to elevate his strength to the 8th rank of the Myriad Phenomena realm, he was still no match for him. What's so surprising about that? Another minister chimed in. The National Protector Mage is a sword cultivator capable of flying 1,000 miles with his blade. His strength must far surpass that of the Suqin prince from the Great Han dynasty. The officials of the Great Zhou dynasty murmured among themselves as they looked in the direction where Lin Yu had disappeared. If not for his timely intervention, they would likely have perished today. Their narrow escape filled them with immense gratitude toward Lin Yu. If it weren't for the fact that no one had ever seen his true appearance, someone might already be proposing to erect statues and build a shrine in his honor. The Prime Minister let out a long breath of relief and turned to Emperor Zhou, saying, "Your Majesty, having the National Protector Mage on our side is truly a blessing for the great Zhou dynasty. After today, even if the Xintian immortal sect seeks revenge, they will have to think twice before acting." He continued his analysis. The Xintian immortal sect may claim to have void transformation realm masters, but those experts are all in seclusion to extend their lifespans. If they were to emerge, their previous efforts would be wasted, and their lifespan drastically reduced. For those aging void transformation realm masters, taking action again could very well lead to their demise. Therefore, unless their sect faces annihilation, they would not act rashly. As for other 8th or 9th rank myriad phenomena realm warriors, with the National Protector Mage here, they pose no threat at all. After hearing this analysis, Emperor Zhou also came to understand the situation clearly. He immediately gave a loud order. "Send out the decree. The court will fully compensate for all houses destroyed today. For the royal guardians and the Xuanjia cavalry who perished in battle, their families must receive generous compensation." He paused briefly, then raised his voice even further. "Additionally, announced to the world, the National Protector Mage of the Great Zhou Dynasty has slain an 8th rank myriad phenomena realm expert from the Xintian immortal sect." Upon hearing the decree, the officials knelt in unison and shouted in unison, "Congratulations, Your Majesty! The National Protector Mage's might is unparalleled. Long live the Great Zhou Dynasty!" After leaving the Great Zhou Dynasty, Lin Yu went straight to Lanrua Temple. He casually tossed Peng Wudi's lifeless body onto the ground and summoned the devouring god cauldron. "Cauldron Master, hurry up and devour him. If we wait until the effects of the potential stimulating pill wear off, his cultivation level will drop to 6th grade of the myriad phenomena realm. That would be a huge loss." Lin Yu urged anxiously. "Don't rush. The pill's effects won't dissipate that quickly." The Cauldron Master replied with a deep, amused chuckle. "By acting now, I can refine the remaining spiritual energy within the pill's effects along with his power. This time, it might even help you break through to the 8th grade of the myriad phenomena realm." As the Cauldron Master's voice trailed off, ripples of starlight emanated outward, enveloping Peng Wudi's corpse before slowly drawing it into the devouring god cauldron. "The timing is impeccable," the Cauldron Master said with satisfaction. He died almost immediately after taking the pill, leaving most of its spiritual energy intact. This type of pill, driven by demonic energy, draws out a warrior's potential, rapidly absorbing spiritual energy to grant a temporary surge in power. However, the cost is steep once the effects fade. Their cultivation level drops by an entire grade. "What are you implying, Cauldron Master?" Lin Yu asked, a hint of curiosity in his tone. "Heh." The Cauldron Master let out a smug laugh. "If I can devour more of these pills, I could refine a new type of pill, one that not only boosts strength but also purges demonic energy, with virtually no harm to the warrior." "That's easy." Lin Yu's eyes lit up with excitement. "I'll scour the marketplaces for every type of pill I can find. And if that's not enough, we'll pay a visit to the secret treasury of the great Zhou royal family." The thought of such a miraculous pill filled him with anticipation. With this trump card in hand, even at the 8th grade of the myriad phenomena realm, he would have the confidence to face a void transformation realm expert. "No need to rush," the Cauldron Master replied. "Focus on breaking through to the 8th grade first." Lin Yu stowed away the devouring god cauldron and transformed into a streak of light, heading toward the Proton residence. Over the next few days, news of the Great Zhou's protector of the nation slaying a hidden sect's myriad phenomena 8th grade expert in broad daylight spread like wildfire. It swept across the entire Great Zhou and even reached neighboring nations. Within the Great Zhou, aristocratic families and sects that had previously distanced themselves from the Imperial authority began sending envoys to the capital, pledging their allegiance to the royal family. Meanwhile, the man behind all this, Lin Yu, was quietly hiding in the secluded Proton residence. There, he cultivated day and night, using the spiritual energy refined from Peng Wudi by the Cauldron Master to prepare for his breakthrough to the 8th grade of the myriad phenomena realm. As the rumor of the Great Zhou possessing a myriad phenomena 7th grade expert spread across the land, it even alarmed the hidden sections. Countless forces dispatched disciples to investigate the truth. For a time, the Great Zhou's capital became a gathering place for powerful figures, aristocratic families, major sects, and even disciples from secluded immortal sects all converged on the city, eager to catch a glimpse of the protector of the nation. Yet, after his dazzling appearance and the slaying of Peng Wudi, the protector of the nation disappeared without a trace. While others scoured the land for him, Lin Yu quietly achieved his breakthrough to the 8th grade of the myriad phenomena realm within the Proton residence. This time, the breakthrough was remarkably smooth. devoid of the usual raging storms of spiritual energy. How does it feel to break through, kid? The cauldron master asked. Like an endless river of spiritual energy, flowing ceaselessly, Lin Yu replied with a confident smile. If I face someone like Peng Wudi again, I wouldn't even need to use the Great Sun demon-slaying sword. A single strike imbued with the intent of the wind sword would be enough to claim his life. Now that's more like it, the cauldron master said matter-of-factly. You're a sacred emperor sword physically if you can't defeat enemies across realms. What good are you? But don't get ahead of yourself. You're still far from being able to take down a void transformation realm expert. Now that I've reached the 8th grade, it's time to head to the capital to gather pills for you, Cauldron Master, Lin Yu said with a chuckle. While he still couldn't defeat a void transformation realm expert, he knew that once the Cauldron Master crafted that miraculous pill, the goal wouldn't be out of reach. Just then, a crisp voice called out from outside the courtyard, "Third Royal Uncle." Third Royal Uncle. Lin Yu opened the door to see Chuchu approaching. Dressed in a flowing azure dress and carrying a sword on her back, she exuded an air of heroic elegance. The frail little girl from before had blossomed into a poised and graceful young woman. Chuchu, what brings you here? Lin Yu asked, his eyes softening with a hint of pride and warmth. Chuchu looked at Lin Yu in astonishment, her delicate face tinged with anger. Third uncle, don't tell me you know nothing about this? Unbelievable. The servants in the hostage quarters have gone too far. How dare they keep you in the dark about everything? I'm going to see Emperor Zhou and ask him if this is how they treat the princes of the Han dynasty. Lin Yu shook his head with a smile. I haven't been paying attention to these matters lately. Chuchu, you haven't answered me yet. Third uncle, Chuchu said with a faint, bitter smile on her lips, her voice soft. Ever since the news broke that the Zhou dynasty is guarded by a martial artist of the 8th rank in the myriad phenomena realm, all the major powers have sent their disciples to investigate. Aside from the secluded sects that can remain above such matters, all other forces must determine the truth of the rumors before deciding how to deal with the Zhou dynasty. After all, it's an 8th rank myriad phenomena martial artist. Since I've been to the Zhou capital before and am a princess of the Han dynasty, my sect entrusted me with this important task to gather information. What about 7th sister? Lin Yu asked curiously, looking at her. Even if they sent you because you're a Han princess, wouldn't the 7th princess, also a Han royal, be a more fitting choice? And is busy with her cultivation and doesn't have time to come. Chuchu shook her head lightly before breaking into a smile. I came straight to find you as soon as I arrived in the capital. Third uncle, come explore the city with me and help me gather some information. All right, I was planning to head into the city to buy some pills anyway. Lin Yu agreed, leading Chuchu out of the hostage quarters. Pills. Chuchu walked beside Lin Yu, her eyes glimmering with curiosity as she couldn't help but study him. Third uncle, what kind of pills are you planning to buy? Don't tell me you can cultivate again and want to use the pills to quickly enhance your strength? Lin Yu shook his head lightly, continuing to conceal the fact that his cultivation had already been restored. My Dantian and spiritual sea are like a leaky vessel, they can't hold any spiritual energy. How could I possibly cultivate again? I've just recently developed an interest in pills and want to study them on my own, so I'm planning to buy some for reference. A radiant smile spread across Chuchu's face, as though she was eager to share an exciting revelation. Third uncle, I found a way to help you regain your strength and become the genius prince of the Han dynasty once more. Although Lin Yu had regained his strength, with his cultivation level surpassing its former peak, he couldn't help but feel a jolt upon hearing Chuchu's words. Third royal uncle, Chuchu's eyes sparkled with excitement. I discovered something incredible in the sect's ancient texts, a place called the Earth Vein Dragon Spring. It's said that if a martial artist bathes in its waters, not only will any hidden injuries instantly heal, but their body will become as tough as steel. Her gaze was filled with anticipation as she looked at Lin Yu. Training there would skyrocket one's cultivation. It's the kind of sacred ground countless martial artists dream of. Third royal uncle, though your Dantian and Chi Si were damaged, this might be the key to repairing them and putting you back on the path of cultivation. Such a place exists? Lin Yu asked in astonishment, though his true question was directed at Ding Yi, the ancient artifact spirit residing in his consciousness. Ding Yi pondered for a moment. Let me think. Ever since I descended to the mortal realm, much of my memory has become hazy. Chuchu continued, her voice brimming with determination. I've already narrowed down the location of the Earth Vein Dragon Spring. Once I find it, I'll take you there to cleanse your body and rebuild your foundation. You'll regain your former glory. All right, I'll wait for your good news, Lin Yu replied with a faint smile, though inwardly, he was more eager for Ding Ye's verdict. After a brief pause, Ding Yi finally spoke. I remember now. The Earth Vein Dragon Spring is real. It originated during the creation of the world, formed by the immense pressure of spiritual stones. The spring's energy surpasses that of spiritual crystals, and it's said to forge a sacred spirit body comparable to the Holy Emperor's sword physique. Such a body is naturally attuned to spiritual energy, allowing for cultivation at an extraordinary pace. There really is such a treasure? Lin Yu was stunned. Ding Yi chuckled greedily. Kid, this is a once-in-a-lifetime find. You mustn't let it fall into someone else's hands. If I could absorb the entire spring, helping you ascend to the void transformation realm would be as easy as flipping a hand. Lin Yu silently resolved that if Chuchu managed to locate the spring, he would ensure she shared in its fortune. The two soon arrived at GCI Zhai, the largest apothecary in the Imperial capital. This establishment, a colossal enterprise spanning multiple empires, was renowned as the foremost apothecary in the world. Its inventory included rare elixirs and treasures of nature. Located near Royal Street, its headquarters had miraculously escaped the destruction caused by Lin Yu's previous battle with Peng Wudi. Now, with nobles, sect disciples, and powerful families gathering from all over, GCI Zhai was bustling like never before. As Lin Yu and Chuchu were about to step inside, a voice called out from behind. Chuchu, a young man in white robes, holding a folding fan, hurried toward them with a look of surprise and delight. Chuchu, it's really you. I can't believe we ran into each other here. Chuchu frowned slightly, clearly unable to place him. And you are? You don't remember me? I'm Yang Sheng. We met a few times when I accompanied my master to visit Ling Tian's sect. The young man seemed incredulous. Sorry, I don't recall. Chuchu replied with a shake of her head. Seeing this, Lin Yu interjected without hesitation. Chuchu, let's go. Yang Sheng stepped in their way, blocking their path. Hold on. Who are you? And what gives you the right to decide whether Chuchu stays or leaves? One of Yang Sheng's companions smirked and teased. Yang junior brother, she just said she doesn't remember you. Why bother? All that talk about a private arrangement with a Ling Tian sect disciple seems to be just a fantasy. Yang Sheng's face flushed red. Impossible. Back then, you smiled at me several times. Lin Yu's expression darkened. This man dared to spread rumors about Chuchu being betrothed to him? Such slander could not be tolerated. When did Chuchu ever make such an arrangement with you? Unless you explain yourself clearly today, you won't be leaving. You're Chuchu? And who are you to her? Yang Sheng's gaze darted between Lin Yu and Chuchu, suspicion written all over his face. Chuchu let out a soft humph, then affectionately took Lin Yu's arm. This is my third royal uncle. He speaks for me in all matters. Third royal uncle? Yang Sheng froze for a moment before a sneer spread across his face. Ah, so you're the infamous third prince of the great Han Empire, the one who had his cultivation crippled. What a disgrace. Clang. The crisp sound of a sword being unsheathed echoed sharply as Chuchu pointed her long sword directly at Yang Sheng, her delicate face frosted with an icy determination. I don't care who you are, bullying third royal uncle is unacceptable. Apologize to him now, or I'll make sure you pay with your blood. You draw your sword against me for the sake of a worthless man? After all the affection I've shown you. Yang Sheng's face flushed red with anger, his eyes beginning to glow with a sinister crimson light. Something's not right. This boy has demonic energy in him. An elderly voice suddenly warned it was Ding Yi, speaking with urgency. Hearing this, Lin Yu carefully examined Yang Sheng. The young man's eyes were filled with a blood-red gleam, and his skin had turned an alarming shade of crimson, as if scorched by flames. His entire body seemed on the verge of bursting, resembling a boiled prawn ready to bleed. Yang Shidi, what's happening to you? The onlookers gasped, their voices filled with shock and concern. Kill you all. They'll kill every last one of you. Yang Sheng had lost all sense of reason. His face contorted into a grotesque mask of greed, rage, envy, and hatred. His once handsome features twisted into something monstrous. His eyes burned with an insatiable bloodlust, his mind consumed by a singular, destructive desire to annihilate everything before him. This is bad. Yang Shidi has succumbed to demonic possession. Quickly, we must restrain him, someone shouted. The crowd finally snapped into action, launching coordinated strikes toward Yang Sheng's shoulders, wrists, and back in an attempt to subdue him. Die! Yang Sheng roared, his voice reverberating like thunder. The demonic energy within him erupted outward, forming black ripples that surged through the air, engulfing everything within a radius of several dozen feet. His fellow disciples were blasted backward by the force, crashing heavily to the ground. Nearby buildings trembled and cracked under the pressure, the chaos leaving people and horses alike in disarray. Empowered by the demonic energy, Yang Sheng's strength had skyrocketed to terrifying levels. His former peers now stood no chance against him. As the wave of dark energy surged toward her and Lin Yu, Chuchu swung her sword with precision, slicing through the oppressive force with a chilling burst of sword energy. She turned to Lin Yu, her expression resolute. Third royal uncle, you need to leave. He'll handle this. Chuchu. Lin Yu's voice faltered as he stared at her in astonishment. Defending the righteous path is the duty of every martial artist, Chuchu said firmly, gripping her sword tightly. Whether we're in the Han Dynasty or the Zhou Dynasty, I cannot stand by and let a demon cultivator wreak havoc. With that, she turned to face the fully corrupted Yang Sheng, her resolve unwavering. At that moment, Lin Yu saw her not as the little girl who used to beg him for stories, but as a true warrior, ready to take on her responsibilities. Yet he also knew that the demonic power Yang Sheng now wielded far surpassed Chuchu's capabilities. She stood no chance against him. As the crowd scattered in terror, Lin Yu raised his hand, brushing his fingers across his brow. In an instant, the wind-born sword emerged from its hidden place within the soul-devouring cauldron. The blade soared into the sky, transforming into a streak of blazing crimson light that screamed through the air, hurtling directly toward Yang Sheng. It's the protector of the nation. The protector of the nation has intervened. With the protector here, these demonic cultivators are as good as dead. The crowd's fear gave way to fervent hope as they gazed at the flaming sword with awe and reverence. As Chuchu charged toward Yang Sheng, a sharp whistle rang out behind her. The crimson light streaked past her, piercing straight through Yang Sheng's chest before shooting upward, spiraling above the Zhou dynasty's imperial city. Suk Qinhuang. Chuchu's heart skipped a beat, but she quickly dismissed the thought. Suk Qinhuang was known for his mastery of wind element sword techniques, yet the power she had just witnessed bore the unmistakable mark of fire. Moreover, this was the Zhou Empire's capital. There was no way Suk Qinhuang could be here. Though the sword strike had run Yang Sheng through, no blood spilled from his body. Instead, his form began to swell grotesquely, ballooning into a hulking figure that weighed at least 300 pounds. His crimson skin stretched taut, the veins beneath bulging ominously. At the center of his chest, his blood gathered into a fiery orb, burning like a malevolent flame. His entire body now resembled a grotesque, glowing lantern made of human skin. Boom! Yang Sheng's body exploded without warning, releasing a torrent of blood that swept across the battlefield. Something's wrong. Lin Yu muttered from a distance, his brows furrowed in concentration. The wind-born sword, still ablaze with searing flames, descended from the sky, planting itself firmly in front of Chuchu. The radiant fire consumed every drop of the demonic blood before it could reach her. Yang Sheng's self-detonated demonic blood spread rapidly, like a deadly plague. Cries of agony erupted from those tainted by the blood, as the surrounding demonic energy surged toward the victims like ravenous beasts. In an instant, their eyes turned crimson, their faces twisted and grotesque, filled with the same frenzied bloodlust that mirrored Yang Sheng's own madness. Something's wrong. Run! Someone in the crowd shouted in panic. The demonic blood from these self-destructing cultivators can drag people into the demonic path. Be careful, everyone. Don't let the blood touch you. Another voice warned urgently. Amid the chaos, the crowd's hope rested on the flaming flying sword hovering before Chuchu. Don't panic. As long as the protector of the nation acts, all those who have succumbed to the demonic path will be eradicated. Lin Yu focused his thoughts, and the crimson flames on the Wind Rider's sword flared intensely. In a flash of light, the sword became a streaking shadow, darting toward those whose bodies were beginning to swell unnaturally. The fiery sword intent instantly ignited them, and within moments, several human-shaped torches blazed along the street. Before any of the corrupted individuals could self-detonate, Lin Yu's flames reduced them to ashes, scattering them into the wind. Yet the crisis was far from over. From various parts of the Imperial city, terrified screams echoed incessantly. Lin Yu directed the Wind Rider's sword into the air, surveying the entire Great Zhou Imperial city from above. His brow furrowed deeply. There were at least 7 or 8 locations where similar demonic cultivators had appeared, just like Yang Sheng. Their self-detonations had caused the demonic blood to spread further, pushing hundreds more to the brink of self-destruction. If not dealt with immediately, the entire Imperial city would descend into a catastrophic bloodbath. Guided by Lin Yu, the Wind Rider's sword streaked toward the epicenters of the outbreaks. Wherever the crimson flames passed, the corrupted were reduced to ash. In a matter of moments, the crisis that threatened to devastate the Great Zhou Imperial city was finally quelled by Lin Yu's decisive intervention. Third Royal Uncle. Chuchu's voice echoed from afar. Lin Yu swiftly maneuvered his Wind Rider's sword. Returning to the Proton Pavilion to wait, couldn't risk retracting the blood-stained flying sword into his spiritual sea under so many watchful eyes. Chuchu hurried to Lin Yu's side, scanning him up and down to ensure he was unharmed before letting out a sigh of relief. Gripping his sleeve, she fired off a rapid string of questions. Was that the Grand Protector of Zhou who intervened just now? He looks so much like the Duke of Su from the Han Dynasty, but one wields the sword will of fire, and the other wields the sword will of wind. Who do you think is stronger? Lin Yu could only look at Chuchu helplessly. Both the Duke of Su from the Han Dynasty and the Grand Protector of Zhou were merely personas he had created. If Chuchu discovered the truth, he couldn't imagine what her expression would be. Third Royal Uncle. Are we still going to Jisai Apothecary for medicine? Chuchu's gaze shifted toward the apothecary. Of course. Since we're here, we can't possibly leave empty-handed. Linyu smiled and led Chuchu into Jisai Apothecary. The two bought one of each type of pill before leaving with their hands full. At the entrance to the Proton Pavilion, Chuchu bid Linyu farewell and returned to the guest quarters. She was accompanying her sect elder and couldn't abandon Zhongling to act on her own. Linyu watched her figure fade into the distance before entering the Proton Pavilion. Inside, the Windrider's sword hovered in the air, emanating a faint azure glow. With a slight motion of his finger, the sword transformed into a streak of light and disappeared into his spiritual sea, where it was absorbed by the devouring god cauldron. Kid, hurry up and bring out those pills, the cauldron spirit demanded impatiently. Linyu laid out over 100 different types of pills and summoned the devouring god cauldron. With a smile, he said, "They're all yours, old cauldron. If it's not enough, I can always make another trip to the Zhou royal treasury. No rush. Let me devour these first." The cauldron spirit chuckled softly. The devouring god cauldron emitted ripples of starlight, sweeping up the pills in an instant. The room was soon filled with an intense medicinal fragrance, while the cauldron's starlight surged, fully refining the pill's energies. Linyu sat cross-legged, closing his eyes to meditate, though the image of those demonic cultivators lingered in his mind. The sudden appearance of so many who had fallen to the demonic path within the Zhou Imperial city was undoubtedly suspicious. Meanwhile, in the Imperial study, Your Majesty, 9 locations in the capital experienced demonic outbreaks today, nearly resulting in a full-blown disaster. Fortunately, the Grand Protector of Zhou intervened in time to avert catastrophe, the Prime Minister reported solemnly. Emperor Zhou's face darkened. Another demonic outbreak. Why is our Zhou dynasty plagued by so many calamities? Where are these demonic outbreaks even coming from? The previous conflict with the Xintian immortal sect had already left the empire severely weakened. With the Grand Protector's aid, they had narrowly survived. Yet now, barely any time had passed before a series of demonic disasters erupted. Truly, it was one misfortune after another. The Prime Minister shook his head with a bitter smile. Your Majesty, the first outbreaks were reported in small towns near the border. According to General Su, 2 towns have already been destroyed, with thousands dead or injured. The outbreaks have since spread, and now even the capital has not been spared. I suspect there is someone orchestrating this from the shadows. I have consulted the archives in the royal library, Emperor Zhou said through gritted teeth. This phenomenon, where those tainted by demonic blood fall into madness and self-destruct, spreading the corruption to others, matches the demonic art known as the Blood Fiend Transformation Curse. The one most proficient in this technique was none other than the Blood Fiend Sovereign, who was said to have been slain by the Han Dynasty's strongest cultivators. The Blood Fiend Sovereign? Could it be that the Han Dynasty failed to truly eliminate him, allowing him to return to the mortal realm? The Prime Minister exclaimed. If that's the case, these outbreaks are likely part of his plan to harvest blood to restore his strength. That would explain why the infected are growing increasingly powerful, progressing from ordinary people to even innate-level martial artists. The Blood Fiend Sovereign must have already recovered to the Wanxiang realm. Unfortunately, the Grand Protector of Zhou is nowhere to be found, Emperor Zhou said with a wry smile. If he were here, the Blood Fiend Sovereign would be no match for him. But the Grand Protector appears and vanishes like a ghost. No one can locate him. Your Majesty, for now, we have no choice but to deploy elite royal guards and imperial enforcers to patrol the city. Should another outbreak occur, they must contain it immediately, the Prime Minister suggested, though it was clear this was a desperate measure. Emperor Zhou let out a helpless, bitter smile, his voice heavy. It won't be long before Xintian Immortal Sect receives Peng Wudi's flying sword message. When that happens, we'll have to face their retaliation. Let's just hope the National Protector Mage can act in time to resolve this matter before their revenge comes. The Prime Minister's gaze was unwavering, full of confidence in the National Protector Mage. Perhaps the National Protector Mage can work a miracle this time. Meanwhile, within the Xintian Immortal Sect, the atmosphere was suffocatingly tense. Ever since Peng Wudi's soul lamp extinguished, a dark cloud had hung over the entire sect. In a fit of rage, the Grand Elder nearly destroyed all the soul lamps in the Hall of Longevity. To him, Peng Wudi, a rare swordsmanship prodigy of the sect and a on-scene generation talent, with the potential to break into the Huaxi realm, could not have fallen so easily. Just then, a patrolling disciple spotted a streak of silver light darting across the distant sky at an astonishing speed. As the light seemed about to collide with the sect's protective formation, it suddenly slowed down, revealing its true form, a flying sword, broken in two. Though only half of the sword remained, the intricate array inscriptions on its blade were still intact. As everyone held their breath, the inscriptions began to glow brilliantly, enveloping the broken sword in radiant light. The half-sword then effortlessly pierced through the protective formation, creating ripples across its surface, before transforming into a streak of silver light and heading straight for the Hall of Longevity. It's the weapon of a fellow disciple, returning with a message. The mountain guarding disciples were stunned. Even the blade has been severed. What in the world happened? Whoever dared to harm a disciple of our sect will pay a blood price. The half-sword shot into the Hall of Longevity, circled the chamber once, and finally came to rest before the extinguished soul lamp of Peng Wudi. It settled quietly in front of the plaque bearing the name Peng Wudi. Where is the flying sword? Where is Peng Shidi's flying sword? An urgent cry echoed through the Hall of Longevity as everyone anxiously searched for the weapon that might carry Peng Wudi's final message. Before long, they discovered the broken flying sword in front of Peng Wudi's soul lamp. The faint trace of spiritual energy lingering on the blade confirmed it was indeed Peng Shidi's personal weapon. The elder's expressions grew grave, realizing Peng must have been trying to convey something critical in his final moments. "Welcome the sect master," a commanding voice called from outside the hall. The crowd turned to see a middle-aged man in a white robe, carrying a long sword on his back, entering with an aura as imposing as a celestial being. Beside him walked a stern-faced elder dressed in purple robes. With a flick of his hand, Sect Master Shan Chongshan drew the broken sword to him. As he infused the blade with spiritual energy, Peng Wudi's anguished and resolute voice rang out in the hall. "The Grand Advisor of the Great Zhou Dynasty is immensely powerful. Sect Master, you must leave seclusion and eliminate him. The audacity of a mere mortal dynasty to challenge us." Shin Chongshan's face darkened with fury. The elder beside him immediately echoed, "Indeed. It's time they learned that their rule over the land of Xinzhou exists only because we choose to remain in seclusion." Determined, Shin Chongshan resolved to descend the mountain himself, leading a group of elders at the Wanxiang realm to confront the great Zhou dynasty. Though the Grand Elder wished to avenge his grandson personally, the sect master insisted on handling the matter. "This man disrupted my seclusion as I was attempting to break through to the void transformation realm. I will deal with him myself." Meanwhile, in the hostage residence of the great Zhou Imperial city, Lin Yu was deeply focused on solidifying his cultivation at the 8th level of the Wanxiang realm. Suddenly, the voice of Ding Yi resonated in his mind, announcing the completion of the pill refinement. The devouring god cauldron emerged from Lin Yu's sea of consciousness, hovering before him. A single white pill floated out first, landing in his palm. "This is the 100 herbs rejuvenation pill," Ding Yi explained proudly. "It can bring the dead back to life and heal even the gravest injuries." Moments later, 3 golden pills followed, settling into Lin Yu's hand. This version maintains all the original plot elements while presenting a more concise narrative with vivid descriptions. The dialogue and action are streamlined to emphasize the key turning points of the story. These 3 pills are demon-suppressing elixirs. They can dispel demonic energy and awaken those who have fallen into madness. Ding Ye's face lit up with a smile as he lightly tapped the pills on the table with his finger. After a brief pause, his eyes gleamed. "But unfortunately, what you've brought me are common goods from the market. If I could get my hands on rarer, more valuable elixirs to consume, I could refine a special pill. One that, when taken, would not only elevate your cultivation by a whole level but, after the effects wear off, would only leave you weak for 7 days without forcibly lowering your cultivation. So, what do you say? Interested? There's such a pill?" Lin Yu's eyes widened, and the 4 pills in his hand nearly slipped to the ground. His voice trembled with excitement. "If you can create that pill, Ding Yi, I'll head straight to settle the score with the Crown Prince." At that moment, Lin Yu's emotions surged. Based on Ding Ye's words, the Crown Prince's strength might have already surpassed the Myriad Phenomena realm. Even if Lin Yu advanced to the 8th rank of the Myriad Phenomena realm, his chances of defeating the Crown Prince were slim, with the odds heavily against him. But if he could take the pill Ding Yi described and forcibly ascend to the 9th rank, he was confident he could strike the Crown Prince down with his sword. "It's not that simple." Ding Yi shook his head and sighed. "To craft such a pill requires numerous rare celestial treasures, and finding even one of them is a monumental task these days. Gathering all the materials? It would be easier if you could bring me more Myriad Phenomena level demonic cultivators and evil entities to devour. That might speed up your advancement to the 9th rank." Ding Yi explained that in this era of dwindling spiritual energy, the heavenly treasures of the past were now exceedingly scarce. While he could extract medicinal power from ancient elixirs to reforge pills, those ancient elixirs were just as rare. Crafting the special pill he mentioned was a daunting challenge, even for him. Ding Yi, the royal family of the Great Zhou, must have amassed plenty of treasures over the years. Lin Yu's eyes lit up as he chuckled mischievously. "Why don't we take a trip to their secret vault and gather some ancient elixirs? Sooner or later, we'll have everything we need." In his mind, letting those celestial treasures collect dust in the vault was a waste. It was far better to entrust them to Ding Yi for refining pills. Besides, as the royal family's officially appointed guardian mage, it was perfectly reasonable for him to make use of some royal treasures. The secret vault. Dingyi repeated the words, his interest clearly piqued. Just then, a crisp voice called out from outside the courtyard, "Third royal uncle?" Lin Yu stood and opened the door. Since the demonic calamity in the capital days ago, he hadn't heard much about what Chuchu had been up to. Standing in the courtyard was Chuchu, dressed in a flowing green gown, looking as lively as ever. When she saw him step out, her face lit up with a sweet smile. She skipped over to him, linking her arm through his affectionately, as if no matter how much time passed, she would always remain the same innocent and carefree young girl. "Third uncle, have you been following my advice and staying within the provisional residence this whole time?" Chuchu asked, pulling Lin Yu down to sit beside her. Her expression was serious as she lowered her voice, recounting what she had seen during her recent patrols around the city. "Third uncle, the Imperial city of Dezhou is plagued by multiple magical disasters every day. The people are terrified. Many have already fled to the countryside seeking safety." "Magical disasters?" Lin Yu frowned at her words, then gave a bitter smile. "Those fleeing to the countryside might actually find themselves in even greater danger." "You guessed it, third uncle," Chuchu exclaimed, looking at Lin Yu with a mix of surprise and admiration. Seeing his puzzled expression, she explained, "In the Imperial city, we have the royal enforcers and the Imperial guards to respond to magical disasters in time. Unless someone is extremely unlucky, they can usually stay safe. But in the countryside, when a magical disaster strikes, reinforcements often can't arrive in time. A single disaster can wipe out most of a village or town." Her voice lowered further. "While the Imperial city has been relatively calm these past 2 days, 5 nearby villages have already been devastated by magical disasters, with heavy casualties. The Emperor of Zhou has ordered patrol squads to be formed, and our sect has been invited to assist in suppressing the disasters. This is merely treating the symptoms, not the root cause," Lin Yu said with a shake of his head. "The best solution is to find the source of these magical disasters and eliminate it. But I'm sure the court of Dezhou already knows this, they just can't act on it. Most likely, they haven't found the true culprit yet. They say it's the work of the Blood Demon Lord," Chuchu revealed, relaying the information she had learned from her sect elders. "Legend has it that he was gravely wounded by a powerful figure from the Han royal family years ago but didn't truly die. Now, for some reason, he has resurfaced." At the mention of the Blood Demon Lord, Lin Yu's expression grew contemplative. He recalled the time he helped eradicate the Heavenly Demon sect, and how the demon cultivators had spoken of the Blood Demon Lord needing vast quantities of blood to restore his strength. It seemed highly likely that the chaos in Dezhou was indeed his doing. Before leaving, Chuchu informed Lin Yu that she would be accompanying her team on patrols through the villages over the next few days, and wouldn't be able to visit him. As he saw her off, Lin Yu quietly transferred a strand of life-saving spiritual energy into her body. When night fell, Lin Yu slipped into the Imperial city and made his way toward the depths of the royal palace, aiming for the royal treasury. Located right next to the emperor's sleeping quarters, the treasury was heavily guarded. Imperial soldiers patrolled the exterior, while royal enforcers stationed at the entrance stood watch. Even a martial artist of the Wanxiang realm would find it nearly impossible to infiltrate unnoticed. Thanks to the aura-concealing abilities of his sacred emperor sword physique, Lin Yu hid in the shadows, carefully observing the courtyard layout. At the center of the courtyard stood an artificial rock formation, and directly across from it was a 3-story wooden building, the rumored treasury. 2 Purple Mansion realm enforcers sat at the entrance. Though their strength was unremarkable, their presence effectively blocked the path forward. "This is troublesome. Looks like you'll have to force my way in," Lin Yu muttered to himself, readying to act. Just then, Ding Ye's voice rang out in his mind. "Wait, that wooden building, it's not the treasury. This isn't the real treasury," Lin Yu exclaimed in astonishment, turning to look at Ding Yi. Ding Ye's lips curled into a mysterious smile as he lowered his voice and pointed into the distance. "Do you see that artificial hill over there? The real treasury is hidden beneath it. I can sense it inside. Treasures are piled high. Once we get in, we're bound to make a fortune." Following Ding Ye's finger, Lin Yu gazed toward the artificial hill, his eyes darting between it and the wooden building nearby. It didn't take him long to notice the subtle clues. The hill was perfectly aligned with the so-called treasury entrance, and the 2 royal guards stationed outside were positioned such that their line of sight completely covered the hill. "I see now," Lin Yu thought to himself, realization dawning on him. These 2 guards aren't protecting the wooden building at all. They're actually keeping watch over the artificial hill, which conceals the real treasury. Even if someone manages to defeat them and break into the wooden building, they'd find nothing but an empty room. Since avoiding the watchful eyes of the 2 Purple Mansion realm guards was impossible, Lin Yu decided to step boldly out of the shadows. In an instant, an overwhelming aura erupted from his body, surging outward like a tidal wave. The sheer force of it was so terrifying that the 2 guards, caught completely off guard, collapsed unconscious under its pressure before they could even react. Standing before the artificial hill, Lin Yu began to scrutinize every detail. Soon, his gaze landed on a peculiar rock beside the hill. Its surface was unnaturally smooth, as if it had been touched repeatedly over time. Reaching out, he pressed his hand against the rock and immediately sensed something unusual. Its surface was not only cold and as hard as iron, but it also radiated a distinct flow of spiritual energy. Found it, Lin Yu murmured, a faint smile spreading across his face. This had to be the key mechanism to unlock the royal treasury. Carefully, he channeled his spiritual energy into the rock. Instantly, a silvery glow began to ripple across its surface, cascading downward like flowing water. With a soft click, the jagged rock face of the artificial hill began to shift, slowly revealing a hidden passage leading to the secret treasury of the great Zhou royal family. Lin Yu stepped into the secret vault of the Zhou royal family. What greeted his eyes were rows of iron boxes, intricately engraved with formation runes, neatly arranged within the stone chamber. These boxes not only stored precious weapons and magical treasures, but the runes etched on them also slowed the passage of time, preserving the items from the ravages of age. In the corner of the chamber, an ancient wooden shelf held dozens of crystal-clear jade bottles, each containing rare ancient elixirs treasured by the Zhou royal family, every single one powerful enough to spark chaos in the martial world. Seeing these jade bottles, Lin Yu's eyes lit up with excitement. Without hesitation, he summoned the devourer cauldron, thinking that if he could let it absorb these elixirs, it might just refine the crucial pill he needed. Cauldron Master, the prized elixirs of the Zhou royal family are all here, Lin Yu urged. All right, let me see what treasures are hidden here. The cauldron spirit chuckled, releasing ripples of starlight that enveloped the jade bottles. However, as the bottles floated into the air, most quickly settled back onto the shelf. With a sigh, the cauldron spirit remarked, "These bottles are mostly empty. Only a few still contain elixirs. I had hoped to refine the pill you need, but it seems we're still far from enough." A dozen or so elixirs flew out of the jade bottles, soaring into the devourer cauldron like swallows returning to their nest. The empty bottles swayed lightly before returning to their original positions on the wooden shelf. The cauldron spirit gave a final reminder, "Kid, I need to refine these elixirs and extract their essence. Don't disturb me." With that, it transformed into a streak of golden light and returned to Lin Yu's spiritual sea. Lin Yu cast a glance at the weapons and magical treasures inside the iron boxes. None of them matched the quality of his Windrider sword, so he left them untouched. Still, since he had entered the secret vault, he felt he should leave behind some mark of his visit. With a swift motion, he slashed at the stone wall, carving a line of bold, silver-stroked characters. "Elixirs from the secret vault, taken for a worthy cause." The inscription was signed with the title Protector of the Nation. Let me know if you'd like me to continue the story or assist with anything else. Chuchu glanced helplessly at the man in the green robe, Zhang Yunhe. As the young master of the Zhang family of Danxia, he had been persistently trailing her from the beginning, ignoring her cold demeanor and refusing to leave. If it weren't for the Zhang family's influence rivaling that of the Lingtian sect, she would have driven him away long ago. As she thought about returning to the Imperial city, where she could finally shake him off and visit her third Imperial uncle, a faint smile unknowingly appeared on her lips. Zhang Yunhe noticed this and felt a surge of excitement, mistakenly believing his relentless pursuit had finally touched her heart. Just as he was about to confess his feelings, Zhang Qingyan suddenly interrupted. "Be careful, something's off about the town ahead." "Chuchu, what did you notice?" Chuchu asked curiously, turning to Zhang Qingyan, the most powerful cultivator among them. "That village up ahead, it's too quiet," Zhang Qingyan said, pointing toward the dimly lit town visible in the shadowy night. Chuchu immediately realized the problem. All the villages and towns we passed before had dogs barking as we approached. But here, there's not a single sound. Her companions nodded in agreement with her observation. Zhang Yunhe, unwilling to be outdone, retorted, "Maybe no one here keeps dogs? Whether that's the case or not, we'll know once we go in and take a look." Chuchu replied coldly, her dislike for him reaching its peak. Weapons drawn, the group cautiously advanced with the Imperial guards leading the way. As they entered the town, the guards' faces turned pale, and some staggered to the side of the road, retching violently. When Chuchu stepped in, she finally saw the horrifying sight at the town's center: a massive pile of hundreds, perhaps thousands, of corpses stacked together like a grotesque mountain. The bodies were tangled in a chaotic heap, their twisted faces frozen in terror, all facing outward. It looked like a horrifying hill covered in human heads. Blood seeped from the base of the pile, spreading across the ground, filling the air with an overpowering stench of iron. Even Chuchu felt nauseated, forcing herself to circulate her spiritual energy to suppress the discomfort. Zhang Qingyan's voice was steady but grave. "Let's go. We need to investigate." This was clearly no ordinary demonic calamity. Typically, those were caused by cultivators losing control after being afflicted with blood fiend essence. The scene before them was unmistakably the result of some sinister demonic ritual. As they approached the corpse mound, a blood-red mist began to rise, shrouding the entire town without warning. Zhang Qinjian's tone became tense. This isn't good. The blood mist is dangerous. Circulate your spiritual energy and avoid breathing it in. We're retreating for now. Retreat? And where do you think you're going? A chilling, eerie voice suddenly echoed around them, shifting from one direction to another. It felt as though it was whispering right by their ears, yet it seemed to come from everywhere. Zhang Qingyan raised her sword, channeling her spiritual energy to emit a blue radiance that pushed the blood mist back 3 meters. The others quickly followed suit, summoning their spiritual energy to shield themselves from the encroaching mist. By now, even the most oblivious among them understood that this blood mist was far from ordinary. Pretending to be all mysterious, are we? The blood demon lord's voice emerged from the blood mist as his figure began to materialize. A sinister, cackling laugh escaped his lips, and his eyes gleamed with bloodthirsty malice. The mere 7th-rank purple mansion warrior? Crushing you would be as effortless as squashing an ant. You're the blood demon lord? Zhang Qingyan exclaimed in shock. She had only intended to lead her team to handle the demonic disaster, never expecting to come face-to-face with its very source. The blood demon lord threw his head back and laughed maniacally. That's right, it's me. Your timing couldn't be better. Once I sacrifice you all in a blood ritual, my power will ascend to even greater heights. To him, these people were nothing more than offerings for his ritual. Sensing the terrifying aura radiating from the blood demon lord, Zhang Qingyan immediately realized she was no match for him. She let out a cold snort and commanded the accompanying Imperial guards, launch the signal rocket and call for reinforcements. Just as one of the guards pulled out the signal rocket, the blood demon lord let out a chilling snort. The sound seemed to carry an unfathomable power, and the guard holding the rocket froze, his heart ceasing to beat. In an instant, his body swelled grotesquely into a blood-red sphere before violently exploding. Blood rained down like a storm, surging toward Chuchu and the others. Moments later, the other guards below the innate realm also began to self-destruct one after another, drenching the battlefield in a crimson downpour. Chuchu and the others desperately channeled their spiritual energy to fend off the encroaching blood rain, but they could not completely escape the taint of the blood demon lord's demonic energy. A powerful, foreign force surged into her meridians, tempting her to harness it to boost her cultivation. At the same time, memories of being mocked and bullied in her childhood resurfaced, and an uncontrollable rage began to consume her. Like wildfire, her violent emotions grew, and she felt an overwhelming urge to return to the Han Imperial city and tear those who had wronged her into pieces. As Chuchu's features twisted under the influence of her dark emotions, a sudden surge of pure, overwhelming spiritual energy burst forth from her dantian. Like a gust of autumn wind sweeping away fallen leaves, this force eradicated the demonic energy coursing through her meridians. With the violent emotions dissipating, her appearance returned to its original state, and her eyes regained their clarity. Master Ant, wake up! Chuchu called out anxiously, her gaze fixed on Zhang Qingyan. The usually composed and elegant Master Ant now had a twisted expression on her delicate face, her eyes tinged with an eerie crimson as she struggled against the overwhelming tide of negative emotions surging within her. Around them, the martial artists had already lost control. Their eyes glowed blood-red, and their skin exuded a sinister, bloody hue. They scanned their surroundings with feral gazes, no longer distinguishing friend from foe. Once their reason was completely eroded by the demonic energy, they would inevitably turn on each other in a brutal frenzy. Go! Escape and report this. We can't all die here. Zhang Qingyan clenched her teeth, suppressing the urge to strike down Chuchu, and roared with determination. Escape? No one is leaving here alive today. The blood demon sovereign let out a maniacal laugh, his gaze suddenly falling on Chuchu with intrigue. Who would have thought that a mere martial artist of the 7th rank could resist the corrupting blood aura? I'm curious, what treasure are you hiding on your body? Chuchu's expression hardened as she raised her sword, pointing it directly at the blood demon sovereign. Even if I die today, I will never become your sacrificial pawn. Oh, you wish for death? Allow me to grant your wish. Do you think this sovereign lacks a 7th rank martial artist for a sacrifice? The blood demon sovereign sneered coldly, and a terrifying pressure surged forth like a tidal wave, crashing toward Chuchu. In an instant, the surrounding blood mist was swept away, and the oppressive force descended upon Chuchu, crushing her flesh, bones, and spirit inch by inch. Just as despair threatened to consume her, a familiar surge of spiritual energy erupted with inherent energy that had once purged the demonic influence from her body. It transformed into a sharp cyan light, slicing through the blood demon sovereign's oppressive force. What is this? The blood demon sovereign's eyes widened in shock as he sensed a familiar aura. In haste, He conjured a barrier of blood mist, but it was effortlessly pierced by the sword in tint of wind. A streak of cyan light shot straight for his head. This aura. It's him. The blood demon sovereign suddenly recalled the devastating sword in tint of wind that had once annihilated the demonic cultivators at Shadow Cloud Ridge during his long slumber. Though he had narrowly escaped back then, the encounter had driven him to flee the Han dynasty, seeking refuge in the Zhou dynasty. Yet, despite his efforts, this sword in tint had found him once more. With a thunderous crash, the cyan light struck the blood demon sovereign, sending him hurtling dozens of feet away, smashing through buildings in its path. Chuchu, now drained of spiritual energy, dropped to one knee, using her sword for support as she stared in the direction where the blood demon sovereign had fallen. A glimmer of hope flickered in her eyes. At that moment, Zhang Yunhe, fully consumed by demonic corruption, unleashed his blade upon his own kin, slaughtering them mercilessly. Blood sprayed everywhere as the corrupting blood aura thickened once again, driving the surrounding martial artists into deeper madness. The blood demon sovereign rose from the rubble, his wounds stretching from his left shoulder to his abdomen already healing at an alarming speed. Writhing flesh stitched itself back together as he sneered. To think this sovereign was injured by a mere ant like you. You will die for this. His fury erupted as he condensed the blood mist into a towering mountain, slamming it down toward Chuchu. It's over. Chuchu closed her eyes in despair. Suddenly, a piercing screech tore through the sky, and an even more overwhelming presence descended, shattering the blood-colored mountain into dust. A fiery sword in tint followed, sweeping through the area and evaporating the blood mist in its wake. Who goes there? The blood demon sovereign's face darkened as he looked toward the sky. Descending slowly was Linyu, his face obscured by a black veil beneath a wide-brimmed hat. He landed before Chuchu and casually tossed her a golden pill. At this point, the town's martial artists, save for Chuchu and the still-resisting Zhang Qingyan, had all perished. This is a golden pill of purification. It can expel demonic energy and restore clarity to those corrupted. Give it to your master aunt, Linyu said calmly. Chuchu caught the pill and immediately rushed toward the faltering Zhang Qingyan, desperation and determination etched across her face. Master uncle, take the elixir, and it will suppress the transforming spirit blood curse. Zhang Qingyan's voice was weak, her entire body trembling as she struggled to maintain the last trace of clarity. Forcing a pale smile at Chuchu, she shakily grasped the golden pill of demon suppression and arduously pushed it into her mouth. The moment the elixir entered her body, streams of blood-red aura slithered like serpents from her skin, coalescing into a dense, crimson mist in the air. Suddenly, dazzling golden light erupted from within her like the rising sun, evaporating the blood mist entirely. As the purifying golden light spread, the cloudiness in Zhang Qingyan's eyes gradually cleared. Blood demon lord, Linyu chuckled lightly, his tone calm yet brimming with killing intent. Today will be your end. So, you're the protector of the nation from the great Zhou dynasty? The blood demon lord sneered, bearing a menacing grin. I didn't expect my net to catch such a big fish today. If I sacrifice your blood, I might just ascend to the 9th rank of the myriad forms realm. Before his words had fully landed, the blood demon lord raised his arms abruptly. Torrents of blood mist surged from his body, instantly transforming into a raging sea of blood that swept toward Linyu. Wherever it passed, buildings collapsed, corpses decayed, and countless wails of despair echoed within the blood sea, unsettling the heart. With a single thought, Linyu summoned the wind-born sword from his spiritual consciousness. The blade ignited with blazing flames, condensing a sharp and fiery sword intent that slashed toward the surging blood sea. Before the sword's energy even reached, the blood sea recoiled violently as if striking an invisible barrier. The crimson flames, like a rainbow piercing the sun, split the blood sea in two. Ripples of fire spread outward, reducing the blood sea to ashes wherever they touched, and in the stunned gaze of Chuchu and Zhang Qingyan, the sea vanished entirely. Is this the power of the protector of the nation from the great Zhou dynasty? No wonder he could slay an elder from the Xiantian immortal sect. Zhang Qingyan's face was filled with awe as she witnessed Lin use extraordinary power firsthand. Chuchu stared in astonishment, her mind racing to compare Lin Yu's strength with that of Prince Su. For a moment, she found it impossible to determine who was truly stronger. The Windrider's sword cleaved through the vast sea of blood, streaking relentlessly toward the blood demon lord. The sword's light flickered, swift as a shooting star. Before the blood demon lord could react, the Windrider's sword, imbued with the ferocious intent of flame, was already upon him. Die! A trace of panic flashed in the blood demon lord's eyes. Layers of crimson waves quickly condensed around his right fist, forming a blood-red gauntlet. With a roar, he punched forward, sending a tide of blood crashing toward the Windrider's sword. Boom! A thunderous explosion echoed as the Wind Rider's sword cut through the crimson tide like a hot knife through butter. Flames surged into the form of a fiery dragon, engulfing the Blood Demon Lord in an instant. He was hurled dozens of meters away, his body ablaze, before crashing heavily into the ground. The shattered crimson tide rippled outward, slowly dissipating into the air. The Blood Demon Lord struggled to his feet, his upper garments reduced to ashes. His chest was charred black, and his internal organs were severely damaged. You think you can defeat me like this? Fool. This is my domain, he snarled, his expression twisted with rage and madness. Blood sea surge, 10,000 fiends as one, he bellowed, raising his arms high. At the center of the town, the towering mound of corpses began to tremble violently. In an instant, the bodies withered into empty husks, their flesh and blood essence transforming into a crimson torrent that surged skyward. Like a cascading waterfall, it poured into the Blood Demon Lord. Bathed in the river of blood, his wounds healed rapidly, and his aura surged, climbing toward the 8th tier of the myriad phenomena realm. Senior, Zhang Qingyan started to warn, but before she could finish, Lin Yu's Wind Rider sword had already streaked through the air, severing the blood torrent. With a flash of sword light, the corpse mound and the remaining unabsorbed flesh were consumed by roaring flames, illuminating the night sky. Lin Yu gestured, and the Wind Rider's sword returned to his hand. The Blood Demon Lord glared at him with venomous fury. You dare to sabotage my plans? So what if I do? Lin Yu replied with a cold smirk. You reckless fool. You should have waited longer. Ding Yi lamented, clearly regretful about missing the opportunity to devour a myriad phenomena 8th tier warrior. The townsfolk have suffered enough, Lin Yu said, shaking his head lightly. I won't let their bodies be desecrated by demonic forces. Burning them clean is the least I can do. Huh. You think burning these corpses will stop me? The Blood Demon Lord sneered. There are 3 more villages nearby, and I've slaughtered every last soul there too. Let's see how many times you can thwart me. Even before his words had fully landed, 3 deafening booms echoed in the distance. Crimson torrents shot through the air, staining the moonlit night red as they surged into the Blood Demon Lord. With a thunderous roar, his power skyrocketed, instantly breaking through to the 8th tier of the myriad phenomena realm. Go! Lin Yu commanded softly. The Wind Rider's sword ignited with flames, slicing through the 3 crimson torrents before vanishing into the night. Moments later, 3 blazes erupted in the distance, reducing the corpses in the villages to ashes, freeing them from desecration. Huh. Too late to stop me now, the Blood Demon Lord laughed maniacally. I have already ascended to the myriad phenomena 8th tier. My power now rivals yours. Let's see how you intend to kill me. He clenched his fists, exuding an air of triumph. Lin Yu raised his right hand, and the Wind Rider's sword emerged from the darkness. 8th tier or not, it makes no difference to me. I will still kill you. Golden flames erupted from the sword, radiating like a blazing sun. The Blood Demon Lord's expression shifted drastically as he felt the overwhelming might of Lin Yu's strike. He roared in defiance, summoning hundreds of crimson streams from within his body. With both fists, he unleashed a blood storm, a destructive force that tore through everything in its path, reducing houses and corpses alike to fragments. Senior, be careful. Chuchu and Zhang Qingyan cried out in unison. Even from behind Lin Yu, they could feel the terrifying, all-consuming power of the bloodstorm. Die! Lin Yu remained calm, his expression unchanging as he swung his sword. Thousands of golden rays burst forth, coalescing into a brilliant arc that clashed with the bloodstorm. With a deafening explosion, the storm was split apart, its blood essence evaporating in the searing flames. The Daybreak demon-slaying sword continued its descent toward the Blood Demon Lord. How could the great Zhou dynasty produce such a formidable warrior? The Blood Demon Lord muttered in despair. Regret flickered in his eyes. If he'd known such a threat awaited him, he would have chosen to face the renowned swordsman of the great Han dynasty, who had once obliterated the heavenly demon sect, rather than come here to meet his doom. The golden arc pierced through his defenses and struck his forehead. The blazing suns might annihilated his soul in an instant. His eyes dimmed, turning lifeless, and he collapsed to the ground with a resounding thud, lifeless at Lin Yu's feet. Zhang Qingyan pulled Chuchu along and bowed deeply to Lin Yu, her voice filled with heartfelt gratitude. Thank you, Senior, for saving us. Your great kindness and immense favor are beyond repayment. If you ever need my assistance in the future, even if it means braving fire or crossing blades, I will not hesitate. Had Lin Yu not appeared in time, the 2 of them would have undoubtedly become sacrifices for the Blood Demon Lord. Lin Yu turned to look at the pair and waved his hand dismissively. This place is not safe. Leave now. Chuchu gazed at Lin Yu with a lingering look before departing the town with Zhang Qingyan. Once they were far away, Lin Yu summoned the Devourer Cauldron. The cauldron spirit spoke with satisfaction. Although this blood demon lord had only just ascended to the 8th rank of myriad phenomena, his essence should still be enough to give your cultivation a significant boost. You're now one step closer to reaching the 9th rank. After what felt like ages, it finally savored the essence of an 8th rank combatant again. Lin Yu extended his divine sense, confirming that the malicious blood energy plaguing the town had been completely eradicated. He left a message inscribed on the town's archway before turning and disappearing into the distance. Meanwhile, Chuchu suddenly spoke up, "Shu, I can't shake the feeling that something's off." Her words startled Zhang Qingyan. "Off? What do you mean, Chuchu? Did you sense something unusual? Are you suggesting that the national guardian of the Zhou dynasty might be an imposter?" Zhang Qingyan quickly pressed her for answers. Chuchu shook her head gently. "Shu, I just feel that this national guardian of the Zhou dynasty seems familiar somehow. Also, the sword and tint of wind imbued within Medidant Prince Su bestow it upon me? Yet, I've never met him before." Zhang Qingyan's expression relaxed. "The Prince Su of your Han dynasty is a formidable cultivator in the myriad phenomena realm. He moves in mysterious ways, so it's not surprising you wouldn't know when he gifted you a life-saving technique. As for finding the national guardian familiar, it might simply be his aura as a powerful figure that resonates with you. Don't overthink it." Her voice softened as she continued. "We were tasked with evaluating the Zhou dynasty's national guardian's strength, and we've accomplished that. Chu, once we return to the capital, bid farewell to your royal uncle. We need to return to the sect to report on our mission." Shortly after Lin Yu's departure, a squad of armored cavalry bearing torches entered the town. What greeted them was a grisly scene. Piles of burning corpses, rivers of blood, and ruins reduced to rubble, the aftermath of a fierce battle. A signal arrow shot into the sky, and similar signals soon rose in 3 other directions, marking the villages ravaged by the blood demon lord. Moments later, 2 figures streaked through the air like shooting stars. They were Chu and Qin, envoys of the Zhou royal family. The leader of the armored cavalry saluted and reported, "Envoy Chu, Envoy Qin, we've scouted the area. There are no survivors in this town. Have you identified who fought here?" Chu asked gravely as he surveyed the devastated town. Qin stroked his beard thoughtfully. "Based on the timeline, a task force dealing with the demonic calamity should have passed through this area. It consisted of Imperial guards, martial artists from prominent families, and members of various sections. Could they have fallen victim to the blood curse and turned on each other? No. The scale of this destruction is far beyond what a few innate or purple mansion cultivators could cause." Chu shook his head. His eyes suddenly fixed on the inscription carved into the archway. His expression changed dramatically. "Look over there. The blood demon lord is dead." Qin read the words aloud, his voice filled with shock. Who could have the power to slay a blood demon lord restored to the myriad phenomena realm? "It must be the national guardian of the Zhou dynasty," Chu declared with admiration. "Indeed, in our Zhou dynasty, only the national guardian possesses such strength," Qin agreed, a tone of relief in his voice. "We are fortunate to have him protecting us. Without him, the blood demon lord alone could have plunged the entire land into chaos. Let's return and report this good news to His Majesty," Chu said, patting Qin on the shoulder. With external threats from the Xintian immortal sect and internal chaos caused by the blood demon lord, the Zhou emperor had been under immense pressure. Now, with the internal threat resolved, the court could focus on dealing with the Xintian immortal sect. Back at the diplomatic residence, Lin Yu sat cross-legged and urged the cauldron spirit to refine the blood demon lord's essence. He activated the sacred emperor's heart sutra, tempering the spiritual energy in his meridians as he relentlessly pushed toward the 9th rank of the myriad phenomena realm. Yet even after the cauldron spirit fully refined the blood demon lord, Lin Yu remained stuck at the threshold. The energy required to take the final steps seemed to rival the sum of everything he had absorbed so far. If only the Xintian immortal sect could send 2 more 8th rank myriad phenomena cultivators my way. Lin Yu murmured wistfully. The cauldron spirit chuckled. "Kid, are you trying to bleed the Xintian immortal sect dry? 8th rank cultivators aren't as common as cabbages. Even a powerhouse like the Xintian immortal sect only has a handful. If you kill them all, you'll attract their void transformation monsters next." "Third royal uncle." A cheerful voice called from outside. Lin Yu smiled as he stepped out to see Chuchu, dressed in a light green gown, looking radiant and lively. Her eyes curved into crescents as she greeted him with a sweet smile, affectionately holding onto his arm. "Third royal uncle, they'll be leaving here tomorrow. So soon? Have you finished evaluating the Zhou dynasty's national guardian?" Lin Yu asked in surprise. "Last night, Shu and I witnessed the national guardian in action. He's indeed an 8th rank myriad phenomena cultivator," Chuchu replied with a charming smile. "I wonder how he compares to Prince Su?" Lin Yu chuckled inwardly. If Chuchu knew that he was both the Han dynasty's Prince Su and the Zhou dynasty's national guardian, He wondered what kind of expression she would have. Third royal uncle, the demon calamity has been quelled. Chuchu exclaimed excitedly, lifting her gaze to Linyu. Last night, the Grandmaster of Great Zhou struck down the blood demon lord. Her voice soon turned somber. But alas, I must return to my sect for further cultivation and won't be able to stay here to protect you. Still, rest assured, Third Royal Uncle I will continue to search for clues about the Earth Vein Dragon Spring. One day, I will make sure you are fully restored. All right, they'll be waiting for you. Linyu replied with a gentle smile, nodding. Inwardly, he thought to himself, if Chuchu truly finds the Earth Vein Dragon Spring, I could enlist Ding Yes help to secure a fortuitous opportunity for her. Meanwhile, at the border general's residence in the Han Empire, the crown prince wore a grim expression as he stared down at a black-cloaked warrior kneeling before him. Still no news of Sun Linpu? He demanded. The black-cloaked warrior's forehead glistened with cold sweat. Your Highness, I have already dispatched people to Great Zhou to search for the whereabouts of Minister Sun and his group. And Zheng Yong, the crown prince sneered. The elite assassins he had sent to kill Linyu, including his carefully trained demon blood warriors, had all vanished without a trace. Your Highness, Great Zhou has recently been ravaged by the demon calamity. It's possible they encountered misfortune, the black-cloaked warrior explained cautiously. Fool! The crown prince roared, cutting him off sharply. Are you suggesting the demon calamity specifically targets my men? He let out a cold laugh. Still, with Great Zhou plagued by internal and external troubles, this is the perfect opportunity for us. Pass on my command. Prepare the troops for war. When the time is right, we will seize the borderlands of Great Zhou. Yes, Your Highness. The black-cloaked warrior bowed and retreated respectfully. The crown prince turned his gaze toward the direction of the Great Zhou capital, a sinister grin spreading across his face. Father, don't think I'm unaware of the strength you've been hiding. Once my blood sacrifice succeeds and I receive the demon ancestor's blessing, the throne will rightfully be mine. And Linyu, my dear third brother, you've been lucky to escape death multiple times. But when I march into the capital and you perish amidst the chaos, it will be the perfect justification. I hear you still hold on to memories of those ants who died in the southern wastelands. Don't worry, they'll soon send you to reunite with them. Back in the Great Zhou capital, life had returned to its bustling norm after the demon calamity subsided. Merchants and caravans filled the streets, restoring the city's vitality. Suddenly, a thunderous voice echoed through the city gates. I am Shun Chongshan, sect master of the Xintian Immortal Sect. Summon the ruler of Great Zhou to meet me at once. A figure clad in white robes, carrying a long sword on his back, descended from the sky. Behind him followed two elderly men, one dressed in green and the other in black, both with flowing white hair. The overwhelming aura they exuded forced nearby warriors to retreat in fear, with some even bleeding from the sheer pressure. In moments, only the Imperial guards stationed at the gates remained. The sect master of the Xintian Immortal Sect has come in person, the guards murmured among themselves. Even the reclusive immortal sects are here to hold us accountable. This is serious trouble. I wonder if the Protector Grandmaster can stand against someone who can slay even 8th-tier manifestation realm experts. Sect Master, these rulers of mortal dynasties have long forgotten how they used to revere us. The black-robed elder, Chao Jinping, remarked arrogantly. Shall I take action to remind them? With a nod from Shun Chongshan, Chao Jinping stepped forward. He raised a hand, transforming his palm into a blade. A sharp green light coalesced into a lethal edge, slicing through hundreds of feet of air toward the city walls. The silver defensive arrays embedded in the walls shattered layer by layer, and the city tower collapsed with a deafening crash. Moments later, hundreds of armored cavalry emerged from the dust, forming ranks in front of the ruins. Behind them stood several hundred Imperial guards and dozens of Purple Mansion realm royal enforcers. Finally, the Zhou Emperor himself appeared, having exhausted the royal treasury to arm himself with every protective artifact available, ready for a desperate battle. Shin Chongshan hovered above, looking down at the Zhou Emperor with a sneer. So, you're the ruler of Great Zhou? In the presence of someone like me, why do you not kneel? To him, a 9th-tier Purple Mansion cultivator was no more than an insignificant ant. Emperor Zhou stood tall, his gaze sharp as a blade as he stared down Shin Chongshan. I am the son of heaven, ruler of the Great Zhou dynasty, ordained by the heavens themselves. I kneel only to the skies above, never to mere mortals, no matter how skilled in martial arts. As the sovereign of his realm, he knew that kneeling before Shin Chongshan would not only disgrace the Great Zhou but also dishonor the ancestors who had built his empire. Shin Chongshan's eyes glinted with a cold, dangerous light. So this is your answer? If it's a fight you want, then a fight you shall have. Why waste words? Emperor Zhou sneered. You've come here seeking vengeance. Do you truly believe my kneeling would make you stop? As an emperor, he was a master of strategy and intrigue. To him, Shin Chongshan, a mere sect leader, was unworthy of matching wits with an imperial ruler. Fair enough, Shin Chongshan said with a slow nod, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. Then today, I'll ensure the great Zhou royal bloodline is wiped from existence. Behind Shin Chongshan, Chao Jinping and Sun Suini, clad in a flowing green robe, could no longer contain themselves. Sect Master, why waste time arguing? Let us claim his head and offer it in tribute to our fallen brother Pong. Do it, Shin Chongshan commanded with a frosty snarl. Let this day serve as a warning to all. The Xintian immortal sect is not to be trifled with. Dealing with the likes of these so-called warriors was beneath him. His true target this day was a single figure, the elusive and enigmatic national preceptor of the Great Zhou. Emperor Zhou raised the sword of the Son of Heaven and pointed it at his enemies. Great Zhou Iron Cavalry charge. 1,000 soldiers clad in black armor surged forward in a tightly knit battle formation, their presence like an ominous storm descending upon Shan Chongshan's group. Their combined spiritual energy radiated with deadly precision, a force so imposing that even martial artists of the Wanxiang realm would hesitate to confront them. But Chao Jinping and Sun Suini merely exchanged a condescending glance before releasing the overwhelming pressure of their Wanxiang 6th rank cultivation. The oppressive force descended like mountains from the heavens, crushing the charging cavalry. Horses buckled under the weight, their legs snapping as they collapsed to the ground. The meticulously arranged battle formation disintegrated in an instant. Great Zhou Iron Cavalry? What a joke! Chao Jinping spat with disdain. With a casual swipe of his palm, his spiritual energy surged forth like a hurricane, flinging hundreds of Imperial guards into the air. They fell like scattered leaves, crashing to the ground in heaps. Emperor Zhou's face darkened as he turned to the Imperial retainers behind him. You have been honored as the Great Zhou's protectors. Today, with enemies at our gates, those unwilling to stand with the royal family may leave now. The retainers, their expressions resolute, stood their ground without hesitation. Seeing their loyalty, Emperor Zhou raised his sword high. Good. Then fight with me. Form the battle array. Dozens of Purple Mansion realm martial artists assembled into formation, channeling their spiritual energy into Emperor Zhou. The combined power surged, far surpassing the strength of the Iron Cavalry, enough to threaten even a Wanxiang 5th or 6th rank cultivator. Trash will always be trash, Shin Chongshan remarked coldly, watching from afar. You dare challenge the Xintian immortal sect? He waited patiently as their battle strength reached its peak before extending a single palm. A deafening roar erupted as spiritual energy surged forward, splitting the earth and transforming the ground into a massive wall of crushing force. Emperor Zhou bellowed, pouring every ounce of his energy into a single sword strike. The blade's light tore through the air, carving a 10-hang-wide gap in the oncoming wall of energy. But the wall closed in an instant, cascading forward like a flood and scattering the emperor and his retainers. Staggering to his feet, Emperor Zhou stared at Shin Chongshan with despair, fully grasping the insurmountable power of a Wanxiang 9th rank cultivator. Sect Master, allow me to finish off these ants, Chao Jinping said with a sinister grin, stepping forward eagerly. Do it, Shin Chongshan ordered coolly. And when you're done, if that national preceptor of theirs still refuses to show his face, scour the entire palace. Leave no stone unturned. He will pay for his crimes in blood. Chao Jinping laughed wildly as he strode forward. Foolish insects, daring to oppose the Xintian immortal sect. Today, your worthless lives will serve as a warning to the world. Those who defy us will face annihilation, their families destroyed, their nations reduced to ruins. Kill me if you must, but spare me your nonsense. Emperor Zhou growled, his defiance unwavering despite the odds. A flicker of hope still lingered in his eyes. Still waiting for your national preceptor to save you? Chao Jinping sneered. Keep dreaming. With the sect master here, he wouldn't dare show his face. Laughing maniacally, he raised his hand, gathering spiritual energy to obliterate the emperor and his loyalists. But just as the blow was about to land, the sky erupted in a brilliant flash of crimson light. A streak of radiance descended like lightning, appearing directly in front of Chao Jinping. A clear, confident voice rang out. Who said I was hiding? I'm here, aren't I? Chao Jinping looked up in shock, his eyes filled with the reflection of crimson flames. The fiery red sword aura, imbued with the intent of fire, streaked toward him. His face showed a mix of terror and disbelief as he swiftly drew the long sword from his back and swung with all his might. A surge of blue ripples, like roaring waves, burst forth from his blade to meet the oncoming red aura. With a deafening explosion, the crimson sword aura tore through everything in its path. Chao Jinping's blue sword energy shattered instantly, dispersing into countless droplets of water. These droplets fell like a fine rain, only to be completely evaporated by the fiery sword intent within the aura. This scene left Chao Jinping utterly stunned. As a 6th grade myriad phenomena warrior, he had always been confident in holding his ground for at least 2 strikes against a 7th grade opponent. Yet, this single strike obliterated not only his defenses but also his confidence. The sword aura cut through his long sword like it was nothing, splitting it in two before piercing straight through his brow, extinguishing his soul. Chao Jinping stood frozen for a moment before collapsing to the ground with a heavy thud. The National Guardian is here. The royal retainers behind Emperor Zhou erupted in cheers. I knew he wouldn't abandon us. Even the remaining members of the heavily injured Black Armor Iron Cavalry found renewed hope. Lin Yu descended from the sky, clad in a flowing azure robe, landing gracefully before Emperor Zhou and his entourage. His wind-borne sword emitted a sharp, green radiance, swirling and dancing in the air before him. Though the survival of the Great Zhou dynasty held no personal significance for him, the presence of 2 6th grade and 1 9th grade myriad phenomena warriors presented an irresistible opportunity. If he could slay them and feed their essence to Ding Yi, it would undoubtedly propel him to 9th grade myriad phenomena mastery. Brother Chao, Xin Chongping, and Sun Suni finally snapped out of their stupor. Who would have thought Lin Ye's sword would possess such terrifying power, effortlessly killing a 6th grade warrior? Master, Brother Chao has been slain by him. Sun Suni, pale-faced, pointed at Lin Yu, fully aware that had he attacked first, he would now be the one lying lifeless. Xin Chongshan cast a cold glance at Lin Yu. In battle, life and death are commonplace. I will kill this wretch and avenge Elder Chao. Turning to Lin Yu, his tone sharpened. So, you're the national guardian of Great Zhou? Lin Ye's gaze lingered on Shan Chongshan, his expression unreadable. A 9th grade myriad phenomena warrior impressive. Kid, if you take him down, I guarantee you'll ascend to 9th grade. Ding Ye's voice echoed excitedly in Lin Ye's mind. Don't worry. I'll give it my all. Lin Yu replied silently, his demeanor turning serious as he faced the sect master of the Xianyuan immortal sect. He dared not be careless. Be cautious as a sword cultivator too, Ding Yi warned. A mere 8th grade warrior, and you dare put on airs before me? Xin Chongshan sneered. 8th grade? Emperor Zhou's entourage stared at Lin Yu in shock. They vividly remembered that not long ago, when Lin Yu slew Peng Wudi, he was only at 7th grade. Yet, in just over a month, he had already advanced. The National Guardian is incredible. At this pace, it won't be long before he reaches the void transformation realm. When that day comes, he'll undoubtedly help His Majesty unify the divine continent and even conquer other lands. The crowd buzzed with excitement. You were only 7th grade when you killed junior brother Peng? Xin Chongshan asked in disbelief. That's right, Lin Yu replied with a proud smile. At that time, I was indeed only at 7th grade. Never would I have imagined your cultivation speed to be so monstrous. It seems leaving you alive is not an option. Xin Chongshan's gaze was as sharp as a blade, fixed intently on Lin Yu, his eyes brimming with a murderous intent, so intense it almost became tangible. Lin Yu's cultivation progress was indeed alarming. If allowed to continue, it was only a matter of time before he broke through the 9th rank of the myriad phenomena realm and entered the void transformation realm. For someone harboring such deep-seated hatred against the Xianyuan immortal sect to reach that level, it would spell nothing short of catastrophe for the sect. Xin Chongshan silently vowed to himself that Lin Yu must be eliminated here, and now only then could he find peace. Sword, come. Xin Chongshan raised his right hand and uttered a low command. In an instant, a streak of silver sword light tore through the void. With a sharp whistle, the sword shot out from the scabbard on his back, tracing an elegant arc in the air before landing firmly in his grasp. The moment the blade touched his hand, crackling thunder resonated from within the sword, as though it housed an endless reservoir of lightning. A mere flick of spiritual energy would unleash a power that no one could withstand. This sword is called Thunderclap. It contains the might of the storm, capable of slaying demons and vanquishing evil with ease. Xin Chongshan raised the long sword, his gaze softening as he looked at it, almost as if it were not just a weapon, but a cherished companion. Lin Yu cast a cold glance at Xin Chongshan before turning to Zhou Huang and the others. In a low, commanding voice he said, "Retreat to the city. A fierce battle is about to break out here, and staying will only put you in danger. Go, fall back to the city." Zhou Huang took one last deep look at Lin Yu, then waved his hand, signaling his people to withdraw. They prepared to retreat to the Dezhou Imperial city, planning to rely on the city's defensive formations to shield themselves from the impending clash's aftermath. I hear you're a formidable figure in the Buddhist sect. Truly, you carry yourself with the demeanor of a master. Xin Chongshan laughed heartily, the thunderclap sword trembling in his hand, its blade emitting faint thunderous echoes. But under my sword, you're no different from an ant. Hundreds of bolts of lightning erupted from the Jinglei sword, coiling around its blade like silver dragons and cascading downward. The ground was instantly torn apart, cracks spreading tens of meters in all directions. Shin Chongshan's display of his formidable 9th rank Wanxiang level left the Dezhou monarch and his court, watching from afar, pale with shock. Die! Shin Chongshan's cold gaze fixed on Lin Yu. His figure transformed into a streak of silver lightning, leaving a glowing trail that stretched for dozens of meters. In an instant, he appeared before Lin Yu. His Jinglei sword engulfed in thunderous lightning, slashing down with devastating force. Lin Yu reacted in a heartbeat, summoning the Yufeng sword from his spiritual sea. Its blade ignited with blazing flames, surging forward like a crimson comet to meet the attack. As the two swords collided, time itself seemed to freeze. Crimson flames surged like tidal waves, engulfing the silver lightning. A terrifying shockwave rippled outward, centered on the two combatants, causing the ground to collapse 7 feet deep. Silver streaks of lightning danced wildly in the cracks, while fiery ripples scorched the earth black. As the dust settled, Lin Yu stood with his legs embedded in the soil, while Shin Chongshan had been forced 3 steps back, leaving deep imprints in the ground. The clash ended in a draw. The National Guardian Mage can hold his own against a 9th rank powerhouse despite being at the 8th rank. With the National Guardian Mage here, Dezhou will surely remain safe. The onlookers marveled in awe, though some worried about the future if Shin Chongshan were to fall. Would the next invader be a cultivator at the Huaxi realm? You managed to block my strike. No wonder junior brother Pong met his end at your hands, Shin Chongshan said coldly. But my strength far exceeds your imagination. Today will be your last. Before his words had fully landed, Shin Chongshan spread his right hand. The Jinglei sword rose into the air, transforming into silver lightning that coiled protectively around him. A sword cultivator. The sect master of Xintian Immortal Sect is a sword cultivator. The Grand Chancellor exclaimed in shock. The Zhou Emperor's face turned grim. Sword cultivators were known to be the strongest among equals, and Shin Chongshan's strength was already nearing the Huaxi realm. Although Lin Yu was also a sword cultivator, the gap in their cultivation levels left little room for hope. We are both sword cultivators, but I am superior. This battle will decide life and death, Shin Chongshan declared, his body erupting with tens of thousands of lightning bolts. Forming a sword seal with his hand, the Jinglei sword elongated into a silver beam several meters long, hurtling toward Lin Yu's vital points. A strand of lightning connected the sword seal to the blade, continuously infusing it with immense, thunderous power. Lin Yu summoned the Yufeng sword back to his side, its blade reigniting with fierce flames that roared like a crimson dragon as it charged forward to intercept. The clash sent shockwaves tearing through the ground, creating a gorge that spanned over 100 meters. The violent spiritual energy whipped up walls of yellow dust, only to be shattered by the overwhelming auras of the two combatants. The National Guardian Mage has withstood the sword technique, the Grand Chancellor exclaimed with ecstatic relief. The Zhou Emperor, too, let out a long breath. Lin Yu's face was tinged with a faint flush, and the flames on the Yufeng sword had dissipated, revealing its azure blade. Shin Chongshan was undoubtedly the strongest opponent he had ever faced. If not for his recent advancement to the 8th rank of Wanxiang, he would have perished. But now, he possessed the power to slay any opponent below the Huaxi realm. Shin Chongshan stared in disbelief at the unscathed Lin Yu. His eyes filled with murderous intent. If Lin Yu were not eliminated today, and he advanced to the Huaxi realm, the Xintian Immortal Sect would face certain destruction. The mighty sect master of Xintian Immortal Sect? Turns out you're nothing special after all. Lin Yu raised his eyes to meet Shin Chongshan's gaze, a faint sneer of disdain curling at the corner of his lips. Shin Chongshan's face darkened, his fists clenching tightly. Let's see how many times you can pull off that sword strike. His eyes locked onto Lin Yu, certain that his opponent must have used some secret technique. As a fellow sword cultivator, Shin Chongshan couldn't fathom how someone whose cultivation was a full level below his own could match his swordsmanship unless it involved overextending their spiritual energy. He was confident that this unsustainable fighting style would drain Lin Yu's energy within 2 or 3 moves, leaving him defenseless and ensuring Shin Chongshan's victory. To kill you, one strike is enough, Lin Yu replied calmly, shaking his head ever so slightly. With a casual gesture, the Wind Rider's sword hovering before him quivered and floated steadily into his grasp. Watch closely, one strike is all it takes to end you. Bold words. Let's see how you plan to end me so easily. Shin Chongshan sneered in disdain. Lin Yu raised the Wind Rider's sword, and scarlet flames erupted from its blade, quickly intensifying into dazzling golden flames. They burned fiercely along the sword, resembling a blazing sun radiating boundless light. The overwhelming power of the great sun demon-slaying sword rippled outward, crashing against Shin Chongshan's senses like waves. Feeling the terrifying aura emanating from the Wind Rider's sword, Shin Chongshan's expression turned grim. He immediately channeled all his spiritual energy into the Thunderstrike sword, causing it to glow with a brilliant silver radiance. Confidence returned to his eyes. His cultivation at the void transformation realm made him invincible even against the sect masters of other hidden, immortal sects. Watch carefully. Lin Ye's cold voice rang out as his figure blurred into a series of afterimages, streaking toward Shun Chongshan at lightning speed. The Windrider's sword slashed forward, its golden flames surging like a blazing sun condensed into a radiant sword beam. The golden arc streaked through the air, closing the distance in an instant. Facing this earth-shattering strike, Shun Chongshan finally felt the immense power contained within. The golden sword beam seemed to embody the scorching might of the sun itself, capable of obliterating all evil and leaving no escape. This was the true power of the void transformation realm, far beyond what a cultivator at the manifestation realm could withstand. Desperately, Shun Chongshan manipulated the Thunderstrike sword to counter the attack, his mind racing. As long as he survived, he could retreat to Xintian Immortal Sect and summon the Void Transformation Realm Elder to eliminate Lin Yu and avenge today's humiliation. Boom! The golden sword beam tore through everything in its path, extinguishing the lightning on the Thunderstrike sword in an instant. The Thunderstrike sword lost its power and was flung aside, embedding itself in the ground with only the hilt remaining visible. It's over. Shin Chongshan's vision was consumed by the golden light. In his final moments, his life flashed before his eyes. At the age of 9, his village was destroyed by a demonic beast attack, leaving him as the sole survivor rescued by a passing Xintian Immortal Sect cultivator. At 13, he reached the innate realm. At 19, he entered the Purple Mansion realm, and at 32, he achieved the manifestation realm, earning the title of the sect's finest talent. By 49, after advancing to the 7th stage of the manifestation realm, he had secretly slain the elder who saved him years ago, only to later uncover the truth that the so-called demonic beast attack was orchestrated by the sect to sever emotional ties and eliminate worldly attachments in search of gifted disciples. He had felt both gratitude and hatred toward that elder, grateful for the opportunity to change his destiny, yet resentful for the loss of his loved ones. Now, as the end approached, Shin Chongshan wished he could turn back time. He would willingly abandon his manifestation realm cultivation to live an ordinary life with his parents, free from the pain of this cruel path. A searing pain, as if a blade were twisting in his chest, wrenched Shun Chongshan violently back to reality from his memories. In disbelief, he looked down to see blood gushing from his chest. Struggling to lift his head, he glared at Lin Yu. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, yet he gritted his teeth and spat out each word with venom. The ancestors will never forgive you. Before he could finish, the sect leader of the Xintian Immortal Sect collapsed to the ground, his soul departing under Lin Yu's windsword. We've won. Long live the protector of the nation. A wave of ecstatic cheers erupted around them. Ministers of the Great Zhou loudly proclaimed, even the sect leader of the Xintian Immortal Sect, a 9th-grade martial master, is no match for the protector of the nation. With such power, who in the world can stand against him? The other empires should surrender to the Great Zhou immediately. Joyful relief was written on every face, the kind that comes from surviving a near catastrophe. In the distance, Sun Tzuani stood frozen as if struck by lightning, muttering to himself, "Impossible. This can't be possible." When he finally snapped out of his daze, only one thought consumed him: escape. Trembling, he cast a fearful glance at Lin Yu before transforming into a streak of light, fleeing with all his might. Lin Yu watched Sun Tzuani's retreating figure with cold indifference. With a simple wave of his hand, he commanded, "None of the Xintian Immortal Sect members who came here today will leave alive." The wind sword shot out as a streak of cyan light, swiftly catching up to Sun Tzuani. Before he could turn to defend himself, the sword pierced through his chest, severing his heartstrings. It then traced a graceful arc through the air before returning to Lin Yu's side. The Zhou Emperor, accompanied by his ministers, approached Lin Yu and bowed respectfully. "Protector of the nation, without you, I would surely have perished today, and the great Zhou royal lineage would have been extinguished. I cannot possibly repay you. Whatever you ask for, even this throne, I will not hesitate to give it." The Grand Chancellor, summoning his courage, voiced the sentiments of the court. "Protector of the nation, would you honor us by removing your veil? We wish to erect a statue of you in the capital, so that your deeds may be remembered by the people of the Great Zhou for generations to come, sharing in our glory and legacy." Lin Yu's icy gaze swept over the Grand Chancellor, and he rejected the request without hesitation. "There's no need. I will take these corpses and weapons with me." Inwardly, he thought to himself, if they discovered that the so-called protector of the nation is actually a hostage prince from the Han Empire, widely ridiculed, useless royal, their entire worldview would collapse. Keeping this truth from them is, frankly, for their own mental well-being. Emperor Zhou respectfully turned his gaze toward Lin Yu, his voice tinged with reverence. "These individuals were all slain by you, senior. Naturally, Their corpses and treasures belong to you to handle as you see fit. Lin Yu gave a slight nod, raising his hand to summon a tempest that swept across the surroundings. The thick, swirling currents of air obscured everyone's vision. Seizing the opportunity, he summoned the devouring god cauldron, allowing the ancient artifact to consume the corpses and weapons of Xin Chongshan and the others. When the storm finally dissipated, Lin Yu had vanished without a trace. To be under the protection of the National Guardian Master is truly the greatest fortune of our Zhou dynasty, the Grand Chancellor remarked with heartfelt admiration. Emperor Zhou fixed his gaze on the spot where Shan Chongshan and his companions had fallen, his tone filled with awe. The National Guardian Master truly possesses divine techniques. To so effortlessly take away the bodies of 3 myriad phenomena realm warriors, what extraordinary artifact could this be? Could it be one of the mythical ancient spatial treasures? Turning to the Grand Chancellor, the Emperor spoke with authority. Issue my decree. Spread the news far and wide that the National Guardian Master has slain the myriad phenomena 9th grade experts of the Xintian immortal sect. I want the entire world to know that the Zhou dynasty is safeguarded by an unparalleled powerhouse, and we shall stand unshaken. As you command. The Grand Chancellor immediately bowed and departed to carry out the order. Meanwhile, in the longevity hall of the Xintian immortal sect, a gray-robed disciple rubbed his eyes in disbelief as he stared at Chao Jinping's soul lamp. The lamp, symbolizing the life force of Elder Chao, who had descended the mountain alongside the sect master, had extinguished. Something terrible has happened. Elder Chao's soul lamp has gone out. The disciple cried in alarm as he dashed out of the hall, spreading the news throughout the sect. The Grand Elder, accompanied by several other elders, hurried to the longevity hall. Upon confirming that Chao Jinping's soul lamp had indeed gone dark, the Grand Elder's expression turned grim, and the other elders exchanged uneasy glances. At that moment, someone pointed in horror toward Shan Chongshan's soul lamp. Grand Elder, look! All eyes turned to the lamp, representing the sect master. The once bright flame was now flickering weakly, like a candle struggling against the wind. In the tense silence, the flame finally guttered and went out entirely. Impossible! One of the elders exclaimed in shock. The sect master is a myriad phenomena 9th grade cultivator, an invincible swordmaster below the void transformation realm. No one in the Zhou dynasty could possibly threaten him. The soul lamp must be malfunctioning. The Grand Elder's face darkened further as he spoke in a low, steady voice. For both Elder Chao's and the sect master's soul lamps to go out in succession, something catastrophic must have occurred. Regardless of whether the sect master has fallen, I will temporarily assume the position of sect master. We must summon the reclusive ancestors to stabilize the situation. Before he could finish, another cry rang out. Elder Sun's soul lamp has gone out as well. All eyes turned to Sun Tsuni's lamp, which flickered briefly before extinguishing completely. The room fell into a heavy, deathly silence. There is no time to waste. We must go to the back mountain and request the 3 ancestors to emerge from seclusion, the Grand Elder commanded decisively, leading the group of elders toward the forbidden grounds of the sect. At the base of the mountain, 7 cavernous abodes stood carved into the rock face, each connected to the spiritual veins of the sect's sacred land. These had once been the cultivation sanctuaries of Xintian immortal sect's 7 void transformation realm powerhouses. Now, only 3 remained sealed, while the rest stood vacant. Nearby, a crooked tree bore a small copper bell, the sole means of summoning the reclusive cultivators. The Grand Elder approached the tree and gently rang the bell. Its crisp chime echoed through the valley, and everyone held their breath, their eyes fixed on the sealed abodes. Moments later, 2 thunderous booms shattered the stillness. Amid swirling dust and debris, the doors of 2 abodes began to creak open. What has happened that requires us to be roused from our cultivation? 2 aged voices echoed from the cave, dwelling halfway up the mountain, breaking the stillness of the surrounding peaks. Everyone looked up to see 2 elderly men, one in a green robe and the other in a gray robe, slowly emerging from the cave. Their hair and beards were snow-white, their steps unsteady, and their frail demeanor exuded the air of old age, suggesting they were nearing the twilight of their lives. The elder in the green robe suddenly noticed a nearby cave with its stone doors tightly shut. His brows furrowed as he asked, where is Junior Brother Han? Fixing his gaze on the sealed door, he sighed and shook his head. It seems Junior Brother Han has already passed away in meditation within his cave. Hearing this, the Grand Elder and the others were struck motionless, as if thunderstruck. These 3 elders, who had achieved the void transformation realm, were the most powerful foundation of the Xintian immortal sect. Now, learning that one of them had quietly passed away meant that the sect had lost a third of its greatest strength. Indeed, the gray-robed elder responded softly, his tone tinged with melancholy. He departed peacefully, leaving the 2 of us to linger on in this world. After a brief pause, the 2 elders turned their attention to the group before them. With a steady and grave voice, they asked, now, Tell us what exactly has happened? The Grand Elder dared not delay and promptly recounted all the events that had transpired recently in meticulous detail. Finally, with a respectful bow, he said, "Honored ancestors, the sect master's soul lamp has extinguished, and it is highly likely that he has perished at the hands of the Grand Master of the Zhou dynasty. We are too weak to avenge the sect master and our fallen elders. Therefore, we humbly request that you, our revered ancestors, leave seclusion, journey to the Zhou imperial capital, slay the Grand Master, and annihilate the Zhou royal family. Only by doing so can we restore the glory and might of our immortal sect." "You mean to say you want the two of us, decrepit as we are, to take on that Grandmaster?" The green-robed elder's brows knitted even tighter as his voice turned grave. "Do you realize that both senior brother Lin and I have but one strike left in us? Are you asking us to throw our lives away? Honored ancestor, I have no other recourse. I would never resort to such a desperate plea if there were any alternative," the Grand Elder hastily explained, his tone filled with both helplessness and earnestness. The elder in the gray robe cast a cold, piercing glance at the Grand Elder. Without warning, he raised his hand and clenched his fist. Instantly, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged, weaving into countless strands of azure light that bound the Grand Elder tightly. "Lin Elder, what is the meaning of this?" The Grand Elder's face turned pale, his spiritual power completely sealed. Fear flickered in his eyes as he stared at the gray-robed elder. The Grand Advisor of the Great Zhou dynasty managed to slay a sword cultivator at the 9th rank of Yintian. "Even if we intervene, victory is uncertain," the elder in the green robe said gravely. "Resolving our enmity with the Great Zhou dynasty is simple. Your head will suffice." Before the words had fully settled, Lin Elder's fingers, sharp like a sword, slashed toward the Grand Elder's neck. The Grand Elder's face drained of all color as he cried out desperately, "Mercy, my lords! Spare me! I am the only Vientiane 8th rank cultivator left to guard the sect. If I perish, the other hidden sects will surely destroy us. With your meager strength, you think you're fit to guard this sect? Let me put your head to better use." The gray-robed elder sneered disdainfully. With a flick of his finger, a streak of green light flashed. The Grand Elder's head tumbled to the ground, and his body disintegrated into dust, vanishing without a trace. The two elders exchanged a knowing look. They understood that squabbling amongst themselves would only waste opportunities and drain their lifespans. A show of force was necessary. They quickly selected a blue-robed elder, a cultivator at the Vientiane 4th rank, and ordered him to deliver the Grand Elder's severed head to the Great Zhou dynasty as a gesture of reconciliation. "From now on, the affairs of the sect will be managed by the two of us," the green-robed elder declared, his gaze sweeping across the remaining elders. "When one of you ascends to the Vientiane 8th rank, you may assume the position of sect leader." The elders bowed their heads in unison, voicing their agreement. Meanwhile, within the hostage pavilion, Lin Yu eagerly summoned the devouring god cauldron. "Ding Yi, with the essence of a Vientiane 9th rank cultivator, is this finally enough for me to break through? Hold on a moment. I'm still sorting through the spoils." Ding Yi replied with excitement. A moment later, it produced a jade bottle crackling with silver lightning. "This is the thunder-devouring pill. It can enhance thunder-based power by an entire tier, with no side effects." Next, it revealed a jade talisman etched with intricate formations. "This is the minor teleportation talisman. It allows instantaneous travel across vast distances, but it only has 2 uses left. Once depleted, it will crumble into dust." "These belong to Xin Chongshan?" Lin Yu asked, astonished. If not for the man's overconfidence, these 2 treasures alone could have secured his escape. "Kid, once I finish refining the essence of these 3, I'll ensure you ascend to the Vientiane 9th rank." Ding Yi laughed heartily, transforming into a golden light that disappeared into Lin Yu's mind. After refining Shen Chongshan, Ding Yi harnessed a torrent of spiritual energy, surging endlessly like a mighty river. Lin Yu, claiming illness as an excuse, secluded himself in the hostage pavilion. In truth, he was engrossed in cultivation, striving to break through to the 9th grade of the myriad phenomena realm. At this moment, a shocking piece of news spread far and wide. The national protector mage of the Great Zhou had slain Shen Chongshan, the sect leader of Xintian Immortal Sect and a 9th grade powerhouse, outside the Imperial city. This revelation even reached the other major dynasties. In the border general's manor of the Great Han dynasty, the crown prince sat at the head of the hall clad in iron armor. He cast a cold gaze at his trusted generals standing on either side and spoke in a deep voice. "In 7 days, the army will march to conquer Wuxiao Pass. Once the blood sacrifice is complete, rewards will be plentiful. Be it demon blood or demon cores, they will be ours in abundance. Not only will your strength soar, but you will also enjoy unparalleled wealth and glory." "Your Highness," a deputy general stepped forward to report, "half a month ago, Shen Chongshan, the sect leader of Xintian Immortal Sect and a ninth-grade martial artist, was slain by the national protector mage of the Great Zhou outside the Imperial city. Should we reconsider our plans in light of this? The generals exchanged uneasy glances. The Great Zhou's national protector mage, though supposedly at the 8th grade of the myriad phenomena realm, had managed to kill a 9th-grade powerhouse. Such strength was nearing the void transformation realm. If he intervened, even their armored cavalry formations might prove insufficient to withstand him. Your Highness, if this news is true, launching an attack on the Great Zhou may require further deliberation. Xintian Immortal Sect has void transformation realm experts among their ranks. Would they not retaliate? Moreover, if our dealings with the demon race are exposed, Your Highness could become a target of universal condemnation. Other generals voiced their concerns one after another. The Crown Prince chuckled lightly. Deputy General Chun, your concerns are not unfounded. However, the attack on Wuxiao Pass is already set in motion. As for the national protector mage of the Great Zhou, he is of no concern. Should he dare to come, I will personally kill him and offer him as a sacrifice. Surely, the demon ancestor will be pleased. Your Highness. The generals looked up at the Crown Prince in disbelief. Huh. It seems you all doubt my strength. The Crown Prince smiled faintly as he unleashed a terrifying aura. The generals fell to their knees in unison, staring in shock at the figure before them, who now seemed like a god of destruction. Only then did they understand why the Crown Prince dared to dismiss a warrior capable of slaying 9th-grade experts. After retracting his overwhelming presence, the Crown Prince asked, "Any more doubts? Your Highness's cultivation is unparalleled. You will surely lead us to seize the throne and unify the world." The generals shouted in unison, their eyes filled with reverence. "Since there are no objections, in 7 days, we shall flatten Wuxiao Pass." The Crown Prince smirked triumphantly. The generals began discussing the unparalleled beauty of Su Miaozhen, the commander of Wuxiao Pass, each vying for the chance to capture her alive and present her to the Crown Prince as a concubine. Meanwhile, within the hostage pavilion, Lin Yu opened his eyes, a vortex of silvery brilliance swirling within them, exuding boundless power. With Ding Ye's assistance, he had finally broken through to the 9th grade of the myriad phenomena realm. If he continued cultivating and transformed the myriad phenomena world within him into the void, he could ascend to the void transformation realm and rival the patriarchs of reclusive sects. Kid, advancing to the 9th grade is one thing, but progressing further won't be so easy. Ding Ye's voice echoed in Lin Yu's sea of consciousness. Ding Yi, how many 9th grade martial artists would I need to devour to break through to the void transformation realm? Lin Yu asked. Roughly a dozen, give or take. But if you manage to get your hands on a void transformation realm expert, 1 or 2 should suffice. Ding Yi chuckled mischievously. A void transformation realm expert, huh? Lin Yu sneered. I'll have to ask my dear elder brother about that. He resolved to head to the border once his cultivation stabilized and slay the Crown Prince to avenge the 10,000 soldiers who had perished. Just then, the sound of bells and war drums erupted from the direction of the Imperial city, signaling the approach of a formidable enemy. Could it be a void transformation realm expert from Xintian Immortal Sect? Lin Yu's heart stirred. Kid, isn't this exactly what you wanted? A void transformation expert showing up so soon. Ding Yi exclaimed excitedly. Ding Yi, I just broke through to the 9th grade. That's a void transformation expert we're talking about. Lin Yu said with exasperation. What's there to fear? Those old relics only have one good strike in them. Survive that, and victory is yours. Ding Yi scoffed, dismissing the threat of these ancient, decrepit patriarchs who clung to life through forbidden techniques. Let's go check it out. If there's a chance to advance further, I can't afford to miss it. With that, Lin Yu rose and stepped out. Outside the Imperial city, a middle-aged man in a blue robe stood before the gates, holding a wooden box. On the city walls, the Great Zhou's Imperial guards had their bows drawn, countless arrows aimed at him. Although he had declared his peaceful intentions, the guards remained on high alert. To him, however, these ordinary soldiers posed no threat, and their hostility was of no consequence. Suddenly, the gates roared open, and ranks of black-armored cavalry streamed out, swiftly forming a battle formation beneath the walls. At a single command, they would charge forward with fearless determination. The armored cavalry led the way as the ministers of the Great Zhou dynasty surrounded Emperor Zhou, escorting him as he slowly stepped out of the city gates. Outside the gate, a middle-aged man in a blue robe stood alone, facing the emperor from a distance. Your Majesty, this man appears to be merely at the Wanxiang realm, not a Huaxu realm cultivator. The chief minister leaned closer to Emperor Zhou and whispered cautiously. The emperor nodded slightly, his gaze fixed on the man in the blue robe. In a deep voice he asked, "Who are you?" "I am Tan Hui, an elder of the Xintian Immortal Sect." "Greetings to the ruler of Great Zhou," the man in the blue robe replied with a calm and dignified demeanor, nodding lightly in respect. "The Xintian Immortal Sect? Emperor Zhou snorted coldly. So, Elder Tan, have you come to deliver your sect's ultimatum? Tanhui quickly shook his head and raised his voice in explanation. Your Majesty, please do not misunderstand. I am here under the orders of our sect's patriarchs to seek reconciliation with Great Zhou. After learning about the origins of the war between the Immortal sect and your dynasty, they believe it all stemmed from a misunderstanding. They have sent me to resolve this conflict and propose a truce. The sect promises never to take action against the Great Zhou dynasty again. These words caused an uproar among the ministers. Has the Xintian Immortal sect been frightened by our protector of the nation? One murmured. We might be the first dynasty to force a hidden immortal sect to sue for peace. Others whispered in astonishment. In the shadows, Lin Yu overheard this and a flicker of disappointment crossed his eyes. He had expected the Xintian Immortal sect to refuse to accept their defeat and to send a Huashu realm powerhouse. Yet here they were, conceding so easily. Tan Hui raised a wooden box with both hands and continued. To ease the anger of the protector of the nation, the patriarchs have also prepared a gift. As he opened the box, a severed human head was revealed, shocking the crowd. Who is this? The ministers of Great Zhou exchanged puzzled looks, unable to recognize the head. This is the head of our sect's grand elder, Tan Hui said bitterly. All the misunderstandings originated from him. The patriarchs ordered me to present it as a gesture of sincerity. Lin Yu, watching from the shadows, was taken aback and murmured to Ding Yi. The Xintian Immortal sect killed their own grand elder just to quell my anger? The old fools are probably afraid of dying in one blow, and even more terrified of you storming their sect for revenge, Ding Yi analyzed. Offering up a scapegoat is their safest option. Tan Hui placed the wooden box on the ground and added. The patriarchs also said that if the Great Zhou dynasty remains unyielding, the protector of the nation is welcome to visit the Immortal sect in person. At that time, the patriarchs will personally resolve the matter. As Emperor Zhou and the chief minister hesitated, a figure suddenly appeared before the crowd. The newcomer wore a wide-brimmed hat, their face veiled by black gauze. With a single palm strike, flames erupted, reducing the wooden box and its contents to ashes. The protector of Great Zhou. Tan Hui's expression changed drastically. A ninth-rank Wuxiang warrior. A bitter smile appeared on Tan Hui's face as a look of shock flashed through his eyes. No wonder the sect master was defeated by you. Your strength far exceeds my imagination. He secretly felt relieved in his heart. Thankfully, the two ancestors wisely chose to avoid a direct conflict with the Great Zhou dynasty. Given their abilities, defeating a ninth-rank protector of the nation would indeed be a slim chance. Lin Yu nodded slightly, but a trace of regret flickered in his eyes. As long as you don't provoke us, we can live in peace. He thought to himself, however, that if the Xintian Immortal sect insisted on a battle, it wouldn't be unwelcome. Tan Hui let out a long sigh of relief. After bowing respectfully to Lin Yu, he turned and left. What? The protector of the nation has broken through to the ninth rank of Wuxiang? The officials of the Great Zhou court exclaimed in shock. Wasn't he still at the 8th rank when he defeated the sect master of the Xintian Immortal sect? Don't forget, someone reminded them, just a few months ago, the protector of the nation was only at the 7th rank of Wuxiang. It was only then that the Great Zhou monarch and his ministers came to their senses, their faces filled with astonishment as they looked at Lin Yu. To advance from the 7th rank to the 9th rank in just a few months, such a cultivation speed was simply unheard of. As long as the protector of the nation remains safe, a breakthrough to the void transformation realm is just around the corner. The Grand Chancellor turned to the Zhou Emperor and said in a low voice, "Congratulations, Your Majesty. With the protector of the nation by our side, the Great Zhou shall prosper for generations to come." Before his words could settle, a sudden urgent shout came from the distance. Report urgent message from the border, dispatched at top priority. A sweat-drenched steed galloped at full speed toward the Zhou Emperor, its rider carrying a command banner. With every ounce of strength, the rider pressed forward. The crowd exchanged puzzled glances, uncertain about what major event might have occurred at the border to warrant the highest level of urgency. The horse let out a mournful cry before collapsing heavily to the ground, having run itself to death. The rider dismounted with a swift motion, kneeling before the Zhou Emperor in front of the formation of the armored iron cavalry. In a loud voice, he reported, "The Han dynasty has launched a surprise attack. Wu Gorge Pass is on the verge of falling. General Su urgently requests Your Majesty to send reinforcements immediately." What? How could the Han Empire suddenly launch an attack on Wuxiao Pass? The court of the Zhou dynasty erupted into chaos, with ministers shouting their outrage one after another. It must be that the Han Empire sees us locked in a struggle with the Xintian Immortal sect and wants to reap the benefits as a third party. Your Majesty, why not execute their hostage, Lin Yu, and send reinforcements with his head to aid General Su? That will teach the Han Empire the price of betraying an alliance. The ministers cried out in unison, their anger boiling over. The Zhou Emperor's face darkened, and just as he was about to address the matter, he suddenly realized that Lin Yu, the nation's guardian monk, had quietly disappeared. The spot where Lin Yu had been standing was now vacant. By this time, Lin Yu had already returned to the hostage quarters. Although he couldn't fully discern the crown prince's motives, he had a strong hunch that this matter was tied to the demon clans. As his thoughts turned to Su Miaojin, the image of her stunning face, hidden beneath her silver mask, came unbidden to his mind. Shaking his head slightly, he surveyed the room he had lived in for so long it was clear he could no longer remain here. Just as Lin Yu was preparing to leave, he suddenly sensed a surge of spiritual energy from the wooden carving he had once given Su Miaojin. The hidden energy within it had erupted, a clear sign that Su Miaojin was now in mortal danger. Time was of the essence. Crossing thousands of miles on his sword might not be fast enough to save her. Without hesitation, Lin Yu summoned Ding Yi, his artifact spirit, and retrieved a small teleportation talisman, one that could only be used twice more. As he channeled his spiritual power into the talisman, a brilliant golden light enveloped him. In an instant, he transformed into a streak of radiant energy, shooting skyward and racing toward the location where the wooden carving's spiritual energy had last flared. At Wuxia Pass, the battlefield was a scene of devastation. The city walls had been blasted apart, with breaches extending dozens of meters. The towers had collapsed, and rubble lay scattered everywhere. Thousands of corpses, those of the Zhou dynasty's armored cavalry and the Han Empire's heavy cavalry, were strewn across the ground, their blood soaking the shattered remnants of the fortress. Su Miaojin commanded the Zhou armored cavalry to block the breach, engaging the Han heavy cavalry in a fierce clash. The battle was at a stalemate when suddenly, hundreds of terrifying half-human, half-demon warriors stormed the battlefield. These demon-blooded fighters, all of whom possessed at least innate level cultivation, effortlessly broke through the Zhou armored cavalry's defenses and charged straight into Wuxia Pass. Before the general's mansion, Su Miaojin and the last few hundred armored cavalry and personal guards were making a desperate stand. The grotesque appearance of the demon-blooded fighters struck fear into the Zhou soldiers' hearts. At first, they believed they were under attack by the demon clans. It was only now, as the battle raged on, that Su Miaojin realized these demon-blooded warriors were under the command of the crown prince. Abruptly, the attacking demon-blooded warriors halted their assault, surrounding Su Miaojin and her remaining forces in a tight circle. The crowd parted, and the crown prince, flanked by his officers, strode forward with deliberate calm until he stood face-to-face with Su Miaojin. The crown prince stood at the forefront of the crowd, his gaze icy as he scrutinized Su Miaojin. "So it's you? Su Miaojin?" he sneered, his voice dripping with disdain. "Take off your mask. Let me see if you truly possess the beauty that's said to rival the moon and flowers." Su Miaojin met his gaze heated, her eyes cold and brimming with fury. A general standing nearby immediately barked, "How dare you? This is the crown prince of the great Han dynasty. Su Miaojin, if you know what's good for you, remove your mask and surrender. If you really are as stunning as the rumors claim," another general chimed in with a mocking grin, "perhaps you could charm the crown prince enough to earn the title of a favored concubine. Why waste time talking to her?" Yet another officer scoffed. "Let me capture her myself. I'll rip off that mask and show everyone her true face." The generals surrounding the crown prince seemed eager to act, their ambitions flickering in their eyes. Rage burned in Su Miaojin's gaze. With a swift motion, her long sword unleashed a sharp arc of energy, aimed directly at the crown prince. Her voice rang out, resolute and unwavering. "A general of the great Zhou does not surrender. I, Su Miaojin, would rather die than yield. Who among you will fight with me to carve a path out of here?" "Follow the general to the death." Her loyal black armored cavalry and personal guards roared in unison, their battle cries filled with unrelenting determination. The crown prince's eyes glimmered with disdain as he let out a cold snort. The sword energy hurtling toward him shattered midair, as though colliding with an invisible barrier. The fragments dissolved into ripples that spread outward. Su Miaojin's expression turned grim. Such a feat, executed with mere thought, was the hallmark of a venerable realm master. "If you refuse to surrender, then I'll capture you and deal with you at my leisure," the crown prince declared, his voice laced with menace. He raised a hand, and a terrifying wave of power surged outward from his body. The shockwaves swept through the street, reducing the surrounding buildings to rubble. Amid the howling winds and swirling dust, Su Miaojin's group staggered back under the overwhelming force. Her expression grew even more resolute, a glint of desperation flashing in her eyes. "Form the battle formation. Follow me into the fray," she commanded. "Yes, General." The black armored cavalry responded in unison, quickly assembling into formation. With Su Miaojin at the vanguard, they charged toward the crown prince. "How foolish. They dare charge at his highness," one of the crown prince's generals sneered. "With us, the blood-bound warriors, crushing them will be child's play." The crown prince smirked arrogantly. Pathetic. Do they think their feeble light can rival the brilliance of the sun and moon? I will personally extinguish their hope. His overwhelming aura erupted like a tidal wave, crashing towards Su Miaojin and her forces with devastating force. Bang! Su Miaojin collided with an invisible wall, her momentum abruptly halted. Her long sword shattered inch by inch in her grasp. The concentrated energy of the black armored cavalry's formation disintegrated in an instant. The unstoppable wave of power hurled Su Miaojin and her forces into the air, scattering them like leaves in a storm. Bang! 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 The black armored cavalry crashed heavily onto the ruins of the general's mansion, horse and rider alike tumbling down like falling raindrops. Su Miaojin bore the brunt of the assault, struck heated by the overwhelming force unleashed by the crown prince. Her body slammed into the rubble, jagged stones pressing into her flesh. She felt her internal organs violently shaken, her bones seeming to splinter under the impact, the pain almost unbearable. I warned you if you refuse to remove your mask, I'll do it myself, the crown prince sneered, advancing step by step. If you're worthy of my attention, I'll make certain you willingly submit as my servant. Su Miaojin, unable to move, could only glare at him through gritted teeth. The guardian monk won't let you get away with this. The guardian monk? The crown prince scoffed dismissively. If he dares show himself, I'll ensure he never leaves alive. Saying this, he reached for the silver mask covering Su Miaojin's face. Let's see if you're truly as stunning as the rumors claim. Humiliated, Su Miaojin turned her head away, despair welling in her eyes. In that moment, an image of Lin Yu appeared unbidden in her mind. Suddenly, a faint sound came from her armor. The wooden carving she carried close to her chest began to grow searingly hot. Without warning, her armor fractured, and a crimson sword light burst forth from the cracks, hurtling straight toward the crown prince's face. The wooden carving. Su Miaojin froze in shock. She never imagined the wooden carving Lin Yu had given her would contain such a fierce and fiery sword intent. A glimmer of hope ignited within her. If this sword intent could wound the crown prince, perhaps there was a chance to turn the tide. The crown prince merely smirked. A swirling black vortex materialized in his outstretched palm, effortlessly consuming the fiery sword light. It didn't even graze his robes. The precious carving crumbled into ash after releasing its power. A 7th-tier sword cultivator's fire sword intent, the crown prince mocked. I didn't expect you to have such a treasure hidden away. Against anyone else, it might have worked. But against me? It's useless. Let me guess this was a gift from your precious guardian monk? What a pity it's wasted on me. As he reached once more for her mask, a golden light suddenly descended from the heavens, enveloping Su Miaojin. The rippling waves of energy from the light carried the might of the heavens and earth, forcing even the crown prince to stumble back several steps. Narrowing his eyes, the crown prince gazed at the golden radiance. Within the light, a figure began to take shape beside Su Miaojin. Could it be the guardian monk? He sneered. If it's the guardian monk of the great Zhou dynasty, all the better. Offering his flesh and blood to the demon ancestor will yield even greater rewards. Su Miaojin turned her bewildered gaze toward the figure surrounded by golden light. The silhouette bore an uncanny resemblance to the guardian monk, sparking a flicker of hope in her heart. But as the light faded, both she and the crown prince saw the figure's face clearly, and they exclaimed in unison, "Third Prince Lin Yu." Stunned, Su Miaojin stared at Lin Yu standing beside her. It wasn't the guardian monk who had appeared, it was Lin Yu, the man who had long been deemed a cripple. The crown prince sneered coldly. Well, if it isn't my dear third brother. I never expected you travel all the way from the capital of Dezhou just to meet your death. Today, they'll send you to reunite with those brothers of yours in the underworld. Su Miaojin, battered and covered in wounds, struggled to stand. With a trembling hand, she pointed the broken remnants of her sword at Lin Yu, a bitter smile on her lips. Who would have thought the two of us would end up dying here? Third prince, doesn't this count as fate? Lin Yu shook his head gently, his gaze resolute. General Su, you won't die today. Neither will I. Well, live on. As he finished speaking, he raised his head to meet the crown prince's eyes, his own burning with unyielding hatred. For years, I've been searching for the true culprit. Never did I imagine that the one who betrayed me, who caused the deaths of 100,000 soldiers in the southern campaign, and who sent assassins to cripple my cultivation was you. Crown Prince, it's time we settled this once and for all. A cruel smile curved at the edges of the crown prince's lips. Your men, every single one of them seemed bewitched. I tempted them with promises of greater power and longevity, but aside from a select few, the rest stubbornly chose to follow you rather than join me. Since they refused to serve me, they were destined to become my enemies. So I simply used others' hands to do the dirty work, letting the barbarians of the southern wastes annihilate you all. It's just a pity you didn't die there. Still, seeing you reduced to a useless, infamous cripple is a decent consolation. If this news reaches the Penglai continent, it will surely humiliate that wretched woman Chu Lingxian. Chu Lingxian, that's my mother's name. Lin Ye's heart trembled. It had been years since anyone had spoken that name. Even his mother's face had grown faint in his memory. Unlike the other princes, who had their mothers by their sides, Lin Yu had always been alone. Beyond knowing her name, all traces of his mother seemed deliberately erased from the palace, and the very mention of Chu Lingxian was met with a hushed silence. Perhaps this was why he had become the least favored among the emperor's sons. To prove his worth, he had relentlessly trained, leading troops into battle at a young age, shedding blood on the battlefield, all in the hope of earning a single approving glance from his father. Yet nothing had ever changed. The disastrous defeat in the southern wastes might have earned another prince a mere scolding, but for Lin Yu, it led to a lifetime of punishment guarding the imperial tombs. Now, hearing the crown prince mention his mother and the Penglai continent, Lin Yu finally began to understand. His father's coldness toward him likely stemmed from his mother, Chu Lingxian. You know about my mother? Lin Ye's voice was low as he fixed his gaze on the crown prince. Huh. So you really know nothing, do you, dear brother? The crown prince burst into laughter, his eyes gleaming with malice. Before you die, he'll tell you everything about that wretched woman, Chu Lingxian. Lin Yu, today is the day you meet your end. Before the words had fully left his mouth, an overwhelming aura of power erupted from the crown prince's body, surging toward Lin Yu like a tidal wave. The surrounding rubble and ruins disintegrated into fine dust under the immense force, while the swirling debris formed a raging storm that roared mercilessly in Lin Ye's direction. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.